In Tongchao City, Tanvu was a renowned young master from the Tan family with extraordinary talent, but after an expedition into the great wilderness for some reason, he returned as a cripple. And Li Thanhua was originally his fiancée, but after just a month, she was preparing to marry someone else. Her new target was Zhu Dian, the descendant of the Xian clan. Right now in the Tan family inner courtyard, Tanvu is weakly lying on the bed, covered in wounds, while Trio Dian and Li Tanhua look at him with gleeful expressions. Tanvu, Tanvu, you've been the pride of heaven since you were a child, but so what? Look at your current state, with your veins shattered and your spirit dissipated. A cripple, while I, Zhao Dian, have become a great hero, alone entering the great wilderness to bring you back. Zhao Dian, cruelly squeezing Tanvu's neck, kept whispering in his ear. It seems he is very pleased to see Tanvu so weakened while he himself has taken his fiancée. Li Thanhua is even more cruel because this was always her plan to break off the engagement. Because the Tan family has a favor with the royal family, the emperor, under pressure, promised to marry her to Tanvu. But in Li Thanhua's eyes, the Tan family is just a dog of the royal family, and Tanvu has no right to compete for the eldest princess like her. So this time, Li Thanhua used some tricks to cause Tan Qian and Tan Heng to die in the great wilderness, while Tanvu became a cripple. Only then could she soar high and become the wife of the descendant of the fairy clan like Zhao Dian. These shameless adulterers openly expressed their affection in front of Tanvu's sickbed, and only after that did they happily leave together. Tanvu, who is still unconscious and unclear of his surroundings, suddenly hears a faint voice echoing. "Do you want to keep living? Show me a little patience, Tanvu." After that voice, he suddenly woke up in shock, then sat up abruptly. Tanvu looked at his wounded hands, trembling constantly as he muttered, "What is this all about? Did I really come back? But why did I come back to the present? If only I had come back a little earlier. Just a little earlier, my father and grandfather wouldn't have died." It turns out that Tanvu's fate was destined to end in tragedy, but somehow he was given a second chance to live, though unfortunately it was still at the time when Tan Qian and Tan Heng had already died. And the reason they died was because they were schemed against by those two scoundrels. In the previous life, they even held a grand and ostentatious wedding, ruining the reputation of the Tan family. After regaining his composure, he vowed that this time he would make those bastards pay with their blood. The chance for reincarnation that he shared with Tanvu came when he was in the great wilderness, called Huang Tianqin, where 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 divine beasts were sealed. With his current strength, Tanvu can now directly summon one of them, and this time he chooses the Phantom Nai-Ti. The ferocious beast Nai-Tai appears to enhance the host's physical power, strengthen the tendons and bones, and even help him reach the realm of opening the divine channel. The process was extremely painful, but just thinking of Li Thanhua and Triu Dian's faces, Tanvu felt he could endure any pain. "You two damn fools, get ready to face my wrath." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. But just then, the door to the room opened. "Tanvu, you're awake, aren't you? How could you forget that bastard? He is Tan Shuyen, an elder of the Tan family, who usually calls his father brotherly terms, but unexpectedly secretly conspired with Li Thanhua to plan their entry into the great wilderness first. Then he led people to betray the Tan family, shamelessly becoming Trio Dian's dog and wiping out the entire Tan clan. Tan Shuyin cast a wary glance over Tanvu, then quietly sighed in relief as he saw his meridians were exhausted. Truly a useless person. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and laughed loudly. Ha! From a lofty demon lord, he had suddenly fallen from the divine platform to become a worthless trash. This unpleasant taste, right? Seeing that the other party doesn't even bother to pretend to be kind, Tanvu really finds it disgusting and immediately fights back. A dog is still a dog. Do you think changing owners means it's no longer a dog? Even if I fell from the divine platform, I won't let a fake dog like you insult me. Tan Shuyen was furious, shouting loudly for you to shut up. I also dedicated myself to the Tan family, but in the end, what did I get? It's all your fault that I was pushed to this. Once you all are gone, the Tan family will belong to me. Tan Shuyen. He didn't realize anything was wrong at that moment and was still shouting at Tan Heng, but as soon as he mentioned Tanvu's father, he was immediately hit by a punch from him. Tan Xuan was knocked to the ground by Tanvu, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His furious arm clenched around his neck, eyes filled with bloodlust. A dog is still just a dog. A dog that bites its owner can only have one ending, which is death. Just like that, Tan Shuyen was suffocated by Tanvu's strength, unable to even yawn. After dealing with the traitor, he felt extremely satisfied, stood up, and put on his coat. After dealing with Tan Shuyan, it's time to find those two fools to deliver the wedding gift. Right now in the capital, everyone is talking about the eldest princess's wedding. Even the guards can't help but gossip a few words about Ma's noble status. To them, the fairy race is an extremely terrifying existence, with such a powerful background no one dares to provoke. Li Thanhua is now busy with her makeup, clearly very pleased with this marriage alliance. The auspicious hour has arrived, and an elder maid comes to escort Li Thanhua to the Imperial city. The ceremonial team follows behind, while Li Thanhua and Zhao Dian go ahead to see the emperor. The reigning king of the Divine Sword Dynasty is Li Qiemha, whether he doesn't know or turns a blind eye to his daughter's cruelty, but it seems he is also quite pleased with this new son-in-law. As the ceremony was about to conclude, Qiu Dian and Li Thanhua clasped hands and vowed never to betray each other in their lifetime, when suddenly a sharp spear, seemingly from nowhere, shot through the city gate, knocking down the guards and causing chaos like never before. Today is a day of celebration for our royal family, so who dares to act arrogantly here? Li Qiemha roared. Shao Dian and Li Thanhua also turned pale at the same time because they recognized who was causing trouble. Tanvu clenched his spear tightly, his fierce expression like he was here to collect a debt. No wonder it's the power of Nahai Ti, even though it only helped you reach the first level of the Spirit Awakening realm. Your cultivation is now several times stronger than before. In your previous life, until the day you died, you still couldn't unlock the complete wild beast. I really don't know how terrifying the power could be if I could fully unlock it in this life. Trio Dian and Li Thanhua couldn't believe their eyes. Clearly, yesterday when they arrived at the Tan residence, they all saw with their own eyes that Tanvu's meridians had been completely destroyed, leaving him a cripple. So how is it that today he can stand here? Moreover, your cultivation is even more powerful than before. Tanvu stepped forward amidst the trembling maids around him. Chowdian looked at your heroic stance, shaking his head repeatedly and muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Lai Qiemha, seeing this expression, felt deeply disappointed, thinking that although Zhao Dian was a descendant of the immortal race, his actions were utterly untrustworthy. On the contrary, Tanvu, you might think you can't turn things around now, but you actually seem stronger than before. Seeing you threaten so fiercely, even Lai Qiemha has to step back and speak softly. "Ha ha! I thought I was someone important. It turns out you're Wu Ni. I didn't call you here today. I was planning to let you stay at home to recover, but it seems your wounds are not that serious anymore." The two words Wu Ni are really too hard to listen to. Tanvu couldn't hold back and stabbed the spear in his hand forward, the sharp tip stopping just a few inches from Lai Qiemha's chin, making him gape in shock with his eyes wide open. Tanvu snorted coldly, advising the other to stop pretending, and reminded him that if his father hadn't saved him back then, Lai Qiemha would have already become a vengeful ghost, so how could he be here blabbering? Our Tan family has overcome many obstacles and achieved great deeds for Lai Qiemha. And what about you? How do you treat my Tan family? Tanvu repeatedly asked. Xiaodian and Li Qing will conspire together to plot to assassinate my grandfather and father in the great wilderness. We are sworn enemies. The bold declaration from Tanvu made everyone present look at each other in confusion. Zhao Dian finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "Shut up, enough already. I underestimated you before I didn't expect you to come out unscathed. It must all be fake, right? Even if your cultivation level is still at the first stage of the Spirit Awakening realm, it's only that much. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly?" Tanvu only speaks based on his strength, so he is not at all hesitant in the face of Trio Dian's provocation. The spear in your hand suddenly swung, and the royal soldiers rushed in to surround Li Qiemha to protect him. Li Qiemha silently calculated that although Trio Dian and Tanvu both currently had the first level of the Thongthan realm, the trio guy carried the bloodline of the fairy race, which would likely surpass Tanvu by one level, so he felt somewhat reassured. Li Qiemha even cautiously reminded Zhao Dian not to be too harsh, because after all, Tanvu is a descendant of the Tan family, someone who has made great contributions to the royal court. Just stripping his cultivation and giving a small punishment as a warning would be enough. Upon hearing his command, Zhao Dian immediately charged forward. As for Tanvu, you have truly been angered by Li Qiemha's small punishment to warn you. No one knows who will win or lose this battle yet. A first-grade immortal weapon, a sword named Thanviem, immediately appeared in Zhao Dian's hand. This is the family heirloom celestial weapon of Zhao Dian. Only those present here are lucky enough to have the chance to witness it. As soon as Thanviem appeared, everyone felt that Tanvu couldn't withstand this aura. On the other side, The spear in Tanvu's hand was just a low-grade mortal tier Tan family war god spear, but it had drunk the blood of tens of thousands and cut down thousands of souls, making its spirit not inferior to the opponent. Zhao Dian didn't want to drag things out, so he took the initiative to attack first, seemingly having the upper hand over Tanvu. Just in time, Tanvu muttered to himself, then raised his spear, waiting for the right moment as his opponent charged, summoning his phantom image of Nai Ti. Hearing the false image appear and break through the attack that Zhao Dian was launching, he was stunned in amazement. It seemed this foolish guy was too confident in his weapon, so he didn't react when his strike was easily nullified. And then, while he was still stunned, the war god spear from the Tan family charged forward. The sturdy spear shot out swiftly, but in the blink of an eye it began to bend and twist like a snake, aiming to strike at Trio Dien Tu from behind. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Tanvu, do you dare to look down on me again? You dare to use such a low-level technique to deal with me again? Then he turned around and used the flame sword to try to stop the power of the war god spear. But what was even more surprising was that when these two weapons clashed, cracks appeared on the flame-red sword. This was just too unbelievable. As a common weapon could break a divine-grade weapon, Chiu Dian kept shouting in disbelief, but couldn't stop his Thanvium sword from shattering, and he himself was even more miserable, thrown to the ground with the war god spear embedded deep in his chest. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, all showing the same expression, and even Lai Jianha was no exception. Lai Thanhua's face looked even worse. Even if I tried to imagine, she couldn't conceive of how strong Tanvu was. In her panic, Li Thanhua shouted loudly, "Trio Dien, get up for me! I won't allow you to lose to Tanvu." On the opposite side, Tanvu looked at Trio Dien's ragged and miserable appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Are you even worthy of being a descendant of the celestial race? Trio Dien is now crawling on the ground, humiliated like a dog. He tries to pull Tanvu's spear out of his chest, but he can't even do that. And then you stepped forward and decisively pulling out the spear with one hand, causing blood to gush from his chest. Is this the steed your royal family is so proud of? A single blow and you can't take it anymore. If you're weak, don't show off. Zhao Dian trembled as he sat up, clutching his wound on his chest. He still couldn't believe that a weapon capable of destroying the Thanvium sword was merely a mundane item, and he accused Tan of secretly hoarding the divine weapon for himself, calling it treachery. Tanvu just sneered, then wiped the blood off his spear, causing its blade to shine brightly. The war god's spear, forged through generations of bloodshed by our Tan family, is no less impressive than the worthless sword you still carry. Its terrifying power comes from a divine aura of Nai Ti that can merge with weapons. Ordinary weapons are usually divided into two main categories, mortal grade and divine grade. This war god spear may have started as a mortal grade, but at this moment it possesses power comparable to a second-tier divine weapon. Li Qimha stared intently at the spear in Tanvu's hand, angered beyond words. He half believed, half doubted Zhao Dian's words, beginning to suspect whether the Tan family was truly secretly hiding a divine weapon. But all these years, every move of the Tan family has been under the watch of the old man. If that divine spear truly is a celestial grade weapon, then it must be one of the opportunities Tanvu seized in the great wilderness. Li Qimha just hasn't decided to let everything end here. As a cunning old fox, he knows exactly what Trio Dien's key weakness is, so he deliberately taunts him. Zhao Dan, you're just a Tanvu, and you can't even fight back? Looks like I was wrong to agree to marry my daughter to you. After hearing that, Zhao Dian was indeed both confused and furious. He bit his lips so hard that his mouth started bleeding, constantly cursing Tanvu to death. Then, as his anger reached its peak, Zhao Dian raised his head high and roared like a beast. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the third eye on his forehead also widened. Zhao Dian seemed to enter a state of fury, standing up fiercely, as if he had never suffered any injury before. Telling Vu, I just tested you, but you must understand that I am a descendant of the celestial race, and a mortal like you can never defeat me. As he spoke, Zhao Dian leapt into the air and charged at Fan Wu, his 5 fingers like fierce claws, stabbing straight at him. But the main character's aura is not something to be taken lightly. Everyone can probably guess what happened to Zhao Dian. His claws hadn't even had time to reach Tanvu before they were knocked away by his fist. As soon as Trio Dien landed, he charged forward and delivered another kick. Zhao Den, you hurt my grandfather and father. Today I will settle this blood debt with blood. At that moment, Tanvu raised his spear and drove it down with gritted teeth. Li Qimha saw this and could only grimace, while Li Thanhua, despite his panic, couldn't do anything. Save me, quickly save me. Unfortunately, there is still a bit missing. Just as the spear was about to pierce Zhao Dian's throat, Tanvu suddenly felt a surge of immense power heading straight for him. In an instant, both Yu and the divine weapon were knocked back. Trio Dian temporarily survived, but Tanvu's spear still sliced through his hand, causing one of this bastard's arms to be instantly severed. The man who just appeared is huge, wearing a golden battle armor with terrifying strength. After knocking back Tanvu, he immediately grabbed Trio Dian with one hand, carefully set him aside, then gritted his teeth and charged at Tanvu. Tanvu, you're really something, daring to cause trouble in the Imperial city. This big guy is Bai Wuji, a bodyguard, just like you, possessing unmatched strength in the world. Tanvu also knows him. He is Lai Kim Ha's bodyguard, and besides his enormous physique, he is skilled in martial arts throughout his body. He is a second-tier divine realm expert, not to be underestimated. Seeing Bak Vodik appear, Li Thanhua anxiously shouted, "Uncle Bak, finish him off!" Up to this point, Lai Kim Ha still pretends to be kind-hearted, so he secretly orders Bak Vodik. Tanvu disobeyed the rules, was arrogantly reckless, and harmed the Divine Emperor clan, a crime worthy of death. But since the Emperor had long tolerated the Tan family's contributions, Bak Vodik was ordered to strip him of cultivation and limbs, his eyes shining with bloodthirsty cruelty. He took a step back to gain momentum, then threw back his head and laughed loudly a few times before charging at Tanvu like an arrow. The speed made someone who had lived 2 lives like him panic in an instant. Tanvu couldn't dodge in time and was unable to defend, being knocked back by Bak Vodik. In this situation, he almost had no chance to defend himself. But Bai Wuji also knows how to seize the moment when his opponent is at a disadvantage. Before Tanvu even hits the ground, he rushes forward again, aiming to disable all 4 limbs of the boy in a single move. A flame suddenly erupts in the shape of Neti. Tanvu swings his fist and lands a powerful punch on Vodik, causing him to stumble back several meters, eyes wide with shock and shouting. What? Vodik looked at Neti appearing right behind him and couldn't help but feel terrified, unable to speak. Before he could finish speaking, Tanvu quickly grabbed Vodik's muscular arm. Though small in stature, he could throw the guy down, his tone turning sinister. It's him who will be broken. At this moment, Tanvu, with a commanding presence, emphasized the words, "It's you." Hearing a boost of strength, he swung both arms back, tearing Vodik's arms apart. He couldn't defend himself and could only spurt blood as his body hung in midair. A second later, Tanvu descended with a powerful strike, while Vodik fell heavily, and he clenched the divine weapon in his hand. Tanvu stands in the thick fog, voice full of menace. "Now it's my turn." Lai Kim Ha. He clenched his teeth and replied with a frown. "Tanvu, you," keenly hinting, GM Ha said, "All right, Tanvu. It seems you've forgotten that you live under the protection of the Tan family." This remark made him pause for a few seconds, appearing confused. His face darkened as he affirmed the strength of the royal family, and immediately several figures leapt down from the palace roof. They all rushed down to Tanvu's location. In an instant, he was surrounded by soldiers wielding cursed swords, ready to kill him. He quickly raised his divine spear, smirking in disdain. "Is this what you call the strength of the royal family?" Tanvu's foot stomps heavily on the ground, instantly unleashing a golden energy that envelops his entire body. Grinning mischievously, he warned, "Li Kim Ha, it seems you also underestimate the strength of my Tan family." With that, Tanvu charged forward, using his weapon to pierce through the soldiers at lightning speed. They could only see a streak of light and no shape of him. Tanvu had now rushed to Kiem Ha's side, extending his arm forward. The next second, he was shocked and shouted when he saw your hand on his neck. "What?" Tanvu landed right in front of Jian Ha, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Thanhua, holding Trio Dien, was so shocked by the scene that she shouted, "Father, even the soldiers must be wide-eyed, only shouting out to the king." He started to tremble, but still threatened fiercely. "Tanvu, think carefully. Everyone around is at the 2nd stage of the Divine Healer Guard. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave alive." Tanvu straightforwardly replied, "That's not something you need to worry about." He glanced around, secretly comparing. The layout here is similar to his previous life, with the Divine Healer Guard wearing mystical iron heavy armor and wielding extremely powerful attack force. One of them with a shield and weapon caught Tanvu's eye. He made his judgment, but they also had a fatal weakness. That was their speed. Suddenly, Tanvu clenched Kim Ha's neck tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. A scream of despair echoed out. His eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, struggling to breathe as if the air was cut off. Kim Ha could do nothing but stare wide-eyed, his breath growing more and more difficult. Tanvu's pupils suddenly flashed with a spark and he sneered in curses. Go to hell, old dog. Suddenly, a golden energy descended from behind the fog. Tanvu, witnessing this power, paused for a few seconds, looked up, and marveled at its strength, such overwhelming pressure. A person appeared immediately afterward, and a voice rang out, Tanvu, if you are forgiven, you should also forgive others. His eyes widened in surprise at the peak of the spirit realm, realizing that in his previous life he should not have known that such powerful hidden beings were lurking around. The person's face gradually revealed itself, with 3 royal marks appearing on his forehead. And suddenly, pure white wings spread out, shedding feathers as they fell. He, claiming to be an experienced elder, introduced himself as the commander of the Celestial Clan's dispatch. He closed his eyes, pretending to be noble as he made a request. The immortal race and the royal family both have long-standing lineage, Tanvu. Can you do me a favor and spare his life? At this moment, Tanvu was still lifting his sword high. Triều diễn, dự bị danh tội bởi, vẫn thấy cứu tinh liền hết lèn thực dục. Nhị thức, giết hăng gì. Ông ta cũng bắt cuối chế nhạo. Tanvu, it seems you won't be able to kill me today. Tanvu clenched his teeth, a drop of sweat falling down, secretly thinking that the envoy of the immortal clan was no match for him now. Zhao Huan continued to persuade him. Tian clan has always taken care of its people. I can forgive your actions today. I will not trouble you. Suddenly he turned to Zhao Dian and Tanhua and said, And you, Zhao Dian? His tone gradually became more serious. As a descendant of the immortal race, to commit such despicable acts, when you return, there will be family discipline awaiting to punish you. He was so overwhelmed by the intimidating aura that he could only obey. Yes. After finishing the chores, Zhao Huan turned to the emperor. Li Gianha, today you are showing respect to me. What Tanvu did against your royal family will no longer be held against him. What do you think? He obeys like a dog, begging to follow the immortal. Having received a satisfactory answer, he slowly opened his eyes, emanating a mysterious spiritual aura. Zhao Huan opened the eyes on his forehead, using them to threaten him. Tanvu, let go. For a moment, your body could no longer move. Tanvu seemed to be sealed by those eyes, biting his lip to endure, his hand gradually being pulled back by that aura. Tanvu gritted his teeth as he looked at his hand and muttered, Is this the pressure of the 9th level of divine power? But just a second later, he used his internal energy to gradually increase his strength to suppress that source of energy. Tanvu's entire body instantly erupted with terrifying spiritual power as he shouted, But relying only on pressure can't control me. Without hesitation, he once again gripped his sword's hilt and poured his spiritual energy directly into him. What is this? Even a first-tier spirit realm cultivator can break my pressure, huh? Tanvu at that moment was like a demon god, his tone extremely sinister. If the immortal has spoken, then I will spare him. So quickly twist his neck and let go. He shouted loudly and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His pupils dilated. Zhao Dian clenched his teeth, watching the person ahead leave, while Tanhua could only reach out and cry out in pain. Father, the officials nearby are frightened and shouting, He has killed the king! The soldiers saw this and immediately rushed forward, shouting, The king! Zhao Huan was somewhat frightened and stepped back, thinking to himself, This young man has indeed gained great fortune in the great empire. Vu tightly grips Kim Ha's shirt, swinging him around fiercely, then shouts, Your king! Using all his strength, he throws Kim Ha forward and loudly commands, Catch him! Even Zhaolian, faced with this power, had to respect it and hesitated before acting, only spreading his wings. Immediately, he supported his entire body with one wing. Done. Tanvu immediately turned around, leapt forward, and without forgetting to say, Farewell, the divine race commander, we will meet again. When suddenly a burst of blue spiritual energy shot through his face, startling him. He immediately landed on the ground. Above him was a clawed hand made of that energy. Zhao Huan extended his palm to threaten Tanvu. Do you really think you can escape from me? Unaware of your limits, you cling tightly to the ground, trying to hold on against this power. This pressure is 100 times weaker than before. That commanding fairy race officer is really troublesome. Tanvu had no choice but to summon the seal on his forehead. He hesitated. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was enveloped by a purple primordial spirit. He immediately appeared afterward, shouting a brave cry. Tanvu quickly grabbed his divine spear, spun around, and launched a series of impressive attacks toward Zhao Dian and Tanhua. The 2 onlookers turned pale with fear and shouted in terror. Zhao Huan suddenly pointed a finger at them in disdain, and just as the 2 were protected by his barrier, Tanvu vanished from that spot, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Showdown frowned at the scene, snorted, then leapt into the air, happily bidding farewell to the fox, and leaving. He spread his wings, his tone full of malice. Tanvu, I told you there's no way you can escape. Tanvu glanced back, baring his teeth in a threatening smile.
Is it necessary? At this moment, Zhao Dian is seriously injured. If you chase after me, he will definitely die.
Whichever is more important, I believe you can guess. At the same time, Zhao Dian trembled as he spoke.
Second uncle, save me first.
Tanvu, I will give you a way out. Then Zhao Huan reached out his hand and summoned spiritual power onto Zhao Dian. He closed his eyes, tending to his wounds while saying, Your injuries aren't that serious.
Trio Dian hugged his body, still burning with the fire of revenge.
Second uncle, this hatred must be avenged, or I won't rest easy. Trio Huan smiled dangerously and gently reassured him. Don't worry, second uncle will definitely help you take revenge. Meanwhile, Kiem Ha was lying flat right behind him. Trio Huan clenched his teeth and turned to scold. Li Kiem Ha truly is a useless person. Tanhua was so frightened by what just happened that she cried over Kiem Ha's departure. Seeing this, Trio Huan immediately spoke. Li Tanhua, your father has passed away. From now on, you must support your husband.
Well understood. I cried and had no choice but to go along.
Understood. After settling everything, Zhao Huan slowly ascended to the central courtyard. He stands above and issues the order. People of the Divine Sword Kingdom, listen up. Seeing this, everyone looked up together and listened carefully. Your king is now dead. Zhao Huan announces that the Divine Sword Kingdom is temporarily under our immortal clan's control.
He then raises his hand and declares fiercely, Everyone must capture Tanvu alive. Understood?
The soldiers below are a bit confused, calling out to the princess. Tanhuang grits her teeth, trembling all over. She grimaced and agreed to serve Zhao Huan, obeying the fairy as her master. He was very pleased with this response. Very well. The scene shifts to a place quite far away, as Tanvu's legs continue to move without stopping. As you run away, you judge that you've already killed Li Kiem Ha and will soon face endless hunts. This divine sword kingdom can no longer be stayed in. Tanvu furrowed his brow in confusion. Why did this summoning suddenly appear, unlike in my previous life?
Forget it. If I can kill Li Kiem Ha today, it's already a gain, and as for Trio Dian and Li Tanhua, let's just let them live a little longer for now.
Then he leapt into the air, soaring into the vast green forest, and soon an eagle was circling overhead. It flew away while delivering the message, reporting that the divine sword of the Qin dynasty, Tanvu, had become extremely vicious and murderous, assassinating the divine sword king of the Qin dynasty, Lord Li Kiem Ha, in front of everyone, especially issuing the Chu execution order. Any who kill Tanvu will be rewarded with 10,000 households and land of a city. Below, the wheels keep turning rapidly, while the coachman continuously whips the reins, forcing the horses to gallop harder. Inside the carriage are young men with strong physiques, including Tanvu and the people of Tran Nam Vuong. He quietly places his hand on his knee, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Guyet kept secretly observing Tanvu, who frowned and pondered as the Divine Sword Kingdom issued a killing order against him. The urgent matter now is to temporarily leave the territory of the Divine Sword Kingdom and head towards the larger Heavenly Galaxy Kingdom first. The boy thought to himself as he considered the border region between the two nations. The Divine Sword Galaxy and the Divine Sword Kingdom have hundreds of cities, but they are just small kingdoms. The Heavenly River Kingdom has over 1,000 cities, including powerful sects and countless clans, making the Divine Sword Kingdom seem like a mere drop in the ocean. Found a way, Tanvu sneered.
Zhao Dian, Li Tanhua, wait for me, I will be back soon so your bones and ashes will turn to dust.
Lin Wheat saw that your people radiated with murderous intent and whispered in confusion, Dad, why did you let this wandering cultivator get on the carriage? Just look at his messy hair and appearance. It's obvious he's not a good person.
King of the Southern Guard softly reminded, Little Yuanet, although this person is a wandering cultivator, his body is full of strength and can be considered a good helper. He explained, we are heading to the Heavenly River Empire with many dangers. Having an extra powerhouse means an extra layer of safety.
She asked curiously, Grandpa, you are the Tran Nam Vuong of the Thien Ha Kingdom, who would dare threaten our safety?
That conversation just happened to catch Tanvu's ear.
He jumped in surprise, wide-eyed as he looked at him and muttered, I didn't expect this old man to be the king of the south. The king of the southern border of the Heavenly Han dynasty, guarding the frontier to prevent demon tribes with bones as tough as steel, is truly a hero of his people. Unfortunately, with the help of the fairy race, the Sword Kingdom quickly defeated the Heavenly Han dynasty. The king of the south was also killed by Zhao Dian with his own hands. He looked at Tanvu thoughtfully, thinking that today I am riding in his carriage. What a fateful coincidence. Li Nuit suddenly spoke up. What are you staring at me like that? He quickly closed his eyes, shook his head, and looked innocent. Her anger boiled over at his attitude. Kid, what kind of attitude is that? Li Nuit couldn't help but shout loudly, making me furious. Meanwhile, outside, two slender young women with red eyes were observing the carriage. The sound of hooves continued to echo through the deep forest. Suddenly, the coachman turned his head and relayed the message inside. Master, we will reach the territory of the Heavenly River Empire in about 100 miles. Hurry and go fast so we can arrive inside the Heavenly River Empire early and avoid any trouble. Suddenly, he turned to talk to Tanvu. That's right, young master. You saw this and immediately thought, no wonder he's the king of the south. He must have figured out my identity. And he said this just to let me hear. They are truly clever and resourceful, but they have no idea that several arrows are already flying toward the carriage. An unlucky horse was hit by an arrow and, in panic, neighed loudly, causing the carriage to shake and the people inside to be thrown around. Tan Yu frowned, alert and cautious. What is it? Li Yu exclaimed in horror, what's happening? Within seconds, a sword swung forward, slicing through the long chain and splitting the carriage in two. In an instant, the carriage collapsed, debris flying everywhere, and the people inside quickly escaped, terrified by the deadly weapon just now. The woman extends her hand, retracts her chain, and laughs softly. Votu stands within his spiritual power and declares, King Tran Nam, I have orders to take your head first. The lord of the southern border immediately warned everyone. Be careful. This is a killer from the Tu Nan Tong of the Thien Ha Empire. Tanvu was slightly surprised to hear that name. Tu Nien Tong. You think of countless assassins, and with that strange circular mark, you immediately recognize the most notorious hunting force in the Heavenly River Empire. After finishing, she forcefully places her sword on the ground. Votu sticks out her tongue, licks her finger lightly, and says, Fine. Die obediently. Tran Nam Vuong gently strokes his beard and replies, They Tu Nyan Tong also underestimates this old man too much. He frowned, his face turning grim. The king of Tran Nam signaled his assassins to step forward and challenged loudly, You think you can kill me alone? Votu narrowed his eyes and implied, Of course I am not the only one. Amid the chaos, suddenly a weapon flew close to the top of Tran Nam Vuong's head. Tanvu saw it and immediately shouted to be careful. He reached out and summoned his divine spear. Tanvu quickly leapt up, brandishing his weapon to face the divine arrow head-on. The Tran Nam Vuong, standing behind him, was startled and trembling as he realized he had been ambushed unnoticed. Tanvu, still struggling to hold on at the front, grits his teeth and says, This is the sun-disrupting divine arrow. He gathers his strength and swings his divine spear forcefully, breaking the arrow into two pieces. Golden energy swept out in a circle in front of Tanvu. He landed on the ground, planting his foot to regain his balance. Tanvu pressed his divine spear into the ground, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Vonguyet suddenly let out a surprise sound, raising her bow slightly and asking softly, So you can actually stop my sun-disrupting divine arrow. A second later, Vonguyet leapt down from the tree trunk. At this moment, Tran Nam Vuong finally opened his eyes to look at the sun-tracking divine arrow, one of the three great mysterious weapons of the Tu Nan sect. He nodded mockingly and said, Well then. King Tran Nam suddenly cleared his throat and said, Listen carefully, the two of you. He struck his staff forcefully and declared, I accept death. But there is only one condition for everyone else to come out safely. The subordinates were stunned to hear that. Li Nuit screamed in fear, Gah! Votu immediately swung his sword and replied, Fine, I agree. That saves us so much time. Just as danger approached, Tanvu quickly stepped forward to block Tran Nam Vuong. He calmly said, Don't pretend anymore. I'll do it. With me here, you won't die. Tanvu steps forward. I will protect this old man. Votu and Vonguyet look at the golden energy and shout together. If you want to die, we will make it happen for you. He struck the divine weapon fiercely and made his demand. First, state your identity. I don't kill people without a name. The two quickly introduced themselves. Wu Yuezi from Ren Tsun sect and Wu Tuzi from Ren Tsun sect. Tanvu frowned after hearing that, silently confirming that they were indeed the two martial sisters. He recalled the towering spire and the skulls below, marveling at them. In their previous life, after the dynasty was overthrown, these two sisters went to the great wilderness seeking opportunities and also gained a reputation for killing many notorious figures.
The sinister image of Zhao Dian's face as a demon lord appeared, making Tanvu feel a bit empathetic. But unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't stand up to Zhao Dian and was executed by him.
He smirked, stroking his chin in thought, thinking that if he recruited them as subordinates, it wouldn't be a bad idea. As he was lost in thought, Votu spun around, wielding her sword, and shouted, "Die!"
Tanvu also didn't hesitate to face the battle head-on. At the right moment, he used all his strength to push the divine spear forward.
The two powerful weapons clashed fiercely, creating a tremendous gust of wind and billowing dust everywhere.
Tanvu raises his hand to grasp his divine spear, pulling it back behind him in disdain, still slightly inferior to the war god's spear of the Tan family.
Votu still didn't give up, quickly flying above Tanvu and raising her sword high.
As Votu lowers that deadly weapon, I immediately raise my divine spear to block. She smirks and whispers in my ear, "So it's a war god's spear, then?"
"If you can withstand my 3-city truck-nut divine sword, then you are indeed lucky." She smugly watched the arrow rushing through the wind toward Tanvu and continued, "This time, the 10 cities divine arrow will surely take your life." In danger, he forcefully pushed Votu's great sword backward. Tanvu swept her in a circle and had to retreat a few meters. Votu then landed on the ground and said, "First level of the Spirit Awakening realm, able to withstand my 2 strikes. Not bad at all. It seems you are born with divine power." She continued to hold the upper hand, but unfortunately the gap between our realms was too great. Then, Votu unleashed a giant sword made of spiritual energy. She sneered maliciously and unleashed her ultimate top-tier martial skill, the blazing sun sword. In an instant, each sharp blade was about to pierce Tanvu. Seeing that, he immediately summoned the Phantom of Nati. After the spell was cast, Nihati appeared in an instant, roaring fiercely in rage. Nyetai extends his massive body to block a sword for Tanvu. Although he supports him, the overwhelming power makes Tanvu's whole body start to tremble. Votu became even more excited, as if she alone could not hold her own. Her dagger still tried to stab Nyeti's body, causing a few cracks to appear. Soon after, its entire body shattered into 100 pieces. She quickly spun her sword, causing Tanvu to be thrown backward. He slid along the ground, trying to use his hands and feet to regain his balance. Tanvu, with wounds on his body, gritted his teeth and thought to himself that although he had activated the false image, at this moment, with his first stage of the Spirit Awakening realm, he couldn't use any powerful martial techniques. Facing the second layer of the Spirit Awakening realm, there was some pressure, but a second later he suddenly stood up and boldly mocked, "Your martial technique has issues." The Wu-Tu stepped forward, raising his sword to counter, "Don't talk nonsense." Tanvu continued to provoke, "Your martial technique is incomplete and imperfect. It could have unleashed its full mysterious power." He closed his eyes and made his judgment. "All you have is a top-grade royal artifact in your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp purple energy sources like daggers shot straight at Tanvu. He closed his eyes tightly, his whole body tense, trying to sense every fluctuation in the air. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, and Tanvu's figure was swept into that whirlwind. Tanvu clenched his divine spear and boldly thrust it forward. In an instant, the sharp spear tip pierced through the sword and reached Votu. She was so frightened by this blow that she stopped momentarily and let go of her weapon. Votutran stared, watching the sharp tip halt right before her throat. He smirked and repeated, "I told you your martial arts have flaws. This move has too many gaps." From afar, Yue saw her junior sister being bullied and immediately drew her bow, demanding, "Let go of her, you bastard." Tanvu was drawn by the shout and slowly glanced over at her. A second later, he looked at Votu in front of him, trying to explain, "I can help you perfect your martial arts, but with one condition." She frowned and firmly refused. "No need, my martial arts are not as good as yours, just kill me." Votu quickly turned to Vongwiet and shouted, "Sister, don't worry about me, kill them and complete the mission." She started to become tense, sweat pouring down her face. Tanvu muttered in admiration, "These two sisters are really close." And at this moment, Vongwiet has already been arranged. Laingwiet, from behind, exclaimed in confusion, "Is he really that powerful?" The king of the southern border simply remained silent and thoughtful. "Indeed, the young Tan from the Tan family is formidable. It seems he has gained quite a lot on the way to the great wilderness, so I have made the right bet." Suddenly, he shifted his divine spear slightly forward, and immediately, the tip of the spear grazed Votu's skin, creating a light cut and causing blood to slowly flow out. Vongwiet couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Stop!" She quickly kneeled and begged, "Please spare her, I am willing to die in her place." Tanvu seemed to have anticipated this answer, nodded once, and then withdrew his spear. Votu was trembling uncontrollably. quickly reaching up to her torn wound, enduring the pain that was coming. You question, members of the purple human sect are utterly corrupt, and although they took you in and raised you, everything goes against your wishes. Do you really still want to continue following such a force? Votu, hit by the remark, darkened her face and asked, "How do you know?" Tanvu solemnly confirms, "I obviously know it." I frown and emphasize each word. Moreover, I also know that the sect master of Tunyan sect has long been involved in your affairs. She was stunned by one surprise after another and shouted out, "No way. The families of those you killed before are secretly controlled by the purple human sect and turned into puppets to torment endlessly. No way. The sect later only kills those who deserve it. It can't be like that." Tanvu turned his face away and replied, "Do you think so or not, you can investigate for yourself." He smiled faintly, looking at Votu in front of him, and thought to himself, "The sisters of the Vo family know nothing about what happened to the Tunyan Tong. My words will surely make them suspicious. The two Vojia sisters will be in my hands sooner or later." Then Tanvu spoke again, saying, "I will give you both a way out now." She suddenly paused, looking curious, as he confidently extended his hand, offering 2 ways to leave the Tunyan Tong and submit to evil. Votu chuckled softly, sneering, "You talk big." Then he pointed to the side and challenged, "Do you know how powerful the purple human sect really is? Leaving the Tunyan sect, then our only path is death. How can you protect us?" He glanced at her and said, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry. I'll give you some time to think." Then Tanvu turned around, waved, and said, "If you have an answer, you can come find me any time. I'll be waiting for you in the largest guest hall of the Heavenly River Empire." Votu, feeling insulted, shouted angrily, "You already had the chance to kill me, and now with our sisters working together, you definitely won't withstand even a single blow." Hearing this, his steps suddenly stopped. "Then I invite you to try." Her body stiffened at Tanvu's tone, and Vo Nuit quickly stepped in to mediate. "The Vo family sisters will never owe you a favor. This time they leave. But if we meet again, I will kill you." She pointed at her target and threatened him. "Tran Nam Vuong, don't think that just because you're in the Thien Ha Empire, you can sit back and relax. Vongwit is tall and commanding. Tunyan sect has 100,000 tricks. I will kill you." With that, the 2 Vo sisters disappear without a trace. Out. At that moment, Tran Nam Vuong finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, when suddenly, Lain Nguyen spoke, causing Lam Tanvu to turn around and blush, twisting her hair nervously as she stammered, "Thank you." He turned to look at him and mischievously suggested, "King Tran Nam, how about marrying your granddaughter to me?" She was so angry after hearing that she almost blew steam out of her ears, waving her arms and shouting loudly, "What do you think you've gained?" The king of Tran Nam gently stroked his beard and praised, "Little brother, when it comes to cultivation, he can be called a genius among the young generation. And in terms of bravery, he is considered an outstanding talent of the Heavenly Han Empire. He raises one finger in flattery, and when it comes to background, he is well off, but not lacking." Then everyone came to get to know Tanvu. Lain Nguyen stood behind, watching and muttering to herself, "Origin, Divine Sword Kingdom, Tan family." She suddenly opened her eyes wide and gasped, pointing ahead in surprise. "Are you Tanvu from the wanted list?" Liu immediately turned to blame King of Tran Nam. "Grandpa, so you knew all along." He burst out laughing. This girl's reaction is really too slow. Then the King of Tran Nam suggested that if young Master Tan truly intended, I could personally testify. She was momentarily too shy to speak. "Hey, you just scratched your head and coughed to deny it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I was just joking." A second later, Tanvu turned around to urge them on. "All right, King of the South, hurry up and set off, and he will follow." "Yes, let's hurry and go." Leaving Lin Wieat alone behind, her anger rising, she clenched her fists and cursed silently. "This young guy dares to play me. I'm so angry I could die. Am I not worthy of him?" Not long after, they all arrived at Tianhe. As soon as the King of the South Gate passed through the city gate, a voice like a decree rang out to welcome him, causing everyone to gasp and chatter excitedly. So that Tran Nam Vuong is actually Tran Nam Vuong. Others are paying attention to Lin Nguyen. Isn't the person beside him Princess Nguyen Hua? Someone in the crowd suddenly hurried over and shouted, "Get out of the way, it's the Crown Prince." He waved his paper fan to his chest and excitedly called out, "King of the Southern Town, you have finally returned." The Empress quickly clasped her hands and said, "Father, I have missed you very much." The King of the South stroked his beard and smiled warmly. "I haven't seen my nephew in a long time." "Lain Wheat's sister, it's been a long time since we met. I have missed you very much." The princess hesitated and stepped back, puzzled. "Are we not that close?" "Empress, Recalling the past, Liangwiet's sister. We are childhood sweethearts betrothed since before we were born. Why say such things? Tanvu interjected, so you're the fiancé, not bad, truly talented. Liangwiet was startled and shouted, no, that's not it. He heard that and felt proud, placing his hand on his forehead and laughing, too flattering. She clenched her fists again, but the words caught in her throat. Suddenly, Liangwiet snorted coldly and curled her lips into a sneer. She immediately leaned her head against Tanvu's chest, pretending to act cute. Darling, are you angry? You look at that devilish smile and secretly sigh. This girl truly repays her grudges. Taking a little fake image, it should match with you. King of the South nods. Yes, the people around are also quite satisfied. Only Huang Fi is embarrassed, pointing ahead and exclaiming in surprise, Liangwiet's sister, you and Tanvu are acting together, officially introducing him as the one in my heart. Hearing this, his foot stomped hard on the ground. Huang Fi, trying to calm himself, forced a smile and reminded her, Liangwiet moi moi, don't joke with me anymore. She became even more excited, saying we had already decided to be together for life and would hold a grand wedding soon. His face gradually darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Huang Fi broke the paper fan in his hand, and his mouth twitched as he changed the subject. Liangwiet's sister was tired from the journey, so I had already prepared a banquet. He quickly clasped his hands in a bow and made a proposal. King Tran Nam, my humble servant, humbly offers to help you cleanse away the dust. King Tran Nam strokes his beard and happily agrees. All right, so they all entered Tianha City together. The massive beast's feet slowly stepped in. The townspeople parted to the sides, bowing respectfully to welcome them. The chatter and whispers grew louder as the group passed by Mai. Liangwiet sat beside the king of Tran Nam, gazing at the scenery, her voice echoing the feeling of not having returned here in a long time, while Tanvu and Huang Fi sat silently next to each other. He glanced with his murderous eyes at him and said in a commanding voice, Kid, Huang Fi is angry and warning you. I don't know who you are, but I can make it clear to you that Liangwiet is my woman. He leaned close to Tanvu and dismissed him. I advise you to leave the country before it's too late. Huang Fi kept raising a finger to threaten. I give you one night. If you're still in Tianha City tomorrow, I will definitely tear your tendons and strip your bones to get you out of here. You hear that and smile, replying, maybe, but you'll have to wait for me first. Tanvu innocently adds, wait until I finish the wedding with Liangwiet and have a son and a daughter before we talk again. Huang Fi thought to himself, a boy and a girl, absolutely not. He said, do you want to die? Don't think that having younger sister Liangwiet to protect you makes you so arrogant. Tanvu replied, I'm sorry, but I can be that proud. If you have the ability, fight me and kill me. Huang Fi grabbed your shirt with trembling hands, gritting his teeth. He said, you little brat, just wait for me. Tanvu thought to himself that Liangwiet had already caused him quite a bit of trouble since her arrival. King Tran Nam, Wiet Nhi, and sister, you have arrived. The two quickly landed on the ground and approached him. The king of Tran Nam spoke. You truly live up to being the greatest forging sect in Tianha City, he continued. The arrangement at the entrance alone is already of low-grade Imperial level. Li Yue crossed her arms, her lips curled, and her eyes looked at Huang Fi with displeasure. He bowed and smiled, saying, Lord Tran Nam is too kind. The arrangement at the entrance was just my father's impulsive decision, nothing special. Let's go inside quickly. In the main hall, Huang Fi walked while turning back and said, please come this way. He looked at the King of South and said, my father has some urgent matters to attend to and is not staying at the mansion for now. Today I am in charge of entertaining the King of South. Please wait a moment while I prepare the dishes. Tanvu stood observing the surroundings, thinking to himself that indeed it was luxurious, with food quickly laid out on the table emitting a tempting aroma, and everyone was already present. Huang Fi just arrived and said, they're here. He set the plate of meat down and said to her, Yuani younger sister, this is earth dragon meat. The Crown Prince continued, it has great benefits for martial artists training their bodies. I specially brought it for you, regardless of the distance or hardships. Tanvu happily grabbed the large drumstick and said, this is delicious. He stared at the boy with wide, furious eyes. The Empress immediately rushed toward Tanvu and said, this is not for you. Both hands clashed together, neither willing to give way. He grimaces and clenches his teeth, saying, this kid hits so hard. Tanvu's eyes widened as he sensed that something was wrong. You still hold the bone in your hand, eyes wide with amazement as your whole body begins to glow. Tanvu feels the rising power within him and exclaims with exhilaration. You sat at the table full of delicious dishes, eating and smiling happily as everyone watched in amazement. King Huangpai respectfully bowed his head and whispered, That's right, King Trannam. I have some very good news to tell you. You know what? Some time ago, I awakened the 5th rank holy fire and was also worshipped by the immortal Chi old ancestor of the sect. The King of Men froze in shock, unable to believe it, while Lion Guiet was also stunned with her mouth agape. Huang Fi's eyes hardened as he boldly announced the engagement between his niece, Lin Wieat, and himself. With the sect master already aware and coming to Tiana City soon to arrange the marriage, the King of Men's face darkened in silence, while Lion Guiet trembled with deep anxiety. Tanvu is eating his meal, feeling quite troubled inside, as he never expected this guy to awaken the holy fire. The holy fire here is already considered very precious, and those who awaken it are definitely not ordinary. Holy fire is a creation of heaven and earth for martial artists, and all who awaken it possess special divine powers. There are 9 grades of holy fire, with the first being the weakest, and the 9th the strongest. Once a martial artist awakens the holy fire, they can attain the most noble position on this continent, that of a forging master. He kept pondering that matter and acknowledged Huang Fei's talent. Although Huang Fei only awakened the 5th grade of sacred fire, he is still a rare existence in the heavenly Han Empire. Tanvu recalls an old acquaintance from years past, and that ancient master of immortal energy was also extraordinary, with his cultivation at the peak of the spirit transcendence realm. You should now regard Huang Fei highly. He can be considered a cunning and influential figure in the heavenly star empire. Huang Fei smiled brightly and continued. Then he stepped closer and treacherously repeated the promise from years ago. The master promised that back then he would give Sister Li Yue the most grand wedding ever. The king has not made any moves so far. He looks extremely grim right now. This kid is in big trouble. That night, the moon was full and the cool breeze was very pleasant. Tanvu and Li Nuiet went to a guest house with her following behind, very curious. You could clearly stay in the Marquis of Jianan's residence, so why did you come to the guest house? He suddenly turned back, teasing with a playful tone. Are you unwilling to let me go? Suddenly, Tanvu's eyes widened as if something surprised him. Li Wei's whole body trembled with a gloomy face. She turned her back and left. I'm leaving first. You also seem to understand how she was feeling at that moment. Don't worry, this Huang Pi guy is definitely not a kind-hearted person. I have a connection with you. I won't let you fall into his claws. After Li Yue left, he also returned to his room. Tanvu sat on the bed, focusing on cultivation, and his primordial energy subtly appeared right behind him. After practicing, Tanvu has summarized for himself the fastest way to improve his cultivation is not by devouring a large number of treasures and geniuses, but by using the blood and flesh of exotic beasts. Tomorrow, I need to find some good stuff. You are waiting for your own level up. Once you reach the 2nd stage of the spirit opening realm, you can unlock the 2nd wild beast, the 9-tailed golden bird, a fierce phoenix. 9-tailed golden bird, you proudly imagine using it to scare the Empress. The 9-tailed golden bird holds within it a divine fire from heaven and earth. Your Highness, I wonder what your expression will be when you see the 9-grade holy fire. In another room, where the Crown Prince is, Huang Er is also inside, quickly reporting, Young Master, the investigation is complete. He bowed and reported the information he had just gathered. Tanvu is indeed from the Tan family, the divine sword king of the Imperial court. The Crown Prince guessed and asked again, Is Tanjia the Tanvu with the blue hat from the fairy race? Huang Yi confirmed, It's him. The Crown Prince grinned wickedly, laughing maniacally with delight, thinking he had caught a formidable opponent, only to realize it was just trash. Then Huang Fi stopped his plan. It's fine. For now, I will keep you alive and not kill you. He wants to hatch his scheme once he achieves his goal. I want you to see with your own eyes Lin Guiet becoming my consort. At the same time, Tanvu was also busy, holding the scroll and sighing that learning this martial art was really exhausting. He considered what he had gained, and although this storm lightning spear was only a lower divine grade, it was enough to exchange for a large amount of treasures and talents. He stood up, slipped on his coat, and set out with determination. That night, he arrived at the ancient tower, the Tianhe auction house. Tanvu buộc vào trong rầm rộng, lớn tiếng nổi, ta gia trở về rồi dậy. Cậu nhìn quanh với vẻ thịt thù, trân dậy hoài niệm. A person stepped out from inside to greet warmly. Welcome. Welcome. He happily went out to greet him. This young master doesn't seem to know what he wants, but Tanvu initially confirmed that the rebelliousness is something you can't control. He pointed to a corner and ordered Miss Yuan Ni to come here. He hurriedly went to call someone and said, Please wait a moment, young master. A snake lazily sticks out its tongue. Yun Ni calmly blows out a puff of smoke. The young lady sat there proudly introducing herself. I am Dugu Yun Ni. Pleased to meet this young master, and Tanvu also greeted back with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met Uyen Ni, but she couldn't remember who he was in her mind. He suddenly spread his legs and stood upright. Tanvu made his request. I want to participate in today's underground auction. Uyen Ni's face showed surprise, and he also looked slightly shocked, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. She stepped forward to lead the way, saying, Young master, please follow me. The three of them slowly made their way to the auction site, and he respectfully bowed to invite them in.
Young master, master, please come in. The door then slammed shut.
Tanvu entered with an arrogant attitude. I might come back again. That's really great. A pipe is lit by a blazing flame. She returned with a mysterious look, wondering, this young master is very unfamiliar, probably introduced by someone. He didn't reply, only nodded and said, You don't need to know about this. I understand the rules of today's underground auction. Tanvu presents his item for appraisal. How much do you think this is worth? Uyen Ni examined the item carefully for a while. What is this? She was surprised to realize that the thing in her hand was a low-grade mysterious cultivation technique. Tanyu nodded with a smug look on his face. Yes, it's a low-grade mysterious level. Uyen Ni asked again with suspicion. Are you really going to auction off such a valuable divine-level cultivation technique? Are you absolutely sure about your decision? Of course, I will firmly emphasize the price. This low-grade mysterious cultivation technique would also fetch at least 1 million gold coins at auction. Yun Ni leaned in excitedly. If you trust me, I will buy it for 15,000,000 gold coins at the Tianha auction house. But Tanvu is also calculating privately that a second-grade body refining pill is worth about 10,000 gold coins. You try to convert it into its actual value of 15 million gold coins, enough to buy 150 pieces. In the end, Tanvu agreed to the deal and also made an additional request. The deal is made, but I want to exchange it for body refining pills. After hearing this, Uyen Ni felt extremely happy. All right, this is not difficult for me. Thank you, young master. She smoked her cigarette and found him quite interesting. I didn't expect this young man to possess a lower-grade, mysterious cultivation technique. Could it be that a disciple of a powerful force came to the Heavenly Galaxy Empire to train? Yuan Ni exhaled smoke, her face puzzled and curious. Aren't you participating in the auction today? Tanvu nodded, showing his interest. Of course I want to participate. I have my own plans and I'm quite confident about them. If I remember correctly, an extraordinary treasure will appear at today's auction in the Celestial River. Yun Ni also changed her attitude and treated Tanvu very well. All right, let me take you to an exclusive seat. They gradually approached the hall. Yun Ni stood in the middle with her arms open, welcoming. Welcome to the underground hall. Did you see that? I'm old now. I've been here dozens of times, but I've never seen her smile so brightly. That's right. I wonder what kind of person the young man beside her is. Tanyu chose a comfortable spot and sat down, feeling satisfied and praising himself, his gaze also quite sharp. Yun Ni confidently affirmed her worth, of course. Only the distinguished guests of the Tianha auction house could sit in this position. Someone kept waving their hand happily, calling her name. Yuan Ni. Wang Hin cheerfully called out, Uyen Ni, I'm here. But she turned her gaze away with disdain. Yin Ni tried to respond with an unenthusiastic tone. Isn't that young Master Vuong? Vuong Hin happily boasted about the valuable item he had today. Uyen Ni, today I bring a very high-quality item from Than Thuong Mon. She tried to pretend to be happy and grateful. Thank you, young Master Wang, for your support. Vuong Hin deliberately brings up the engagement between us. Yuan Ni, many times my father has come to propose the marriage, but you have always refused. She reluctantly stepped back to avoid his rough hand, causing him to slip and nearly fall, while Yun Ni had to pretend to be happy. Vuong Hin tried to cover his embarrassment and appeared generous. Uyen Ni gets so shy that I've already discussed everything. Today I don't need anything from the auction item of the Divine Merchant sect. Everything is just a dowry for your wedding. His face was full of treacherous confidence. This item even your father cannot refuse. Uyen Ni's face darkened, trembling all over. Tanvu turned away, feeling annoyed after witnessing the injustice. He noticed that the auction item was exactly as he remembered, confirming that his memories were indeed accurate. Today, the Divine Weapon sect is holding an auction for the Shattered Divine Weapon Destroyer's Pit. Wang Hian was startled to see Tanvu sitting there, grabbing his shoulder and shouting loudly. Hey kid, Wang Hian is furious and shouting loudly and rudely. This is my seat. Is this a place for you to sit? Get lost already? Yuan Ni hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Vuong Hien, this is my guest, so don't be rude. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Vuong Hien trembled all over and turned to question her. Yuan Ni, this has been my seat all along. Tanvu sat there proudly declaring that this place is now mine. He approaches angrily, wanting to reclaim his seat. You're not worthy, just a trash at the first level of the spirit realm. Do you know that? He decisively reached out and struck him hard, causing Vuong Hien's cheek to swell. He was pushed back several steps, stumbling and retreating. Vuong Hien was so angry he was trembling and speechless. I no longer have the patience to listen to your complaints. You're so annoying. If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Vuong Hien gritted his teeth, unable to hold back any longer. You brat. The moment he unleashed his power to attack, no one had dared to say this to me for years. If you want to die, I will send you to your death. Yuan Ni's face darkened as she shouted to stop enough. Vuong Hien also stopped in surprise. She frowned and looked annoyed, crossing her arms as she slowly reminded him, Vuong Hien, no one in my Tianha auction house is allowed to cause trouble. This is the rule. He looked around and wanted to tattle, but Yuan Ni didn't want to hear any more and coldly ordered him to shut up. Vuong Hien was then confused but obediently sat back down, not daring to cause trouble. Yes. He reluctantly sat back in his seat, looking resentful. To save face for Yuan Ni, I will hold back this anger, but my desire for revenge still burns inside me. Once we leave the Tianha auction house, that will be your end. Someone seems to be secretly watching him from afar. Huang Er takes the token to relay the information to his master.
Young master, I've seen that Tanvu guy. He's at the Tianha auction house, and it seems he also offended Vuong Hien.
Huang Ni's voice echoed from the token. Offended Vuong Hien. He listened and sneered happily. Is this guy really running around looking for death? Huangfi City casually takes out the token to see what's going on, then smugly presses it to send a message. Vuong Hien on this side chuckled happily as he opened it. Oh, news from Huangfi. His face turned terrifying and full of contempt. You're quite talented. I thought you were some big shot, but it turns out you're just a discarded jump of a fallen dynasty.
In front of the many eyes, she raised her voice and said, Welcome everyone to my Tianhe auction. The rarest items today have never been seen in such abundance before.
At this point, Yuan Ni suddenly slowed down and emphasized even more than before. The crowd below couldn't stand it anymore and shouted,
Miss Yuan Ni, stop beating around the bush and start already.
At that moment, the two girls behind the wings also stepped onto the stage, and Yuan Ni gently took it and continued speaking. The first auction item today is a second-grade life revival pill. As soon as the box is opened, the pill emits a dazzling and strange light. Yuan Ni slowly explained that it can revive the dead, reconstructing bones into flesh. And from the first level of the spirit realm downward, no matter how severe the injury, as long as you have this pill, you can extend your life. She spread her arms wide, her voice echoing through the hall, starting bid 10,000 gold, please bid. After finishing, the crowd cheered excitedly. 15,000, 18,000. Contrary to the lively and bustling atmosphere, Tanvu tiredly yawned and drifted into a daze, thinking to himself that this thing was useless to him, better to sleep first and wait for the final treasure. Just as he fell into sleep, a malicious glare flashed on the other side. Vuong Hien clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, This will be your last good day. Half an hour later,
Yuan Ni excitedly pointed at a man and loudly announced, Congratulations to this young master for obtaining the treasure.
Then she turned to the side, and as she finished speaking, Yuan Ni excitedly raised her voice. This is our penultimate treasure of the day. At that moment, the curtain behind Yuan Ni was immediately pulled aside. Yuan Ni signaled to the two men and quickly carried the box over. At that moment, the ball on Tan Yu's nose burst, as if signaling. He excitedly sat up straight and exclaimed, It's here! It's here! Huang Er was also very excited after hearing that. It's here! The shattered immortal artifact that the young master desires. Now, Yuan Ni points to the massive box and proudly announces, This is a top-grade immortal artifact. When the box was opened, a brilliant light burst forth, revealing 3 pieces of a dazzling gold staff. She slightly raised her voice, tearing the divine staff. Yuan Ni continued to make an offer. Even though it was damaged, it was still a divine artifact, starting at 1 million gold. Please, bidders. The moment she finished speaking, a hand suddenly raised from below. 1 million. Huang Er clasped his hands and looked around, pleading, Please, everyone, this item is very important to the alchemy sect. I hope you will consider. As soon as she said that, Yuan Ni's ears felt uncomfortable, and she clenched her teeth, thinking to herself, The Qi refining sect is, damn it, using such tactics to force the price. Now Tanvu, feeling excited, snorted inwardly, and it was his turn. But just as he was about to speak, a girl sitting nearby suddenly stood up and said, "I want this."
Tanvu quickly recognized the owner of that voice and shot a sharp glance in their direction.
You look at Votu's sinister smile and realize it's her. At that moment, Huang Yi, refusing to give up, kept shouting, "Hey, dare to compete for our alchemy sect's belongings. You better think twice." He rudely points outside and threatens, "Can you get out through this door?" At that moment, Wu Tu roughly pulled her hood down, coldly glancing at Huang Yi with a sneer of hatred, and as he saw her face clearly, he froze in shock. Su Tzu from the Tzu Ren sect. In the end, Huang Er sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "Forget it. Just give up."
Tu Nian sect interrupted, "Surely the young master won't blame me."
After a moment, Votu smirked with excitement. Hai Long stepped down from the stage and whispered, "This belongs to me now." But at that moment, Tan Yu suddenly stood up and shouted, 3,000,000.
He glances at Wu Tu and scoffs provocatively, instantly driving Wu Tu into a rage.
This brat! Is he doing this on purpose? Nearby, Wang Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, wondering, 3,000,000 gold coins?
Where does this little brat get so much money from?
Now, Yuan Ni continues to ask, "Is there any bid higher than 3,000,000? Hearing that, everyone in the hall looked at each other, hesitant to speak again. A few minutes later, Yuan Ni smiled and made her final announcement. "If that's the case, the first-grade Tan Fam celestial weapon will belong to the young master." Then Yun Ni raised her voice again. Then she reached out her hand toward the box behind her, which is tonight's treasure, a low-grade mysterious level martial art. Inside the box was a cylindrical item nestled within. Yuan Ni introduced, and when Chief Feng Lei heard the name, everyone cheered excitedly. Yuan Ni's eyes sparkled as she continued, "The lowest bid is 5,000,000 gold coins. Please start." They all jumped up and shouted, 6,000,000! A man with a chipped tooth yelled, "Ba million!" Wang Hin refused to give up, raising his hand and shouting, 10,000,000! In the end, Huang Ni bid a very high number, 12,000,000. Wang Hin, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in frustration. "What? Huang second? What do you mean? I have already wanted this," Huang Yi calmly said from above.
"The young master ordered me to get it. I'm sorry, young Master Wang."
Then he immediately offers a higher number than 15,000,000. Wang Xian's whole body is filled with raging anger, and he curses inwardly, "Damn it, he's so annoying. Empress, you still want me to help you. You're quite something. Wanting me to teach that Tanvu, not a chance. Keep dreaming. You want 15,000,000 to get a low-grade, mysterious level cultivation technique, right?" With that, she gently raised her hand and said, 1,000,000. One? However, before Votu could speak, Tanvu covered her mouth and said, "Don't interrupt. Just listen to me. What do I have to believe you for? I'll keep bidding then." Then she quickly raised her hand and whispered invitingly. In the end, Votu suddenly thought of something and lowered her hand again. She bowed her head and muttered, "Forget it." This action made Tanvu Hailong smile gently and reply, "You did the right thing." Immediately, Votu's cheeks flushed like tomatoes. She wondered why she had to listen to him now. Yun Ni continued raising her voice. If no one else bid higher, then she pointed directly at Huang Yi and declared firmly that this treasure would belong to you. Huang Yi immediately cheered with joy upon hearing this, lowering the Huyan level. Oh, the Huyan level. Nearby, Tanvu whispered to her, "Do you remember what I told you before? You turn around, glance at me, and tell me to remember to find you at the Thien Ha Inn." Votu silently watches your back as you leave without saying anything more. Tanvu quickly sped up. "I'll go ahead. Sorry for the wait, young Master Tan." Tanvu nodded with a smile and said, "I just arrived too." And at that moment, Uyen Ni also relaxed her body more. "Tan Kong Tu, thank you very much for this time."
"Young lady, they say love knows no bounds. I never thought I could reach this price. Do you, Dukoyo Yuan Ni, owe me a great debt of gratitude?"
At this moment, Ni suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Yes, it is indeed a great favor." Tanvu's lips curved slightly upon hearing this. "Tita, if that's the case, then you slowly and gently place your hand on Yun Ni's waist before lifting her face up. With a low and seductive tone, I can ask for something." Yuan Ni was stunned by his words. She hesitated and muttered, "Master Tan, you." Finally, Yun Ni hesitated, bringing her lips close to the other person, and at that moment, Tan Yu suddenly burst into laughter and reached out his hand. "I'm not giving you any more. Hand over my belongings." With that, Yuan Ni took out a shining ring from her pocket. She shyly coughs. Everything is inside here. This royal-grade magic ring is the item that the Tianha auction house gave to the young master. Tanvu quickly took it and slipped it onto his thumb, studying it carefully before nodding in satisfaction. The royal-grade middle-tier artifact ring isn't bad at all. At that moment, Tanvu suddenly remembered something. That's right. If Wang Xian invites you to explore ancient ruins in the future, remember to let me know in advance. He smiled happily and continued slowly. I will go with you. Finally, Tanvu decisively stepped forward without hesitation to meet again. However, after you left, Uyen Ni still muttered absent-mindedly. The ancient ruins, cut to the main street of Heavenly River City where people are bustling with trade outside. Tanvu walked on, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he and Dak Ko Uyen Ni only became acquainted after she returned from the ancient ruins. You remember that at that time, because Duko Uyen Ni was schemed against by Wang Hian in the ancient ruins, she was forced to marry him. But what made you angry was that after the wedding, Wang Hian revealed his true nature. Duko Uyen Ni is living worse than dead. Thinking of this, Tanvu's face darkened. In my previous life, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I couldn't save you from the abyss. In this life, I will make sure you soar through the sky. At night, glowing orbs float gently above the guest hall as Tanvu holds a blazing fire in each hand, radiating powerful energy around him. The pills slowly and steadily emerged from his palms as Tanvu closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Practitioners of body cultivation pills with average talent at the first stage of the spirit awakening realm can only use one pill at a time, while those with better talent can use 3 simultaneously. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and Tianji Kiezi, who possesses true strength, can use 20 pills at once. Finally, Tanvu smirked confidently. I have enough Chiluk to chew on. My flesh and blood are invincible. 150 pills are more than enough. In the vast emptiness of space, the golden bird instantly appeared with fiery wings that carried endless heat. As spheres of energy continuously fell from the sky, glowing and rushing forward at terrifying speeds. At that moment, Tanvu bent over, trying his best to refine his skills, his body trembling with each wave. Then suddenly tensing up fiercely, his muscles bulging beneath the taut skin, and his outer garment tearing apart. Tanvu clenched his fists with veins bulging, finally releasing a series of blazing red beams. After a moment, pieces of torn cloth gently fell onto the wooden floor. Tanvu bowed his head, panting heavily, his trembling breaths causing his muscles to surge continuously. The mark on his forehead shone brighter and brighter as his eyes hazily exhaled another breath. Tanvu raises his hand to observe, 150 body refining pills have indeed helped me reach the 2nd level of the spirit passage realm, for now. Suddenly, he takes out a shimmering scroll from his hand, then decisively throws it into the air and flips it open, revealing a blazing fire phoenix inside. He pressed his hand against the surface of the scroll and called out, 9-legged golden bird. Instantly, a gigantic golden bird like the sun soared out from the void. Tanvu gently strokes its head as Tanvu reaches out to catch a flame from the golden bird. Then it playfully jumps straight from his hand onto his shoulder. The little flame sprite playfully runs around Tanvu's body as he cheerfully says, Long time no see. 9 heavens hallowed fire demon. Diet Hua jumps wildly on your finger as if showing agreement. At that moment, Tanvu's ring suddenly blazes brightly, and with a swift flick of his hand, a series of weapons instantly appear. Tanvu glances and smirks, urging Diet Hua to go. Let's go. It quickly obeyed this command, wrapping tightly around the sword in front of it and spinning multiple times. Tanvu watched this scene and thought to himself, the 9 heavens' mysterious fire can refine all things in the universe, turning this destroyed immortal energy into part of the war god blade. It's as easy as flipping a hand. As he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted, and from above, a pillar of light with immense energy shot straight down. The shining metal sword flickered with lightning bolts surrounding it. Sharp, piercing sounds echoed, carrying overwhelming power. Tanvu looked up at the towering sword before him, then without hesitation rushed forward and grasped the hilt firmly. Then Tanvu smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, I succeeded. After refining the destroyed immortal energy, the War God Spear finally transcended the mortal realm and became first-grade immortal energy. Each sharp blade gleamed with a cold metallic light, wrapped in swirling electric flames. Facing the heat of the air, Tanvu confidently declared that now, as long as he is below the 5th level of the spirit realm, he can defeat anyone with just a single spear. But then, his arm suddenly relaxed, and Tanvu closed his eyes, letting his body fall backward.
eventually lying peacefully on the bed, sleeping. In the morning outside the city, a large crowd had gathered.
The clear and cool sky suddenly darkened with streaks of lightning and approaching black clouds as a hand slowly drew back the curtain. The immortal aura frowned and wondered, did I just have a hallucination? It seemed I saw the core of the top-tier immortal energy. Then the old man pulled the curtain back and muttered to himself, if a first-rank immortal aura truly appears, I must find a way to obtain it. A tiny galaxy city, how could it deserve such a treasure? At this point, the immortal energy suddenly burst into a wicked laugh. The scene shifts to Tunyan sect, where the surroundings are shrouded in dark gloom with only faint flickers of dim light. The flickering blue flames on the lantern flickered in the darkness as two figures knelt silently before a tall figure in the cold, silent space. He sat motionless, his deep eyes quietly observing without a hint of emotion. Both Vonguiet and Votu lowered their heads cautiously and spoke. Clan leader. At this moment, he propped his chin and spoke slowly. Vonguiet Votu, your failure to stop the king of Tron Nam and your slip-up at the Tianhe auction this time, this person is none other than the young master of the Tong or Tunhan sect. Tunyan smirked and continued probing. What do you all think I should do? Votu crossed her arms, closed her eyes and nose, and hurriedly replied, Please punish me, Tongchu. As soon as the words finished, Tunyan burst into a low, chilling laugh that echoed through the gloomy, icy space. Then he stepped closer, lifting her face gently, with a tone tinged with regret. I raised you two sisters from childhood to adulthood. How could I punish you? He muttered softly, his eyes blazing with a threatening glow.
A new mission has arrived. I hope this time you will not fail. Vonuyet and Votu, unable to refuse, both shouted in unison, Please, sect master, give the order.
The private calmly propped his chin and issued the mission, saying, The one who previously disrupted your plans was Tanvu, still a descendant of the Divine Sword Kingdom, who was forced to flee to our Heavenly River Kingdom after killing Li Kiem Ha. As he spoke, his entire face darkened with gloom. The Trio Clan Fairy Tribe orders you to catch Tanvu. I entrust this task to you. They quickly vanished in a flash, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke dissipating into the air. At this moment, Tunyan clenched his teeth tightly, his pupils constricted, and his face was full of anger as he cursed.
Loser, you two losers can't even handle a small task. All those years I raised you were wasted.
At this moment, Tunyan, holding his face in frustration, muttered, If I fail again this time, I might need to train some new disciples. With that, he spread his arms wide, and a mysterious door appeared instantly in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning, with clear blue skies and fluffy clouds drifting by. From early dawn, Lin Wiyet had been quietly waiting outside the inn door as Tanvu slowly approached, yawning. The boy scratched his head dreamily and asked, Little girl, why are you calling me so early? Is something wrong? Hearing the noise, Lin Wiyet quickly moved toward him. She frowned, raised her hand to give an order. From now on, you must stay in my Nam Vuong estate. You can no longer stay at the Tianha Inn. Tanvu immediately burst into laughter. So you already remember this fiancé of mine? What nonsense are you talking about? Did you compete for the rare celestial weapon with Huang Fei at the auction yesterday? Not only that, you also offended Wang Xian from Shenshang sect. At this point, she sighed in frustration. Wang Hian and Huang Fi are not exactly good people. You're quite something, offending two people with one mouth? Then, Tan Yu gently stroked Li Yue's head. What are you afraid of? With me here, that brat won't dare cause trouble. She angrily pushed away and stomped her foot hard on the ground. Moreover, the Tunyan sect has accepted the mission from the Divine Sword Empire and will send people to kill you. Don't you even realize what situation you're in? At this moment, Tan Yu gently placed his hand on Lin Wiyet's shoulder, pulling her out, his voice soothing and reassuring. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Come explore this Tianha city with me. Lin Wiyet was overwhelmed by his innocent words and let out a small, dissatisfied sigh. I don't know what else to say to you. Not long after, they were standing in front of a stall with hot, fragrant, steamed buns, enjoying them happily. Next, the two of them blended into the lively crowd to watch a fire-eating circus performance. After a while, they continued wandering around the neighborhood. Tanvu was eating a skewer of candied hawthorn while mumbling with a satisfied look. The moment she stepped onto the bridge, a flowing long dress, fluttering in the wind, immediately caught Lin Wiyet's eye. She widened her eyes in surprise, wondering who that person was. Yun Yi gently parted her lips and exhaled a puff of white smoke. She stood silently in the cold wind, her eyes filled with gentle and deep affection. Lin Wiyet blushed and nodded in praise at the scene. That is Duko Yun Yi from the Tianha auction house. I didn't expect her to be so stunningly beautiful. Tanvu glanced at her figure and suddenly raised his voice in admiration. That's right, look at yourself again. Truly hard to say. Truly hard to say. Lion Guiet quickly covered her mouth in a hurry, scolding her brother. At that moment, Tanvu quickly approached to greet her. Uyen Ni nodded gently in response, having met Princess Nguyen Hua and Tan Kong too before. Lion Guiet happily smiled and said, Uyen Ni, sister, it's been many years since we last met. Why do we feel so distant now? Just call me Nguyen Ni is enough. Her words immediately made Uyen Ni laugh. Yes, sister Uyen Ni. At this moment, Uyen Ni looked directly at Tanvu and asked, Tan Kong tu? Uyen Ni politely blocks the way. I hope I won't disturb you. You can comfortably nod, as if agreeing. Meeting a beauty like her, how could it be a bother? But you should focus on the matter at hand first. At this moment, Uyen Ni's face suddenly became tense. If Sister Lai Nuit were here, she would probably say the same thing I am about to say. She reminds me in a low voice. Young Master Tan must be especially careful with Renzi Teng. Contrary to their worries, Tan Yu simply waved his hand calmly and said, Don't worry, it's a small matter. After hearing this, Uyen Ni nodded happily. If that's the case, then Uyen Ni won't bother the two of you anymore. But just as she was about to leave, Lion Guiet suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly. If elder sister Uyen Ni has arrived, why not take a walk with us? It's been a while since I last returned, so there are many places in Tianhe City I still don't know well. Tanvu also nodded in agreement, and Nguyen Ni said it right. After finishing, he reached out to hold Uyen Ni tightly around the waist, pulling her close to his chest, while his other hand also wrapped around Lion Guiet's waist, embracing them both. Tanvu looked at the two girls with his mouth agape, then happily burst into laughter and simply decided to go with them. Uyen Ni's cheeks flushed red as she silently scolded this guy. Then he quickly pulled both girls forward and they headed on. Not long after, they arrived at Tien Hadong City. The moment the three of them passed by, a man let out a dazed sound. The people behind also envy and exclaim, Isn't that Princess Yuehua? Next to her is Duguo Uyen Ni. Who is that guy? And yet he dares to have one person on each side? Is he worthy? Another group of people also started gossiping. You don't even know that person? Yesterday at the Tianhe auction house, he dared to boast arrogantly. Their gossip quickly reached Tanvu's ears. You helplessly sighed in admiration. It seems their usual fame is even greater than I imagined. Uyen Ni burst out laughing upon hearing this. Young Master Tan, don't panic, Lion Guiet said with a blushing face. If he panics, that's just nonsense. Suddenly, a piercing whip crack echoed from afar, causing Tanvu's face to tighten instantly. They approached together to observe a chaotic and noisy scene, the cracking sound of whips echoing loudly. Each brutal lash leaving scars on someone's red and raw skin. The cursed beast tries to run away. A small girl is sprawled on the ground, her limbs chained and covered with numerous wounds all over her body. The little girl trembled violently, her lips quivering, unable to form words as the man clenched the whip and roared with blazing eyes, Buy you to run away! Watch and see if I kill you or not. Uyen Ni hesitantly spoke beside him. This tone belongs to Li Bangtu, who is currently tormenting the slave he just bought. Li Nuiet, hearing this, was so angry that her fury erupted, and she declared, I will abolish the slave trade in the entire Heavenly Han Empire someday. Uyen Ni solemnly explained, this Li Bangtu is arrogant and despotic, relying on his kinship with the royal alchemy clan, doing whatever he wants, and no one dares to oppose him. She continued, saying that in just 1 month, at least half of that time he had been abusing slaves on the main road. Lion Guiet couldn't believe what she was hearing. Isn't there anyone to stop him? Uyen Ni slowly shook her head. She was her master's slave, so others had no reason or right to interfere. At this moment, Bang Tzu continued to ruthlessly whip her back with a leather whip. The wounds on the girl's body kept piling up and bleeding more. Bang Tzu, furious, nearly shouted and told her to try running away again so he could see. I feed you and give you drink. Is your beast of a family still not satisfied? Seeing this, he kept threatening and urging her to speak. At this moment, the girl was crying in pain. Lai Bang Tu, you kill my entire clan, I will become a ghost and never let you go. This statement immediately enraged Bang Tzu, who then kicked the girl directly in the stomach. So what if I kill your entire clan? You're just a worthless demon race. If you weren't somewhat pretty, I would have killed you too. Bongzi kept screaming wildly, having paid a few coins to buy someone. You owe 8 generations of kindness to this family, and now I am your master, your grandfather. Do you understand? At this moment, Bang Zi stomped the ground fiercely, roughly pulling the girl by her collar towards him, then gritted his teeth and declared, Ko Nuok you if I catch you trying to escape again. It won't just be a beating this time. Nuok U, with a fierce look, stared directly at him, filled with resentment and humiliation, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. When Tanvu heard the name, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. He muttered softly, "What did he just say?" Konwak Yu. Uyen Ni nodded gently. "That's right. What's wrong?" When Tanvu received the answer, he couldn't help but smile, unexpectedly gaining something beyond his expectations. Lin Wieat saw this expression and was panic-stricken. What does this guy want to do now? If he smiles, he's definitely thinking something unpleasant inside. At this moment, Tanvu quickly steps forward, determined to save this girl. His face gradually darkened as he thought, if not, the human Tanvu recalling the past scene would face great calamity later. At this moment, the chain suddenly slipped from Bangtu's hand. "I'm exhausted just from complaining. I'm going to die from this." Then Bangtu glared at the people behind and scolded, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen your own slaves being beaten and scolded before?" Now, Nuok Yu gritted her teeth continuously, her eyes filled with resentment. Although Bangtu was frightened by this appearance, he still tried to calm himself down. How could he be scared by the gaze of a slave? Thinking that way, he tightened the whip and shouted directly at the girl, "Take back that look of yours." However, at this very moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm tightly. Bangtu was halted and responded with a puzzled, He irritably tried to break free. "Who dares to interfere in my affairs?" At this moment, Tanvu calmly showed a cooperative expression. "I will buy this girl. You name your price." Bangtu gritted his teeth in disgust and growled, "Not for sale. Get out of here. You don't care," and keep turning to look at Nuok Yu. The girl was forced into this because she was hungry. If that's the case, I also want to forcefully buy her. Hearing this, Bangtu burst into laughter. Then he turned around and shouted, "You little brat who thinks he's invincible. Do you know who I am? Bow to me." At this point, Tanvu had to close his eyes and nod reluctantly, his voice tinged with helplessness. "If that's the case, there's no other choice." Bangtu smiled contentedly upon hearing this, "Considering you a little brat." At that moment, Tanvu threw a punch directly at his face, causing him to lean his head back in surprise. Just one punch from you was enough to send the strong and bulky Bangtu flying several meters away. The onlookers around, stunned, gaped in amazement. "Enemy this person just hit Lai Bangtu. It's over. This young man is bound to get into trouble. Lai Bangtu is from the Luyan Ki sect." Nuok Yu watched this chaotic scene and couldn't help but be stunned. At that moment, Bangtu was so furious that flames blazed around him. He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "You little brat!" Then Bangtu immediately stood up, his breath heaving and his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. "I want to kill someone." At this moment, Bongzai gritted his teeth and charged forward like an arrow shot, clenched his fists and flames erupted around his hands, a top-grade martial technique, the Wild Chu Fist. Tanvu simply lowered his head, his eyes deep and steady as he stared straight at the incoming punch, not moving an inch, while a sudden flash of lightning lit up in his eyes. Just as Bangzai was a hair's breadth away, a fierce surge of energy erupted from Tanvu's body, rushing like a storm of fury straight at him, causing the air to seem to explode. The attack caused Bangtu's face to jerk to one side. Blood began to flow from his mouth, and he was sent flying straight up into the air, soaring with great force. The surrounding air suddenly froze as the crowd stared in shock as Tu Lao sped past like a gust of wind. At this moment, Tanvu smirked mockingly and said, "Wild Beast Fist, I see you're just a pig." Then he slowly stepped forward. Tanvu gently knelt in front of Nuok Yu amidst the swirling smoke, softly patting her head and reassuring her with a gentle voice, "From now on, you will be mine." In response to his action, Nuok Yu could only stare in amazement as Tanvu's hand suddenly burst into flames, and instantly a loud explosion echoed, like chains being shattered. Nuok Yu's eyes grew wider and rounder, sparkling as if holding the whole sky of hope, with the inner light from the crowd illuminating and shining across the street corner. Yuan Ni couldn't help but laugh. "He's really interesting." As for Li Ningguit, she sighed tiredly. If Huang Fi knew about this, he'd probably be furious to the point of almost dying, but oh well. Bai Bangtu is just inviting trouble, but having Tanvu involved is also a good thing. At this moment, Tanvu gently lifts Nuok Yu's injured body. Fiery sparks surrounded them as the girl, feeling safe, let him carry her and closed her eyes to sleep peacefully. Tanvu, with a serious face, urged in a deep voice, "Let's go." The crowd watching eagerly couldn't help but be curious about his back. Isn't that Princess Moonflower and Dugu Yuani? Who exactly is that little white chick? A nervous young man muttered. Lai Bang too this time probably offended someone powerful and influential. I don't think so. Lai Bang too is still a member of the alchemy sect, so this probably can't be resolved smoothly. Tanvu and his group continued strolling down the street. Lai Nguyen asked directly, Tanvu, what do you plan to do with this girl? Yuan Nhai gently suggests that if there is no place, she can temporarily stay in the Tianha auction hall. However, Tanvu only smiled and replied, Don't worry, I have my arrangements. His sharp eyes briefly glanced at Nuok Yu in his hand. Tanvu silently assessed this girl indeed carries the ancient wound bloodline. It's her, no mistake.
Lai Nguyen noticed his expression and teased, I didn't expect someone to like this kind of look.
Tanvu heard that and immediately retorted,
You don't understand anything, this girl will be outstanding in the future.
She pouted and nodded. Yeah, you understand a lot, pretending to be mysterious. Tanvu frowned, lost in his thoughts. He remembered clearly that she was Nuok Yu Ton in the future, who would lead millions of demon beasts for decades, a terrifying existence capable of wiping out the entire human territory. Thinking of this, Tanvu gradually understood why Nuok Ung hated humans so much. It must be because the years of being someone else's servant left a deep mark on her heart. Suddenly, he raised his voice, realizing that the girl couldn't just keep wearing her tattered clothes. Yuan Ni cheerfully said, There is no guild in Tianha City bigger than Yenvu Lao. Let me show you the way.
Then she quickly turned around and led the way. Let's go.
After a moment, Tan Yu stomped his foot fiercely. At this point, Tan Yu's group was standing in front of Yenvu Lao. The three of them slowly entered together, when suddenly a child ahead exclaimed in surprise, Are you Lady Yun Ni? The girl politely asked. Lady Yun Ni, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I wonder what you wish to purchase. The child smiled and said, I see, young master. Please follow me. After arriving at the clothing shop, Tanwu carried Nuok Wai inside, leaving the two girls waiting outside. Then let's take a walk around and meet up later. Lin Guyet nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I last visited Yenvu Tower. I suppose the 9 elders of the Falcon clan have also been here. As soon as the prince entered a clothing shop, a familiar female figure caught his eye. The prince cheerfully called out, Nguyet Nye, little sister. What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you and didn't expect to meet here. Lin Nguyet turned around in surprise and asked, Your Majesty, what are you doing here? He smiled gently and replied, Not long ago I heard about a high-quality outfit at Yenvu Tower, so I thought I'd come take a look today. It will be a gift for my younger sister, Nguyet Ni. Then Huang Fi shamelessly offered, The outfit is called the 9-headed eagle feather robe, made from eagle feathers extremely precious. Our city of Ta-en-Ha can't even produce one outfit in a year. If Sister Nguyet Ni is here, we might as well go see it together. Lai Nguyen heard this and felt annoyed. She didn't hesitate and immediately shook her head, saying no thanks. At that moment, suddenly a series of exclamations and shouts rang out from above. Huang Fei looked up in confusion, wondering what was going on upstairs that caused such a commotion, as everyone inside was shouting and rushing over. Quick, look, quick, it's the 9-tailed eagle costume. Tanvu softly whispers to the person opposite him, You look great in it. At this moment, Nuok Yu was dressed in the 9-tailed eagle costume, her big eyes sparkling brightly. Incredibly beautiful. Huang Fi couldn't help but gape in admiration. This young lady is truly beautiful. Li Yui couldn't help but blush and mutter, I didn't expect this girl to look so good in that outfit. Then she raised her voice and pointed at Tanvu to question him. That's not right, how come you're so fast? You respond confusedly, It's just a piece of clothing, of course I have to be quick. At this moment, Huang Fei suddenly remembers something. Something's not right. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Isn't that the outfit I wanted to buy? At this point, Huang Fei immediately rushed forward to confront him. Hey, I was the one who chose that outfit. Tanvu calmly leaned on his hip and said, So you mean I stole what you had your eye on? Huang Fei's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Exactly. His attitude makes Tanvu laugh mockingly. So what do you think should be done about this? He glared fiercely after hearing that, his tone arrogant and a bit bitter. Of course you have to return that outfit to me, name your price, and don't say I'm bullying you. Tanvu said with a relaxed smile, So I'll name my price. Then he immediately pointed at the opponent's face and said, I want the entire refining chi sect. As soon as he finished, Lai Nguyet couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is this kid trying to make the crown princess furious? In that instant, the emperor's eyes suddenly darkened, deep and bottomless like an abyss. You little brat, He suddenly charged forward, grabbing Tanvu's collar and pulling him, saying, "You provoked me, didn't you?"
But at this moment, Tanvu was just gently patting Ruoku's head, telling him not to scare the child anymore.
Your gaze is completely calm. You lean close and challenge him softly. "I'm teasing you. What can you do?" Huang Fi immediately darkened, his eyes blazing red, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it!" Finally, Huang Fi's whole body burst with a blazing purple energy. "You are bullying too much." At that moment,
Suddenly a hurried figure appeared running over. "Young master! Young master!" Huang Fi was even more furious. He lost patience and shouted,
"Who is it?" Bang Tu stands at the foot of the stairs, whispering softly, "Please, young master, handle this for me." Man Bao stepped forward and explained, "I was beaten by someone else, and my servant was robbed. I am your subordinate. Isn't this just insulting your face?"
"What did you just say?"
But before the other person could reply, Tanvu gently tapped his shoulder. "Isn't it me who's hitting your people?" Bang Tu immediately recognized him and hurriedly pointed, "This little bastard is you. The young master is him."
"He was the one who hit me and stole my person." After understanding the situation, Huang Fi turned around and angrily condemned, "Tanvu, I respect the fact that you and Nguyen Ni know each other. I initially wanted to save some face for you, but you keep humiliating me again and again."
He glanced at Lai Nguyen and said, "Sorry, little sister Nguyen." Huang Fi gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "This person must die."
In the face of his attitude, Lai Nguyen felt completely helpless. "Crown Prince, do you really not regard the Tran Nam Vuong estate as important?"
The princess nearly lost her mind, angrily pointing at Tanwu and shouting nonstop, "Why do you keep dragging the Marquis of Tran Nam's family into this when I just want to protect him?" Suddenly, Lai Nguyen smiled softly in response. "He is my future fiancé." As soon as these words left his mouth, the crown prince was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. "Sister?" His whole body trembles uncontrollably. He clenches his fists and nods, muttering, "All right, well done."
Then Huang Fei opened his mouth to threaten again, but said, "But once my master arrives, even if I take over your Nam Vuong estate,
I can't protect him." Finally, he bowed his head and left without saying another word. "Bow Tu!" At this moment, Bang Tu hurriedly rushed forward to block him.
"We can't just let this go, young master. Where is your face anymore?" This time Huang Fi didn't reply, but directly reached out and threw him into the sky. "Get out!"
Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and dust and smoke billowed into the air. Bang Tsu's body went limp, pressed tightly against the wall, unable to say another word. Returning to the clothing shop, Lai Nguyen anxiously said, "Tanvu, the old immortal will arrive here very soon."
Tanvu calmly reassured her, "It's okay. I have my own plans." Then he generously crossed his arms and said, "I just remembered, since you came today, feel free to buy whatever you want."
The two girls heard that, and their eyes immediately lit up as they excitedly shouted, "Really?" Immediately, Tanvu pointed at Lin Nguyen, causing her to freeze, and said, "Pay up." In the blink of an eye, it was already evening outside the Tianhe guest house. Yuan Nai nodded and said, "So today, let's say goodbye here." Lin Nguyen carefully reminded Tanvu, "Don't do anything bad to this girl." He frowned, ruffled Ruwu's hair, and replied, "Do I look like that kind of person?" After a while, in the living room, Nuok Yu sat on the bed watching Tanvu busy with something. The girl shyly asked, "Why do you want to buy me?" There aren't many questions of why in this world, you know. Just need to know that there are still many good people in humanity. "All right, go to sleep now. I'll be in the room next door." As soon as the door closed, he froze for a moment. Tanvu silently planned, then simply waited patiently for the moment when Ko Nuok Yu's bloodline within her body would awaken. The vibrant purple bloodline stood out against the dark night as Ruo Yu lowered her head in deep thought. Then suddenly her eyes flashed with a strange light. Transition to the Qi refining sect, a sharp shining sword was chained with iron wires. At this moment, Huang Fi tremblingly steps in front of a man facing him, clenches his fists and mutters under his breath, "Damn it! Fi Nhi, your father has told you many times, you need to stay calm and not panic when facing problems." He frowned and gestured with his hand, looking at you now, upset because a mourning dog has made you so angry and embarrassed. "You are the sect master of the alchemy sect." Huang Din. Huang Fi, feeling guilty, replied, "Father is right." Huang Din no longer scolded, but softly comforted him.
"Don't worry, your master will arrive at Tianha City in 3 days, and by then, Lin Nuyen will be in your hands."
At this point, he clenched his fist and emphasized, but what mattered more was the upcoming Holy Fire Tournament. Huang Fi nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I understand." This time at the Holy Fire Grand Competition, I will definitely take the top spot. His words immediately reassured Huang Din somewhat. He chuckled excitedly. You have your master backing you up and have secured the top spot in the Holy Fire tournament. He continued happily. From now on in the Heavenly Galaxy Empire, I can do as I please without fearing anyone. Huang Fei also eagerly obeyed the order, clearly showing the scene change by his father. The night was extremely quiet and peaceful. In Tanvu's room, he is now sleeping soundly on the bed, when suddenly a faint sound of a door being pried open is heard outside, and two masked figures swiftly rush toward his bed. The sharp tip of the sword approaches Tanvu's face, but does nothing else. At this moment, Tanvu speaks in a deep voice. Why don't you make a move? She was so focused that she was startled and almost dropped her sword when he said that. Then Tanvu calmly sat up, stretched, tilted his head with a smirk and said, wearing a mask at midnight, doesn't that bother you? Without hesitation, he immediately took off his hat. Wutu frowned and asked directly, have you been awake since early? Tanvu calmly looked straight into her eyes with a flirtatious tone and said, two stunning beauties standing at my bedside in the middle of the night, how could I possibly sleep? The sword in her hand was raised again, but Tanvu remained sitting still, watching every move of his opponent. Then the sharp tip of the sword was only a few centimeters from his neck. Votu replied coldly, if that's the case, you must also know our purpose for coming here. Contrary to your expression, Tanvu said comfortably, don't pretend anymore, there's no killing intent on either of you. Vongwit straightforwardly questioned, so how did you know about the matter related to Tu Nyan Tong before? At this point, Tanvu moved his hand to push the sword away from himself, seeming like he had already figured everything out. I know where I got the information from. You don't need to know, just understand that the Tu Nyan sect is definitely not a good place. At this point, Tanvu's face grew serious. It's not too late to turn around now. Votu clenched her teeth in frustration. It's not that easy. She closed her eyes, and her body began to relax. We both already bear the mark of the Ziran sect. At this point, the mark on her forehead glows. As long as we don't remove that seal, we will never be able to betray the Ziran sect. Vongwit also remained silent before speaking. We and my sister have searched for a way to remove the mark, but only a 6th rank holy fire or higher can be used to eliminate it. Feeling weighed down by many thoughts, Votu tiptoed to stand up, but was immediately stopped. Tanvu said nothing, only beckoned sharply. Come here. Votu, with a sharp and wary gaze, looked at him. What do you want to do? Without giving her a chance to react, Tanvu stepped forward, grabbed her hand, pulled it forcefully, and said, "Les, come here." Come. Votu, startled and panicked, shouted, "What do you want to do?" But Tanvu didn't answer, raising 2 fingers, from the tips of which a blazing yellow flame erupted, his eyes sharp and a mysterious smile on his face, removing the mark of Tu Nyan Tong for you. The blazing flame suddenly shot straight into Votu's stomach. Her eyes widened in utter shock as a powerful light radiated from her body like fierce flames rising up as if to burn the entire space. It flared up fiercely for a moment. Votu felt as if her neck was being burned. She was a bit dizzy and let out a soft moan. She was immersed in the flames and had to close her eyes to calmly endure, her mouth slightly open. A moment later, she collapsed to the ground as a dark purple flame erupted from her body, and the final aura of the Tu Nyan sect gradually dissipated into the air. Votu, tired, frowned and asked, "Do you have the 6th rank holy fire on you?" Tanvu, with a cold face, smirked and said, "6th rank, you're underestimating me." He raised his hand, and behind him appeared a ring of flames encompassing all levels of fire, emanating the immense power of one above all, confidently saying, "If I speak, I must be the 9-grade sacred fire." Vonwet and Votu were utterly amazed, unable to believe their eyes at the overwhelming might of this flame. "It's your turn." Tanvu extends his hand toward her with the golden flame in his palm. She touches her face in surprise and says, "My mark is also gone." He withdraws his hand, closes his eyes, and says quietly, "The marks inside you have disappeared. From now on, you will no longer be under the control of the Tu Nyan Tong." Vongwit happily embraces Votu, her voice gentle and relieved. "That's perfect now." Tanvu looks at the two of them with a determined gaze. "I will ask again now. Do you both agree to follow me and dedicate yourselves to me from now on?" Votu, Vongwit from now on, pledges her loyalty to young Master Tan. Tanvu smiles contentedly. "All right, Votu, I once said your cultivation technique still has many flaws. It's clearly a low-grade mysterious level, but it can only unleash royal-level energy. From now on, you will complete the cultivation technique for me." She immediately responded clearly. Immediately afterward, Votu felt a surge of mental energy flowing directly into her body. Her whole body was filled with vitality, radiating a brilliant golden light as if reborn. Tanvu waved his hand and extinguished the flames, saying, "Your current cultivation is at the second level of the spirit realm, so you cannot advance to a stronger sword technique. When you reach the third level of the spirit realm, I will teach you a mid-grade mysterious martial art." Votu clenched her fists, a look of joy shining in her eyes. "Thank you, young master." Tanvu looked at Vo Nuit and asked, "Do you have the Trucknet Than Tien with you?" She was a bit surprised and quickly replied, "Yes." Vo Nuit immediately summoned the set of the sun god arrows wrapped in blazing flames. Tanvu reached out and touched it, frowning as he said, "I will give you a low-grade mysterious technique that can be combined with the sun god arrows to maximize their power." Immediately, Vo Nuit was surrounded by brilliant golden circles of divine arrows. She closed her eyes, feeling the surge of new power flowing through her body. After fully absorbing the source of power, she opened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Young master, are all these divine techniques of yours from the great wilderness?" Tanvu closed his eyes and replied calmly, "If there's a chance in the future, I will naturally tell you." Then he smiled slyly and reminded them that there wasn't much time left. Tanvu's eyes suddenly flashed with a wicked light, his smile turning sinister. "Perhaps we should take the opportunity to rest." Votu and Vo Nuit blushed and were stunned by the teasing remark. Tanvu grinned. "Don't think too much. Go to another room." After receiving the new cultivation technique and breaking free from the chains of the Tunyan sect, Votu and Vo Nuit breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of joy. "Young master, we will take our leave now." Tanvu watched the fading figures of the two girls and then leaned back on the bed, exhaling in relief. He rested his arm on his pillow, enjoying the rare tranquility as his mind began to turn the calculations of a reincarnated supreme. Calculating the date for the old ancestor of the celestial aura is also coming soon, and next is the holy fire competition. At this moment, Tianhe City is like a giant forge, covered in brilliant flames. The holy fire competition is a once every 3 years event in Tianhe City. Because the 4 major sects stationed in all directions of Tianhe City are organizing this event together to select outstanding disciples and train them to become the strongest alchemy masters, including Saint Heart Temple, Extreme Sun Sect, Indifferent Sword Clan, and Jade Maiden Sect. The 4 great sects held each other in check, forming forces of equal strength. The immortal energy old ancestor once ranked first in the holy fire competition to achieve the accomplishments he has today. Tanvu quietly assessed the deep internal strength of the 4 great sects, with their sect leaders' cultivation levels reaching heaven-defying heights. Ordinary martial artists only need a little guidance from them and their future will be limitless. In this divine fire competition, the 4 major sects jointly created a 4th-grade pill, the Dragon Tiger Escape Pill, to reward the winner, containing all the terrifying spiritual energy needed for me to immediately advance to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Tanvu's heart was filled with determination. After reaching the 5th level of the spirit transcendence realm, I can unlock the 3rd wild beast clone, the Phantom Beast. The Phantom Beast can grant me endless divine soul powers and an immortal body. By then, my combat strength will rival that of a peak stage divine awakening. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could see the future within reach. Thinking of old enemies, Zhao Dian and Zhao Huan, he silently vowed that when the time comes, it will also be the moment to take revenge on the Divine Sword Kingdom. Tanvu clenched his fists and raised them forward. "Wait for me, your days of good living are almost over." The blazing sun shines down on the streets of Heavenly Galaxy City as the bustling crowd keeps pouring in, making the road more lively than ever. Tanvu paused on the main street, feeling the excited atmosphere. With the holy fire competition still days away, the entire Heavenly Galaxy City was already in a fever pitch. As he quietly observed the crowd, the sound of pounding hooves suddenly echoed from afar. A large, seemingly luxurious and magnificent carriage entered the site, and nearby people buzzed with admiration and discussion, saying, "Is this the expert from the Holy Heart Temple?" A cheerful laugh rang out. "I heard that this time the Holy Maiden of the Holy Heart Temple personally came beforehand, and if I had the chance to see her face..." At this moment, a small white hand gently pushed aside the curtain of the carriage. Warm sunlight poured in, revealing the ethereal and icy appearance of the Holy Maiden Lan Tian Suang. She leaned out to look at the scenery outside, and all eyes immediately turned toward her. Whispers of admiration, spreading non-stop. Is she really the saintess? She's so beautiful. It would be great if I could say a word to the saintess. Thin Duong's calm eyes, like an autumn lake, suddenly flash with a look of surprise as her gaze falls on Tanvu standing there with a cold demeanor, their eyes briefly meeting. Tanvu couldn't help but raise his hand to greet like an old friend. Isn't this Tian Xiong? It's been a long time since we last met. Your actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Tanvu suddenly snapped out of it, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, almost forgetting that Lan Tianshuang didn't know him at all yet. It seems a bit familiar to me. Before she could think further, a hand immediately pulled the curtain closed. Du Ha frowned in displeasure. Just a flirt. Tianshuang looked at her in surprise. Du Ha frowned slightly, his hoarse voice echoing. Shuang Yi, this time when you come to Tian Ha City, you must invite the leader of the Great Holy Fire Assembly to our Holy Heart Palace. Hearing this, Tian Shuang immediately closed her eyes and replied, I will do my best to follow my father's orders.
As soon as she finished, Du Ha sitting beside her touched her back and added, Song Nye, as the leader of the Holy Fire Grand Assembly, you'll stand out, and if it's a man to become a son-in-law of our Holy Heart Palace, it might not be as bad as you think.
At this moment, a thought arose in Tian Shuang's mind. Du Tao, I'm sorry. I won't sell myself so easily. Du Ha seems a bit impatient calling Ni, but Tian Shuang gently replies, Du Tao, I understand. Let's go. We'll visit the Southern King first. The carriage, pulled by 2 horses, sped up gradually before the wooden wheels slowly turned, then stopped completely.
A serious voice announced, We have arrived, and then Tian Shuang reached out to draw back the curtain.
The old and the young slowly walked toward the source of the sound. Isn't that the saintess of the Sacred Heart Temple? Zhenziku Ri Tongso Lam leans on his hip with one hand and says, believing the rumors are true, that the Holy Heart Temple is willing to sell their saintess to attract geniuses. After hearing this, Tian Shuang feels a bit sarcastic. So Lam, it seems you haven't been properly taught a lesson yet. Your ass is still as useless as ever. But I didn't fight back earlier because I thought you were just a girl. Do you really think you're that impressive? At the same time, Tian Yang Rao Qi turned around and left. Du Tao, let's go. Seeing that, So Lam couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Damn it, how dare he look down on me. Meanwhile, someone nearby was humming a song. From behind, So Lam looked a bit puzzled and asked, That young man is Thiet Tuong's son, casually raising his hand to call out to Tian Shuang. Wherever Tanvu appeared from, he casually greeted, Do you also come to pay respects to the Southern King?
Coincidentally, I know this place well. Let me take you inside.
Even Ha, standing nearby, looked shocked with a furrowed brow. This lecher actually chased all the way here. At this moment, Suolin suddenly burst out laughing, gently touching and gripping Tianvu's shoulder, a cunning smile on his face, his teeth clenched.
Lan Tianzuang, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to seduce someone as soon as you arrived at the Heavenly River Empire.
You really think I wouldn't get angry? After hearing that, So Lam calmly furrowed his brows and said, Come on. Suddenly, a stream of purple flames appeared around Tanvu. Be quiet for me. This scene made So Lam extremely frightened, his mouth agape and unable to speak. Meanwhile, Tanvu curled his fingertips, his eyes burning with rage. What are you supposed to be? So Lam also did not know fear and provoked the opponent. Lao Duok, I am a divine disciple of the extreme evil sect. After he finished speaking, a blazing purple flame suddenly appeared before him, and the image of Nahai Ti representing Tanvu suddenly appeared, his voice cold and ruthless. If you dare to insult Lan Tian Sung again, I will surely turn you from a divine disciple into a dead man. Who is this kid? How can someone at the first level of the spirit awakening realm make me feel such a terrifying pressure? So Lam's face darkened, his eyes like he wanted to punish the person in front of him. I am a loyal minister of the extreme sect, yet I was frightened by him. It's truly a disgrace.
Then he spread his legs wide, regained his composure, and shouted loudly. You brat, in front of the Namvuong residence. I don't want to kill you. Immediately kneel down and admit your mistake, and I won't bother with you.
However, Tanvu was not afraid at all. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Immediately, So Lam quickly grabbed the green light staff. You're the one who's asking for this, so bring it on. So Lam leapt forward, gripping the light stick tightly, and shouted, Die for me. Seeing this, Tian Yang immediately warned, Watch out. This is a flame sword condensed by the 5-grade holy fire. But Tanvu showed no sign of fear, just a faint smile on his lips. He easily dodged his opponent's attack.
At this moment, Su Lin is a bit too arrogant, and he succeeds. On the ground, a sudden drop of blue flames falls to the earth.
So Lam saw his weapon vanish, his face filled with panic, his mouth agape and speechless as flames fell near Tanvu's feet. Tanvu didn't hesitate to stomp hard on it, then immediately closed his eyes with a sneer. This 5th-rank holy fire is a fake if it's this weak. After witnessing his 5th-rank holy fire being easily suppressed by Tanvu, Solam was overwhelmed with panic, cold sweat pouring down his face. Grinding his teeth, he asked, "What did you do? Why is my holy fire?" At this moment, Tian Xiong and Du Ha also stood there in shock, unable to react immediately. After regaining his composure, Tian Xiong quickly analyzed sharply that the 5-grade holy fire was so terrifying to him, unless he possessed a higher grade of holy fire or was born with a fire body. Hearing this, Du Ha opened her mouth in surprise for a moment. After a moment of thought, she looked at Tanvu and smiled kindly. "So, that's how it is." Feeling an unusual gaze directed at him, Tanvu's body suddenly trembled. Solam's face darkened with anger, his voice cold and deliberate. "You can't be serious. A 5th-rank sacred fire can be suppressed by someone like you, a 1st-tier divine realm trash." He pointed sharply at Tanvu Tochao. "You must have used some trick that ordinary people can't see." At this moment, Lord Genin felt he could no longer stay silent. He shouted angrily, "Enough!" King Tran Nam, holding his staff, strode forward with a commanding presence, his voice stern. "This is my Tran Nam Vuong residence, not some street or marketplace." So, Lam immediately clasped his hands in a bow, suppressing his anger. 5th disciple of the extreme sun sect, Solam, respectfully bows to Lord Tran Nam. Heavenly Star also bows respectfully. Lan Tien Suong, the holy maiden of the Holy Heart Temple, respectfully bows to Lord Tran Nam. The king of the southern province approached majestically, and Tanvu looked at him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This old man clearly arrived at the gate early and is only speaking now, truly full of schemes. The king of Gennan closed his eyes, appearing to enjoy himself, deep in thought, realizing that Tanvu managed to obtain a high-grade holy fire in the great wilderness. Today's decision by this old man was indeed correct. He stroked his long beard and smiled warmly at him, saying, "The little brother has finally arrived. Come in with me." Tanvu obediently followed. As he passed by Solam grinding his teeth, Tanvu chuckled smugly. Solam was extremely annoyed inside, but at this moment he couldn't show it and could only grit his teeth and bid farewell. "The king of the southern border is being too courteous. Today's ceremony ends here. I will take my leave." Tian Xiong glanced after Solam's figure disappearing into the distance, muttering in his mind, "Stupid fool." Then Tanvu and Tran Nam Vuong entered the reception room. Lord Tran Nam shows friendliness towards him while also solemnly declaring, "Tan, little brother, today I called you here because I have something to tell you." Tanvu quickly and instinctively guessed right away. "The great holy fire competition, I know about it." The Tran Nam Vuong nodded with a gentle smile and a warm tone. "Yes, it's about the great holy fire competition. The Lord extends his hand towards you and offers, I have a position to join at the Tran Nam Vuong mansion. I can give you this opportunity." Tanvu calmly clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Tran Nam Vuong." Hearing that, Thien Suong immediately chimed in. "Young Master Tan, would you like to join my Sacred Heart Temple?" Tanvu looked up confidently and said, "If I can win first place in the Holy Fire competition, it's not too late to discuss this then." Thien Suong placed her hand on her chest and replied softly, "I understand." Then she glanced at Du Ha and responded understandingly, "Yes." Then Du Ha gently raised her hand, revealing a sparkling ring that radiated a blazing fire from her palm. Du Ha respectfully offered it with both hands, saying, "King of Tran Nam, this is a small token from the Holy Heart Temple. Please kindly accept it." He took it and said gently, "The Holy Heart Temple is very considerate." Next, remind Tian Shuang with subtle hints, "Holy Maiden, this person is favored by the King of Tran Nam and possesses a high-grade divine fire. You should take the initiative to build a good relationship with him." Du Ha then leaned in and whispered something to Tian Shuang, who then blushed and nodded slightly. "Yes." Suddenly, Tian Shuang turned to call Master Tan. She smiled shyly and a little bashfully. "I haven't been in Heavenly Harbor City for many years. I wonder if Lord Tan has time to stroll with me." Tan Yu also seemed pleased and agreed immediately. "All right." The king of the southern border nodded in satisfaction, seeming pleased. "So, that's how it is." He immediately agreed to unite the young couple. "If the Saintess has made a promise, then go ahead. But remember to return to the palace for dinner tonight." He still acted playful and jokingly told Tanvu, "Your fiancé cooked himself." Tanvu, hearing this, was stunned and gasped in surprise, silently exclaiming in her heart, "This old man is quite something." The king of Tran Nam chuckled happily, stroking his silver beard and saying, all right, you go ahead, I won't hold you up any longer." He maintained his stance as Tanvu turned to leave, a gentle smile on his face. The Sacred Heart Palace, in its pursuit of talents, did not hesitate to have the Saintess personally intervene. truly a pity, near the lake to enjoy the moonlight. The king of Tran Nam remembered his adorable little niece and muttered, Yuenye, isn't that the moon itself? The scene shifts to an elegant pavilion with cheerful laughter coming from inside. The blazing sunlight shines into the living room of the alchemy sect. So Lam sits on a chair, chin resting on his hand, with a worried expression. The princess smiled happily, slightly bowing humbly. I didn't expect you to come here in person. He excitedly said, This is truly a great honor for the Foundation Establishment sect. So Lam raised his head with a worried expression asking, Prince, do you think you can win first place in this holy fire competition? Rest assured, your majesty, I am as certain as a nailed post. My master, the ancient elder of the immortal realm, will arrive soon. With my master and you standing behind me, who else could threaten me? I'm not sure I saw someone earlier. I remember a figure engulfed in blazing flames, speaking fiercely. Someone who, despite being only at the first stage of the spirit awakening realm, could suppress my sacred fire. What do you mean that's impossible? When did a character like this appear in Tianhe City? Suolin raised his index finger into the air. A ring of blue energy appeared, revealing Tanvu's serious face within the energy ring. So Lam looked at Huang Fi and asked, Do you know this person? Huang Fi's shock turned to anger as he shouted, It's him! So Lam frowned and looked at him. Do you know him? This kid's name is Tanvu. Is it the Tanvu who killed Li Qian and is now wanted by the Divine Sword Kingdom? Huang Fi hurriedly said, That's right. It's that country bumpkin from the Divine Sword Dynasty. His face darkened, and his voice was full of worry, believing that Tanvu had infiltrated Dai Huang and obtained the divine creation. And now it seems the rumors are true. Huang Fi widened his eyes in horror, staring at Solam with a frown as sweat dripped down his forehead and cheeks. If Tanvu had the chance to obtain the holy fire in the great wilderness, then this holy fire contest wouldn't possibly be. Solam glanced at Huang Fi and firmly stated, The holy fire within Tanvu's body is even stronger than mine. The image of Tanvu's blazing flames overwhelming the other contestants appeared before Solam's eyes. He hesitated and said, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent in this sacred fire competition. Huang Fi quickly waved his hand and replied firmly, Divine child, you must absolutely not let him win this holy fire contest. Of course, when will your master arrive? Solam closed his eyes, slightly relieved, and waved his hand, saying, Let's wait for your master to arrive first, then we can continue discussing. You go ahead. Huang Fei replied yes. Suolam leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he reached the high level of Saint Fire. He opened his eyes, his face showing a sinister expression, and he thought excitedly that if he could seize the Saint Fire for his own use, then the position of the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect would definitely be his in the future. He widened his eye as if he had realized something. Solam wondered in confusion. Even Huang Fi and the elder of the celestial Qi have turned to stone, blocking my path. The evening sun shines on an ancient city, which is Tianhe City. Tanvu and Tian Shuang walk through the bustling crowd. A beam of light appeared on Tian Shuang's hand, condensing into a token with some writing on it. She looked at her palm in confusion before gazing in astonishment at the man in front of her. This young Master Tan is actually Tanvu from the Tan family in the Divine Sword Kingdom. Her clear voice rang out. Young Master Tan. Tanvu turned around in surprise and asked, What's wrong? The story of the Tan family, I feel it is truly a pity. He closed his eyes and calmly said, Lady Lan truly has a kind heart. If there is anything needed, our Holy Heart Palace will provide full support. Tanvu paused for a moment before softly asking, So you remember the tall figure of Zhao Huan? And somewhat uncertainly inquired if her stance to fight the Zhao clan of the fairy tribe would still remain firm. Thien Duong slightly frowned, placing his hand on his chest, and said seriously, The Zhao clan of the fairy tribe is powerful, but behind the Holy Heart Palace, we are not to be underestimated. Tanvu politely and gently declined, saying Lan girl's kindness was appreciated, but he would handle the revenge himself. He clenched his fist, smiled confidently, though before taking revenge, he would need more help from Lan girl and the Holy Heart Temple. So, you mean young Master Tan? Tanvu quietly stepped closer, raised a finger to signal silence. Shh. You blinked and nodded. Miss Lan, you understand. Tian Yang suddenly felt shy, his cheeks turning red like a tomato. Tanvu standing nearby with a satisfied smile, a passing man seemed to recognize him and muttered in wonder, Oh, is that the holy maiden with the divine face? Everyone also started gathering around, whispering excitedly, Who is the person next to her? Are you new here? Even this young master knows that. The other man stepped forward, boasting in every way. Let me tell you, the person next to him changes every day. What about Princess Moonflower? What about Dugu Wanyan? The passerby nearby widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned by how terrifying it was. I am no match for him. Tanvu and Thien Duong suddenly stopped when they realized they were surrounded by a crowd. He pretended to cough. Tanvu forced a nervous smile, quickly grabbing her hand and rushing past the crowd. Miss Lane, let's go for a walk somewhere else. Moving to another part of Tianha City, Bang Tzu Luje follows behind Vuong Hien along a busy street filled with goods. He tries to flatter him, saying, Vuong, young master, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Vuong Hien, with a stern expression, questioned. Li Bang Tzu, are you sure? Bang Tzu lowered his head and nodded, saying, I serve as a beast for the alchemy sect, but they abandoned me. If you don't mind, I will serve you from now on. He grinned cunningly and whispered into Vuong Hien's ear. I've recently captured more than 10 slaves, all from the demon race. Hearing this, Vuong Hien's eyes lit up, and he became even more delighted. Furthermore, I chose them carefully. Vuong Hien immediately rejoiced and praised without hesitation. Good, very good. From now on, you are the person of the evil young master. Tonight, bring all those demons to my mansion. Bang Zi happily continued. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, he froze when he saw something strange. Bang Tzu froze in surprise, pointing at where Tanvu was walking with Thien Duong and shouting loudly, It's him! That damn brat again! Vuong Hien gritted his teeth, glaring intently at him. Tanvu, both of them radiated a murderous aura. He suddenly noticed Tian Zhuang giggling and couldn't help but praise. The woman next to him is also quite beautiful. Bang Tzu pointed at the young man and shouted loudly, accusing, It's him! The one who stole my slave? You don't know this. The girl he took, if you compare her beauty, he still remembers Ru Yue. And if you compare her to the woman beside him, they're about the same. Bang Zi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger, his face showing clear fury. Moreover, I have found out that this young brat doesn't take anyone seriously. He seems to be unrepentant, relying on the support of the king of the southern Tron. Vuong Hien's face darkened as he continued, that bastard for the princess. Wanting to win Lin Guyet's favor naturally involves some concerns, but our Than Thuong sect won't care about the Tron Nam king at all. The man stomped his foot on the ground and ordered firmly. Bang Tu happily hurriedly followed behind. Got it. Vuong Hien confidently steps forward and offers to help Lai Bang Tu with this anger if you are now one of us. Tanvu and Thien Duong were lost in admiring the street scene when suddenly they were blocked. Vuong Hien called out loudly. It's been a while since we last met, Bang Tu said with a sly smile, challenging. Tanvu also smirked sarcastically. I remember you as the wild beast raised by the Huang family. What's wrong? Changed owners already? Just that, and Bang Tu is so furious he clenches his fists and shouts. What did you say? Huang Hien replied softly. Li Bang Tu will be mine from now on. You are stealing his slave. Huang Fi does not come to you to settle this matter. His face darkened as he emphasized each word. I dare. Tian Yang, standing beside, secretly worries that Master Tan holds a deep grudge. Then according to what you said, how do you plan to take revenge? Of course you will return the slaves to me, including the young lady beside you, not bad-looking. From now on, she will be my Vuong Bien. Hearing that, Thien Suong, standing beside her, frowned slightly and glared, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Her whole body erupted with terrifying power as she shouted curses loudly, her mouth full of filthy, deadly words. Tanvu quickly raised his hand to stop her. Miss, don't be impatient, just let me go up first. Tanvu stands with arms crossed, smirking confidently. What if I don't allow it, Vuong Hien? Then I will cut you down. You clenched your fists, lightly raised your head, and sneered. All right, go ahead and attack. I was just about to loosen up my bones a bit. Vuong Hien slowly steps forward to unleash his move, a triumphant smile on his face as he raises his hand, surrounded by a powerful blue-purple lightning, and says, I will show you the mysterious martial arts I just learned. The power of the storm and lightning spear cuts through Thien Shuang and Tanvu like a fierce tornado, even knocking down Bang Tu. As dark clouds gather overhead, Thien Duong anxiously asks, Tan Lord, is the might of this storm and lightning spear truly terrifying, or is it just me? Tanvu still appeared calm, standing straight with his eyes closed. Miss Lan, since it's a low-grade mysterious martial art, there's no need for you to intervene. A red light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes, and he shouted loudly, I've spent so much to get this Thunder Wind Master from Huang Fi's place. Today I'll use you to practice a bit. Go to hell. Tanvu and Vuong Hien both raised their hands to gather a powerful energy.
Then Wang Hian forcefully unleashes a massive blast towards Tanvu, while the wind lightning spear gently blows out a breeze before intensifying the attack.
Tanvu's whole body seemed to channel all his inner strength and muscles into that burst of energy. Then he unleashed a powerful beam of destructive force forward. Wang Hian was so stunned that he couldn't resist and was immediately blown away, his eyes rolling back to reveal the whites. The powerful force pulling him through the barrier made him startle and step back. Seeing Wang Hian unconscious on the ground, he was so frightened that tears streamed down his face as he shouted in panic, "Oh my God!" Tanvu adjusted his breathing and returned to his usual cheerful state. "Miss Lan, this must be the case." Thien Duong, still stunned, timidly replied,
"Yes."
She opened her eyes wide, looking at Long Tum and thinking that Wang Hian's cultivation had already reached
The fourth level of the Tongshan realm, and he even displayed divine-level martial arts, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Tan Kong Tu.
Suddenly, Thien Xuang's gaze lowered and looked away, a fleeting thought passing through, and it seemed that this move of Tan Kong Tu was also a mysterious level martial art. Tanvu stomped his foot forcefully, emphasizing his point, causing Bang Tu to turn pale with fear. "Oh, your mouth curves into a smile that radiates deadly intent, and your voice is sharp and cold. So it will be you?" The man bows his head, gritting his teeth, eyes closed tightly.
Bang Tu kowtowed and begged, "Please have mercy, spare my life. I am willing to give all my wealth. Just please do not kill me."
Tanvu continued with a questioning tone. "All of it." The man forced a smile, sweat streaming down his face, trembling all over.
"Yes, yes, yes."
He turned to Miss Lan and asked, "Do you want to come see it with me?" Tianyang coldly replied, "Fine." Tanvu kicked Bang Tu forcefully to order him to lead the way, and he hurriedly obeyed.
"Yes, yes, yes."
In the quiet, luxurious room, the bright sunlight shining in further highlights the grandeur of Lai Bang Tu's mansion. Tanvu slowly walked past the scattered belongings on the ground, and they stood in front of the weapons hanging on the wall. He looked around and asked, "Lai Bang Tu, is this all your family's possessions?"
"Yes, that's right."
Tanvu looked annoyed and cursed. "These things won't buy you your life." Bang Tu's face paled, sweat pouring down like rain, and he shrank back, pleading, "Please spare me, I really have nothing left anymore." Tanvu clenched his fists in anger. "If that's the case, then go die at home." He trembled and stepped back, trying to explain himself. Wait, I still have slaves, a lot of slaves." His face darkened, and he coldly ordered, "Take me to see it." Bang Tzu stammered and reluctantly agreed, turning away.
"All right, let me help you open the hiding room." He gently pushed the door open, and a thick, pungent aroma wafted out, gradually filling the air.
Tianyang immediately pinched his nose and sighed. "Oh, the smell is so nauseating." Tuanvu couldn't hide his anger, glaring and scolding, and decided to imprison the slave here.
"Li Bang Tu, your cruelty truly exceeds my imagination."
Bang Tu timidly replied, "I dare not anymore." You grab his collar and decide to go inside.
"Let's go in and take a look."
"Miss Lan, please hold on for a moment." The three of them stepped into a room filled with a strong smell. Tianyang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the chained slaves. Are these slaves always kept in such environments? Those people are locked in iron cages, all of them badly injured and looking out in fear. Some who are stronger grit their teeth and endure. A man, even chained, tries to reach out and shout, causing Bang Tzu to recoil in fear. "Li Bang Tzu." The man clenched the iron bar, his eyes blazing with a red hue of hatred as he shouted, "Kill my whole family! Make me your slave! You won't die peacefully!" He trembled, trying to reach out with his chained hands to grab Bang Tu, refusing to die easily. Seeing this, Tian Shuang's rage ignited, clenched his fists, and could not forgive. Bang Tzu's face paled, sweat streaming down as he tried to calm himself, saying, "Please don't be angry, I won't do such things again in the future." Tanvu angrily lifted him up. "You're really not human." He slowly walks into a dark room. Strange. Tanvu's eyes flickered briefly as Long wondered silently, "So these are two enchanted girls chained inside. It seems you have also recognized the enchantment." Tanvu asked sharply, "Are they also your slaves?" Bang Tzu eagerly replied, Yes. These are the new demons I just got, all high-quality ones." He grinned ferociously, his face already darkening. "Li Bang Tu, well done, very well." The man smiled hesitantly, asking, "As long as you're satisfied, then I guess I can..." Tanvu waved his hand to dismiss him and said again, "I won't kill you, go away." Hearing that, Bang Tu's eyes lit up, a small smile on his face, and he said, "Thank you very much." But then Thien Duong struck him from behind with a powerful blow, leaving him no time to react. She struck so hard that blood spurted from her mouth, her eyes rolled back with veins bulging. Tanvu said in a deep voice, "I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean anything." Tianyang only managed to strike his arm once more before I quickly stopped him. "Miss Lan does not kill people." She stared coldly at Bang Tu lying on the ground without a shred of mercy. Tianyang shouted loudly with authority, "For those who take pleasure in torturing slaves like you, death alone is not enough." She clenched her fists and held them up to her chest, asking, "Young Master Tan, what do you plan to do with these slaves?" Tanvu softly replied, "They are all unfortunate people. I will call the king of Tran Nam to arrange for them." Thien Duong gently lowered her face, gradually relaxing her facial muscles, and kindly added, "That's good then. I'll leave it to you, young Master Tan." A moment later, the group hurriedly arrived, their footsteps echoing continuously. Lion Guiet stepped forward and ordered, quickly freeing all the slaves. She angrily thought that this damn Li Bang Tu deserved to die, but death was too easy for him. He should be confined here and carefully punished. Tanvu stepped closer and softly said, "Killing a Li Bang Tu is not enough to improve the slave trade situation. You must always remember your responsibility is to abolish the slave trade of the Heavenly Han Empire first." Then he passed by, raised his hand, and said, "I'll leave the girl to you next. I won't be coming to the mansion for dinner tonight. I'll go ahead." Hearing that, Lin Wiet was so furious she was almost steaming with rage. "How much sweat and tears did I spend just to prepare this meal, you bastard?" Tianyang shyly cowered behind without speaking. La Yue clenched her fists and shouted, "I won't forgive you next time." Tianyang looked on with a faint smile, thinking to herself that it seems the relationship between young Master Tan and La Yue is not quite there yet. Suddenly a hand patted her on the shoulder and called her. "Sister Lan," Lingwit asked worriedly. "Lan, sister, why is your face so red?" Tianyang awkwardly stammered in response, It's okay. Lingwit slightly frowns and silently judges. Strange, outside the Tianha Inn, sunlight shines into the large courtyard where items like scrolls, gold rings, and flowers are surrounded by a stream of energy. Tan Yu sat upright alone, eyes closed in concentration, raising both hands crossed in front of him. He trembled slightly, his expression tense, sweat beading on his forehead, silently thinking that the sacred fire ritual was about to begin and any opportunity to increase his cultivation. He opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead, showing unwavering determination not to miss anything. The scene shifts to the Divine Weapon Sect, where a quiet room creates a very cozy atmosphere. Vuong Tit Tuong happily greeted him, unexpectedly personally welcoming the Lord of the Divine Weapon Sect. Vuong Tit Tuong. He smiled brightly, and young Master Liu humbly stepped forward, truly making our Than Thuong Mun shine even more. Zhu Lung entered with the tall figure and handsome face, standing still there. An indifferent sword sect. Liu Zhu Lung. He spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. For this holy fire grand trial, does your divine weapon sect have anyone qualified to participate?" Hearing this, Thiet Thuong looked somewhat frightened, and the atmosphere grew tense as he hesitated before replying. "This matter. I know. The divine weapon sect is getting weaker and weaker." He looked ahead with sharp eyes and spoke in a firm, decisive voice. "The Extreme Sun sect has decided to support the Cultivation sect of Huangxian. The Jade Maiden sect supports the Ice Shard sect, and the Holy Heart Temple has not been decided yet." Truklang extended his hand, forming a stream of red flame energy that ignited within his palm. Truklang said, "This time I come here to give you a chance." Seeing that, Thiet Thuong couldn't help but be stunned, eyes wide open, speechless. This is him forcing a smile and shouting loudly, "6th grade sacred fire." Truk Lang then continued, "This is the 6th grade holy fire, the bone marrow inflammation. With this 6th grade holy fire and the support from my carefree sword sect, I will surely have the strength to compete." Tiejian kneels on the ground, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head sincerely in greeting. "Thank you, young Master Liu." Vuong Hin, with a bruised face, gasping for breath, hurriedly runs to call out to his father, clutching his face and crying blood, trembling as he screams and pleads, "Father, you have to stand up for me." Seeing that, Truk Lang was speechless and couldn't speak. The swollen man pointed at him and asked, "Dad, who is this? Is there any dignity left?" "This is Liu Young Master from the Invisible Sword Sect." Hearing that, Vuong Hien couldn't help but be surprised and responded. Truk Lang from Votin Kim Phi conjured flames in his hand and said in a deep voice, "I hope the Than Thuong Mon won't let me down." Vuong Hien stared intently at the flame, then looked back and asked, Father, what is this?
Thiet Thuong angrily struck Vuong Hien on the head and shouted, "Idiot! This is the 6th rank sacred fire!"
He raised his head, shouting in disbelief.
6th grade sacred fire!
The steady voice of the Iron Blade sect echoes. You should quickly refine this 6th grade holy fire and strive to secure the top position in the Holy Fire Grand competition.
Vuong Hien's face couldn't hide his greed. Holy fire, I also have holy fire.
Suddenly he raised his head, laughing triumphantly, while Vuong Hien secretly thought with a faint smile, Tanvu, even if Truong Fong Loi can't do anything to you, now that I have the 6th rank sacred fire, with my talent, after refining the sacred fire, I will definitely take a step forward. He frowned, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, and said through gritted teeth, That will be the moment you must die. Chithuong asked while Vuong Hien still held the 6th grade holy fire, and then asked, What's wrong with the wound on your body? The man tried to gather the flame into his palm. Vuong Hien smiled brightly and waved it off. It's okay, Dad. I'll go ahead. He just turned to leave, laughing loudly as if he had just gained a victory. Without a doubt, Thiet Thuong looked on with a satisfied smile. I never expected my son would one day attain the sacred fire. He stroked his beard and smiled happily. It seems our divine weapon sect must rise up now. Transition to Tianhe City. 4 men carrying a sedan on a wide road. Finally, Master has arrived. The 4 men gradually lowered the sedan and placed it down. Huang Fei clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, saying, I humbly greet my master. Greet. A hand from inside the carriage gestures dismissively. Go inside. Follow me to the Nam Vuong mansion first. He smiled and nodded respectfully, then obeyed. Yes. After both of you are seated inside the carriage, the immortal aura finally spoke. This time, I came mainly to settle your marriage with Li Yue. The old man glanced over and said that later he would help you win first place in the Holy Fire competition. Hearing this, Huang Fi frowned slightly, showing displeasure. Master, speaking of this, I also have something to report related to Tanvu of the Tan family from the Divine Sword Kingdom. After a moment, the old man stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, I see. It seems Tanvu has gained great fortune during the great emperor's trial. He remembered the energy that shot through the roof and frowned, thinking that Tanvu, carrying holy fire and also possessing residual immortal energy, must be the one I sensed that day. Master, the holy fire on Tanvu's body is of extremely high quality. Even Solam can't compare. Absolutely do not let him participate in the holy fire contest. The old man's hand transformed into a blue flame, and the celestial energy, along with the fire in his palm, burst forth. This is the underworld demon flame, my 6th rank sacred fire. Although it is 6th rank, it has been cultivated by me for many years, so while not as good as 7th rank, it is not far behind. My master will use a secret technique to help you obtain this holy fire. Seeing that, Huang Fi widened his eyes and shouted in surprise. Approaching 7th rank, the old man continued. The holy fire of the 6th rank has always been rare. I guess that kid Tanvu is only at the 6th rank. With this Yu Min Kui Diem from Master, you have already secured a 9-part victory. Huang Fi sat upright, closing his eyes as the flames entered his body. He raised his hand holding the flame of power, revealing the aura of the underworld demon flame. Huang Fi clenched his fists tightly and smirked confidently. I won't let my master down. His face grew serious, his eyes filled with determination, secretly thinking, Tanvu, your cultivation is not as high as mine, even if you have demon power and holy fire, but now I possess the mighty demon flame power. How can you be my opponent? Transition to the Tran Nam Vuong residence. Li Nuit nervously ran over and said to the Tran Nam Vuong, Grandpa, I have an idea. That arrogant brother Huang Fi is coming soon. She turned and pointed at Tanvu, ordering him, causing him to startle so much that he spat out his tea. Go find him. You lower your head in discouragement, then remind yourself, it's my responsibility. Lai Nguyen runs over and advises, at that time, you need to perform well and defeat the aura of the Crown Prince. The celestial weapon steps forward to greet and says, King of Tran Nam, it's been a while, hasn't it? Tanvu's eyes flicked over, and suddenly he saw that everyone from Huang Fi was emanating a powerful aura. The rank of the sacred fire on this prince's body had been upgraded. He was originally 5th rank, now he had reached 6th rank, even approaching 7th rank. He pouted and thought to himself that his ancestor had also sacrificed blood and sweat. The prince approached, clasped his hands, bowed, and said with a smirk, Sister Lin Nguyen, today my master has come to settle our marriage. Lin Nguyen firmly pulled Tanvu back and replied, I don't need it.
I already have a fiancé. We're not close. Just knew each other when we were young. I advise you not to cling to me anymore. Tianqi asked in a deep voice. This young brother must be Tanvu of the Tan family from the Divine Sword Empire. Hearing that, Tanvu straightforwardly confirmed, It's me. His brows furrowed in anger, and he shouted loudly, not hesitating to insult. Tanvu, what right do you have to become Lion Guiyet's husband? You're just a lapdog of the Divine Sword Kingdom. The immortal weapon proudly introduces himself. The princess is my direct disciple and will become the champion of the Divine Fire competition. From now on, she will step beyond the clouds. What about you? How can you compare to her? Li Nguyen, seeing this, spoke out in indignation. Tanvu also possesses sacred fire, so the one who will definitely stand first in the sacred fire competition is him. Tanvu calmly frowns and silently judges. Such a simple trick to provoke. Even this girl fell into the trap. He gently places his finger on his chin, pondering deeply. This old dog looks excited, but he's actually trying to confuse my mind and lead me into a deadly fight during the Holy Fire contest, using the opportunity to kill me, but in this case, it just so happens to suit me. If you want to kill me, how can I let you get away with it? The immortal energy smirked and praised, saying, Well done. The old man didn't hesitate and immediately issued a challenge, saying if Tanvu wins first place in the Holy Fire competition, then Fai obviously won't be able to compare. Tianqi emphasized once more, his eyes sharp with disdain. But what if I don't agree then? Lion Guiyet shouted angrily. What do you say? If you trust him so much, then why not bet on this match and not refuse? She immediately fell into the trap and quickly agreed. All right, who's afraid of whom? Then Li Yue turned to sternly remind Tan Yu. Did you hear that? You must win first place, or you'll fall into its evil grasp. Before leaving, the immortal spirit didn't forget to add a few sarcastic words. Very good. Right during the Holy Fire competition, this old man will watch with his own eyes. Tanvu and Lion Guiyet stood silently, watching their backs as they left. Lion Guiyet frowned with a look of displeasure and disgust. Kill me if I fail. During the Divine Fire competition, you must teach that princess consort a good lesson. Are you sure? That Imperial consort is no longer the same as before. He honestly confessed. He used to be just a 5th rank Holy Fire, but now the pressure of the Holy Fire within him has risen to the 6th rank, and he's even close to the 7th rank. She shrugged and smiled dismissively. So what if I'm close to the 7th rank? I was so scared I shouted out when I saw Lion Guiyet. What? Almost at the 7th rank? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tanvu sighed heavily, shaking her head in despair and saying, That's right. Right now I really have no way to surpass him, so I guess you'll just have to marry him for real from now on. She then curled up and pouted in disappointment. I'm so stupid. I got excited for nothing. Why did I get so worked up? You stand from afar, chuckling. Softly, the king of Tran Nam approaches with a faint smile, stroking his beard as he reminds you, my little brother, don't tease Nguyen Ni anymore. The king of Tran Nam smiled kindly and said, Facing you, whether it's level 6 or level 7. I doubt it makes no difference to you. Tratlai Nguyet bit her lip tightly, eyes filled with tears, and looked away with a resentful expression. Tanvu shyly scratches his head and ears, beating the village drum. Who would have thought? When night falls, the bright moonlight illuminates the night sky, with a hand trying to absorb power into the flower. Tanvu sat upright with his eyes closed, practicing his technique, his body blazing with a powerful flame. His eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing with a bright yellow light, and from his body emanated the fierce roar of Nhai Ti and Kim Diu, exuding immense power. He pressed the two powers together, forming a bright yellow energy sphere with his hands. Then his whole body soared into the air to absorb the power. Tanvu slumped to the ground, his body emanating a blue flame. He let out a breath, his face darkening, and sweat beaded on his forehead. The third level of the Spirit Awakening realm is complete. Tomorrow is the main event. Tanvu collapsed onto the floor to rest, and the scene shifted to the Holy Fire competition hall. A few white birds take flight through the hall, and everyone in the stands enthusiastically raises their hands to cheer. King Tran Nam stroked his beard and smiled kindly as the final Holy Fire competition finally began. Tian Yang sat beside him and softly added, That's right, I hope young Master Tanvu will have a smooth contest. Bright flames of power float around the hall's pillars as the immortal energy sits solemnly on the throne, letting out a cold snort. An excited young man shouts, The sacred fire competition has begun. Others sigh sadly, It's such a pity, if only they had sacred fire like him. A young man sneaks in secretly to observe something, while Huang Fi glances at the other competitors, secretly smirking with disdain. A swarm of innocent-looking ants come to join this competition.
Wang Hin suddenly appears from behind, smirking mockingly. Huang Fi, you seem so confident it looks like you're almost certain to win the championship, right? Huang Fi also didn't hesitate to retort. Wang Hin, today is the great fire of the sacred flame.
What are you doing here? You don't have the sacred fire either, and just here to watch the show?
He replied ambiguously. You'll find out if there's holy fire or not later. They looked at each other face to face, smiling but as if an invisible lightning of hatred flickered in their eyes. A heavy foot stomped on the ground as Tanvu appeared with a majestic and confident demeanor. Huang Fi and Wang Hin suddenly paused and turned to look when he arrived. Huang Fei smiled and said, Wang Hin, let's not rush into our personal grudges. Our common enemy is Tanvu. Wang Hin immediately replied, Of course. Tanvu sneered contemptuously, secretly thinking, Two fools. He pretended to be friendly and saluted.
I hope you both perform well today and try not to lose too badly.
Wang Hin angrily shouted, raising his fist to attack, boasting shamelessly.
Tanvu, today will be your day to die.
Huang Fi grit his teeth, his eyes shining with a red hue of resentment. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. Someone is sitting above, watching the lively scene below.
Phi Fi laughs loudly and praises, The Holy Fire Festival this year has gathered many experts, and the strength of the major sects is also very powerful.
She paid special attention to Tanvu, but that martial artist stood out remarkably. Hearing this, Tanjiao suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing. She was there, and in less than 3 seconds, she leapt up. The men below all looked up, watching Tanjiao's appearance. Tanvu, is that really you? Tanvu stepped closer and said, Tanjiao, it's been 3 years since we last met at Jade Maiden Sect during your cultivation. I never expected you to have become such a charming young lady. Tanjiao replied,
Tanvu, you've changed quite a bit, but I really didn't expect you to participate in the Holy Fire Tournament.
Hearing that, he smiled brightly and said, I am determined to participate in the Great Holy Fire. Then she looked sad and confided, Tanvu, I have heard about what happened to you. The Tan family has dedicated themselves to the Divine Sword Empire, achieving great deeds, but I never expected your father and sister to be such people. Tanvu gently strokes Tanjiao's head and softly comforts him, saying, It's okay. This is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. From above, Phi Fi watches the intimate conversation between the two and exclaims as if surprised to realize something. Phi Fi's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized him, wondering in her heart, is this the Tanvu who killed Li Kiem Ha? Tanvu and the young apprentice grew up together. Their relationship wouldn't be superficial. If Tanvu really becomes number 1, maybe he can use this to do something. A man standing nearby wondered, What is going on? Who is this kid? Why are you so close to someone from the Jade Maiden Sect? Someone immediately responded, Fool, this is the Saint of Love. Just watch and see. If he has fewer than 3 women around him, I, Zhao Ritian, will write his name backwards. Next to young Master Tanvu, there truly is never a shortage of loyal companions. The man pointed and said, Look, another person has arrived. Tanvu scratched his head and shyly replied, You flatter me, Miss Uyen Ni. Then Zhao, standing beside her shyly, said, Well then, I will go up first. She lightly lifts 1 foot off the ground, and before leaving, Tanjiao doesn't forget to encourage her. Keep pushing for the Holy Fire Tournament. Tanvu smirks and reassures her, Don't worry, this time you'll be the top of the Holy Fire Tournament. It will definitely be me. As soon as Tanjiao went upstairs, Phi Fi seriously called her junior sister. She said with a faint smile, If Tanvu really takes first place in the Holy Fire Battalion, then from now on you'll have to rely on Tanjiao. Look, she's coming too. Tanvu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyebrows furrowing. Ice Crystal Sect. So Hanwei, with her beautiful but icy face, shows no emotion at all. Someone behind starts whispering excitedly. See that? That's the once-in-a-century genius of the ice-shattering sect. She is only 16 years old, but already at the 5th level of the spirit realm. And she also carries the 6th rank Sacred Fire. Someone also questioned that is So Hanwei from the Ice Shard sect. The person beside her also couldn't help but marvel. So Hanwei has been closed off for 3 years. I never expected her to become such a beauty. I still remember when I met her back then. She was just a crying little girl. Han Yi stepped forward slowly, standing in front of Tanvu. She smiled gently, and he responded with a soft smile. Both Huang Fi and Wang Xian watched as jealousy flared in their eyes. How did this kid manage to seduce even So Hanwei? Han Yi's lips parted slightly as she softly called out to Tanvu. She said, which surprised Tanvu, I and the Tan family are destined, so if you need help in the future, just come to me. Hanwei and Tanvu go their separate ways. She suddenly threats, if we meet again in this divine fire competition, I won't hold back. But Tanvu paid no mind, only smiling softly and gently, thinking, "The girl, in a little while, the crowd will gather in the center of the arena." Tanvu stood alone, observing and watching the others happily chatting. The two other girls approached, waving cheerfully to everyone. "Hello, hello!" Tanvu widened his eyes and paid special attention as the cheerful girl, Lin Ha, said with a smile, "Friendly, hello, please teach me more." And when she saw him, she casually greeted him. "Me? Hello?" Tanvu replied. "Hello to you?" Yuan Nai looked displeased and said, "Tan's acquaintances are quite numerous, huh?" His face darkened as he glared inwardly, thinking to himself, as expected, she also came. In the past, she had won first place in the Holy Fire Grand Competition. You remember how powerful Ling Ha was in your previous life. This person's background is mysterious, claiming to be an independent cultivator. In her previous life, she achieved victory without suppressing others, showing that her cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the spirit realm, and she also possesses holy fire, not lower than an 8th grade level. Her entire body radiates demonic energy, but the strange thing is that ever since winning the Holy Fire Tournament, she has disappeared without a trace. No one can find her. Tanvu gazed intently at Lin Ha with a murderous look, a fierce determination rising in his heart. In this life, I must observe carefully to find out what her true background is. The fairy aura shouts out a warning. The time is almost up. The elder and the King of Tron Nam jump down from the stage. He shouts loudly, "Please, remain silent." Then the King of Tran Nam solemnly introduces to everyone, "The great fire of the saint is an important matter for the Heavenly Han Empire. Today, I hope you can rely on your own skills to achieve first place." He gestures to invite the representatives of the 4 great sects onto the stage. The 4 of them follow the command, each stepping out with a dignified and confident demeanor, standing at the 4 corners around the stage, raising their hands together to channel their power into the massive flame. From within the celestial sacred firestone, the heavenly heart sacred firestone, Showdown, gradually appeared, and Huang Fi widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "This is the heavenly heart sacred firestone." Wang Hian also couldn't help but be surprised and added, "The heavenly heart sacred firestone is the most mysterious person of the Heavenly Ha Empire, said to be born from heaven and earth, not only helping martial artists control sacred fire better, but also capable of upgrading the rank of sacred fire." His face darkened noticeably, and he said through gritted teeth, "Because the heavenly heart sacred firestone is so precious, it has always been jointly owned by the 4 great sects." Everyone watching couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so amazing!" Only Tanvu remained standing silently, a slight sneer on his lips, as this small gesture amazed them so much. Remember in your previous life, if they knew there was a mountain-sized heavenly heart sacred firestone deep inside the great empire, how would they feel? I believe you all understand that this is the heavenly heart sacred firestone, which is extremely important to those with firestones. She pointed and introduced, the heavenly heart sacred firestone is originally managed by the 4 great sects. Each sect can use it for 3 months. But if you can win first place in the Holy Fire competition and join the sect, you can enjoy the Heavenly Templar Sacred Firestone all year round. From the stands above, the audience cheered passionately as Tian Duang quietly watched Tanvu from afar. "Young Master Tan," she gazes at him with affection, silently wishing that you can say it and do it. Someone else's footsteps softly step forward. Suo Lam spoke in a Siniti voice, explaining that the rules of the Sacred Fire competition were very simple, with a total of 3 rounds. The first round was a duel between 2 people, and the winner would advance to the next round. "Now please come up and draw your lots." In an instant, he transformed into a whirlpool of countless cards. So Lam watched as the contestants took their turns, with Tanvu approaching beside him. He turned and smirked. "So you're the little prodigy of Kuknyat sect. We meet again. You won't interfere with this drawing, will you?" "So," Lam replied irritably, "you are underestimating me a bit." Tanvu chuckled softly and said, "Even if you try something, it won't affect me." He shouted angrily. Will said, "Then I'll wait and see how far you can go. Then I will keep my eyes wide open to see clearly. Gentlemen, please take a look at the tokens in your hands." He said that the numbers on your tokens are used to distinguish each person. The one with the same number is your opponent in this match. Tanvu's token is number 5. He softly read it aloud. "The number Mama, ya. Number 5. Tanvu raised his hand to his chin, pondering. "I wonder who my opponent is in this round." So Lam raises his hand to announce, "You have obtained the number 1 token. Please prepare. Other fighters, please step down from the arena." The first round begins, the top two fighters face each other and prepare to battle. One Q clasped his hands together and smiled politely. Please. La Huyen also immediately responded, please, and Not Ku opened his mouth to blow out a powerful flame. Less than 3 seconds later, La Hin was defeated by the flames and fell to the ground, then looked up and laughed triumphantly. Wang Fei sneered dismissively and mocked, do you really dare to compete in the sacred fire with a first-grade holy fire? Wang Hian then chimed in, there truly are endless fools in this world. One after another, the contestants fought in each round, the winners stayed, while the losers had to leave reluctantly. The 5th round began, and Tanvu's opponent was Makha, a tall, muscular man several times his size. He pointed down, then smirked mockingly and said, you spoiled brat, I advise you to surrender early so you won't die here. Tanvu simply let out a cold breath and challenged, talking nonsense, just come at me. Makha angrily shouted, little brat, and unleashed a terrifying surge of power, his biceps bulging as a roaring tiger appeared behind him, causing Makha to look terrified. It's your own fault if you end up dying. Tanvu remained calm in the face of that power, standing with his arms crossed and watching nonchalantly. Tianyang observed quietly and evaluated. The 3rd rank of holy fire is not bad, but it's a pity you met young Master Tan. Moha charged at him like a fierce tiger. Just die already, you weak little white rabbit. Tanvu gently raised his elbow, releasing a force that sent Moha flying several meters away. Everyone witnessing the scene was stunned with their mouths open in amazement. Han Yi thought to himself that the opponent was a 3rd-rank Saintfire, using only a simple kick, yet he was able to defeat his opponent instantly. Tanvu is much stronger than I imagined. Tanvu, still intact, casually raises his hand to dismiss it. How boring. Wang Hin looked annoyed and smug. What are you so proud of? I'll cut you to pieces later. Next is the 6th round, Wang Fei wins. Then the 7th round, Wang Hian wins. And then the next rounds followed. Wu Ming won. Suo Han Yi won. Suddenly, So Lam spoke in a deep voice. Why don't we also hold a death betting match? What do you think? The old man smiled and replied, I agree, but I wonder what the others think. Truk Lang also agreed immediately. Agreed, Phi also agrees. So Lam immediately produces a yellow pill. If that's the case, I will bet a top-tier 3rd-grade pill to determine the winner between the Extreme King Princess and the Extreme Queen. Xianqi smirked and continued speaking. I also bet on the Empress and suggest the wager be my personally crafted Bone Conqueror sword. Tian Shuang speaks softly. You're quite bold, aren't you? If you two are so generous, our Holy Heart Temple can't afford to lose either. As she spoke, she immediately transformed a set of armor for everyone to admire. Tian Yang announced that this Heavenly Star armor would be the item for our Holy Heart Temple to bet on, and I bet Master Tanvu will win. Zhulang also started to speak up. An ordinary 3rd-grade pill, I bet on Wang Hian. Next are Pai Pi Kuk, Huyan-grade low-level martial arts, Lu Van Bo. I bet. So Han Y. The rare items from everyone gradually float into the air. Someone turns and marvels, this is the 4 great sects. They start with the best gear. The other sighs in disappointment. If only I had holy fire. Everyone started looking at each other and whispering excitedly, thinking that joining the 4 great sects was impossible, and that just being a cleaner would be 1,000 times better than their current situation. Lin Ha suddenly spoke up to draw attention. Ladies and gentlemen, she blinked softly, her tone sharp. What if everyone bets wrong? Everyone turned away. Only Su Lim replied, then these bets will all go to the winner of the Holy Fire competition. If we all bet wrong, it doesn't matter. Lin Ha raised her hand to support her chin and said, that's perfect. In my opinion, only I and that young Master Tan are competing for the top spot in this Holy Fire contest. Seeing this, Tanvu stood silently, thinking, why is this girl shifting her conflict onto me? Wang Hian, standing from afar, angrily shouted and criticized, you are so arrogant, thinking that with just you and Tanvu you can take the top warrior of the Holy Fire tournament. With me here, no one else can be the top warrior but me. The other contestants quickly agreed. That's right, winning won't be that easy. A foot from another person stepped closer. So Lam announced, all right, now we proceed to the 2nd round of the Holy Fire tournament. His face turned serious, clenched his fists, and said firmly, this 2nd round will be a chaos battle. Both Wang Xian and Huang Fei shot piercing looks at Tan Yu, who stood alone among the crowd. Tan Yu propped his chin with his hand, smirking thoughtfully. It seems these people have been bought out. What a bunch of naive and foolish fools. So Lam announced that the 2nd round would last for the duration of an incense stick, and after it ends,
The 4 remaining contestants will face off in the final battle.
If the first round was just to eliminate the weak martial artists, then the second round is the true test of your divine firepower.
So Lam's serious expression indicates that in the second round, all martial artists can only use sacred fire to fight, and are not allowed to use martial skills or their own cultivation to suppress others. He raised his hand to signal the second round of the Holy Fire Grand Trial begins. The spectators in the stands enthusiastically cheer, their feet pounding the ground.
Those people rushed to tear at Tanvu, who was standing in the middle like a tempting prey. One created a purple flame, another a red flame. They grit their teeth and threaten to die. Tanvu shows no fear, calmly responds, "Come on, let's see how much chaos you can stir up." They shot their flames forward shamelessly, even as they faced death. At the same moment, 4 flames burst toward Tanvu one after another, but he remained standing still without any reaction. Lin Wheat, witnessing this, shouted in anger, "Surrounded by so many enemies, so cowardly and treacherous." Then Zhao also looked worried. Tanvu, the flames collided simultaneously, causing a deafening explosion, and one man grinned smugly. "We all bear 4-grade sacred fire and have trained hard in combined attack techniques for this moment. Facing this move, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of your defenses." Tanvu sneered disdainfully, shedding a layer and remaining completely clean, then said, "If your attacks are over, let you see what I have." He raised his hand and unleashed a fierce counterattack of flames. The immortal energy gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Indeed, it's only 6th-grade power. It seems I was right." Lin Wheat cheered loudly. "Great! You really do have the 6th-grade sacred fire." Tanvu immediately mocked, making Huang Fi and Vuong Hien feel uncomfortable, relying on these 2 useless guys. "You 2 are really stupid trying to kill me, so why don't you hurry up and make your move?" Huang Fi gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, shouting, "It's just 6th-grade holy fire! Do you really think you're invincible in the world?" "Desperate to the point of death, I will grant your wish." Vuong Hien also burned with anger, adding, "The 6th-rank sacred fire. I have it too, kid. Today will be your day to die." Seeing that, Lin Wheat couldn't help but gape in surprise. Even Vuong Hien has 6th-grade sacred fire? So Lam immediately guessed, and he glanced at Truklang, who was still standing calmly and indifferently. A ruthless sword sect, truly ruthless. Huang Fi and Vuong Hien are about to rise together, both wielding 6th-rank sacred flames. Let's see how you handle fighting 2 against 1. The 2 flames merge and advance together. Tanvu calmly replied, "I was just warming up. Who said my holy fire?" He smirked, a golden aura shining in his eyes, shouting loudly, "It's a 6th rank," and a fierce fire erupted from his entire body. Even the metal sword appeared. It swooped up and easily snuffed out the flames of Huang Fi and Vuong Hien. Tanvu's flames grew more intense, his aura frantic, eyes wide with shock, shouting, "Such power! 5th, 6th, even 7th and 8th grade! This must be the 9th-grade sacred fire!" And even so Lam couldn't believe his eyes. Even the sect leader of Kuknyut sect only has Batfam divine fire. All the spectators in the stands were stunned and exclaimed, "This is indeed Kufam divine fire." With a majestic and commanding presence, Tanvu stands amidst the towering flames. Vuong Hien, gradually overwhelmed with fear, turns to Huang Fi and shouts, "It's the 9th rank. He has the 9-grade sacred fire." The king of Tran Nam smiled contentedly. The sword is ready. He grinned happily again with joy. 9-grade holy fire. Throughout the history of the entire Celestial Empire, only a few dozen people have possessed a 9-grade holy fire. King Tran Nam gently stroked his beard, thinking that even the worst among them is already at the peak of the Breaking Dawn realm. He secretly admired that not only does he excel in the Heavenly Galaxy Kingdom, but he also stands at the top across the entire continent. King Tran Nam laughed loudly and said, "Well, very well, I didn't expect our Thien Ha city to produce a 9-grade holy fire heavenly pride." Thien Zwung opened his eyes wide in surprise, realizing it was a 9-grade holy fire, even though his master only possessed an 8th-grade holy fire. Then her expression immediately relaxed, and she smiled gently and kindly, believing that Tan Kong Tu's future achievements would surely surpass those of his master. The fire destroyer still hovered above where Than Zhao stood, as she looked down to observe the golden insect. Then Zhao wondered to herself, "Tanvu, is this the fate you gained in the great wilderness?" She sadly whispered in her heart, "Father, you sacrificed Tanvu to ascend the Zhao clan immortal tribe, but in the end, you met your death. My divine sword kingdom has lost a genius, like Tanvu." Then Zhao looked up at the clear blue sky, feeling sad and thinking, Father, if you knew in the underworld, would you regret it? Tanvu raised his hand to stop Huang Fi and Wang Hian, glaring at them and sternly accusing, "You two are full of schemes and trying to deceive me." Tanvu's eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent, but in front of the 9-grade sacred fire, all your actions looked truly ridiculous. He unleashed a massive flame, knocking both of them back dozens of meters, their bodies covered in wounds, eyes rolled back showing the whites gasping for breath. Tanvu decided to withdraw the flames and said, "I'm not going to kill you now because you still have use." His face darkened as he silently vowed that when the ancient relic opens, that will be your day of death. Tanvu tiptoed into the air, asserting that the great holy fire should now come to an end. He calmly stated that since the 9-tier holy fire has been revealed, there's no need for the 3rd round anymore. Tanvu raised his palm, channeling his spiritual power into the core, and a blazing energy like a tornado instantly took shape. Inuit looked up in confusion and asked what he was doing, and Lin Heng immediately recognized it when he saw them. 9 heavens, joy destruction fire. She grins and mutters, "Looks like coming to the human world this time was the right choice." Meanwhile, countless primordial spirits gather into the golden bird, which roars fiercely, shaking the entire space. Tanvu quickly points his palm forward and shouts, "9 heavens annihilation, unleash!" In an instant, it shot out blazing beams of energy, rushing towards the people here. They stared with wide eyes and open mouths, urging each other to run quickly. Suddenly, an explosion erupted right in the middle of this place, pulling along a swirling golden divine spirit that spun endlessly. King Tran Nam smiled, faintly, secretly pleased. The 2nd round of the Earth Sisters' Divine Fire competition, the only time since their birth that I have witnessed it. Soon after, the Earth shattered and exploded into fragments. Dust and smoke filled the sky, making the space even darker. The young men lay sprawled on the ground, battered by the fury. Meanwhile, Han Wei struggled to her feet through the smoke, scowling and cursing. "Tanvu, you're really a crazy man." At the same time, Lin Ha slowly stepped forward another pace, clasping her hands behind her back, quietly sighing. Father was right. The mortal world truly offers many pleasures. Tanvu, I hope next time we meet, your holy fire will be even stronger. Not long after, Tanvu also gently descended to this place. I am the only one left standing on the arena. You confidently said with a piercing gaze, "It seems the top spot in the Great Holy Fire competition this time belongs to me." So Lam behind you was also somewhat overwhelmed by this aura. Tianyang was very surprised, just staring with wide eyes. Huang Fi then finally put his hand on the ground and gritted his teeth as he said, "Annoying?" He looked at your figure and roared loudly, "I have the 6th grade holy fire, yet I am not the leader of this holy fire tournament." Huang Fi stared in a shock, furious, cursing Tanvu, a discarded, humble, petty son of the Sword God Empire, a toy of the royal family. What right does he have? Huang Fi's eyes gradually bloodshot, his tone turning fierce. "I will kill you, even if you have the 9-tier holy fire. You're just a useless trash at the 1st level of the Spirit Awakening realm." With that said, his muscular body tensed up, tearing through his thin clothes, his eyes turning blood red. Huang Fi, filled with bloodlust, directly challenged, "The top position of the Divine Fire Grand Competition can only be mine. No one can stop me." Then he charged straight at Tanvu, wielding a blue spiritual energy. The princess drew her sword high, gritting her teeth as she cursed, "Go to hell." Tanvu still stands still, his face darkening. Thien Duong anxiously shouts, "Watch out, young Master Tan." Tanvu turned his head back, calmly saying, "If you want to die, then I will grant your wish." His whole body erupted with a purple spiritual energy, and he snorted coldly. Tanvu immediately summoned Nyeti, which opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. Huang Fi immediately froze, eyes wide in shock, and exclaimed, "What?" Nyeti viciously struck him, causing Huang Fi's primordial spirit to shatter completely. He couldn't dodge in time and immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even though I was beaten to a miserable state, I still keep questioning why I can't kill him. Why? All he has left now is resentment in his mind. He's just a useless piece of trash. He should have been trampled under my feet. Why did it come to this? I won't accept this. Tanvu coldly clenched his divine spear in his hand, muttering in regret. A true useless person. Then he launched his weapon and a tremendous energy toward the crown prince. He reacted too late, taking a spear to the body. Huang Fi was pushed against a nearby wall, and the impact was so strong that the wall cracked apart. Tanvu looked at him with no sign of life left and spoke. "You're the one who's right. The crowd was so frightened by this scene that they dared not speak, as they watched Huang Fi's legs dangling in midair.
Seeing the immortal energy piercing high above him, the celestial energy in his body gnawed his teeth and thought, first-grade immortal energy. So what I saw that day was actually the aura of immortal energy. This is the object.
The old man suddenly frowned, realizing that Tanvu not only possessed the supreme holy fire, but also had first-grade immortal energy. So Lam was now going crazy, blood boiling as he questioned. Tanvu, do you dare to kill me? Protected by Kuk Nguyet's sect? He said nothing, only pinched 2 fingers together, forming a purple light, the divine spear. He can kill me, but I can't kill him, right? He warned sternly, if you shout again, I will kill even you. So Lam stomps his foot hard, causing the place to shake, and clears his throat defiantly. You're just a reckless kid. I want to see how you and I are both killed. Suddenly, Tian Shuang reached out his hand to stop him. She looked at So Lam, struggling to persuade him. Tan Lord is someone the Holy Heart Temple values. If you want to attack him, you should ask if I agree first. Do you really want to turn against the Holy Heart Temple as well? Tanvu slowly spoke again. Tiansung, let him come, you face him head on. If he wants to go to Huangquan with the Emperor's daughter, then let me see him off. Tian Shuang suddenly hesitated, softly calling, Young Master Tan. Suolin was humiliated like that, and his tone became even more vicious. This is what you brought upon yourself. He suddenly soared into the air with his golden divine spirit. So Lam quickly pressed both palms together, and one eye immediately opened with endless light. He unleashed his ultimate move, the mid-tier mysterious realm martial skill Kuk Nyat Tan Duong. Thien Duong was struck with fear, thinking to himself that Kuk Nyat Tan Duong is a martial technique only the top 3 in Kuk Nyat sect can learn, with immense power and mastery, even comparable to high-tier mysterious realm techniques. Suolam was excited, pointing his palms downward with disdain. Even if you awakened the 9-grade sacred fire and killed Huang Fi, you are still just an ant in front of a mid-grade mysterious martial technique. He shouted loudly, Go to hell, as the Kuknut Tan Duong shone with countless lightning bolts. Tanvu was not only terrified, but also sneered with a smirk. Mid-tier mysterious realm. And then he raised his divine spear to confront him. Tanvu spun quickly in a stunning display, conjuring purple spiritual energy, thinking to himself, Let me try you out and see if I can use my strongest move this time. You point your divine spear at the center of the divine sun and unleash your ultimate move, the 9-tipped divine thunder spear. Tanvu's spear continuously pierces into the divine sun as lightning bolts rush forth, shattering the space around them. Suolin was then shocked and shouted, What? But it's no longer salvageable. The thunder spear immediately shot straight at him. Below the arena, a terrifying energy circle was still forming, attacking Solam head-on under Tanvu's control. Then Zhao clenched her fists, her cheeks flushing, suddenly realizing it was an earth-level martial skill. Tian Yang unconsciously leaned back, muttering, So it's actually an earth-level martial skill. Lin Wheat keeps being surprised after surprise. How many more tricks does Tanvu have up his sleeve? The fairy aura beside me clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, The fate of the great wilderness is indeed so powerful. So, just a few seconds later, Solam's body fell to the ground. He lay sprawled on top of it, completely still. Tanvu's sharp spear immediately pointed at Solam's neck, and he sneered, So the divine disciple of extreme sun sect is only this capable? Let's go see Huang Fi. Thien Duong quickly shouted to stop him. Young Master Tan, do not kill Sulin. But no one can stop Tanwu, his spear still aimed at Huang Fei. He rolled his eyes in threat. If the Elder's divine energy hadn't yet taken action, how could I possibly explain myself to the extreme sun sect if I die? The immortal energy quickly pulls out his jade ring and shouts loudly, Tanvu, stop there, don't hurt others anymore. That weapon of his immediately flies straight ahead. You casually summon your familiar beast. In an instant, it appears quickly, grabbing the ring with its muscular arm. In an instant, he easily shattered it. So Lam then frantically shouted, Save me! As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked by Tanvu. Blood gushed out of Solam, and his arm became stiff. He frowned and coldly said, I already told you, he must go down to Huangquan to join Huang Pi. The Qi of the heavens is even more resentful, and he cursed loudly, Damn it! Old Man stomped his feet hard on the ground, causing the place to shatter into tiny pieces, his tone full of hatred. Tanvu, you first killed my beloved disciple, then slaughtered the extreme moon god Templar, committing heinous crimes one after another. Heaven's justice cannot tolerate such sins. Even if you awaken the 9-tier Saint Fire, I cannot let you go." Tanvu wasn't afraid and burst into laughter, mocking the words that he couldn't let him survive. Then, he quickly changed his tone and asked seriously, "Old dog, do you think I will let you live?" Tanvu clenched his divine spear, emphasizing each word. "You killed the one I love most, and humiliated her in every way." He pointed his spear at the celestial spirit and declared straightforwardly, "I am your enemy, under heaven." King of the southern border was a bit surprised, deep in thought. So Tanvu had long-standing grudges with the ancient celestial weapon, but who was the one he loved the most? The celestial weapon was also slightly taken aback and said, "I didn't expect this old man to hold such a grudge against you." Old man First Edge smiled proudly and said, "You are still young and able to kill So Lam." Tien Ki slightly praised and moreover possesses 9-grade Saint Fire and Earth-grade martial skills. Truly an extraordinary genius. Old Trat gathered his spiritual power in his hand and continued, but unfortunately, the immortal energy quickly summoned his primordial spirit token, and a terrifying skull appeared in the sky above you. "I have long been at the peak of divine power. Killing you is as easy as squeezing an ant." The old man immediately pulled out a rope covered with sharp thorns around it, and the immortal weapon fiercely struck it, unleashing a first-rank immortal weapon death demon spell. Zhulong frowned as he watched the scene, murmuring his judgment. The first-grade death demon immortal weapon combined with a top-tier mysterious technique. The death demon. Immortal technique seems to have made up its mind to kill. The old man's rope immediately swept across the ground, rushing straight toward Tanvu's position. Tanvu pointed his divine spear forward, with 2 sources of energy swirling around his weapon. In an instant, Death Demon Immortal and Tanvu's spiritual power clashed. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to strike back. The immortal energy is still full of pride, mocking loudly. Too weak. Tanvu clearly can't compete, as he suddenly takes a hit while flying into the air. The old man sneers excitedly. "Tanvu, is that all the ability you have?" He clenched his teeth and retracted the 2 sources of energy. Tanvu quickly turned his face away and shouted, "King Long Ho of Tran Nam, reborn." He was momentarily startled by Tanvu's request, but then King Tran Nam still reached out and threw the pill to catch it. He raised his arm and caught it precisely. Without hesitation, Tanvu immediately put it into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, a seal lit up brightly on Tanvu's forehead, and his entire body was enveloped by this immense energy. The immortal energy lifts its head and lets out a hearty laugh. The 4-grade pill, born from the dragon and tiger's rebirth, cannot be fully refined in just a few years. You fight in battle using medicine. Do you really think you can break through? But then, suddenly, the old man froze, his eyes wide open as Tanvu's body transformed, muscles bulging fiercely, tearing apart his clothes. The mark of the dragon tiger grew brighter on his forehead as Tanvu hovered in the air, spreading his arms wide. Behind is the support of the dragon and tiger, and at this moment, the immortal energy begins to tremble and retreat a few steps. The old man opened his mouth in shock, asking, "How is that possible? Have you really refined the Long Ho thought, Tai Huan?" The fairy energy is shocked, sweat streaming down in streams. This is the power of the peak spirit transcendence stage, just from refining the dragon tiger incarnation pill, and yet it has advanced so much. Tanvu coldly pointed his divine spear with lightning at the old man. Nyati also appeared, roaring fiercely. Kim Du and Long Ho, under his command, also launched their attacks. Tanvu frowned and shouted, "Old dog, take another of my spears." The immortal energy was stunned for a moment, standing still and watching the spear and the powerful spiritual forces rush toward him. The immortal energy sweat pouring down her face, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "This is the old man," quickly snapping his own string to form a circle. The death demon, immortal energy, raised both hands to create a shield against the oppressive force. But what is it compared to Tanvu's spiritual power? The old man behind the shield still had to shout out loud. Then, your spiritual power crashes into the ground, sweeping out a huge circle. Tanvu's primordial spirit flashes everywhere, affecting even those sitting in the stands. Even Tianyang and Pippi had to raise their hands to shield themselves from its power. King Tran Nam raised his hand to cover his face and shouted loudly, "The pressure is too great!" A second later, he widened his eyes and muttered, "This is King Tran Nam looking at a dense crack ahead, his immortal energy staggering, blood beginning to flow onto the ground. His entire body is covered in scratches, with bloodshot eyes." Tanvu then descended as the old demon collapsed, with one eye like a bullet and a mark on his forehead, staring intently at the energy. Thien Duang was also shocked, sweat pouring down non-stop. She frowned and sighed, breaking through in battle, The ancient immortal energy of the attack's divine realm peak. Young Master Tan is more terrifying than I thought. King Tran Nam was stunned and speechless. At this moment, Truk Lang also turned pale, secretly thinking that luckily I didn't offend this demon, or even if the swordmaster was careless, I wouldn't be able to save my life. Tanvu's spear tip, though blood-stained, still shone with a glimmer of light. The old man of the immortal aura collapsed to the ground, taking a few steps back, loudly admitting defeat. Tanvu, I admit defeat, you win. The cowardly immortal raises his face to beg. Just tell me what you want, but don't kill me, he said calmly, emphasizing each word. All I want is your damn life. Suddenly, purple circles spun around where Tanvu stood, accompanied by drops of bloody red blood. He looked around, frowning in confusion as crimson energy suddenly radiated from Tanvu. They rise into the air together, gathering into a strange point, and you are quickly enveloped by that energy. Not long after, the Death Demon Fairy was formed right here. Thanjiao couldn't help but scream in fear. Tanvu, at this moment you and the Fairy Chi are inside the barrier. The old man suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had tricked Tanvu, and his fairy energy's eyes became extremely sharp. Tanvu, even if you are a once-in-a-century genius, calling you a monster might not be an exaggeration, but you're still too inexperienced. I glanced over and listened carefully. I have spent many years using blood and sweat to create this formation. Once you enter here, your soul will be continuously destroyed. You will become nothing but an empty shell. The immortal spirit finished speaking and then stood up as if nothing had happened, radiating a terrifying aura. Reaching out his hand forward lazily, saying, I have lived for over 100 years and killed countless people. You think you can kill me with that filthy mouth of yours? The old man smugly pushed his spiritual power forward after shouting. Tanvu remains as cold as ice, gripping the divine sword tightly, unleashing a fierce power. The fairy spirit's eyes widen in shock as he laughs loudly. After I destroy your soul, the holy fire within you will belong to me. But before he could do anything, Long Ho appeared and shattered the source of the demon energy. The immortal aura was stunned and shouted loudly, What? Long Ho roared loudly, and instantly the barrier weakened, striking to make the old man's spiritual power gradually vanish. The immortal energy froze in place, muttering, My great formation has failed. Tanvu seizes the opportunity as the old man is distracted, quickly reaching out his hand and gripping his throat, causing the immortal energy to become uncomfortable and the old man to scream loudly. Tanvu clenched his fist and said, The opportunity I gained in the great wilderness is not just the sacred fire. He sneered and declared, It's not your great formation that failed, but that no soul attacking me has ever harmed me. The old man clenched his teeth and begged Tanvu that he was blind and had no ill intentions this time. The boy frowned and scoffed, Too bad for you, you old dog. Thinking I knew everything, I didn't realize any of your actions towards me were truly ridiculous. Xianqi hurriedly made an excuse. Your older sister killed Sulin and has already offended the Extreme Sun sect. If you kill me too, the Extreme Sun sect won't forgive you. The old man begged desperately, Spare my life. From now on, I will obey your orders and help you avenge the Zhao clan of the Mountain Tribe. Tanvu clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch. Instantly, the head of the fairy weapon tilted back, while his other hand still gripped the old man's neck, causing the fairy weapon to spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. Old man, still threatening fiercely as he falls to the ground, says, Tanvu, you better think carefully. Even if the Holy Heart Temple protects you, the Extreme Sun sect will never forgive you. Saving my life is also saving your own. Tanvu coldly steps on the immortal's foot and repeats, Keep me alive, I declare outright. My life belongs to me. No one can take it away. Tanvu frowns and questions, Do you think your old dog's life is worth the conditions I set? In an instant, he crippled the old man's legs. The pain struck, and the immortal energy roared into the sky. Tanvu, you are truly a demon. Tanvu coldly replied, Do you know, evil spirit, old dog? The moment I first saw you at the Nam Vuong estate, I couldn't suppress the murderous intent inside me. I recall that encounter and continue, but back then, I couldn't kill you. By then, Tanvu's hand had clenched tightly, and his voice grew increasingly cruel because he kept telling himself to suppress this rage. Tanvu's eyebrows furrowed, then he immediately delivered a devastating punch to the fairy's chest, causing the old man to vomit blood again, and his eyes to turn cloudy. My anger is too great. My aura can only lie on the ground, my voice becoming extremely weak. I admit defeat now. Dying at your hands as a monster is not unjust. The immortal energy struggles to breathe, but still wonders why. But I want to die with clarity. Who exactly did I kill of yours?
Tanvu stepped on the old man's body once more without hesitation, while the immortal energy endured the pain silently.
He lowered his head and slowly said, "The first year of the lunar calendar." Tanvu recalled the scene of the old man kneeling before Thanhua and recounted, "You were ordered by Li Thanhua to capture Li Thanjiao alive." At that moment, the immortal energy used its spiritual power to seize Thanjiao, and he immediately exposed her, not only shattering her bones, but also imprisoning her in the vast wilderness of Black Sudan. Tears began to well up. Hek Tu Dam can amplify human suffering to an endless extent. Just a light touch on the skin can evoke feelings of despair and pain worse than death. Tanvu shouted wildly, "In that situation, for 3 whole months, you callously kept her there for the entire 3 months."
The immortal energy was even more terrified and shouted, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all."
Li Thanjiao is not dead yet. The old man pleads and begs, "I beg you, let me die clearly. I beg that person." He no longer wanted to listen and immediately summoned a blazing circle in front of him. Tanvu's face darkened, and his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. Go and die. He directly poured his divine spirit into the immortal energy.
Not long after, that spiritual energy also began to gradually fade away.
Tanvu bent down, watching the blazing fire in front of him. Lin Wheat stared wide-eyed, speechless. Even Lord Tran Nam was taken aback by his power.
This entire place has become desolate after their battle. Thanjiao, surprised, her cheeks flushing, spoke.
Tanvu?
Wen Yi, standing aside, also blurted out and called young Master Tan.
The surrounding winds now swept through the desolate area as Tanvu raised his face to feel them, muttering a few words.
"It's over. The ancient spirit of the celestial energy has died. You set your next goal, and now it's their turn."
The scene shifts to the divine sword kingdom, bathed in golden sunlight. Zhao Dian is channeling his spiritual power into Thanhua, who moans softly as sweat drips down her forehead beneath the dark red circle hovering above her head. He sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivating and awakening the immortal script. Success or failure depended on this move. Immediately after, Zhao Dian opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly to summon the demon. That energy source immediately gathered and shot straight into him. Zhao Dian shouted out in shock as he received its power. Triu Huan stands afar, witnessing everything, raising his hand to block the spiritual energy, muttering, "This ancient pressure. Dian Yi's divine writing has succeeded." Trio Dian instantly snorts coldly to show off. The fiery red spiritual energy continues to spread everywhere. He has veins bulging all over his face and his pupils shining brightly, revealing a ferocious smile. Zhao Dian bursts into joyful laughter, never expecting himself to achieve such a great feat.
"I never thought I would actually awaken the Supreme Divine Text."
"That's great. I originally thought that the bloodline in Li Thanhua could help you awaken the immortal spirit,
so I told you to marry her so she would willingly give up her bloodline to help you awaken." His face showed satisfaction and pride, but he never expected you to surpass the immortal spirit and awaken the Supreme Divine Spirit.
Xiao Han has now found the light to lead his people. The Zhao immortal clan has hope for revival. The Supreme Divine Script has never appeared in our clan in over 10,000 years. He is extremely proud of what Zhao Dian has achieved. Even among the entire fairy clan, only a few people have divine inscriptions, let alone the Vo Thuong Tan Van, representing the pinnacle of divine inscriptions. He steps forward, eyes full of bright hope. "Dian, with this supreme divine pattern, we can return to the immortal clan and no longer need to stay in this world." Trio Huan then followed closely, kindly reminding and advising. "After returning, just focus on your cultivation, and one day unify the immortal clan to make the Zhao clan the ruler of the world." But suddenly Zhao Dian stopped and turned around, emphasizing, "Second uncle, our Zhao immortal clan has rules." He seemed unwilling to follow Trio Huan's command anymore. If he could awaken the supreme divine text, he could become the clan leader and control the clan members. He froze, his face pale, too afraid to argue. "That's true, Trio Dian is getting more and more arrogant and issuing commands. If that's the case, second uncle, you should kneel down and talk." Trio Huan froze in place, his eyes wide open. All he could do was chuckle faintly. Trio Huan burst out laughing, clearly enjoying himself. "Fine, he's not afraid of how Trio Dian looks right now. If you keep talking to me so gently, I will be a bit disappointed. The Trio clan needs you to be ruthless and cold-blooded like that." Xiao Han knelt down with his legs folded, respectfully bowing to Zhao Dian, the 147th great guardian of the Zhao clan immortal tribe, as he pledged allegiance to his master. Zhao Dian nodded, pleased, and ordered the clan to quickly descend the ascension path to bring us back.
Xiao Huan also changed his attitude to be respectful and obeyed the master's order. Zhao Dian waved his hand as a signal to instruct his subordinates. Stand up. He listened and followed the order to stand up. Yes. Then Trio Huan turned to Tanhua to ask for his opinion. What should we do with this woman? Trio Dian turned his head back with a satisfied look. Even though she's a woman from the mortal world, she pleases me and knows how to flatter me. In the end, he made his decision and told her to follow him. Zhao Huan nodded and carefully obeyed. Understood. Suddenly, his face darkened, and his eyes fixed intently in one direction. Xiao Huan feels uneasy as he looks at Than Hua lying unconscious on the ground in a different room within the ancient mansion of the King of Tran Nam. The King of Tran Nam is sitting on the bed, stroking his beard and praising, I have lived for so long, but this is the first time I have met someone with such astonishing talent, like young Master Tan. He was extremely surprised by your ability. Under 18 years old and already able to kill the peak realm Heavenly Chi Elder. King Tran Nam patted Tanvu's shoulder and advised him to be careful. The Elder of the Chi sect and the Kuknut sect are not to be taken lightly. You killed Solam first, then the Elder of the Celestial Chi, and Kuknut Tong will definitely oppose you to the death. Tianyang sitting here also calmly confirms that although Kuknut Tong is slightly stronger than our Holy Heart Palace, they dare not tear their face apart with us. After young Master Tan enters the Holy Heart Palace, we will protect him thoroughly. Fei Fei here refuses to admit defeat. If you can protect the Holy Heart sect, can't I protect the Jade Maiden sect? She cast a contemptuous look as she made her judgment. Young Master Tan may not have entered the Sacred Heart Palace after all. Tianyang Ren asked again with a displeased look. Bak Fifi, what do you mean by what you just said? She asked, confidently with a challenging look. On the contrary, Li Thanjiao is a core disciple of my Jade Maiden sect and the next goddess, especially since Thanjiao is also Tan Kong Tu's childhood sweetheart. Think about it. Would young Master Tan join our Jade Maiden sect for Thanjiao? Fei Fei slowly stood up, offering a warm invitation along with her terms. Young Master Tan, if you join our Jade Maiden sect, I can promise on behalf of the sect that within 3 years, Thanjiao will become the sect's goddess. Fei Fei will offer you many benefits, and you will also be appointed as an inner disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, holding a position similar to vice sect leader. At this point, Tianyang couldn't hold back any longer and gritted his teeth before shouting loudly, the conditions set by the Jade Maiden sect can also be met by the Sacred Heart Palace. King Tran Nam watched the two women arguing and was also frightened. Little brother Tan, this situation is beyond even the old man's control, so your choice depends on yourself. Tanvu sat calmly, resolutely declaring his decision. I will not join either of your sects. Thien Duong was extremely surprised, his eyes becoming vacant. Young Master Tan, Pai Pai narrowed her eyes, observing your attitude carefully. Tanvu smiled subtly and said, I will just go to the Holy Heart Palace to train for a while first. You also planned ahead and carefully instructed that the Sacred Heart Holy Firestone would naturally be reserved for the Holy Heart Temple to enjoy alone. Hearing this, Thien Duong felt relieved and smiled gratefully. Thank you, young Master Tan. Young Master Tan is unwilling to join the Holy Heart Palace. It's understandable. With his talent, he deserves a better choice. Fei Fei seems upset and turns to leave. If that's the case, I won't insist anymore. I will take my leave first. Tanvu saw that and didn't say a word, his face darkening as he watched her leave in anger. The Jade Maiden sect, the image from the past still deeply imprinted in Tanvu's memory. He knows well the treachery of Fei Fei's sect. In your previous life, the Elder of the First Realm came to your Jade Maiden sect to demand someone, and without a word, you handed over the Thanjiao. Tanvu, with a stern face, had already made his own decision. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect no longer needs to exist. Suddenly, King Tran Nam softly calls out and reveals a mysterious treasure. Brother Tan, he looks at you with a very satisfied face. The treasures of the 4 great sects are all here. This time you have gained a lot. But Tanvu didn't take it and gently folded Tran Nam Vuong's hands. He refused to accept it and softly said, Tran Nam Vuong, I don't need these things. He was a bit confused by this unexpected situation, but Tanvu smiled and respectfully explained the reason. This is a small token of my regard for the Shenyu army of the Tran Nam Vuong estate. You and Nguyet Ni can also have a better life. The Lord of Jinan nodded slightly and softly exclaimed, Shen Yi army! Tears welled up in his old hand, and the entire body of the Marquis of Tran Nam trembled, deeply moved by your kindness. Immediately afterward, Tanvu also stood up straight with a serious expression. He bowed his head in salute and loudly shouted the slogan, Tran Nam Vuong Palace, unyielding in 100 battles,
Dikat Chu Thain, blood marching to the sky. For a long time, Tanvu has also deeply admired him. Over nearly 100 years, the Tran Nam Vuong estate has fought for humanity, with his 9 sons and 14 grandchildren sacrificing their lives on the frontier. You understand what the Tran Nam Vuong has sacrificed to help the Thanui Quan, yet he did not hesitate to dig many holes in the Tran Nam Vuong residence, and because of his hidden wounds over decades, his once illustrious cultivation is now gone. Tanvu continuously praises his contributions. With such heroic spirit, he truly deserves the 4 words of a hero of the people.
Tanvu here expresses his respect on behalf of those saved by the Divine Might Army, and Tran Nam Vuong happily pats his shoulder a few times.
Understood. He fully trusts Tanvu's abilities. Tanvu, this old man is asking for your help. You smile warmly to comfort him, understanding the responsibility you bear.
King of the southern border, please rest assured. I punch my chest a few times and declare confidently that no matter what realm I reach in the future, I will never die without protecting the human race, safeguarding it from destruction and ensuring its eternal survival.
He heard that and burst out laughing even more triumphantly. All right. Tianyang blushed shyly, eyes shining with admiration. Young Master Tan, a righteous hero, set up an ancestral altar in an old mysterious house, the ancestral hall of the Than Thuong Ngon clan. Thiet Thuong is kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, muttering "Elder," as he repeatedly bows his head to the ground in pain.
Thiep Thuong cried out in agony and remorse. Elder, Vuong Thiep Thuong is useless and cannot restore the Shen Thuong sect.
Vuong Hin looked to the side in horror, speechless. Father! He slapped him hard, blood spattering as he shouted, bowing his head to confess to the ancestor. The blood just now even splattered onto the ancestral tablet. Vuong Hin, trembling with fear, bowed his head to the ground and confessed his guilt to the ancestor. Ancestor, I am useless. It's truly because Tanvu is too extraordinary. I have no other choice. Vuong Hin's words made Thiet Thuong extremely angry. You dare to make excuses at a time like this, you ungrateful brat. Suddenly, the token burst into flames, billowing smoke as it soared into the sky. Thiet Thuong broke out in a sweat, his face pale with horror. Vuong Hin also couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. The old man's face gradually became clearer through his soul form. The ancestor appears with a somewhat indignant tone. I never expected that as a noble prince of the royal family, you would end up in such a state. Vuong Hin shivered and stammered a few words. The ancestor has appeared. The old man showed annoyance but tried to compose himself. The ancestor calmed down and no longer blamed anyone. Forget it. Fate has already been sealed. Then the old man turned to him and gave some instructions. Vuong Hin, you carry the blood of the royal family and can unlock my spiritual consciousness. I can only entrust the great task of restoring the royal family to you. The old ancestor performed a ritual, and a strange light radiated out, suddenly revealing a shining gold token. Vuong Hin immediately recognized it as the secret order of our royal family that can open the ancestral residence I built when I was alive. The old man trusted him with this responsibility. Go now, use everything I left behind to cultivate, and then restore the clan. Then the ancestor disappeared, leaving only the secret order. Wang Hian reached out his hand to slowly take it. His face lit up with excitement as he called out, "Dad!" The old ancestor's token. Thiet Thuong, upon seeing it, stroked his beard proudly and recounted with satisfaction. I have heard your great-grandfather say that our royal family was once the leading clan in the world. The cultivation of the ancient ancestor reaches the heavenly destruction level. Thiet Thuong's tone is full of regret, as he laments that due to offending the celestial race, he was condemned in just one night. His face was veins bulging with determination. If he could obtain the treasure left by the old ancestor this time, the royal family would surely have hope for revival. Vuong Hien also revealed a triumphant smile, laughing out loud with a fierce desire for revenge. Tanvu, even if you find your chance in the great wilderness, when I obtain the royal inheritance, you will definitely die. Blood debts must be paid with blood. A strange applause suddenly sounded from behind. Suolin walks in from outside, speaking with a smug tone. I didn't expect the Divine Weapon Sect to actually be the backing of the entire clan. Looks like I came to the right place today. Vuong Hin immediately turned around upon hearing that voice, which was So Lam, entering from outside with a very sinister expression. He took a few steps back, staggered, and fell to the ground. Vuong Hin couldn't believe his eyes, stammering as he backed away in panic, pointing suspiciously ahead. Are you human or demon? So Lam confidently removes his hat and cloak and asserts, I am definitely human. Vuong Hin turned pale with fear and asked, But weren't you already killed by Tanvu? You? He slightly smiled in a strangely mysterious way.
Song Lin repeated his own reputation once more.
The Extreme Sun sect once had a total of 18 divine disciples, and a year ago, I became the last one. He asked another confusing question, but now I have become the 5th divine disciple. Do you know why? So Lam's face turned grotesque as he asked repeatedly for the reason.
I'm here to tell you that only 5 of the original 18 celestial suns remain in the Extreme Sun sect.
Do you really think the other 13 all died? He's an extremely treacherous and cruel person.
So Lam can kill a river full of blood, so how could I die so easily? So Lam's eyes are bloodshot and look extremely strange.
Wang Hain, you want to kill Tanvu, right? He grimaced and bulged his veins, vowing with hatred that Tanvu and I would never be on the same side. So Lam seizes this opportunity to scheme. Now that the chance is before you, lure him into the secret residence with you, then kill him. Rest assured, my royal inheritance will definitely not be taken. He honestly confessed his goal. I just want the 9-grade sacred fire on him, Wang Hian asked with a look of suspicion and curiosity. But how will you fight back against Tanvu? The man was still amazed by your talent. Even the peak of the heavenly spirit elder was killed by him, yet So Lam showed no sign of fear. I have my own way. Knowing that Tanvu killed the old immortal Qi, he will probably return to the Divine Sword Empire next. If we can't lure him in tomorrow, Tanvu will enter the secret realm of the cave. So Lam's face grew serious, but inside he was confident. I think we also understand the consequences. Then he immediately disappeared before their eyes. Brother, what should we do now? Tai Shang's face darkened, with no other options. At this point, there's no other choice. Tomorrow, my father and I will personally go to invite Tanvu. The bright moon shines in the sky, and a gentle breeze blows. In a mysterious ancient inn at a corner, the galaxy guest, Vongwit approached and bowed respectfully, congratulating Master Tan on winning first place in the Holy Fire competition.
Her eyes shone with admiration. Great Wilderness truly is a place that makes people yearn.
The opportunity that allowed young Master Tan to meet him inside and help him kill the old ancestor of the Celestial Aura isn't that important to Tanvu.
He's focused on his next plan, after all. It was just the first place in that competition.
What does it matter? Tomorrow I will begin my journey to avenge myself in the Divine Sword Kingdom. You two step closer. And Tanvu quietly whispers detailed instructions to both of them. I have something to entrust to you all. Listen carefully. Vongwiet's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this. Votu beside them also reacted just as strongly, looking very worried. They arranged to meet again at the same place as yesterday, and the next day 5 of them were already present early inside the Tran Nam Vuong's mansion. Miss Yoon smiled brightly and kindly advised Tan Kong too, I wish you a successful trip. Lin Guiyet was very worried and kept reminding you, Tanvu, you must be very careful. Although you have killed the ancient ancestor of the immortal energy, Zhao Dian still has the backing of the immortal clan, and there may still be powerful allies supporting him. He nodded confidently. Don't worry, this time Zhao's estate is definitely going to be destroyed. Young Master Tan, this time I will accompany you. After you succeed in your revenge, we will go to the Holy Heart Palace. A subordinate hurriedly reports important news. King Tran Nam, Vuong Thiet Tuong, and Vuong Hien from Than Tuong Mon have arrived. He still maintains a calm demeanor and issues orders, so why not let them in? Tanvu frowns mysteriously, guessing the situation. Could these two be here for some reason? Thiet Tuong and Vuong Hien walk in tensely from outside. Dong Tan respectfully bows and pays his respects to the King of the South. He still calmly asks to clarify the situation and the reason for their visit. What brings you here today? As soon as he heard this, Vuong Hien knelt down, trembling all over and begging for forgiveness. Today I come here to confess my sins to young Master Tan. I did not realize I had offended you through my arrogance. Vuong Hien outwardly appears sincere and understanding. Telling Lord Tan, I will atone for my sins to you. My divine sect brings you a piece of fate, but his eyes suddenly shifted sharply towards you. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to be cautious with your words. Hearing that, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. Shentop sect, I have accidentally discovered an ancient cave from the era of the powerful ancestors, so I came to invite Lord Tan to join in harvesting the Koduyan. You arrived with a stern face and had already predicted this would happen. Indeed, it was for this reason, but much earlier than in your previous life. Before Tanvu could speak, Thien Shuang exposed their true faces. Vuong Hien, I'm afraid you're the one trying to set a trap against young Master Tan inside the secret realm. With such a despicable scheme, do you really think young Master Tan will fall for it? Tai Shang turns pale, his face showing no sign of suspicion being exposed. Vuong Hien broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with horror. He still had to pretend and continue this act. No, that won't happen. We sincerely want to atone for our sins. He was sweating profusely, feeling extremely tense inside. Tanvu, quickly agree. You must agree. Lion Guiat continued to scorn their tactics. With obvious flaws like that, Tanvu wouldn't go anywhere. But suddenly you smile in a strange way.
Fine, you seem pleased and agree with both of them. If that's the case, I will accept your sincere apology. When will we set off?
Lin Wheat didn't expect Tanvu to make such a decision. What? Tiu Thuong heard this and smiled happily. Of course, the sooner the better. The secret base is at the foot of the Shichmang Mountain in the west of Thien Ha City. If we leave tomorrow, we can get there in just one day. You also nodded in agreement and set a time. If that's the case, we'll depart tomorrow. He was sweating all over and slipped away before being exposed. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Then the two of them turned their backs and walked away, while Lion Guiat, confused, asked, Tanvu, why are you still going when this is clearly a plot against you? You saw it too, so how could I not see it? But don't worry, if I decide to go, I will find a way to handle it. Tian Xuang watched Tanvu's figure leave in a panic, calling out, Tan Kong Tu, I will go with you, but you refused help. Don't worry, I can go alone. She sighed helplessly, looking worried but obediently following Master Tan Nam, as the Lord of Tran Nam cheerfully reminded him, Tan Thiêu Huỳnh Ye, dù ngôi cô vô số cô duyên trong ngôi, những gì như vậy cũng nên cẩn thận, dung qua kiêu ngạo. He turned back with a grateful smile, remembering the words of King Tran Nam. I will keep it in mind. The next day, at the foot of the Shichmang Mountain, Tanvu rode his beast to the agreed location and jumped down onto a dirt station. Tanvu looked into the distance with a somber expression, recalling that this was the place where Yuan Ni met her misfortune in his previous life. Comparing the two lives, he concluded that in this life, Yuan Ni was not invited to go, apparently because he seized the Divine Fire's great relic, which changed the original cycle of the world. Thit Tuang followed closely behind, carefully guiding you, saying, Young Master Tan, the ancient ruins are at the foot of Shichmang Mountain. There is a hidden cave entrance ahead, and if we go in, we will reach the site. You paid little attention, stopped, and ordered him to lead the way. He understood immediately and nodded before stepping forward. Yes. Who is the successor of these two people? Tu Nyan Tong. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Master Thiet pointed ahead and said, Tan Kong Tu, we have arrived. He forcefully struck the mountain wall with all his strength, and immediately a gate lowered to reveal the cave inside. Thit Tuong quietly pointed ahead from behind and said, Master Tan, it's right up ahead. The father and son exchanged subtle, meaningful glances, and the three of them continued moving deeper inside. Thit Tuong looked at the towering statue ahead and burst into laughter. The joy was right here. In front of them, three shining weapons were sparkling. Wang Hien saw that, and his eyes widened in surprise. All the first-tier celestial weapons? Thiet Tuong, standing beside him, pointed ahead and said, Tan Kong Tu, these three treasures all belong to you. But Tanvu narrowed his eyes, focusing on judging, and there was not a single soul in this carved item, or more precisely, the owner of this relic. He could tell at a glance what the problem was. The three first-tier spiritual tools were all cursed artifacts, and it seemed only those who are recognized can take them. Tanvu had long recognized their treacherous tricks. Without recognition, touching the forbidden object would mean death. He smiled mysteriously, amused, and said, Such tricks are nothing to me. Then Tanvu and the others grabbed the divine spear. At first he wanted to fly straight toward the fire, but unfortunately it caused Tanvu to injure his cheek, swelling up. Then he immediately cast a spell to blow out the fire. Tanvu grabbed the divine spear, feeling it was incredibly easy to lift, light and effortless. Then he raised it high and ordered it to be stored away. Stop! Tanvu smiled with great satisfaction, already thinking about his next move. Next, by refining these three first-level immortal weapons, the power of the war god's spear will increase even more. Suddenly, a loud noise from the statue startled the two. A blinding light burst from inside, and a talisman slowly floated out, moving forward. As soon as Tanvu saw it, he immediately guessed that this was a fairy script talisman engraved with patterns. He was very surprised and recalled it in his mind. Only the fairy race or their descendants can awaken the fairy script. Tanvu understood very well about the fairy script token that was flying towards him. After awakening the heavenly script, its level would be upgraded according to its rank, with the lowest gaining a sturdier body and a 10-fold increase in cultivation. From then on, he gradually deduced their sinister tricks. But if the human race wants to obtain the celestial script, they can only do so by killing the celestial race and using secret techniques to steal their celestial scripts. Based on Tanvu's deduction of his actions, Wang Hian in his previous life must have obtained the Celestial Script token, which is why he was able to awaken the Celestial Script, but this token is still incomplete. But on Wang Hian's side, he is also stunned and cannot believe his eyes. The talisman of the immortal script. Now he finally understood his ancestors' plan, which could help mortals obtain the bodies of immortals and awaken the token of the heavenly script, a terrifying technique passed down by the old ancestor. He turned to the two of them and asked directly, "Do you still have another token? Hand it over." But suddenly, shadowy figures appeared. The spirits of Van Vuong lined up in a row, and a mysterious individual appeared to demand, "Hand over your life first, Tanvu." As soon as he saw him, he immediately recognized the sect master of Tunyan sect, Hoak Tunyan. He looked a bit surprised and suspicious, asking again, "Tanvu, do you recognize me? You have a tone that's teasing and unmanly. Neither truly a man nor a woman, not a demon nor yours. Hard to miss if you don't recognize it. I didn't act immediately and just thanked you, but I still have to thank you. Without you, I couldn't have united the sisters of the Wu family." Tunan's anger boils over as he clearly ranks the hierarchy. "Tanvu, don't think that killing the ancestor gives you the right to stand equal to me." He didn't listen any longer and started to intimidate, just two useless kids. "What if I surrender to you? My Tunan sect is even stronger than you. The four of them are all elders of my Tunan sect, with cultivation levels at the peak of the spirit realm, plus myself, making a total of 5 people. Tanvu, how can you stop us?" His tone becomes even more commanding as he orders, "Tanvu, you may escape from my Tunyan sect once, but the second time your only path is death." The four of them immediately rushed in to surround him. Tanvu quickly grabs his spear, fearlessly leaps into battle. Clearly you haven't understood yet. His eyes flash with lightning as he declares, "I can kill the ancient immortal, but that doesn't mean I can only kill those at the peak of the spirit realm." He just swung his spear and it fiercely shot out, causing the four of them to start feeling afraid. At this moment, the golden bird also appeared, spreading its wings and flying up. Just as Tanvu launched his attack, 2 people were already crashing hard into the wall. The 2 guys fell to one side, battered and bruised. The other 2 didn't last long either. Everyone had been defeated. Thiet Tuong and Vuong Hin both stared in horror. The 4 Fengding realm experts were no match for this single sword strike. Tanvu only pointed his spear at him defiantly, daring him to use any other tricks he had. Tunyan smiled brightly with his lips turning purple. His face was extremely terrifying and sinister as he asked, "Tanvu, do you know that my strongest technique in the Death Person sect is the art of shaping dolls? Tunyan still looks down on your abilities. You're strong, that's true. But what can you do against a bunch of puppet figures like these?" He points ahead and shouts, "Go!" They immediately rush towards where you are standing, but Tanvu remains calm, focusing his mind, closing his eyes, and suddenly lunges out with one hand, squeezing several of them at once. They are battered and crushed beyond recognition, unable to react in time. He proudly presses down on his opponents with both hands. Seeing that they only change form but are not completely defeated, you become even more fired up. Not dead, not destroyed. Well, let's see about that. Tanvu orders Nai Tai to throw far into the holes. The soldier is extremely angry and screams loudly. He turned back resentfully to blame you, saying, "Do you know how much effort I put into training these puppets?" But before he could finish, Tanvu threw a punch right into his face. "Your dedication. What you sacrificed was not your passion, but countless innocent lives." Tanvu punched him hard, voice full of hatred as he demanded justice. "Huak Tunyan, you practice evil magic, using the blood of the living to cultivate demonic chaos and sin, provoking both humans and gods." The private man grimaced in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but he didn't stop there, as continuous attacks kept coming. "You spear your sword fiercely at the traitor and declare today, I will avenge the unjustly dead souls." Suddenly, an explosion erupts with thick smoke billowing everywhere. The traitor's body was scorched as the sword pierced his chest while Tanvu smiled brightly, mocking, as the other 2 looked on in terror. "Your successors are weak, but I am not entirely defeated." My finger twitches slightly. He trembled as he stood up, his voice full of hatred. "Tanvu, how dare you?" "You dare again." They surround the private, wrapping around each other continuously, with his hands covered and looking terrifyingly grotesque. His eyes glow with a frightening red light, transforming into a horrifying and monstrous form. Tanvu remains calm and composed, silently admiring and looking at him. "You've also trained your body into a demon. How pitiful." Private doesn't listen anymore and jumps down from above in anger. "To die at the hands of this old man's cursed mistake is considered your only luck.
He bared his teeth and shouted fiercely,
Go and die. Tanvu bravely raises his spear to defend, while Tunan also lands on the ground, unleashing his power. It pushed you back quite a distance, and now Tanvu's face is showing a bloody wound. This bastard, after self-training to become a demon, has bones and flesh strong enough to rival the first level of the illusion-breaking realm, but he keeps charging forward recklessly. You raised your hand to block the overwhelming force, and blood was already pouring from both of Tanvu's hands. Tunyan has now shifted his flight upward, shouting triumphantly as he gains the upper hand. Boy, let's see what tricks you still have up your sleeve. Tunyan continues to unleash another wave of power to kill you, then lands on the ground and brushes off his robe. Tunyan has evil plans to deal with you. Kid, I want to train you to become a chaos demon. A chaos demon wielding the 9-tier holy fire. This is the first time in my life I've ever tried such a thing. But Tanvu has only been holding on so far and hasn't fought back. Has Nai's power to strengthen bones and flesh really been unable to withstand the strength of the breaking void realm? Private Huck, don't blink. Next, I will show you some interesting things. First, the dragon and tiger growl fiercely. Then Na-Ti appears in the center looking incredibly powerful. Finally, Kim Du was ready to fight. It appeared behind him and unleashed its power. At this moment, Tunan finally realized your true strength. Kid, do you still have a secret technique to upgrade your flesh and bones? He opened his mouth and moved closer to threaten. But you no longer have a chance. Tunyan jumps down, creating a deep crater in the ground, and the spear next to Wang Hien is blown away by the impact. His hand hangs limply, losing strength, and he begins to sigh wearily with a look of frustration. I didn't expect finishing off this kid to be much more complicated than I thought, but I still have motivation when I think about the reward I'll get. No matter what I say, it's a waste of a cursed body, but gaining Tanvu's body isn't a bad deal. But suddenly he stammered in confusion. What? The giant figure of Tanvu gradually emerges through the dust, a massive hand reaching upward. You are the one with that powerful arm, he stammered in fear. How is this possible? Tanvu and Nai merged into one. The proud boy asked, How is it? Is this move of mine cool or what? At this moment, the individual finally realized Tanvu's true identity. You are not human, you are a demon race? Wang Hin on the other side was also stammering in confusion. The demon race! So he's a demon race! At this moment, you finally explained clearly, transforming into a true form, using the flesh of my Nai Tithan, but my cultivation borrowed from me is limited. Tanvu described his actions, borrowing the power of the 9-legged golden tortoise and Hao Nguyen, which could only summon the strength of one arm. He was extremely confident in its power, but with just one arm, its might was not inferior to breaking through the 3rd level of the illusionary realm. Tanvu gathered his energy and threw a powerful punch. At this moment, the traitor's face turned pale with fear, but now he was determined not to spare him. The traitor collapsed, reverting from a withered form to his original shape. Isusas bending over and coughing up blood, repeatedly. The servant no longer stubbornly persisted, crying out in pain and resentment. I have lost. After all the blood and sweat of thousands of humans, I couldn't even withstand one of his moves. Tanvu stood tall amidst the thick fog. You're not planning to spare him, then say it. Go die, the private shouted loudly, seeking help for himself. Solam, attack now! I was so surprised when I heard that name. Solam, I haven't even seen his face, but I can already hear his complaints. Huak Tunyan, you disappoint me too much. But Solam had no intention of saving Tunyan. Tanvu, you go ahead first. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Then he quickly flew out through the back door, and only now did the private feel the shock and anger of betrayal, his face swollen with veins. You dare to scheme against me? Tanvu watched this scene with great satisfaction in his heart. Huak Tunyan, you will regret this day. Tanvu, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll never get revenge on Trio Dien in your lifetime. It was only now that the private revealed the truth. Don't you still not know? Zhao Dian is the one who awakened the heavenly literature, and the Zhao clan of the immortal race is already on the path to ascension. I believe with your skills, knowing where the path to ascension is won't be difficult, but it will take a lot of time. At that point, Zhao Dian will have already returned to the immortal world. If you don't kill me, I can reveal that location to you. You can't refuse to speak because that could truly earn you a life. He smiled a sinister, terrifying smile. Tunyan carefully made a request for assurance. I need you to use your soul to swear and spare my life. Tanvu kept his promise and followed the request. I swear on my soul to heaven and earth, I will never kill you. He sighed and recounted in detail what he knew. According to the intelligence from the Ziren sect, The immortal clan Zhao family will head down the ascension path at the Fong Mountain, about 100 miles southwest of the Divine Sword Kingdom. Tunyun emphasized the time you have left to catch up. Tanvu, you have at most 10 days. If you don't catch up within these 10 days, the Triodien group will return to the fairy world, and you will have no chance to retaliate. Tanvu suddenly smiled strangely, looking contemplative, and when he thought about how you revealed such important news, he grabbed his neck and lifted him high. I can let you die peacefully. Tunyun kept blaming, saying Tanvu broke his promise and used his soul as a bargaining chip, warning that heaven and earth would punish him and cause his destruction. He glared at Ko Tao Tung and asked, "Do you want to oppose the will of heaven?" But Tanvu paid no attention, gently breaking Tunyun's neck before tossing him lightly to the ground. Tanvu clearly showed contempt as he said, "I don't deal with trash like you when it comes to trust." Suddenly, a huge force from above strikes down, hitting Tanvu directly and leaving him motionless. Wang Hian stands beside, witnessing with joy. Everything is going well. Tanvu is about to be turned to dust. That smoke gradually dispersed and no longer surrounded you. Did Tuan He protect Tanvu all along and you are completely unharmed? You turn back with a grateful smile and say, "Thank you, Tuan Nenge." Then Tanvu glanced at him and ordered, "Hand over the remaining talisman." Wang Hian jumped in surprise, stammering as he obeyed. "Yes, a strange token has suddenly appeared in front of me." He was sweating with fear, trying to act obedient. "Here, this is for you." "Tanvu, I won't say a word about today's matter. No one will know you are from the demon race. Please spare me." Tit Tuong knelt down repeatedly, begging Tan Kong too. "Young Master Tan, it's all my fault. I am willing to die. Just please spare Hien Ni and leave a bloodline for my royal family." But Tanvu doesn't seem to accept that plea. "You've said enough, always talking about this and that about the demon race. I have heard in Hai Ti's inner thoughts, and he is very resentful, so my eyes turn sharp as I declare, why should I let you go?" Then Tanvu reached out and touched some kind of power, examining its rank. "Let me see what level this divine inscription is." The two tokens rise high and slowly merge together. Then the two talismans disappeared at the same time, and he let them fly toward himself. Tan Yu absorbed all the power into his giant arm and suddenly turned around, curious to ask for his opinion. "Nyai Tai, do you want to absorb the immortal pattern?" Nyai Tai appears, inhaling and inhaling the immortal pattern. Tanvu extends his arm forward eagerly and commands, "So go ahead." That giant arm swells with overload energy. He grips it and presses it down hard onto the ground. At this point, Tanvu struggled to explain clearly that this was the 7th level of immortal scripture. Nhaiti couldn't absorb it all, and the remaining part turned into spiritual energy within my body. That energy source continuously surrounds him, and the arm slowly deflates after releasing all its power. Tanvu shows a clear sense of satisfaction with his achievement. After absorbing the 7th layer of immortal writing, Nhaiti's arm strength doubled, and my cultivation level has now reached the peak of the spirit awakening stage. Tanvu's eyes now gleamed with a sinister and calculating look. When I reach the peak of the spirit transcendence stage, all my combat power will be unleashed. I can already kill those at the 3rd level of the demolition realm, and with Nai T's arm included, I might even be able to take down someone at the 5th level. Showdown, although I don't know what kind of dried-up immortal pattern you've awakened, you're definitely going to die next. He carefully calculated the distance he needed to travel. It takes 9 days to reach the Fong mountain range from here. By the time I want to return to Thien Ha City, it will probably be too late, so I can only go to the Fong mountain range first. Tan Yu raised his hand to press a few messages, then sent those instructions to kill Zhao Dian before returning to Tianhe City. I will go ahead first, and once I've defeated the kings and nobles in this urgent time, Wu Yue will pass on my message to Zhen. Zhao's eyes are now icy and full of determination. "Zhao is coming for you, Zhao Dian." The gloomy and uncomfortable atmosphere is extremely strange, with a few faint lights flickering to illuminate this place. At a treacherous and barren mountain ridge in the Fong mountain range, the three of them are approaching the cliff. Thenhua looks worried as she stands beside him. Triodien has gone to the fairy world. Will people mock me someday? He grinned cunningly and assured her confidently. "With me protecting you, who would dare to mock you?" Triodien turned around and gently advised, "Wait until I become the ruler of the fairy clan. The position of the female emperor of the human race is hers." Than Huang was so excited to hear that and thanked her. "Thank you, Lord Zhao." "Zhao Dian." They didn't notice that behind them, Trio Huan's face darkened, and from the sky above, a blinding light flashed, connecting the two sides with beams of light, and a golden bridge suddenly appeared in the middle. Huyen Ni appears respectfully bowing to welcome the Zhao people, leading her master back home. She modestly explains the reason. Huyen Nai's cultivation is too strong. Casually descending to the mortal realm would cause chaos there. So I kindly ask you to forgive Huyen Ni for not being able to receive you in the mortal realm. She only said that to make excuses for you. It really makes people angry, but Truong Dien remains calm and doesn't get angry. He revealed a sinister face and hinted at something. After all, that person is already dead. Zhao Dian gently helped Tanhua onto the bridge and said, "Let's go. You lead the way to the fairy world." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out loudly from afar, calling Zhao Dian, causing Tanhua's face to turn pale. Zhao Dian immediately recognized who it was. Zhao Han also looked grim. He quickly planted his spear into the ground. Zihao's face darkened with displeasure. Tanvu, with a mischievous smile and a serious expression, asked, "Our past between us has come to an end, so why are you rushing to run away?" Huyen Ni stood from afar, watching with great curiosity. "So, this kid is Tanvu?" Seeing him with her own eyes today, indeed, he has an extraordinary demeanor. Fengsheng beside him also realized and asked if he needed to step in, but she clearly showed she didn't want to get involved. If Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme divine text to deal with an ordinary person, then surely a simple wave of his hand is enough. No need for us to intervene. If even a mortal cannot be killed by Zhao Dian, how can he have the ability to lead the Zhao Mingxian clan to govern the world? He nodded in agreement with a faint smile. "I understand now." Tanvu gradually approached them, getting closer and closer to the two of them. Tanhua was now trembling with fear, stammering, while Tanvu Triodien showed no fear and instead sighed, "I didn't expect that in such a short time you would break through to the peak of the spirit passing stage. I must say, you truly surprised me." Tanvu is not inferior either, so he reminded him of the past. "Zhao Dian, I still really like the way you cried and begged back then, pleading with your second uncle to save you." Suddenly he burst out laughing loudly, looking extremely confident. "Tanvu, I am no longer going to be trampled on by you now. You think that breaking through to the peak of the spirit realm can make you roar at the sky and shake the earth in front of me?" Zhao Dian no longer wants to care about the past. "I admit that we once had a fateful connection, and I was moved, but now everything you've gained from me is just a pile of trash," he said with a terrifying expression as he gave the order. "Zhao Huan, kill him." Zhao Huan respectfully acknowledges the order. He rushed forward like lightning, with an evil look in his eyes, ready to attack. "Last time I spared your life, you should have crawled away like a bug, not come here swaggering and seeking death yourself." But Tanvu didn't even bother to be afraid and asked back, "Seeking death yourself? Aren't you being a bit too confident?" The two clash, creating a thick fog. From afar, the two people from the Celestial clan kept a close watch. Huyen Ni, curious, turned to her teammate and asked, "Zhao Fengcheng, do you think Zhao Huan can withstand a few moves from Tanvu?" He observed carefully and gave his opinion. Not even a single move could be resisted. Feng Thang had long seen through your abilities, let alone Trio Huan. I'm afraid Trio Dien also cannot withstand a single strike from Tanvu. Huyen Yi was immediately stunned when she heard this. Zhao Dian had awakened the supreme divine art, now at the breaking void stage, and although he was weak before, could he still not withstand a single move from Tanvu? He calmly explains what he perceives. "Although Tanvu is only at the peak of the spirit awakening realm, I can sense a powerful and violent energy within his body. This power belongs to the great wilderness envoy." Even Feng Thang was sweating and stammering in his conclusion, and not even the young lady could kill him. Hearing this, she couldn't believe it. "What?" Chiu Dian Ungjung calmly stepped over the bridge, feeling very confident in his subordinates, certain that this move by Chu Huan was executed with full force. "Tanvu is doomed, Tanhua. Let's go." But suddenly, your voice echoed. "Trio Dian, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" Trio Huan's face suddenly turned with shock as he recognized him. "Tanvu, you've been hiding. You're not at the peak of the spirit awakening stage. You've already entered the breaking illusion realm. He can do nothing now but endure." "Damn it, I should have killed you directly from the start." Tanvu smiled smugly as he took his leave, but unfortunately not everyone seizes the only chance. "Let's get going, Zhao Huan, then just use a bit of force to break his neck." Tanvu Wufang threw Trio Huan aside and moved on, smugly sneering and mocking. "Trio Dien, your second uncle doesn't seem to be doing well, huh?" At this moment, he was furious, shouting loudly with veins bulging in his eyes, "Tanvu." Showdown gathers all his strength to counterattack, also putting Shangjia in a fighting stance. "Let me see the immortal scholar you have always been so proud of." He also gradually summoned his sword and declared with a powerful aura, "Tanvu, I was defeated by you that day, but today will be different from that day. You are now more cautious and considering the situation carefully. Trio Dian's strength has surpassed the Spirit Awakening realm, reaching the Breaking Illusion realm, and with the help of Immortal Qi and the Heavenly Script, he can maximize its power. He's truly more formidable than Huak Tunyan. He jumps high into the air and charges forward, swinging his sword and shouting to continue the attack.
Tanvu, hold your spear tightly and prepare to defend.
Tanvu uses a combined attack while rushing at the Nine Flames' Divine Thunder Spear. Then he is pushed back a distance. Realizing how heavy that strike was, our first fight with him was already somewhat at a disadvantage. Before you could regain your composure, he charged again. Have you seen it yet, Tanvu? Today I am no longer the character you can trample on. You quickly and lightly lean back to dodge a strike. Tanvu is still staring blankly, watching every move he makes. As Trio Dian's leg lifted high, you quickly grabbed it, pulling him back, causing him to shout out in surprise. You knocked Zhao Dian down so hard that the ground shattered. Wasn't that a bit too boastful? The force of the blow made him grimace in pain, but you were determined not to hold back and prepared to strike again. Zhao Dian also pushed himself up with all his strength. Tanvu knelt down, gathering his energy to charge, and he flew forward, shouting defiantly, "Come on, Tanvu is ready and waiting, just as you wanted." Both sides are locked in a tense confrontation, with no clear winner yet. Tanvu takes advantage of an opening and kicks hard into his opponent's chest. Showdown was knocked high into the sky by your spear, preventing him from regaining his composure as Tanvu launched his attack.
Zhao Dian, take my second spear.
He unleashes a powerful surge of lightning around him, and the second nine-tailed Divine Thunder Spear roars with fury. Zhao Dian sees this and his eyes show clear horror. A surge of immense power erupted from that spot, then everything gradually faded away into dust and smoke.
Tanvu gently landed on the ground, approached, and with a clear smile, called him to step forward.
"Come out. I know the move just now didn't kill you." A blazing red aura sparkled brightly. Trio Dian's voice rang out smugly. "You're mistaken. He looks much healthier than before. Not only did you fail to kill me, but you couldn't even hurt a single hair of mine." Zhao Dian laughed arrogantly. "Tanvu, although I've never beaten you before, I never expected the infinite supreme divine text to make me this strong. As soon as you hear this, you feel a bit surprised. The supreme divine text, this is the first time I've heard of it. It seems to be in existence beyond even the immortal text." Zhao Dian suddenly appeared behind Tan Yu, and he turned around, looking extremely surprised. "What? His sinister face is trying to ambush you." A few of Trio Dian's secret moves caused Tanvu to retreat several steps. His muscular arm continued to advance, and Zhao Dian fought even more fiercely. "This punch from Tanvu is for you." Then he quickly moved back to another position.
Zhao Dian is now extremely confident in his abilities. Power. This is the source of endless power.
"Seeing you trying to get up," he declared fiercely. "Tanvu, the game is over, but you wipe away the blood and refuse to give up. Trio Dian, your arrogant attitude is truly nauseating." He pretends to be kind, trying to comfort you.
Tanvu, honestly, I do sympathize a bit with you. You could have had a great future,
but unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. Trio Dian's face immediately turned into a wicked, savage expression. "You are already destined to become my stepping stone." He created a black and red dark sphere and raised it high, making it grow larger and larger. He smiled cruelly and shouted, "Go to hell!" then lowered the enormous sphere toward the ground. He still pretends to comfort you in a sinister way, after all. Becoming my stepping stone isn't something to be ashamed of. How many people in this world get to serve under my Zhao Dian? The two fairy clan members are still watching the fight closely. Weenie is chewing face-shaped cookies with a bored expression. "So, is it over now?" "So boring." Triu Feng Tang, you overestimated Tanvu. She didn't see him answer, so she turned to look at Triu Feng Thang. He was sweating in horror, staring intently in that direction. "It's happening again. Only Jiu Dian is left standing there, his face showing a look of extreme satisfaction and pride. Tanvu is dead, and the lingering thoughts in this world come to an end. Only I, the immortal King Zhao Dian, remain. But little does he know that behind him a giant arm is rising, appearing with a ferocious and savage look. Tanvu is not dead yet and continues to provoke, yet he already wants to leave. He turns back looking more formidable than Tuyen Qian. Second act. Let's begin. Now Zhao Dian also senses the problem, and this overwhelming fear from deep within. What exactly is it? Is my hand trembling? I have already awakened the supreme divine script, yet a weak mortal like me can still make the divine script feel terrified. Over there, Huyan Ni's face has turned pale. She too has begun to sense something unusual. My immortal spirit is trembling. Although he possesses the power of the deep envoy of the great wilderness, can this really be happening? Triu Fengthang. Fengthang was desperately trying to find a reason. Our fairy clan is in harmony and conflict with the great wild beasts, but if it were just about gaining power in the great wilderness, it would never make the fairy literature tremble. The more I think about it, the more I have to admire you. That young immortal has gained the flesh of a great wilderness beast, even the strongest beast in the great wilderness. Fengthang wants to rush in and intervene. This kid can't be kept alive. Let me kill him. If not, when he grows up, all the people of the immortal race will face extinction. But Huyan Ni does not allow that to happen. Jiu Fengthang, the hatred between Jiu Dian and Tanvu is a matter between the two of them. Our Tian clan has always longed for talented people. With someone like this, how could we suppress them? She is eagerly awaiting the final outcome. In my opinion, I believe that today Zhao Dian will die at his hands. And for me, this is extremely good. What you say might be correct, but Huyan Ni, with a serious expression, emphasizes each word. Jiu Fengthang, I am not negotiating with you. I am telling you. Seeing that attitude, he could only step back, sweating profusely as Tanwu slowly approached him. You're digging deep into the existing weakness. Zidian, are you perhaps afraid? Your both hands are trembling. He pulls out his weapon, readying himself. Chao Dian still remains very confident in his abilities, mockingly saying, Tianwu, do you really think changing your appearance can help you defeat me? He shouted, veins bulging on his terrifying face. The supreme immortal script is the greatest power of the immortal race, possessing ancient strength. Anyone or anything before the supreme divine script can only kneel down. Then Zhao Dian jumps high and flies toward you. Tanvu, you are no exception. He threw a punch straight at Tanvu's face. A sharp sword flies in from afar, and Zhao Dian wildly swings it towards you, shouting non-stop. Tanvu, you're no match for me. You're nothing. Fengthang watched from the other side, feeling amused, his appearance like a clown flapping his lips. Huini blushed slightly and chuckled softly. If you want to lure him into your hands to manipulate him, what kind of price should you pay? He still crazily charged forward, swinging his sword and shouting non-stop. Tanvu, I am the one who wins. I am Zhao Dian. The sword pointed straight at you, a streak of bright red blood splashing into the air. Zhao Dian smiled triumphantly, his eyes satisfied, but suddenly his veins bulged and he spat out blood. Tanvu still charged forward unharmed, surprising Zhao Dian, who stammered in disbelief. You easily gained the upper hand with overwhelming strength. He falls to the ground, exhausted, a satisfied and content smile on Tanvu's face. Now I almost understand a lot of things, why those powerful experts like to play with weaker ones. It's because of this feeling. You clenched your fist and really enjoyed the game just now. It was really fun. A stream of red and white energy slowly rises into the sky. Zhao Dian lies on the ground, stammering in disbelief. I have lost, with the supreme divine pattern, yet I still lost. Save me! I command you to save me! Tanvu looked on, waiting for a reaction. Fengxing remained silent without saying a word. Huyan Yi smiled brightly, her eyes squinting, and said, Trio Dien, even if I want to save you, I am powerless to do so. Sorry about that. He didn't expect himself to meet such a tragic end. Yu Tanvu didn't waste any more time and stomped hard on him. Zhao Yu Dian immediately disappeared into nothingness. Then Huang sank to the ground in fear of the power of the person before her face pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. Tanvu slowly approached her step by step, his voice cold yet tinged with heartbreaking emotion. Li Thenhua, do you regret it? Thenhua's voice trembled, tears of despair streaming down. I have no regrets. I look straight ahead with a determined gaze. I have no regrets. Everything I do is to become stronger. I want to become the strongest in this world. You can control everything. Tanvu, make your move. You just quietly close your eyes and pretend to understand. You are right. Everyone has the right to choose. Tanvu must admit that your choice was not wrong, and you did succeed in becoming the queen of this world. Thenhua's face went crazy after hearing that. So I have become the empress now? She laughed maniacally with satisfaction. I made the right choice. Her mixed emotions made her no longer fear death, but it also marked the end for Thenhua, as she helplessly collapsed to the ground. Tanvu sighed and accepted that everything was over. A voice echoed from the top of the tall stairs. Tanvu, you killed Triodian. Do you understand the consequences? Your mocking smile asks in return. You tell me. Huyan Ni looks so sorrowful. Showdown possesses the supreme divine pattern and is the destined master of our Zhao clan in the immortal race. I am a member of the Zhao clan, so I should seek revenge for him. Tanvu simply intervened and said, "On this earth, besides me, if you want to kill Zhao Dianyi, then it's only you." Zhao Huiyanyi, don't hold back anymore. Go ahead and laugh. Feng Tang, upon hearing this, restrained himself. Loudwalk, Tanvu, there are some words you shouldn't say.
You not only aren't afraid, but you sneer. Zhao Fengchang, you're just an old man putting on an ugly face. That's not acceptable.
The two people in the sky were both startled, and Huiyanyi's expression suddenly became strange. How does he know the name Zhao Fengchang?
Could he have overheard my conversation with Trio Feng Thang? But that's impossible. My conversation with Trio Feng Thang is protected by the barrier of the immortal race. Strange. How does he know?
Feng Thang panicked and stepped back. This guy is really strange. Why does he seem so familiar to me? Tanvu softly smiles, his eyes cold. Today, killing Trio Dien so easily was truly luck. If those two hadn't come, I might have had to face a bloodbath. Trio Huinyi, a prodigy of the Trio clan with divine markings not lower than level 8, was one of the few in the immortal clan with a kind nature who did not intentionally slaughter innocents and also remembered old debts. In the past, it was also thanks to Trio Huiyanyi's covert help that I was able to contend with Trio Dien. There was one thing Tanvu couldn't change, but unfortunately in the end, Trio Huiyanyi also met a tragic end at Trio Dien's hands. Anyway, the reason you remember these two is because of the debt of gratitude you haven't repaid. And as for you, Trio Feng Thang, in your previous life when you died, you begged me to kill Trio Dien. At first I couldn't do it, but in this life I might as well come to repay you. Looking up at the figure above the towering golden stairs describing the mortal realm, Huiyanyi chuckled and said, "You're quite the interesting little beast." Trio Feng Tang, let's go down. The two immortals immediately stepped down to the mortal realm as if flying. Tanvu still appeared calm as he stood before the two of them, reaching out his hand to condense a blazing red sphere. He opened with a cold voice, saying, "I already killed Zhao Dian and took this supreme divine script as well." Feng Thang couldn't even listen to his vulgar words. What did you say? Huiyanyi's attitude remains calm. The supreme divine inscription has no effect on you. Ordinary humans can achieve immortal inscriptions through secret techniques, but the supreme divine inscription is different. She understands this very well. The divine script that rules over the immortal script can be said to be the ultimate existence. But this supreme divine script is one of the strongest among divine scripts. Only the Zhao clan of the immortal race can absorb and cultivate it. It doesn't hinder your actions either. So if you don't believe it, just try. Tanvu's eyes flashed with determination, and without saying a word, he desperately absorbed the gem in his hand. After a while, the gem no longer reacted, proving Huiyanyi's words were sincere. "See, I'm not lying to you," Tanvu frowned slightly. "It seems I can't cultivate this supreme divine pattern now. If I can lift the beast's seal and borrow its power, I might be able to enhance my absorption. Thinking that the chance to absorb this is very low, but I still can't break through to the peak of the realm yet." Huiyanyi stepped forward gently and said, "Tanvu, give me the supreme divine pattern. Of course I won't take it myself. She made this condition: I will exchange for you 3 third-grade immortal weapons and an 8th-grade immortal rune. What do you think?" Tanvu didn't accept that offer. Even combined, these items couldn't compare to the value of the supreme divine text. Huiyanyi just nodded slightly and mentioned, "Tanvu, I know everything about your feud with Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian stole your fiancé and killed members of the Tan family." Huiyanyi sincerely looked into your eyes and asked, "Tanvu, what do you think of me?" Tanvu also sincerely commented. Kyoto Chitin, hearing that, was pleased and nodded approvingly. "Therefore, Huiyanyi offers you a chance. If that's the case, I will give you a fiancé. From today onward, Zhao Huiyanyi will be your fiancé." Tanvu's face froze for a moment, then immediately showed contempt and disgust. "Oh!" Feng Tang, looking panicked, hurriedly explained, "I can't bear to see the young lady upset." Seeing Tanvu's expression, he angrily shouted, "What do you mean by that look just now, you little brat? My noble lady, how can you show such a look of disgust?" You just put your hand behind your back and calmly questioned, "So are you saying I should accept this?" Feng Tang broke out in a cold sweat and kept warning, "Absolutely not allowed." At the same time, Huiyanyi stepped closer to him and softly said, "Tanvu, I am serious." Then she touched his body with her finger. Next, Huiyanyi looked up, smiled softly, and proposed, "You have the power of the great wilderness envoy. Although your status is still far below mine, but your potential is not small.
I will do my best to nurture you. When you are strong enough, I will marry you." She smiled lightly with a slightly blushing face and added, "Don't worry. Before we marry, I won't hide our relationship. I will announce this to the entire Zhao clan of the immortal race." Fengxing saw this scene and hurriedly shouted, "Miss, you still have her, but you are still quietly manipulating him, losing Alithan Hua, but gaining Zhao Huiyanyi. Tanvu, you're not losing out." After hearing these hypocritical words, Tanvu smirked to himself and thought, "No wonder she's trio Huiyanyi, always scheming to pull me in without hesitation to set such conditions." Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, then said, "I'm sorry. Tanvu, the condition you proposed sounds tempting, but I'm sorry, I have to decline." But Huiyanyi showed no sign of anger and softly said, "Tanvu, what else are you worried about?" "But it's okay." I didn't let her finish speaking, and honestly admitted that I wasn't worried about anything. I just wasn't interested in you. Hearing that, she frowned in anger and shouted, "Tanvu, I have shown my sincerity and my patience is all used up." Then she looked at your face and shouted directly, "Even though you're really strong, do you truly think you can defeat me and Trio Fengthang?" Tanvu, seeing Huiyanyi's attitude, felt annoyed and was determined to fight to the death, confident he could kill both of you. When Fengthang saw the opponent about to attack, he immediately took a stance and threatened coldly. "I really don't know if heaven is blind or what. I've given you face but you refuse it, then just perish here. You actually know deep down that you can't kill me. Even if you have a trump card, I do too. And I will prove it with a smile and confidence that if I don't die today, your Zhao clan of the immortal race will face a great hidden disaster." Fengthang sweat drops and grits his teeth in anger, while Tanvu, with a grim face, sneers and says, "If I possess the supreme divine pattern, what significance would it have for your Zhao clan if I handed it over to other major factions in the fairy world? I believe you all understand that well." "Are you threatening me?" He replied calmly, "I am just explaining the principles to you." Suddenly, Huiyanyi shouted loudly, "Enough!" Then she frowned and he asked seriously, "What price do you finally want to hand over the supreme divine text?" Tanvu immediately raised one finger and replied, "First, I want a 4th-tier immortal weapon." You still keep pushing and making demands. "Second, I want 10 ninth-grade elixir pills." In Tanvu's mind right now, the thought also appeared, the supreme divine script is just an external tool to enhance my power. Instead of risking waiting to exploit the demon beast's strength later for alchemy, prioritizing acquiring more cultivation materials is the most important thing right now. At the same time, he continued to insist, "I want 3 7th-tier divine texts." Fengthang pointed his finger at Tanvu's face and shouted, "You're threatening me!" And then you put your hands over your ears, frowning in confusion, thinking to yourself that it's enough to just agree. So why say it out loud to embarrass me? Huiyanyi then gently narrows her eyes and says, "I can give you a 4th-tier spiritual weapon, but I don't have many of those precious 9th-grade pills." Then she extended her hand and gestured, "I am willing to exchange for a 9th-grade pill, 8th-grade pills, 50 7th-grade pills, and 3 7th-tier immortal texts. I can also fulfill your request." The man beside her was shocked and exclaimed loudly. The young lady, Huiyanyi, closed her eyes calmly and said, "These are all external items, there's no need to worry too much." Then she frowned and asked seriously, "Tanvu, do you agree or not?" Tanvu didn't miss this opportunity and immediately responded, Chengzhao, only to see Huiyanyi with a happy face say, "Let's cooperate happily." The boy was stunned by her attitude. Huiyanyi reached out to touch Tanvu's hand, but he dodged, then narrowed his eyes suspiciously and questioned, "What are you thinking? Just give me the item first." "Give." Although she was angry, she still told herself to stay calm. Stay calm. I must stay calm. After obtaining what she wanted, Huiyanyi and Fengthang stepped onto the golden stairs. She looked at the item in front of her with a triumphant expression and then smiled as she spoke. The supreme divine inscription, "I finally have it." At the same time, the man behind gritted his teeth and said, "Lady, this Tanvu kid is too showy. I can't swallow this insult. Even if I can't swallow it, I have to hold back. Compared to the supreme divine inscription, those things are nothing." And then she looked into the distance and said, "Do you not realize that Tanvu is a seasoned player, and his final move is no less impressive?" She continued, "Even if he has gained great opportunities, do you really think those opportunities can make an ordinary person show such an expression?" At the same time, Tanvu's proud face appeared as he held what he wanted in his hand. Fengxing, at this moment, sweating profusely, anxiously asked, "Miss, what do you mean?" Huiyanyi narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice that this Tanvu probably no longer is the Tanvu of the past. Hearing that, he was startled and shouted, "Could it be reincarnation through abduction?" Then she firmly stated that if Tanvu truly was abducted and reincarnated, the current clues suggest he has the 9-tier sacred fire, a wild body, and gathering these signs, perhaps some wild beast in the great wilderness abducted Tanvu.
But then Huyen Yi turned and walked away, signaling, "Of course I'm just guessing, but since we've already made a deal with him, overall it's not bad. Zhao Pengcheng, let's go home." After finishing, the two of them moved secretly to another location. Somewhere else, someone had secretly witnessed everything that just happened. Lin Ha flicked her tail excitedly and said, "Looks like I saw something unpleasant, huh?" Standing on a high cliff with the wind howling, yet Tanvu has the flesh of a wild beast, and he even made a pact with that girl, True Huyen Ni, her tone full of amusement. "My father will definitely like you."
Looks like our clan has gained another powerful member. Lin Ha grinned excitedly. "Tanvu, let's meet again at Sacred Heart City. Don't let anyone answer." She said that and then soared away on the wind.
10 days later, peace still reigned in Tianha City. The sunlight bathes the city gate as monks come and go, and a calm figure approaches from afar, the one Tian Xiong has been waiting for tirelessly.
"We're here," her face brightening with confidence that she has succeeded. "Young Master Tan, congratulations."
Tanvu smiled at her and said, "Everything is finally over. Tian Xuong, let's go. It's time to return and say goodbye to the Tran Nam Vuong." At this point, Tian Shuang briefly looked downcast as he announced that the king of Jinan and Yue Ni had already left. Hearing that, he was a bit startled. Are there also demon tribes attacking Bin Quang? Then he saw her hold out a letter, which was the letter Nguyen Ni had left for him. Inside the letter, a few lines read, "Tanvu, congratulations on killing Trio Dien. I was planning to wait for you to return and cook you a delicious meal myself." Lin Guiyet firmly declared that, unfortunately, the war at the border is urgent. "Tanvu, I have decided to join the Divine Might Army. Do you know that? My swordsmanship is not inferior to your war god's swordsmanship at all. After I reach the Holy Heart Palace, I will definitely work hard on my cultivation, hoping that next time we meet, I will be even stronger." At the same time, that resilient figure also appeared in my mind. I will also become much stronger. It's too late now, I have to leave immediately. Tanvu Baotrong. However, saying goodbye to avoid trouble, Nguyen Ni and the king of Tran Nam must live on. Thien Sung comforted him, saying Tan Kong Tu, Nguyen Ni and the king of Tran Nam will surely succeed in pushing back the demon race. Tanvu simply quietly put away the letter, and we should also get ready to set off. She nodded obediently upon hearing that. "Miss Yuan Ni, I didn't expect you to also come to St. Heart City." She also replied, "My Tianhe auction house is about to open a new branch, also in St. Heart City, conveniently along the same route as everyone else." The boy nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, the person sitting beside pulled on Tanvu's sleeve. Nuok Yu curiously asked, "Master, Sister Vong Wheat and Sister Votu, where did they go?" Tanvu patted her head to comfort her. "Little girl, they'll meet us at Tan Tam Tan." Half a month later, in Tan Tam Tan, the carriage finally arrived after a long journey. Niu Yu stuck her head out the window and sighed, "Than Tam Than is so big." Huyen Ni is also very excited. No wonder she is the city lord of Than Tam Dien. Its scale far surpasses Tien Ha Tun. Thien Dung gently plans ahead for everyone. Let's rest in St. Heart City for a few days, and then move to St. Heart Temple first. As the carriage slows down, Tanvu also notices something is happening ahead. It seems something is going on up front. No one noticed that Tian Shuang's face was a bit pale. After observing for a while, he concluded, "But it doesn't matter, right?" Tanvu overheard that they were calling out for some of the wandering martial artists to join their team. This group of wandering cultivators has no backing from any sect or power. If they want to obtain divine talents and treasures quickly, they can only do this. I muttered, "I can only go to the great wilderness to scout around." Tian Shuang looked worried. "Young Master Tan, you can let it go if you want to pass. Just let them go. Let's go." The carriage arrived in front of the massive estate, and everyone disembarked after a long journey. Nyok Yu excitedly jumps around happily. The big mansion is so huge. Tian Xiong then introduced himself, saying, "Young Master Tan, this is my property. You can stay here for a few days." Tuanvu smiled without objection. "Rest well these days, and tomorrow let's go for a walk." At midnight in Tanvu's room, sword and saber were enveloped in a stream of energy, spinning around his meditating body. He reached out to summon his own spear, eyes sharp and decisive, 9 heavens profound destruction. Fire, a flame immediately engulfed the spear, causing a disturbance right in his room late at night. In just a moment, Tanvu's spear was successfully refined. He smiled contentedly at his achievement. As expected of the 4th tier immortal weapon after merging, the War God sword also reached the 4th tier, and 3 other objects were brought out. Then a beastly figure appeared behind Tanvu. In high T, the 7th tier 3 Dao immortal script. Before he could finish speaking, it lunged forward and devoured everything. It chewed a little and then swallowed halfway. After eating his fill, it looked completely satisfied. Tanvu complained, "Naiti, you didn't leave me anything." Yai Tai's triumphant smile returns. Tanvu merely shakes his head in helplessness and sighs, truly heartless. The power surged through my body, continuously absorbing the 7th level of the 3 divine energies. And at that moment, I was able to grab Nati's 2nd arm. Next, I will raise my cultivation level and truly break through to the breaking through stage. Countless pills are released, and with a single thought, those pills rush fiercely into Tanvu's body. The absorbed energy erupts within the body, and you must hold it tightly. Tanvu feels elated, as the 7th great elixirs can help martial artists surpass the 9th heaven and reach the peak of the spirit passage realm. There are 50 pills here that can help me reach the breaking through the void stage. He forced his strength to surge from his body, an energy burst erupting from the room. Tanvu's strength has increased a level. He laughs joyfully, finally succeeding in breaking through the 1st level of the breaking the limit realm. Entering the breakthrough stage can also be considered truly stepping onto the path of cultivation of a powerhouse. The levels of cultivation here are vastly different, starting from the martial artist's 1st stage, then spirit separation. Breaking through the void, returning to one, ascending to God, entering the saint, and finally the great realm of the Chiton. After entering the breaking through the illusion stage, the body will form a crystal air sea. The crystal air sea can store spiritual energy. The spiritual energy stored in the 1st level of breaking the illusion can be 10 times that of the divine awakening stage. Each subsequent level increases the spiritual energy tenfold. But for me, it's 100 times more than that. Tanvu clenched his fists, full of hope for the future. Now that I have merged with my body and Nyati's arm, the 5th level of the illusion-breaking realm in front of me is just an ordinary rank. Maybe even breaking through the peak of the realm, I still have the strength to fight, a confident look in my eyes. If I really die in battle, I can still be considered a Tier 1 tearing void powerhouse and have the strength to fight. After finishing, you sit on the bed and relax, saying, "With this cultivation level, I can walk proudly across the Tianhe kingdom now." Tanvu felt a bit nostalgic. In his previous life, he reached his current cultivation level at 40, but now he's only 18. He reassessed his abilities, waiting until he enters Toaihu to return to the Great Wilderness once more. The Great Wilderness is divided into 7 branches, the first being the border region of the Great Wilderness, where wild beasts live. The strongest are at the Spirit Realm peak, and most wild beasts are only at the Spirit Realm levels 1 to 3. Most martial artists call the 2nd branch the Abyssal Great Wilderness. Funny enough, I used to think the same. Tanvu hesitated slightly, but he never expected that the vast and dangerous Great Wilderness was fundamentally beyond the understanding of ordinary warriors, and the incident from his past life had a strong impact on him. In my previous life, due to some unforeseen incidents, I fell into the crack between the 7 branches of the Great Wilderness, landing directly in the 7th branch, which is also the destiny you have obtained and the very center of the Great Wilderness. That is why Tanvu has his current power, which helped me claim this part of the Great Wilderness's inheritance. A dragon glides across the painting, and he smiles to himself, saying, "My brothers, wait for me. It won't be long. I will awaken each of you." Tanvu was also quite curious, and I also saw with my own eyes what the last 8 wild beasts were that I couldn't awaken to in my previous life. The terrifying appearance and fierce aura still lingered deeply in your mind. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Tanvu suppressed his power and went in. Someone enters. "Young master, how far along are you with the task I assigned you?" Vongwit kneels respectfully. "Vongwit has completed the task you assigned." She recounted what she had done. "I counted the remaining treasures of Tunyan Tong, killed all of Huak Tunyan's men without missing anyone, even those beheaded." Then he presents something for the young master to check. A bird flies out from the ring and heads to where he is sitting. The young master willingly accepts. "I will recover the power of this part of the 9-feet golden eagle. You are still generous enough to allow it. So as for the treasure of Tu Nyan Tong, you and Vo Tu can keep it." She happily thanks you. "Thank you, young master." Tanvu also asked, "How is Vo Tu doing?" Vongwit reports that her sister has made contact with Li Than Jiao and is now in the secret hiding stage. Hearing this, his face darkened. "Very good. Remind Vo Tu to always be careful. Although the invisibility technique I taught her is very refined, her cultivation is still shallow, and she cannot yet master this secret art perfectly.
so she cannot develop a careless attitude. Otherwise, if exposed, she will definitely die. She then respectfully received the order with clasped hands.
Then he spoke. Go rest now. Tanvu's mood was complicated in the cold room. The next day at Holy Heart City, the streets began to fill with people. Tanvu and his companions went out for a walk as planned.
Young Master Tan, would you like to try the wine brewed by Holy Heart City? You can't find it anywhere else.
Hearing that, he also agreed. The wine of Than Tam Than is the most famous in the Tianha Kingdom.
If you've come here, how could you pass it up? Nuok Yu excitedly demanded. I want to drink too. Before you come of age, of course, you're not allowed to. Don't touch the wine.
The little girl immediately started crying and feeling wronged with Vo Nuit, and they quickly headed to the Saint Heart Tavern. Tu Suong's face suddenly froze in surprise. Why had he arrived already? Tanvu immediately paid attention to that strange remark. What's going on? Your current appearance is that of the Bing Huo Xuan Tong Zhen Huyan. He looked at Tanvu with disdain and said arrogantly, Are you the little brat with the 9-grade holy fire? Your talent is not bad. The Holy Heart sect can't hold you. Come with me. Tram Huyan's face darkened immediately. Lin Tianzuang, I hate it when someone interrupts me, he said with a threat. Today I am in a good mood, so I will let this go. If there's a next time, you'll know the consequences yourself. That attitude made Thu Shuang angry. He doesn't care about you, follow me. Then he didn't even bother to wait for your answer and just left, leaving Tanvu looking confused. Who is that? His steps suddenly stopped when he heard that. Tram Huyan turned back proudly and introduced himself. It's true, I am just someone who came from Sonda and Kochi Dien, so it's normal if you don't know me. My name is Tram Huyan, core disciple of the Banghua Huyan Tong. Tanvu sneered. So it's the Banghua Huyan Tong. I've heard of it for a long time, yet he didn't notice your disdainful attitude and was still proud. It seems you're not completely blind and deaf. You even know about my Banghua Huyan Tong. If you already know, then come with me. My sect has already secured your position as a core disciple. Tram Huyan is still very proud and arrogant. Young talented people like you staying in this tiny place called the Heavenly Galaxy Empire will only be left to fade away. After joining my sect, maybe in just a few years, with your skills, you could attain the position of deacon. His attitude is really unpleasant. Do you truly value me that much? But I also know a thing or two about the reputation of the Ice and Fire Abyss sect. Tanvu sneered. Just because they cling to the fairy race, your sect even sacrifices your wives and daughters, and you add insult to injury. This noble sacrifice truly leaves me in awe. Thu Shuang couldn't help but laugh at the teasing remarks. Tram Huyan feels humiliated and suddenly becomes furious. Tanvu, you're asking for death. Just as he was about to strike with full force, a hand reached out to stop him. Tanvu's gentle voice advised, Your Banghua Huyan Tong has no real spirit at all. Since you've come this far, are you destined to spend your life bowing and kneeling? Your eyes suddenly changed, and a crushing force made Tram Huyan kneel, as the wild beast within Tanvu exuded a terrifying pressure. My greatest hatred is for the weaklings clinging to the fairy clan's skirts. His arrogant expression immediately collapsed. I've already broken through the 3rd level of the dreaming realm, but I couldn't suppress this kid's pressure? Come on, let him go. Step past him and enter the tavern. Let's go. There's no need to ruin our mood over some punk. Leaving Tram Huyan stunned, he let out a muffled cry of humiliation. Tanvu. Tram Huyan bites her lip until it bleeds, her face full of fury and hatred. I will make you die. The wine is excellent, truly living up to its reputation. Master Tan, Tham Huyen's personality is probably learned. Maybe we should hurry to the Holy Heart Hall, or I'm afraid. Tanvu tilted his head to observe the scene outside the window and calmly replied, Even if it's the Divine Fire Profound sect, there's no need to worry. This didn't ease Tian Shuang's anxiety. She sighed inwardly, surprised that Tanvu had attracted the attention of the Ice Fire Profound sect, hoping that her father and master could bear the pressure by then. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out from the courtyard below. Tian Yang looked down in anger and shouted, You lecher! Her face was full of irritation, and she gritted her teeth, muttering, How dare they tease a girl from a good family in St. Heart City, really reckless. At this point, Tian Duang couldn't sit still anymore and immediately stood up. Tan Kong Tu, I'll go check on her. Tanvu nodded and said he would go as well. Down in the main hall of the tavern, a crowd gathered around eagerly, and a short-haired girl with a flushed face tremblingly shouted, You have no shame, claiming to read fortunes, but actually groping me. The man opposite has a clear handprint on his cheek, and he smirks mockingly as if it's nothing. Girl, if you're talking about fortune-telling and divination, then naturally the more detailed and accurate it is, the better. He then stroked his chin in amusement and sighed. if there were no mistakes. How could I apologize to the fairy Queen Jiao entering the world like you? Now, the man slowly stepped forward shamelessly, grabbing Queen Jiao's chin and whispering, "Trust your uncle. I never deceive anyone. No one in this circle would be so cruel as to bully a beautiful woman." Every word he spoke seemed to carry a wave of hot air blowing directly into her face. "I have endured many words of slander, but I have never regretted, because I am a righteous and upright person." Unashamed, the man gradually moved closer to Queen Jiao, the distance only a hair's breadth away. Thux only wants to help the girls, to give them a happy and joyful life. She hesitated and couldn't speak, you know. At that moment, Tanvu and Tianshuang were almost there, and his lewd voice grew louder, but people didn't understand. "Come on, who can truly understand someone with noble qualities like your uncle for the sake of everyone?" Hearing that, Tian Duang was so furious he was about to explode, while you just hesitated and raised your hand. "This person is truly shameless, unmatched in the world." Then the man quietly moved closer to Queen Dao, his hand creeping toward her chest. His eyes gleam with cunning and desire as he whispers, "Let's change the place." At that moment, behind him is Tian Xiong's face filled with murderous intent. She immediately shouted, "Tudo Qinvu." When Qinvu heard this voice, his whole body froze. "Isn't this my little celestial star?" Qinvu pretend to be surprised and happily say, "Come here and let me see your hand." At that moment, Tanvu immediately clenched his mischievous arm. He casually teased, "Why not check mine first?" Zheng Yu was so startled that he jumped in surprise. "Kid, watch your foul mouth." He trembled as he kept wiping his hands with the cloth, saying, "You're still young, you probably misjudged." Tianyang sighed in frustration. "This is Tudo Qinvu, the chief ritual officer invited by Thantam Dian. Your current position is good everywhere, but at this moment, Tanvu stands with his arms crossed, his eyes full of interest as he observes. Tudo Qinvu truly is someone you have to see to believe." He silently remembered that Tudo Qinvu was the second most powerful person in the Tudo family, born with a talent that amazed everyone since childhood. At 18, he broke through the illusionary realm and was expected to have a bright future, but he voluntarily joined the Holy Heart Temple as a ceremonial master. When he was young, Tudo Qinvu once said that only in a place full of beautiful women, like the Holy Heart Temple, could he fully realize his potential. He is someone who behaves lasciviously, has a thick skin, and likes to use the pretense of fortune-telling to grope others, yet he is called a great hero of humanity. In his previous life, the Love Tribe attacked fiercely, and Tudo Qinvu managed to hold back 70,000 of them, defending the Holy Heart Palace for thousands of years. However, he ultimately couldn't defeat the Love Tribe Queen, but before dying, he did manage to touch her butt. Qinvu trembled uncontrollably, almost touching it at the last moment. So impressive. The Queen's face blushed with embarrassment and shamelessness, and because of that action, for tens of thousands of years afterward, the Queen of the Demon race was haunted by Tudo Qinvu. Returning to reality, Tanvu stared at him intently and nodded to himself, thinking that this person was somewhat dishonest but also a man of integrity. Facing his strange gaze, Qinvu trembled and stammered, "Don't look at me like that, I'm scared." At this moment, Tianyang boldly addressed the issue head-on. "Zutu Qinvu, my father and my master have emphasized many times that you are not allowed to flirt with other people's daughters anymore." She firmly lowered her voice and said, "I will definitely report everything to the Holy Heart Palace when I return." Qinvu, seeing her determined attitude, hurriedly begged, "Little Tianshuang, I was wrong. Please give me one more chance." Tianshuang turned away coldly. "No, that's not allowed." At this moment, Tan suddenly spoke up to intervene. "This time, if Tian leaves again and it happens once more, I will definitely not let it go." As soon as you finished speaking, Tianzhuang immediately let out a sigh. "All right, this time I'll do Tan Kong to a favor and withdraw once." Qinvu's eyes sparkled with gratitude, good brother. Then she immediately went upstairs. "Young Master Tan, let's go upstairs." Qinvu loudly called from below, bringing along his uncle who had spent his entire month's salary already, all gone. The scene shifts to the second floor, where 2 glasses of wine are already filled. Zheng Wu slaps his shoulder generously and speaks. "Brother, my uncle told you that if you join the Holy Heart Temple, it will be the most correct decision of your life." His eyes are drunken and he keeps rambling. "You probably don't know which female disciples at the Holy Heart Temple are which, all with fair skin." At this moment, Tianyang was furious with murderous intent, smoke billowing into the sky. Qinvu quickly cleared his throat and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore." Then he suddenly pointed at Nuok Yu and asked, "By the way, is this girl your servant?" "So what?" You must protect this girl well, or many troubles will come knocking on your door. Tanvu replied with a faint smile. That goes without saying. Then his face darkened as he thought to himself, he can also see the bloodline of this girl. The Tudo family really isn't simple. However, at this moment, Chinvu smiled cunningly and said, "This girl has grown up and will definitely become an outstanding lady, so there will be many lecherous men coming after her, which will surely cause big trouble. Of course, not everyone is as upright and proper as my uncle." His words immediately made Tanvu regret it. So I had overestimated him. Tianyang frowned and spoke. "Actually, there's one more thing. Maybe I need your help." "No, it should be to support the Tudo family," Chinvu exclaimed in surprise, showing an expression of interest. Tianyang softly continued, "Tram Huyen from the Ice and Fire sect has arrived, and you want young Master Tanvu to join?" Jungwoo sneered with a self-deprecating smile. "The Ice and Fire sect is a solid backing, but compared to our Tudo family, it's nothing. But I just made Tram Huyen kneel before me." Jungwoo was startled upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. "Well done, kid. Your people from the Ice Fire Profound sect are all proud and confident, capable of easily handling them in a fight, which must be an immense joy. Little brother, you can rest assured, from now on I will stand up for you." He simply smiled calmly and nodded. "Thank you." Then he loudly called the waiter, saying, "Serve the wine. Tonight I won't come home until I am drunk." He immediately shouted, "Come here." Then Ruu suddenly spoke up. "I don't want to wait here. I want to go out and have fun." Tanvu gently asked the young girl for her opinion. "If that's the case, then I will ask Tai Tai, Thien Shuang, and Von Yet Tai Tai to go with you." "Is that okay?" Nuak Yu immediately agreed wholeheartedly upon hearing that. The two girls quickly left the table. Tian Yang happily said, "Let's go have fun." Then she subtly turned her head and thought, "Master Tan is teasing me. He must have something to talk about with Tudi Jengwu. I shouldn't stay and disturb them." Wu Vuong still sat quietly watching their figures fade into the distance. After a moment, Jengwu glanced at him with a knowing look and said, "Kid, is there something you want to say?" He bowed his head without protest and said, "I want to borrow something like this from you." After saying that, Tan Yu gently wiped a line across the screen. Seeing his action, he was panic-stricken and shouted loudly, "That can't be. That item is as important to me as my life. How could I give it to you?" An hour has already passed in the blink of an eye, and below the tavern hall, Jung Woo drunkenly hugs your shoulder, urging you to keep drinking, generously declaring, "From now on, you are my closest brother, Tsu Tu Jung Woo. Among brothers, there's nothing I can't lend you, so here you go, big brother. I'll give it to you directly." Tanvu sighed wearily, thinking that from now on, Thien Suong could call me uncle. At that moment, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Even when drunk, Chinvu is confused by this expression. "What's wrong?" He coldly turned his head and reminded them that Tian Yang and the others had already encountered trouble. Chinvu immediately thought of someone. Was it the Icefire Mystic sect? Tanvu didn't reply, only turned around and instructed, "I don't know for now. I'll go save them first." "Tudo Senior, wait here for me." He shook his head. "I'm going too. I just received a message from Wu Yue saying the other side only wants me to go alone. Tudi Lauka, rest assured, I can handle this." In the end, Zheng Wu realized he couldn't change you and nodded in agreement. "Brother, we must not be careless," Tanvu quickly responded. After finishing, he shot up into the sky, leaving behind a long streak of red flame. The scene shifts to the mountains somewhere, where the atmosphere is incredibly quiet and desolate. At this moment, Thien Duong and Nuak U are lying collapsed on a large rock, with Vo Nguyen nearby, also unconscious. A familiar voice suddenly echoes, "Why aren't you here yet?" Lin Ha sat cross-legged on the edge of the rock, lightly complaining. Tan Vu was so slow. At this moment, suddenly an mysterious figure in the smoky mist directly hits her eyes. Tan Vu's face darkens, and his whole body radiates a dark, ominous energy. Lin Ha quickly recognized him and happily embraced her chest. Finally arrived. She hurriedly ran toward him, not forgetting to wave. "Tanvu, come here!" But then the scene in front of her made Lin Ha roll her eyes. Tanvu's cold, sharp sword, blazing with raging flames, rushes forward at a terrifying speed, as a wild column of fire erupts, intent on tearing through the surrounding air. Lin Ha saw this and immediately vanished into the distance, sweating profusely and unable to help but marvel. His fury is immense. Tanvu clenched his finger tightly, his blazing eyes rushing forward as if to swallow his opponent in a sea of flames. His feet slipped and hit the ground with a deafening screech. Tanvu growled fiercely, "You're asking for death." Just as he was about to put all his strength into his finger, Lin Ha hurriedly shouted, "Tanvu, it's me." Hearing that voice, he was startled. "It's you."
Tanvu, please let go first. I mean no harm.
Why did this little brat suddenly explode with anger like that? No matter good or bad, we have met before. Do you really want to kill me? This didn't move Tanvu at all. He calmly asked, "Are you from Banghua Huyentong?" Lin Ha shouted angrily,
Is the Ice Fire Profound sect just a petty sect relying on the immortal clan? Do they even deserve to establish relations with me?
At that moment, Tanvu looked up and saw Von Nguyet unconscious, leaning against a tree. He regained his composure and got straight to the point. "You brought me here. What is this all about?" Lin Ha gasped, struggling to speak clearly. "Can you let me go first?" After that, Tanvu quickly releases his grip. Lin Ha, tiredly clutching her neck, gently shook her head. "Tanvu, I brought you here hoping you could join my clan because you carry the blood of a wild beast." Tanvu, upon hearing this, immediately sharpened his gaze and asked grimly, "Who exactly are you?" Then Tanvu wondered in confusion, how does she know that he can control Nati's body? Lin Ha noticed this expression and quickly reassured him. "Tanvu, don't be tense." She smiled, revealing sharp teeth. "So, if you carry the blood of a wild beast, then you share the same origin as me." At that moment, a tail suddenly grew behind Lin Ha, and eventually her hand also sprouted sharp claws. "I might as well tell you, my father. Lin Ha's entire body exudes the breath of a very mysterious dragon, the Black Dragon King of the great Imperial fortress." Tanvu, adopting a defensive and suspicious attitude, questions the Black Dragon King. Lin Ha curled her lips, thinking that his expression didn't seem to be pretending. He truly doesn't know my father's identity. As expected, Tanvu was not reborn through the chaos of beasts. She spoke in a low, probing voice. "Tanvu, do you know how vast the great wilderness truly is?" He shook his head lightly and replied, "I don't know. My great wilderness stretches tens of billions of miles, even larger than the fairy realm, and is divided into 7 celestial regions called Hongku, each ruled by a beast king." She coldly states that my father, the Black Dragon King, is the guardian of the 7th Hongku Dao. Lin Ha continues, saying that in terms of status, my father is no less than the leader of the First Realm, and in cultivation, even the strongest immortals cannot pose any threat to him. On the surface, Tanvu pretended to be indifferent, nodding politely and acting composed. But deep inside, he was secretly thinking, "Hak Long Vuong, in my previous life I never even saw him once during my 10 years in the Great Wilderness." "Nyai Tai, do you know the Black Dragon King?" At that moment, Nyai Tai suddenly shouted non-stop from behind. It kept whispering something into Tanvu's ear. Then he smirked and turned to ask, "So you say the Black Dragon King was once your younger brother, huh? You're not lying to me, are you?" At this moment, both of them looked at each other and smiled, the surrounding atmosphere turning strangely quiet. After a moment, Ling Ha spoke up. "Tanvu, if you have obtained the blood of the beast wild, then you should naturally join our clan. You should quickly take the opportunity to prepare. I will take you to meet my father." Tanvu promptly refused with a serious face, saying, "Sorry, I'm used to being free and easy. Thank you for your kindness." "Does this mean you think I am deceiving you, Tanvu, or are you still worried about something else?" He looked straight into the other person's eyes and calmly replied, "I have no interest at all." Lin Ha refused to give up and kept shouting, "Tanvu, you don't belong to the human race. You belong to our great wilderness. Join our tribe and you will receive only good things." "You refuse me. Is it because you've already set your sights on that woman, Trio Huyen Ni?" At this, Tanvu's eyes immediately turned cold. "Indeed, I secretly thought that on the day I killed Zhao Dian, she was hiding nearby, so careless of her. Yet she didn't leave a single trace." Tanvu said coldly, "I have no interest in Zhao Huyen Ni, but I will not join you either." Lin Ha sighed helplessly at your determined attitude. "Tanvu, you're really too stubborn." "All right then, our clan's door is always open to welcome you." Finally, Tanvu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I will take her away now." Then he coldly turned his head and declared, "I don't like your way of doing things. If there's a next time, I definitely won't forgive you." Feng Ma sighed in disappointment. "Your temper is too bad." But Lin Ha suddenly looked at Nuakui and asked, "Can I take this little girl with me?" She smirked and explained, "Inside her body is the bloodline of an ancient demon race, and no matter how great her future achievements are, in the end, she is just a little demon." Lin Ha's face was full of interest. "If you let me take her away, I will wash her marrow with the blood of the black dragon. freeing her from the demon race and turning her into a wild beast of the evil clan. Tanvu stroked his chin in thought. What she said was indeed true. Although the demon race was powerful, they were truly worlds apart from wild beasts. In the end, he seriously asked, "How can I trust you?" Lin Ha closed her eyes and explained, "This is not simple. My clan has a secret technique that requires forming a contract with you." She continued, "From now on, you and I will advance and retreat together, our lives bound as one. If either of us betrays the other, we will perish in body and soul." Tanvu looked to her for her opinion. "Nyaitai, what do you think?" Hearing this, it also nodded in agreement. In the end, Tanvu had to agree, "Fine, let's just sign the contract." With that, Lin Ha smiled sweetly. "Very good." Then she quickly rushed towards him. Then Lin Ha leaned in close to Tanvu's face. In front of his surprised eyes, she gently leaned down and placed a kiss on Tanvu's lips, immediately causing a bright magic circle to appear beneath his feet, with a massive surge of energy erupting from below like a raging tornado. Nyatai stands to the side watching intently, but can't help but smile, squinting and thinking to herself, "Little black dragon, big brother can only help you up to this point." At this moment, Lin Ha still holds him tightly, her lips touching his. The mark on Tanvu's back suddenly burst into fierce flames, and the one on Lin Ha's arm also burned just as intensely. After a long moment, she gently released Tanvu. Lin Ha solemnly said, "Tanvu, from now on we are bound together in life and death if you ever change your mind. Just call out to me in your heart, and I will know if you face any difficulties. My clan will do everything to help. The way your Huang clan signs contracts is really something else." She gently lifted the little girl up, and then Lin Ha smirked mischievously before turning to say, "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." After finishing, she immediately flew away without giving Tanvu a chance to speak, leaving him puzzled as he scratched his head and ears, thinking, "I've been set up. Couldn't Hai Ti be the traitor?" At this moment, Thien Duong and Vong Wiet slowly opened their eyes, and she quickly sat up and shouted, "Little girl, are you okay?" Tanvu stood before them and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's all right now." Vong Wiet looked down, her tone filled with regret. "Sorry." "Ah," Tianyang also sadly echoed, "Young Master Tan." Tanvu gently continued, "It's not your fault. Go now. That little girl doesn't have a better fate either." After finishing, he turned around and walked away, leaving the two girls standing there in confusion. Vong Wiet bit her lip in remorse and whispered, "Why did I make such a mistake?" Vong Wiet, you must learn a lesson. You absolutely cannot appear again." Thien Zhuang watched his figure disappear and wondered if that girl had a greater fate. "Young Master Tan, you really are discreet." Before nightfall, as Tanvu left the inner courtyard, they sat around a round table with Xinvu gently patting his shoulder and shaking his head. He blushed and asked nervously, "Little brother, are you hurt?" Tanvu replied nervously, "It's just a misunderstanding. It's okay." When Tianyang heard this form of address, he widened his eyes in surprise. "Xiao Tian Shuang, I and Tanvu are not siblings by blood, but we are sworn brothers, so you can call me uncle from now on." As she finished speaking, she shrank back in fear, her face full of horror. At that moment, Tanvu quickly stood up from his seat, smiling gently to reassure her, "Tian Shuang, don't listen to his nonsense." "Has everyone rested yet?" "In a few days we will head to the Holy Heart Temple." Tian Shuang gently said, "The Holy Heart Temple is ready to welcome Lord Tan." He nodded and turned to leave, smiling in response, "I need to see clearly how they treat me." Scene shifts to the morning at the entrance of the Holy Heart Temple. The clear blue sky and drifting clouds, gentle sunlight shining on the Holy Heart Temple making it feel warm. Then three men with very serious expressions appeared. Thiet Ngung stands silently between the two guards, observing the surroundings, while Phi Pham coldly snorts. Thiet Ngung stroked his beard kindly and said, "If you carry the 9th level holy fire, you must lure him into my sacred heart temple." The two men beside him nodded in agreement. "Dad is right." Hearing that, Phi Pham chuckled to himself. "The 9-tiered holy fire, I need to see what that guy is like." At the same time, the hurried sound of hooves pounding approached. "It's here. Come and greet me first." Now Tanvu slowly drew back the curtain and calmly asked Thien Xuong, "Why did Tudo Big Brother leave the carriage and run when we are close to the Holy Heart Palace?" Before that, Chin Vu really suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Thien Duong chuckled and replied, "Because the one coming to pick him up is elder sister Thiet Nuong. Every time he meets Tudo Chin Vu, he can't help but fight him." Tan Vu, upon hearing this, could only smile helplessly, no wonder. Just as the carriage stopped after some movement, seeing the person inside step out, Thiet Ngung spoke, "Are you Tan Vu?" He happily praised, "Well done, with a strong body and sturdy bones, truly a good seedling." Thiet Huang nearby also wanted to join in. "Tanvu, you possess the 9-tier sacred fire. If refined carefully, you will surely attain everything. In the future, no one can compete with you for the title of Spirit of Qi."
After hearing these polite words, Tanvu could only smile politely because he hadn't revealed the truth yet.
If you knew that the 9 heavens' mysterious annihilation fire refining Qi could be achieved in the blink of an eye.
"I wonder how happy you would be, seeing their attitude," Tianyang said. "Brother Tai is too enthusiastic, and Tai Ning keeps praising him. What's the big deal?"
A genius with the 9-tier sacred fire undoubtedly deserves this treatment. He then said, "Tian Shuang, your father and our sect master were supposed to come here in person today, but something unexpected happened." But Tian Shuang didn't pay much attention and softly said, "It's okay." While they were talking, Tanvu noticed someone. Phi Fam bowed and asked, "Brother Tan, does the Holy Heart Temple welcome you to join?" Before he could finish speaking, Tian Shuang interrupted. "This is Bak Phi Fam, my senior brother, and one of the most talented people in our Holy Heart Temple. Although he only has divine fire of the lowest grade, his alchemy skills are extremely high, especially in refining pills reaching the peak of perfection, which is rare in 1,000 years. She added, even more surprisingly, his senior brother's cultivation has also reached the peak of the spirit awakening stage. So, Thayan Sung is really looking forward to having an elder brother who is friendly and easygoing, and that Tanvu and him will definitely become good friends." Phi Fam scratched his head and denied it, saying, "Sumoy is overestimating me, an unknown junior, not worth mentioning." Now Tanvu regrets, "Brother Bak, don't be modest." Outwardly smiling kindly, but in fact he has keenly noticed the scent of cooked Nuet Tong on him.
Phi Fam happily exclaimed, "Tan brother, today I've prepared everything to take care of you, and I promise that your silly older brother, who is only a few years older, will do his best to support you when you need to refine pills."
According to etiquette, Tanvu responded, "Then I will have to rely on Brother Bak." After that, Phi Fam also turned and left.
"Just call me Big Brother, bye."
Tian Xiong watched from afar, unable to hide his joy. Looking at the expressions of young Master Tan and his senior brother, they will surely become close friends. Then Thiet Ngung burst out laughing brightly. "My Sacred Heart Hall is harmonious and joyful, unlike other sects fighting chaotically. There's nothing left here, so he moved in to enter the hall." Meanwhile, Thiet Huang and his son exchanged meaningful glances before all of them entered the Holy Heart Temple. The two maids immediately bowed in greeting. "Young Master Tan." Tanvu's lecherous gaze drifted elsewhere. "Big Brother Tuo's words are indeed true." Phi Fam suddenly spoke. "Su to the Holy Heart. Temple is very peaceful and tranquil. Coming here is not to force matters,"
but his tone gradually turned dangerous. "There are some things you need to know." Phi Fam revealed that Lan Tian Suong is the direct disciple of the sect master, and her father, Lan Ngung Fa, is the strongest cultivator in the Holy Heart Temple.
It can be said that if he can get Lan Tian Suong, he will hold the entire Holy Heart Temple in his hand, and many people dream of her endlessly. He is warning that Tan brother must be careful in his future actions and not act recklessly to bring trouble upon himself. But Tanvu only needs to listen to understand that Hong Tran and Brother Bai both have intentions for Thayan Suong.
Yet Phi Fam boldly denies it, claiming he has no interest in romantic matters as he regards her as his own sister and focuses solely on cultivating energy and medicine.
"So, you want to ask,
Does the Holy Heart sect allow the practice of external martial arts techniques?" Phi Fam replied, "As a direct disciple, I absolutely cannot practice external martial arts techniques."
Right after that, he subtly hinted at something. But Phi Fam revealed the truth. If the martial techniques or skills were practiced before joining the Holy Heart Temple, then of course they could continue to be cultivated. But Tanvu was not surprised at all. It turned out to be like this. Secretly thinking this guy was somewhat interesting. Over there, Phi Fam also guessed that this young guy was not simple. Could it be that he had already been discovered by him? Then he smiled brightly and pointed the way, saying, "That is the main hall. Let's go in quickly with me." The grand hall is now bustling with people passing by, and Hathien announces when he sees distinguished guests. "Greetings, senior elders, Saintus, and Brother Bai. The banquet is over. Please take your seats." Tian Shuang immediately noticed something was wrong and asked where the other elders and senior brothers were. Hathien quickly responded that some had gone outside with the sect leader and would return soon, while others were on their way. Tanvu enthusiastically replied, "All right." After a while, the party was still going on lively, but Thiet Ngung's face grew more and more serious. He spoke in a low voice. "Why haven't they come back yet?" Tian Shuang is really curious. "Uncle Tiet, what exactly are the Electric Lord and your father doing on this mission?" Thitngung raised her voice to reveal that a monster appeared behind the Holy Heart Temple. Its leader's cultivation level is the 7th level of the Breaking Illusion realm, but not strong. She also emphasized that the beast is extremely cunning, fast, and has appeared and disappeared multiple times recently, which is why the temple leader and your father had to intervene personally. Tanvu immediately frowned and said that the monster was from the 7th level of the Phantom Breaking realm. Even if it was fast facing the Holy Heart Temple's sect leader, it would likely be no match, not to mention Tian Shuang's father was with him. In the end, Thiet Ngung sighed in relief, so I felt at ease. Oh well, there must be something causing their delay. Then he brushed this aside. Let's keep drinking. At that moment, a huge foot stomped heavily on the floor, and the massive figure made everyone gasp in awe. Ngung Fa cheerfully took a breath and called out loudly, Tian Xiong. He smiled brightly, with a 4-eyed demon on his shoulder. The master has returned. Seeing this scene, Fu Jiaoqi remained silent without saying a word. Ngung Pa approached his daughter and asked Han, Look at this, you've been very thin lately, haven't you? That's no. He threw the 4-eyes hound to the ground without hesitation. Ngung Pa always looks optimistic because he's family, so there's no need to be cautious. Now he finally notices that you are Tanvu, a good and extraordinary person with a noble appearance. Facing this person, Tanvu Maknian appears very serious. That makes Ngung Fa feel shy. Tian Xiong, young Master Tan, is also so cold. Tian Shuang understood and softly reminded Tan Kongtu. Tan Yu slowly read aloud a description of a front-line general of the demon race. You stare directly at the monster in front of you, the 4th-eye demon lord. Ting Po is a bit curious. Tu Muk Sich Hao, what is this? I've never seen this kind of demon before. Young Master Tan truly has a wide range of knowledge. He also assessed its speed as very fast, but its damage power is not significant and not worth worrying about. At this moment, Fu Dao gently lifted her foot to move. She reminded Tanvu that today was the celebration feast for him, so he should enjoy the wine and not worry about this disruptive demon from the 7th layer. Young Master Tan, this is the head of the Fu Jiao of our Sacred Heart Temple. I greet the Fu Jiao. Tanvu immediately bowed and paid his respects to the elder leader. He seriously stated that although this 4-eyed servant was not strong, it should not have appeared here. To clarify the matter, he suggested, Lord of the Fulu sect, shall we find a quiet place to talk? Fulu sect master remained silent, but his expression clearly conveyed his answer. Then she decisively turned and followed me. Tai Xiong and Tai Yu looked on in confusion as the two of them left. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does this younger brother Tan always seem so mysterious? Tian Suang clearly saw that the 4th-eye demon lord must be anything but simple. To make young Master Tan react like that, Fei Fan was extremely suspicious. What on earth was this Tuan Vu doing? Both of them went to the hall of the Lord of the Palace. Fu Jiao directly got to the point. Tanvu, now it's just the two of us, so just say what you need. So Tanvu didn't beat around the bush. The 4-eyes lord is strong and sharp-eyed, cunning in mind, one of the few intelligent demon races. From where did he know that the 4-eyes lord was appointed by the demon race as a deputy general to oversee the human territory, to receive reports from humans in order for Tanvu to reveal shocking news and leak many secrets to the Hongliu demon race? Fu Zhao was momentarily surprised by this news. Hongliu Tuanvu remained silent for a moment, not revealing anything further, then suddenly connected the dots in his mind. In the past, as more 4-eyed monkeys appeared on the territory of the human race, at first they had no defenses and simply regarded them as ordinary demons. You remember it vividly, but the number of 4-eyed demons keeps increasing. The human race gradually realizes how serious the problem is. After the 4-eyed demon lord appeared, many powerful demon clans began to emerge on the human territory, leading to an even more disastrous ending. In the end, the red luminous demon clan swept through, causing severe losses to the human race. And right now, Tanvu realizes a very serious problem. But this time, the 4-eyes hound appeared much earlier than in the previous life. It took a while before he explained that the so-called Hongliu demon clan was made up of countless earth-moving demon tribes that swept through the human territory, and there were many of these demons, including numerous cunning spirits. Tanvu regrets that if the red flow arrives, the blood at the Holy Heart Temple will flow like rivers, and the bones will pile up like mountains. The Fu family always maintains a firm resolve, so her father asks, "How do you know?" Tanvu firmly assured him, "I absolutely do not lie." Then he warned that after the appearance of the 4 demon lords, no more than a month later, the Honglu Tianfeng demon troop would also appear. Master Fu Jiao, please prepare quickly. Fu Jiao needs to know the reason. How am I supposed to trust you now? At this point, Tanvu didn't want to waste any more time. Whether to believe or not is up to you. Fu Jiao's eyes suddenly sharpened with a look of evaluation. Suang Ni once said that Tanvu has countless mysterious hidden cards yet to be revealed. If what he says is true, then she decided, I believe you. Follow me. Without wasting another second, Fu Jiao stood up straight to lead the way. She used her strength to send a small amount into the mark on the door, and immediately it opened, casting a beam of light inside. A while later, inside the secret chamber, there were not only the two of them, but also a few others, including Elder Chief Thiet Ngung, Second Elder Lan Ngung Fa, along with Fourth Elder Nam Thanfong and Third Elder Mak Lam Fong. Fu Jiao requested, Tanvu, please clarify the specific information about the Tianfong demon army to avoid wasting time. Tanvu confidently responds. He begins to move his hand over the map, while the first wave of vanguard troops is simultaneously behind the Sacred Heart Mountain, and Phi Pham starts to become suspicious. This Tanvu is so mysterious. Could he have discovered my identity? Should I tell this to the head of the Fu family? Suddenly he froze as if he had discovered something, then straightforwardly exposed him. So Lam, I've had enough. Don't come to see me casually. Right behind the tree, So Lam stepped out and said, Second Elder, please don't be angry. I have learned a concealment technique from my master to hide my breath completely without revealing it. He smirked cunningly. Second Elder, you must be very anxious, right? Phi Pham was extremely impatient with this person and insisted that he tell him the most important thing, or he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. But So Lam remained very calm and said, Second Prince, don't be angry. You're worried about Tanvu discovering your identity. I'm here to tell you not to worry. He revealed the information, saying, I just received news from Nam Thanfong that Tanvu secretly met with Fu Jiao not for you, but for a very important matter. Thanfong's face always hides a sinister expression. So Lam's news piqued Phi Pham's curiosity. A good thing. He proudly announced that the Red Lu Demon Clan is about to appear in the Holy Heart Temple, and this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for us Kuk Nyat Tong. That's all it took for So Lam to get excited. The demon race is here, and the Holy Heart Temple will face a decisive battle. As for the Extreme Sun sect, I'll just watch from the sidelines. If the Holy Heart Temple suffers heavy losses, it will be absorbed. Before he could finish speaking, someone's hand was already rushing forward, and Phi Pham unexpectedly struck So Lam's throat with his hand. He shouted each word. Nam Thanfong, is he yours, So Lam? So Lam, I told you, the Sacred Heart Temple belongs to me, and you dare to plot here for yourself. Are you trying to make me angry? So Lam refused to give in and immediately retorted, The Holy Heart Temple is destroyed. The credit belongs to the second Divine Son. I only need Tanvu. Are you upset just because of the 9-grade holy fire? Su Lam has been frustrated for a long time. I don't have the talent for forging spirit tools like the second prince, nor do I have the talent for martial arts like the first prince. For me, if I ignore the 9-grade holy fire, I probably won't have a chance to turn things around in my life. Phi Pham is deliberately manipulating the situation, but if the 9-grade holy fire falls into someone else's hands, wouldn't I just gain another powerful enemy? So Lam grew more and more short of breath, but he clenched his teeth and swore, I can swear to heaven that once I obtain the 9-grade holy fire, I will leave the Extreme Moon sect immediately and go straight to the Yen Empire. Second Celestial, are you now at ease with that? Phi Pham exhaled sharply, then shot a sharp glance at So Lam and finally agreed to the deal, saying, If that's the case, after everything is settled, the 9-grade sacred fire will belong to you. So Lam lowered his head and whispered, Thank you, Second Prince. He tried to smile and said, So Lam is also here. Congratulations to the Second Prince for obtaining the Holy Heart Palace. I will support secretly from behind the scenes. Please excuse me for leaving first. After he left, Phi Pham smiled strangely. The 9-rank sacred fire, he despises it. Just a useless trash like you, and you're happy? A few days later, soldiers were patrolling around the city gates. One person sighed tiredly, all because of a single word from Tanvu that made our entire upper palace so cautious. What do you mean the Crimson Blood race is a threat? I've never heard of them before. It's tough. Right now in the main hall, Tanwu is bowing to the head of the Fu Jiao clan. The report on the progress has been properly arranged. Fu Jiao has informed all the surrounding sects and clans to build a human defense line. If everything you say is true, more news is likely to come soon. At that moment, someone hurriedly ran in to report. Hathin hurriedly reports the Electric Lord. The chief elder has sent word that 100 miles northwest of Heart Electric City, demon beasts have been spotted. All of them are third-stage spirit realm, nearly 100 in number, he emphasized, exactly matching the intelligence report. The Fu family issues a command.
The first wave of demon beasts has appeared. Inform the senior elders to strengthen defenses and notify the major sects, as even more intense trials are likely to follow. Hathian received the order and immediately went out. Understood.
Tanvu understood his responsibility, so he had to take action himself. He could see a hint of tension on Fu Jiao's face. Tanvu, I have one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. As if he had foreseen this, Tanvu was very willing. The lord of the palace said not to worry. Fu Jiao rubbed his aching head.
I have a daughter named Diepdong, and I hope young Master Tanvu can take her along.
She also mentioned that my daughter's talent is very strong, but her hot temper only likes fighting and dislikes peace. I hope young Master Tan can help her control her temper. And Tanvu nodded in agreement. Fine, I accept. Pu Giao did not forget to express her gratitude, saying, I entrust my daughter Diepdong to you. She suddenly revealed, Actually, I also know that you don't genuinely want to join my Holy Heart Temple. But Tanvu was not surprised at all. She is indeed the Pu Jiao Temple Master. She already guessed it. Fu Jiao sincerely assesses that young Master Tan has gained a great opportunity in the Great Wilderness, and that the Holy Heart Temple cannot possibly accommodate him. Lady Ngovuk then speaks, suggesting that young Master Tan's true intention for joining the Holy Heart Temple is probably because of the Holy Heart Pond. Accordingly, Tanvu said, Master Pu Jiao is intelligent and perceptive, truly deserving of her reputation. I need to go to the Sacred Heart Pill to train for 3 months, and after 3 months, I will leave. In fact, he had already calculated that the Holy Heart Pill can strengthen the meridians and bones of martial artists, greatly enhancing the body's toughness. Just thinking about it made Tanvu feel a surge of vitality. You remember that feeling, even though your body was strong, your tendons and bones were much more relaxed. The Fu family places their trust in you, so I hope young Master Tan can do his best to help Diepdong in this short time. Tanvu announced his immediate plan. Before leaving, he would pass on a martial art to Diepdong. If he could master it completely, he would surely achieve great success in the and definitely not disappoint the Temple Master. Master Fu quickly reminded you that even I am jealous to the point of red eyes. Young Master Tan, Diepdong is waiting for you at the martial arts arena. Without wasting another second, Tanvu turned and left immediately. Fine. In a flash, he had already arrived at the Sacred Heart Hall's martial arts arena. Tanvu subtly glanced at the opponent, this girl, a speeding projectile, accompanied by a cautious warning sound. At this moment, it is gradually getting closer to Tanvu. He didn't need to turn his head, just used his hand to block it, then gave his opponent a sneer. But that wasn't all. The other person changed their attack direction at Tanvu. In the blink of an eye, he jumped high, causing the attack to hit the ground instead. Just then, the opponent launched a series of attacks directly at Tanvu's head, causing an explosion that shattered the entire space. Tanvu moved swiftly like a gust of wind, avoiding any injury to himself. When he wasn't paying attention, a sharp object was pressed right against his neck. Tanvu instinctively turned to look at the person controlling him. Diepdong coldly sneered, You carry the 9-grade sacred fire and have the great wilderness fate with you, yet this is all you have. Tanvu immediately guessed her intention. Testing me, huh? And Diepdong honestly assessed. My mother said, I follow you to train more, but you're weaker than I thought. Tanvu reminds her, Diepdong, the first lesson I teach you is that you must never let your guard down at any time. As he finishes speaking, ropes appear out of nowhere, binding Diepdong completely, forming a complex array around her like a magic circle. Diepdong suddenly fell into confusion and could no longer move her body, causing all her sharp weapons to fall at the same time. Tanvu approached and said directly, You lost. Now Diepdong realizes that from the start you knew those initial moves were just fake attacks, so you set up the restraining formation behind to trap me. Tanvu patted her head teasingly. Kids are easy to teach. I lost, you're really strong. Can you now lift the seal? Tanvu then gently snapped his fingers, and the ropes instantly disappeared, releasing Diepdong. Her delicate feet gradually touched the ground. Diepdong reminds us to get started. Tanvu didn't reply, smiling in agreement. The two of them headed into the thorny forest. Right now there are many people around here. Diepdong is curious to know. Tanvu, I heard that your relationship with Tian Shuang is very good, but do you also want to advise me to stay away from her? Unlike others, Diepdong said, No, I think you are worthy of Sister Tian Shuang. I only heard the following sentence. Her tone became serious, but she was warning about someone. This made Tanvu very curious. Who to be cautious of? Diepdong immediately emphasized the name Bach Fai Pham. So you're saying that? Diepdong boldly declares, I can see through Bai Fi Pham, he can't fool me. and honestly admits every time I get close to him I feel a very dark aura. He is definitely not a good person, just no proof yet. Tanvu then assessed, "Your intuition is really accurate." So Deep Dong was very proud, which was natural. So if you want to succeed with Sister Tian Xuang, you must definitely beware of Bak Fi Pham. Tanvu kicked her gently and whispered into her ear, "Do you? Is there anyone you suspect?" Deep Dong shyly denied, "No, you still act like a carefree gentleman. So what do you think of me?" Deep Dong casually comments, "Very good. My intuition about people is very accurate. Your character is upright. You can be trusted." Then she offered, "If Sister Tianxiong doesn't mind, I could also become your partner on the path." Tanvu coughed a few times, scratching his head and explaining, "I was just joking." He had no choice but to laugh to ease the awkwardness. "Let's go," Deep Dong secretly judged. "Do you want to play with me? You're still too inexperienced." As they reached the edge of the forest, the two paused and looked at the person standing before them. "I am Trin Hien, the top disciple of Black Tiger sect. The defenses around Kotam Forest are fully prepared and flawless." Deep Dong cheerfully said, "Trin Hien, I know that person is the once-in-a-century genius youth of Black Tiger clan. With you here, I feel very reassured." Tanvu looked at him thoughtfully. "Why does the name Trin Huyen sound so familiar?" "I can't remember right now. What kind of genius is he?"
Compared to you and young Master Tan, they are far behind. Trin Huyen turned back and said, "Follow me, I have arranged a place for you to rest."
Yedong nodded and said, "All right, please show me the way." He quietly watched Trin Hien from behind. Tanvu thought to himself that this Trin Huyen guy seemed honest and gentle, but his scheming was no less sharp, every word establishing his leadership. And that girl Diep Dong was really not very perceptive at all. Night falls, and they sit together by the fire. Tanvu is grilling meat while she watches him intently. "Hey!" Deep Dong was startled when you handed her a big piece of roasted chicken, and she asked while eating, "Tanvu, do you think the demon beasts will appear tonight?" He replied, "Whatever needs to come will come. Even if they don't show up tonight, they will definitely appear in a few days." "Tell me about the name Trin Huyen," Deep Dong continued. Trin Huyen was originally just the son of an ordinary farming family who joined Hak Homan last year. With astonishing innate talent and carrying a 5th-grade sacred fire plus a natural sword body, his strength even surpasses mine, and I believe his cultivation has now reached the breaking through the illusion stage.
It's a pity that 5 years ago my master wanted to recruit him, but he refused such a talented genius. Staying in Hakoman is truly a bit regrettable. Tanvu continued to think. The farmer suddenly became outstanding. Why does Hakoman not remember this?
Deep Dong continued saying, "Oh, right. A year ago, Zheng Huyen only relied on his peak divine realm cultivation to kill a 3rd-tier dream-breaking beast," she added. "It was because of this that he became famous and renowned." He suddenly stood up and shouted, "I know now." Deep Dong was startled and dropped the chicken leg in her hand, angrily pointing at him and shouting, "Tanvu, why are you shouting like that?" "Pay for my big chicken leg." The boy dusts off the chicken leg in his hand and says, "Here you go." Deep Dong took it and ate happily, while Tanvu with a cold gaze thought to himself, "I remember now. In the previous life, after multiple purges by the Red Liao demon race, the human race suffered heavy losses, and consequently the number of powerful demon beings increased. The demon beast monsters began inviting humans to become their spies, promising many benefits and enticing many humans. Not only that, but some of the demon beasts even used young humans as pawns from the start, planting them in various major sects. In the previous life, one of the most notorious traitors among humans was the Demon Sword Human. The movements of the Demon Sword Human in his previous life were mysterious, with powerful cultivation and ruthless tactics, causing at least 1,000,000 human deaths at his hands. Tanvu continued to ponder, but because he was very good at hiding, people's knowledge of him was extremely limited. I also only remember being able to scold a few scraps of my humble origins, suddenly rising to prominence. Born in the Heavenly River dynasty with innate sword talent. It's Trin Huyen, that's the demon sword human figure. The peasant kid suddenly became astonishingly talented. Trin Huyen is the pawn the demon race planted. At this moment, the two Trin Huyens still haven't betrayed the human race. In the middle of the dark forest, they both look in horror towards the place where the flames are rising high. Tanvu stared ahead in shock and said, "The demon race is here." On the other side of Kutam Lam, a beast with a blue armored body swooped down swiftly, its red claws smashing the rocks apart. In the dense space above, monsters swarmed while on the ground, ferocious beasts lined up in a long line. The monk, terrified, poured all his spiritual power and shouted, "Set the formation!" Tanvu and the other monks exerted all their strength to support. The monk turned around, a flash of purple light breaking apart the rocks, red and purple halos swirling into a circle, swallowing the figure of the monk in the center. With a tense face and sweat on his brow, the young master yells angrily ahead, "Damn it!" The giant sword shining brightly cuts through the darkness, tearing through the space itself. A blazing golden light devours the giant beast with sharp teeth as the sky trembles and sword light strikes, causing the monster to roar fiercely. On the great sword, Trin Huyen sits leaning against it, eyes calm as if waiting. Trin Huyen angrily shouts, "You despicable monster! I have been waiting for you for a long time." The two men look very excited when they see him. It's Trin Huyen. Trin Huyen has arrived, brothers. Where are you? Killing the monsters. The beast snarled and roared loudly across the area. He swings his spear with great force, surrounded by a dazzling light. Trin Huyen shouts, "Lu Kwang Kim." The power of the sword is so strong that it blows the monsters to pieces. The fire aura gathered fiercely, forming a large ring of flames that scorched the ground around him. He half smiled and said, "It's as easy as flipping a hand." Deep Dong carefully observes Trin Huyen standing firmly on the giant sword and says, "Trin Huyen's cultivation has indeed improved further. This light escape sword is a technique he created himself, now likely reaching the upper divine grade." Tanvu responds, "No, this ultimate move is enough to be a lower earth grade, only at the first level of the breaking illusion realm, yet he can still comprehend this sword technique." A natural sword body, truly terrifying. He was amazed to see the two people approaching him. Trin Huyen stomped heavily on the ground, causing dust to billow up, and stepped forward, saying, "Miss Dayap, young Master Tan." Deep Dong looked very excited and said to Trin Huyen, "Well done." He modestly replied, "They're just weak monsters, nothing special." "Master Tan, do we still need to station at New Tam Forest now?" He replied, "Before the Honglu alien race attacks, there will be at least dozens of waves of vanguard troops. The one that just broke through the ground is the Kamdia armor, not enough to be frightening. The monsters about to attack will be even more terrifying." He slightly furrowed his brow and smiled as he spoke. "It seems the coming period won't be as relaxed as before." Diep Dong confidently said, "I am here. The Honglu alien race won't succeed." He raised an eyebrow and tilted his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes upon hearing something unusual. Trin Huyen held up her bloodied hand and asked, "Strange, when did I get injured?"
Diệp giọng nói, Trịnh Huyền, nhanh lên. Nếu chậm thì vết thương sẽ bị hỏng dọ. Tuổi gai dầu, ngay ngừng nói. Tiểu thủ Diệp nội dung.
Trin Huyen turned back and said, "I will go to the base first. You two rest early." She then turned to Tanvu with a provocative look. "Let's go. You stay silent and think." So that's how it is. Trin Huyen fell into the trap of the demons. It must be because of the red gemstone. Tanvu continued, "The Crimson Lion Soul is a special entity within the demon clan. It has a human body and a scorpion tail and is very skilled at hiding. Because of their innate supernatural power, they can control human souls and secretly attack human warriors by infiltrating human and demon battlefields, causing confusion and leading them to join the demon race. Behind each Crimson Lion Stone is a strategist devising plans. The Demon General Strategist of the Demon Clan possesses all the information about the Red Stream Demon Clan." And he continued to think. It can be said that as long as the strategist is found, it means finding the main base of the Red Stream Demon Clan. In my previous life, I heard that in the Sacred Heart Temple's Forest of Suffering, a demon general strategist appeared. I just tried my luck, and it turned out to be true. Tanvu's hand suddenly clenched tightly in silence, showing the suppressed anger inside. He thought to himself, the strongest of the Red Liu monsters this time probably can't surpass the peak of the Broken Realm. Even if they are demon strategists, we can still destroy them. "Monster, I will never allow you to destroy human territory or slaughter my sacred people." A cold cave beneath the ground appears amidst ice and snow, hiding a mystery waiting inside. "It's a success," A said. "Trin Huyen has fallen into my divine talent trap. Now just wait patiently for the right moment." Tien Ho said, "Trin Huyen is a heavenly sword body, bringing many benefits to the demon race. You did very well. Once the Holy Heart Palace is restored, I will report to the Queen and reward you accordingly." Hung Hat happily said, "Thank you, General Tien Ho." Tien Ho continued, "I heard there is also a person named Tanvu this time, who bears the 9-grade sacred fire. I want to get him." She spoke up, 9-grade sacred fire is naturally able to suppress my divine talent, so it's probably difficult." He continued speaking, "Even if it is 9-grade sacred fire, Tanvu's cultivation level isn't high, so he can't fully unleash the power of the sacred fire. This will definitely succeed, and I already have a plan. I will send a team of skilled artisans to handle the reception. Details to follow. A moment later, Hong Hat spoke. Tianhu is indeed resourceful. I will definitely succeed in this. He pointed at her and ordered, "Go down." Hong Hat replied clearly. Meanwhile, Tianhu sat alone, lost in thought, secretly thinking that sending Hong Lu to the human territory this time was the perfect opportunity for Tianhu to seize power. I want to seize this opportunity to prove to the Queen that I, Tianhu, am the most likely to become the future Heavenly Beast General. A few days later, a brilliant flash erupted in the deep forest, causing the trees to shake violently. The forest is tense, with streaks of red flashing like lightning through the trees, signaling an unexpected attack is underway. Deep Dong swiftly moves across the ground, leaving a blazing red trail and countless hidden weapons flying in all directions. She stopped in the middle of the storm of attacks, throwing darts in all directions like a hurricane, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Deep Dong was startled by Tanvu's voice saying, "Well done." He was eating and talking at the same time, still clumsy and facing the beast for the second time. But during this fourth encounter, Shihe was clearly more skilled. "Tanvu, the martial art you taught me is also from the Great Wilderness, right?" Deep Dong asked. "You underestimate the Holy Heart Temple too much, but I still have to thank you. Let me think about how to reward you." Tanvu raised his hand to his chin as if thinking. She stepped closer and said, "Why not let me repay you with my body?" Tanvu hesitated and said, "That's not necessary, really not necessary." Deep Dong continued, "Tanvu, you're truly adorable like this. Why don't we become sworn siblings? And from now on, you'll be my good little brother." He smiled without replying. She asked Tanvu how long until the Hong Lu beast launches a full-scale attack. He replied that there are still 7 more false assaults before the Hong Lu beast sweeps through. After the bait, the real Hong Lu will launch an invasion within a few days, probably in half a month. Tanvu pondered. It's strange, this is the 4th time. Why haven't they found any trace of the crimson luster red seed yet? With the 9 levels of sacred fire on my body and staying in the Sacred Heart Hall, the crimson luminous red pearl definitely can't sit back and watch the show. I keep thinking, strangely, has my current charm already faded? Trin Ki, with a serious expression, said, "Miss Dieppe, young Master Tan, something has happened." He continued. 30 miles away, a group of elite demon beasts suddenly appeared. They are all at the 7th level of the Spirit Awakening realm, currently stopping near the Iron Fist sect, and almost all of the over 50 disciples of the Great Sword sect have been wiped out. "How many are there?" Trin Huyen replied. "One of the Great Sword sect's disciples has just brought the intelligence about this demon beast team to invite you to see." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw the scroll up, causing the entire space to turn crimson with energy swirling around it. Trin Huyen continued. "Based on the intelligence, this team of monsters has a total of 16 members, currently divided into 2 groups heading in different directions. He said, we are closest to them, so we need to eliminate them as quickly as possible." Trin Huyen said, "Miss Dieppe, young Master Tan, I can't handle both teams alone, so I will take care of one team, and the other will be entrusted to you two." Deep Dong reassured him. "Trin Huyen, don't worry, just leave it to us. If it's only 8 7th-tier spiritual realm demon beasts, Tanvu and I can handle them easily." Tanvu stood silently, thinking. This is it. This elite beast team must be the close guards of the Demon Lord. "Miss Dieppe, the location of the remaining monster group is on this token. I will depart first. Please also pay attention to safety." Trin Huyen continued. "I will definitely invite you both to celebrate the victory for 3 days and 3 nights once we push back the monsters." Deep Dong happily agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Trin Huyen's figure suddenly flashed and shot up into the sky like lightning. She turned to him and said, "Tanvu, let's get going too." At the Bin Nguyen battlefield, both of them descended into the raging sea of flames, smoke covering everything, and you and I fell in the midst of the chaos. Deep Dong stood silently beside the fallen, her eyes furious as she shouted in rage, "Those damn monsters deserve to die!" Tanvu silently thought, in his previous life the Crimson Beasts ravaged even more fiercely than now. His eyes were cold, filled with a heavy, unspoken contemplation. Deep Dong said, "Let's set out quickly and make sure to hunt down and eliminate that group of monsters." Tanvu gently released the token to let it fly into the sky. The talisman floated in the air, emitting a blazing red aura. He said, "The group of monsters is in the mountain range ahead." In the mountain range, the two stand in the heart of the mountain, surrounded by a purple aura of talismans. Diep Dong speaks, "The demonic energy is too strong. It must be nearby." Tanvu, with a cold look, said, "No." You look around and say, "We are surrounded." She exclaims in horror, "What?" The horde of beastly creatures roared, closing in step by step, as a grotesque being with blazing red eyes emerged from the ground, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. Under the tremendous pressure, the two remained steady with unwavering gazes. Deep Dong speaks. This tiger-shaped demon race is not at the 7th level of the spirit realm, but at the peak of the spirit realm. He continued, not only that, there are more than 10 of them, at least over 1,000 low-level rear echelon demons. She frowned angrily and said, damn it, we've fallen into their trap.
The despicable demon clan, if there were only 8 of them, we could definitely kill them all. But now there are so many. It seems we can only do this. She unleashes a blazing red light, carrying a fierce power, as if to tear apart the space. Deep Dong, Tung Trung, shouted loudly, Tanvu, I will clear a path for you. Go and deliver the latest intelligence. She turned back and said, if I die, I must kill all these demons to avenge me. Deep Dong rushes forward through the blazing red light, her eyes fierce and resolute, when suddenly Tanvu grabs her wrist to stop her. He said, why should we part ways and die over just a bunch of trash? Deep Dong replied, Tanvu, I know you're very strong, but facing so many demon clans, no matter how powerful you are, you can't. He smiled and said, during this time you haven't seen my true power yet. Watch carefully. Each surge of power ignited beneath his feet as Tanvu began to channel his energy. Both stood within the blazing barrier. He brandishes his spear with overwhelming dominance. Tanvu smiles and says, I will become incredibly handsome, so don't fall in love with me. The beasts roar and charge forward with bloodshot eyes rushing like arrows. Amidst the raging demonic energy, his figure remains steadfast, radiating a divine aura. Tanvu's eyes burn with lightning, cold and resolute, as if ready to face battle. He thrust his spear down from above, causing a deafening explosion. The third 9-tailed divine thunder spear, he brandished the fiery spear infused with powerful purple lightning, charging straight down with a sky-high aura. Next came the divine demon, striking the ground with force, creating a golden lightning bolt that tore through the earth. A wolf-shaped monster howls in despair and charges into the chaotic air. Tanvu channels all his strength into his spear technique, creating a blazing energy wave that tears through space and overwhelms everything ahead. A giant orange energy sphere erupts, tearing through the ground and crushing all enemies around in a destructive fury, as the surge of spiritual power causes Deep Dong to sway, hurriedly raising his hand to shield his eyes from the approaching force. He stands quietly amidst the faint glow, holding his spear with a calm expression after the fierce battle. Tanvu smiles triumphantly, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Done! Deep Dong stared in horror and said, you only used one move and already. Tanvu proudly said, I told you this move is really cool. He thought to himself, the 9-tailed divine thunder spear from the 3rd sword onward is a low-grade heaven-level weapon, a divine-grade weapon, so awesome. Hung Hat silently observes the scene before her, then speaks. So, my elite demon race will just be lost like this? 16 divine tiger generals and thousands of demon clan soldiers all died because of this move. Her strange arm turned into a sharp claw, a fierce red glow flashed, and a red light tore through space, rushing straight at the two of them at terrifying speed. His leg was wounded by something, leaving a bleeding cut on his pants. Hung Hat smugly said, success. I didn't expect Tanvu to be so strong, but he also completed the mission decisively. She continued, the stronger you become, the more it benefits our clan. And one day, your sword will turn against your own people, with your enemies piled like mountains at your feet. And Tanvu, you will become one of the most powerful weapons of our clan. Tanvu carefully observes the dark purple mountain before him, his gaze calm as if waiting for something to happen. A slight confident smile on his lips, he speaks, it's done. Deep Dong steps forward and calls out to Tanvu. He turned back and said, let's go, it's time to return. She silently watched Tanvu from behind, thinking it was strange. That evening at the outpost was tense, with soldiers guarding very strictly outside. Inside, Deep Dong angrily shouted, Trin Huyen, no more mistakes in intelligence reports. Do you understand how dangerous today was? He scratched his head and said, I am responsible, and I promise I will never do it again. Brother Tan, can you forgive me? You suddenly placed your hand on Trin Huyen's shoulder, causing him to pause for a moment. Tanvu then spoke again, surprising Trin Huyen. What are you talking about? From now on, we'll be like brothers, truly like arms and legs. Tanvu continued, saying, building the future ahead depends on the cooperation of our brothers. His face showed a hint of awkwardness, but he quickly smiled and said, Brother Tan, yes, that's right.
Deep Dong sighed, looking at the two of them with a clear expression of helplessness, not knowing what else to say. Why are you both like this? Trin Huyen looked at Tanvu and said, Brother Tan, tonight I want to talk. He glanced at him, seeming a bit cautious but still agreeing. Night falls, he stands ready on the cliff, his eyes watching the distant scenery. After a moment, Tanvu appears, silently observing from behind. Suddenly, Trin Huyen turned around and said, Tan Huyen Day, from now on, we will be the strong supporters of Tien Ho Tuong. You should be respectful and still hope that Daika Trin Huyen will guide us more. He then turned to look at Tanvu and said sarcastically, Well said, keep talking. I wonder when Daika Trin Huyen will take me to meet the general. Don't worry, Brother Vai will handle it himself, Trin Huyen said reassuringly. He continued, Tuong Tien Ho will soon launch a large-scale attack. By then, as long as the two of us can hold back these demon beasts, we will achieve great merit and our prestige among humans will rise rapidly. Wait until you and I hold important positions in the human race. Then, of course, the Heavenly Lake Marshal will summon us. Tanvu thought to himself, this Heavenly Lake Marshal is truly a strategist, so calm and composed. Looks like we can't just rely on Trin Huyen anymore. Trin Huyen patted your shoulder and said, Come on, Brother Davy, tell me in detail about the next plan. As the two turned and walked away, Ho Tuong's face, which seemed peaceful, suddenly sounded a strange noise, as if something was rising from the depths. So Lam appears on the water, frowning as he presses a glowing mark with a cold smile. So Lam speaks, surprised to find that besides Tanvu, Trin Huyen is also a demon. He continued, But it really was heaven helping me. I didn't expect this Hong Lu demon beast event was all part of their plan, originally just to use Bak Fi Pham to seize the Holy Heart Temple. So Lam then said, But now it seems we don't need to do that anymore. Beneath the deep blue whirlpool, he vanished without a trace. In the quiet night, outside the blazing campfire, everything seemed strangely peaceful. Inside, Deep Dong has fallen asleep with a peaceful expression. Tanvu sits in deep thought, determined to find the location of the Heavenly Lake General and must break through the second stage of the Chivong realm quickly, which means awakening the demon bull. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking that only with the demon bull could he use its divine power to find the Heavenly Lake General and then directly eliminate him. A fierce killing intent burst out from Nai-Ti, his eyes blazing red as if wanting to burn everything to ash. A brilliant beam of light radiates from his palm, awakening the dormant spiritual energy. Tanvu creates a barrier, golden spiritual energy emanating around him, his expression serious and focused. A glow surrounds him as he gently closes his eyes to steady his mind. Tanvu suddenly opens his eyes sharply, his gaze piercing and focused straight ahead. He closed his eyes, his consciousness leaving his body and entering his inner vision as the energy around the crystal vibrated like it was awakening. Tanvu said, It's time to swallow those 8-grade pills. He remained silent, his whole body enveloped in blazing golden light. Tanvu silently thought, 10 pills of the 8th grade are enough for my cultivation to break into the 3rd level of the breakthrough realm. I had planned to wait until my tendons and bones were stronger before swallowing them, but now I can't wait any longer. The flames burst out wildly, lighting up the entire area. He leapt into the air, crossing his arms in front of his chest, ready to unleash his move with all his strength. A powerful punch is thrown, with the hem of the robe billowing in the pressing wind. The hand rushes forward at lightning speed, swirling with light as a swift attack. Tanvu clenched his teeth and said, Bone and tendon techniques, is this a side effect of the mandatory upgrade? Sitting calmly amidst the powerful light, his whole body radiated a fierce aura, and behind him, a giant dragon gradually appeared as if summoned from within his inner strength. The blazing pink light swirls around Tanvu's hand, as if channeling full power, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He charges forward with a determined face, strength radiating intensely from his raised arm. The downward punch shattered everything, creating a massive wave of energy that spread everywhere. Nai-Ti suddenly appeared, emanating a chilling aura full of menace. In the urban space, Tanvu Zheng spreads his arms wide, embracing the light from the strange crystals. In the blue light, he closes his eyes with a calm expression as the surge of power floods into his body. A giant energy sphere erupts, smashing the ground and causing everything around to shake. On the cracked ground, shards of debris glow with purple light as they fall at Tanvu's feet, signaling that change has begun. He breathes a sigh of relief as white smoke rises from his body like shedding a burden. Tanvu speaks. The illusion of the realm layer has been broken. Then, a strange glowing scroll slowly unrolled in front of him, emanating a mysterious aura. Tanvu reached out and gently called it to come, as if awakening a dormant power. Immediately, Thao Thiet woke up, his fiery eyes piercing through the darkness. He looked at it and smiled warmly, saying, "It's been a while." Tanvu closes his eyes and concentrates. The energy streams begin to gather around him. A golden light envelops his body. A power is awakening, with a beast-shaped seal blazing on his forehead, radiating an aura that soars into the sky. His eyes opened, and his aura completely changed. Tanvu was gazing at the glowing energy circles, as if an enchanted space was unfolding before his eyes. It immediately caught sight of the scene where the heavenly tiger was sitting majestically on the throne. After passing through many scenes, he finally saw clearly the person he was looking for. Tanvu says, "Found it!" Amidst the blazing light, he slowly steps out, his whole body radiating with a fierce aura. Tanvu returned to wake Diepdong up. "Wake up." Diepdong sat up as if still dreaming and asked, "Do I have to change jobs then?" You muttered, "I have something to do for a night. The rest depends on you." She closed her eyes slightly, her face showing hesitation, but in the end she didn't avoid it. The entrance to General Tianlong's underground base lies quietly beneath the purple-gray cliff, a dark cave blocking out all light. The surrounding space was silent, covered with tall, dense grass. Heavenly Crane proudly said, "Well done. Our clan has obtained 2 primordial sword seedlings and a 9th-grade sacred fire, which will play an important role in our future great endeavors." He continued, "Let's fight as planned." Hong Hat said, "I want to congratulate General Tianhu first. In this attack on this human tribe, General Tianhu already took most of the credit." Tianhu said, "If I become the new 4th Heavenly General, I will definitely reward you." His teeth slightly clenched, his fists tightening. Tianhu smiled contentedly and said, "As a general strategist, Tianhu III is many times stronger than the others." Tanvu smiled and said, "Strong, but not many." Thien Ho froze when he suddenly heard his voice. Hong Hat was equally surprised, her gaze turning cold as she looked ahead. Hong Hat looked towards the cave entrance and shouted when she saw Tanvu, who stepped confidently into the purple mist. Tanvu said, "Did we forget each other just yesterday?" She stared at him in horror, then said, "Tanvu, you, Thien Ho, are disappointed," he said. "It seems I was mistaken." He continued, "The power of the 9-tier sacred fire has exceeded my expectations. Tanvu, you were just restrained. In fact, you used divine techniques to locate my position." Thien Ho leans on the chair and says, "You're still better than Zheng Huyan." He stands up, watching Tanvu silently think, then speaks. "Tanvu, you dared to come here alone first. It seems you're confident you can kill me." He coldly replied, "I am confident in my chances." Thien Ho continued, "Tanvu, I now understand everything about your situation. Your Tan family sacrificed themselves for humanity, and now no descendants remain. Is this the kind of humanity you think is worth protecting? The nature of humans is greed, cowardice, and baseness. To achieve their goals, they use any means necessary, and such a group can never grow strong. But my clan is not like that. Our clan is united. One day we will unify the land and bring true peace to this world." Tianhu said, "Tanvu, abandon humanity and join our clan. Our clan will not look down on you because of your human status. Once you join us, we will be true friends and brothers, family indeed." He called out, "Join us and help build a great empire." He replied, "Is this your final testament? I have to admit it's quite moving." Tanvu frowned and said, "But I and the demon race are sworn enemies. Today, I must kill you." Tianhu gritted his teeth in fury as he was rejected. He said, "Humans are truly stubborn and obstinate, beyond saving. If you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. It's just a pity that from now on my clan will lose an outstanding warrior." Tianhu launches a powerful downward strike from above, his legs full of force. Tanvu quickly blocks, thinking to himself, his strength is too great. This Tianhu general truly is at the peak of his power. He laughed loudly, "Your flesh is too tough, but that's as far as you go." His aura soaring, he charged straight down from above. Tanvu quickly counterattacked, the overwhelming pressure almost shattering his hearing. He gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Tianhu swung his leg like a lightning bolt, creating a luminous barrier as a wave of energy exploded. He roared and charged forward, fists swinging wildly, his eyes bloodshot, and Tianhu unleashed a barrage of punches that overwhelmed Tanvu, causing him to collapse to the ground. He said, "A top warrior like this must be killed by my own hand, trained, This kid can also be considered a man. Bring him back to our clan to eat. That would be the highest treatment for him. Hong Hak immediately obeyed without hesitation.
Yes.
She stepped forward, her sharp eyes full of hidden meaning, raising her pointed talon as if teasing. Hong Hak suddenly widened his eyes, full of surprise as if he had just discovered something unexpected. Tianhu Niu also noticed something unusual and looked intently at him. The flamingo was stunned, stammering, "The Beast Clan, you are not human, you are Beast Clan." A fierce killing intent radiated from his hand, making the space seem to shake.
Tanvu asks, "Do you still want me to join your demon clan now?"
Tianhu responds, "Royal family, how could you leave the great wilderness? You strike like thunder, causing the surrounding space to shake violently." Tanvu replies, "If I leave the great wilderness, what can you do?" He thought to himself, I never expected that this Tanvu would actually be from the Huang clan, and even cooperate with humans. Tianhu angrily said, "Damn it, I must quickly inform the queen about this news, or if the Huang clan and humans unite, our race will face extinction. When we meet again, Tanvu." "What's wrong? Are you trying to run away?" Tianhu said, "I wasn't planning to waste time on you, but it seems that if I don't eliminate you completely, it will be difficult to leave peacefully." Heavenly Tiger, wielding his weapon with murderous intent, flames of red light swirling around like a fierce tornado,
Roared in fury as he charged forward, shouting. With eyes blazing with deadly intent, he launched a fatal strike, but was immediately countered fiercely by Tanvu, who used his spiritual power to defend and retaliate.
You grit your teeth, channeling your energy with blazing red eyes, unleashing your spiritual power at your opponent. The two forces collide in a brilliant explosion, with purple and red lightning spreading across the ground, shaking the entire space. The punch crashes down like thunder, tearing the wall apart, as red and purple spiritual energy surges through the space. Tianhu is stunned, his eyes wide with shock, and shouts, "What?" Golden and purple spiritual energies clash fiercely, causing a bright explosion that shakes the cliff. Tanvu, with his arm enveloped in purple energy, strikes back with a cold gaze. Tianhu clenched his fists, murderous intent surrounding him as he growled, seemingly ready to explode again. He thought to himself, Yao the Queen rewarded me, and just one strike has already shattered everything. Tianhu's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes something unexpected is happening. Tanvu uses his spiritual power, spinning fiercely, and says, "Tianhu, it seems you are underestimating me. Losing focus at a moment like this is not a good habit." In an instant, he endured the powerful punch from you. Tanvu launched a fierce attack, causing a violent surge of spiritual energy. You suddenly frowned and stared intently ahead as if you had discovered something. Tanvu swiftly dodged a powerful attack, tearing through the air towards him. He clearly shows his determination and anger as his spiritual power erupts fiercely. Tanvu is forcefully thrown against the wall, leaving large dents and clouds of dust billowing up. Amidst the swirling fog, Tianhu slowly steps out, looking like a demon god just awakened. His feet stomp heavily on the ground, shattering his armor, signaling a devastating counterattack. With blazing red eyes and murderous intent filling the sky, Tianhu roared in anger, "Damn beast of the wild tribe!" He wiped his mouth and said, "No wonder you're at the peak of breaking through."
Without hesitation, he shouted loudly and charged down like a meteor, causing explosions of dazzling, golden spiritual energy. His fierce face, Tianhu roared like a challenge.
At this moment, their fists collide with great force, one driven by Tianhu's raw power and fury, the other by Tanvu's relentless counterattack. They charge at each other fiercely, their spiritual energies clashing explosively, igniting a fiery life-and-death confrontation. He throws a punch covered in purple energy that pierces through space. Tianhu pauses, clearly surprised and angry at the unexpected power of his opponent. Tanvu clenched his teeth, his fiery red eyes shining with unwavering determination as they charged at each other like thunder, fists colliding amidst deafening explosions. The immense power caused a fierce energy explosion with blinding light, as he poured all his strength into his ultimate move with a burst of purple energy blazing through the sky. Even as blood pooled beneath him, Tanvu clenched his teeth and stood firm, refusing to fall. "You speak up, Tianhu. It seems your strength has run out." White smoke billows up, obscuring the furious fire burning in his chest. Tianhu said, "I doubt that's the case. If I only had such a little ability, how could I become the strategist of my clan?" He grins with red eyes, the mark on his forehead beginning to glow. Tianhu growls and bares his teeth, ready to unleash a destructive attack on his enemy. He threw a powerful punch surrounded by dazzling purple energy, his tiger arm slicing through the air, torn skin and blood spilling as he proudly declared, "This is the innate talent of my heavenly tiger. the Heavenly Tiger Clan, capable of tripling my cultivation in an instant. Tianhu laughed and said, "Your combat power is not inferior to mine." But this time, suddenly, Tianhu rushed quickly towards Tanvu, who was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. He delivered a Huyen Kwuk kick to Tanvu's stomach and said, "You are definitely no match for me." Tanvu's eyes widened in pain, blood pouring from his mouth as Tianho suddenly lunged and bit into his shoulder. Tanvu's eyes burned with fury. He poured all his strength into charging headfirst at him. Tianho grimaced in pain, clenched his teeth and spat blood, tilting his head back as blood gushed out, his body thrown back by the purple wind. Tanvu clenched his fists, purple flames rising behind him as he charged down like a lightning bolt, sweeping straight at Tianho. He roared fiercely, wrapped in a red curtain, then lunged forward. Tianhu gathers his strength, his energy rising to form the shape of a tiger above him as he roars loudly. Tanvu was stunned and thought, "Why can't my body move like this?" He frowned and said, "This is troublesome." Tianhu slashed diagonally across your shoulder with his red claws, leaving a trail of blood down your back. He raised his hand toward Tanvu and shouted, "Go to hell, you damn wild tribe bastard." A blazing, fiery bird image erupts, radiating yellow spiritual energy around it. The boy stands, channeling yellow energy that shines brightly, causing Tanvu to cover his eyes, and Kim Dew appears summoned by Tanvu. Tianhu stared in astonishment ahead and spoke, grinding his teeth as the golden light struck him directly in the face. Tanvu kicked, and stones flew towards Tianho in great numbers. He said, "I didn't expect that even this wouldn't be able to defeat you. If that is the case..." Tianhu closed his eyes and said, "Queen of my clan, please lend me your strength." Immediately, the queen appeared and granted him supreme power. He said, "Use this one move to decide the outcome." Tanvu, holding his spear, thought to himself, "A single move to determine victory or defeat? Exactly as I wanted." A figure rushes down to the ground, exploding into a wide burst of firework flowers. The spirit beasts on both sides begin to prepare for battle. Tianhu raises his hand to gather energy, a small swirling fireball above. The fiery sphere grows larger and crimson, swallowing the sky as he braces himself. Tanvu's eyes glow red with purple lightning, gripping his spear tightly and staring ahead intently. Their gazes meet, and their aura clashes fiercely. Tianhu shouts loudly, the tiger halts, and you shout out, "9 flames divine thunder spear, 4th spear, breaks fire." Tanvu swung his spear, unleashing a surge of golden spiritual energy that shot straight into the core of the fireball. A white light pierced down into the purple valley, the ground cracking open and shards of stone trembling, floating rocks swirling around. Tianhu roared angrily at you, saying, "Go to hell!" A fierce explosion of red flames erupted, purple lightning tore through the water, and shockwaves swept everything away. He gathered his strength and plunged down, creating a giant round crater in the ground. Exhausted, Tianhu stood panting, looking ahead while he smiled triumphantly, finally claiming victory for himself. Tăng Vũ nổi một cạch chấn nàng, bạn già vui mừng qua sớm rồi giờ. Anh ta kinh ngạc nhìn cậu và thốt lên, "Cái gì?" Tanvu suddenly charged towards Tianho like a tornado. Tianho roared, sharp teeth stained with blood, as purple lightning struck across him. You grit your teeth and pour all your strength into attacking. As the explosion of light and sound erupts, the ground is gouged into deep circular holes, rocks flying everywhere, and the sharp spearhead tears through the smoke curtain, covered in blood and scratches. Tanvu stands with his foot on Tianhu's chest, the glowing sword crossing his body, white smoke swirling around him. He lies exhausted, full of wounds, gasping as he admits defeat. "I have lost." Smoke and fire billowed in waves, and the black-orange explosion rolled over the entire area. He said, "A peak-stage beast breaking the illusion realm is really hard to kill." Exhausted, Tanvu's body was visibly worn out after the fierce battle, and he collapsed onto the ground unconscious. A few days later, inside the cave, Tanvu was still lying there, his face covered in wounds. Tanvu sat up and said, "So I've been unconscious for 3 days. But luckily General Tianhu has died, and the red-blooded beast has also come to an end. The race is safe now." Tanvu raises his hand, holding up the glowing gold ring with the blue gem in the center shining brightly. He stands silently in the circle of golden flames, his cloak fluttering gently, his gaze calm yet icy. He says he must return to the stronghold quickly. "Leaving now? I'm afraid Diepdong is worried sick." Then Tanvu shot out, leaving a streak of light rushing through the rocks. In the dense forest within the stronghold, he descended into the green woods, his hair flying, a golden aura enveloping his entire body. Tanvu looked ahead and spoke, It seems they left because they were searching for me. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as groups of people rushed toward him. Tanvu was startled and turned toward the loud shout, "Found him!" The group stopped in front of him. Hathian quickly grabbed him. Tanvu frowned, his eyes cold, and asked, "Who are you?" He said, "Tanvu, where do you think you can run? This entire difficult forest has been tightly surrounded. Surrender and come with me willingly."
You speak up even though you don't understand a thing that's happening, but just for you, is it fun? Hathain frowns angrily and shouts, "Brothers, seize! Tanvu has colluded with the demon beasts. He is a traitor to the human race. Everyone is furious. Follow me and capture him alive."
Charging forward, he stood at the center of the town and issued a summon order. Tinhai appeared behind him, surging with spiritual energy that tore the earth apart. A purple storm of spiritual power swept out like a hurricane, knocking the group of people to the ground. The purple wind howled through, and a trail of dust and smoke shot straight at them. Han Tien was thrown forcefully against a tree, his body covered in cuts, coughing up blood. He asked loudly, "What exactly happened?" The group behind rushed forward, shouting, "Capture Tanvu alive!" He reached out, gripping the spear's handle tightly, a radiant golden aura emanating from his stance. Tanvu looked up, his yellow eyes flashing coldly, and in a low voice said, "Enough." You turn your spear in a wide arc, a streak of golden light painting half the sky, as the wind howls and blows away the crowd in front. Phaifam speaks. "Tanvu, you really disappoint, Brother Vai." He slowly descended, to the surprise of the boy.
Phaifam continued, "I always thought you were a noble and upright man, but I never expected you to betray humanity for a little profit and collude with those despicable beasts."
He said, "No wonder only you know about the so-called Red Flow demon beast. Now everything is clear.
This is all your own conspiracy." Phaifam continued, "You reap what you sow, justice is eternal, and your plot has finally been exposed. Tan Yu, now I will fold my arms and accept my punishment. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I will try to spare your life." You sneer and say, "Do you think I colluded with the beasts?"
He said, "You still want to talk big when the truth is right in front of you. No wonder you're young, but already possess the 9-tiered sacred fire and such strong cultivation." Phaifam continued, "The great wilderness opportunity is just an excuse you use to deceive others. Everything you have today, all of it is from the demon beasts, isn't it?" He continued, "Tanvu, I'll say it one more time. Surrender peacefully." Tanvu laughed loudly and said, "Well then, collaborating with monsters means accepting your fate. I also say once more, I am a human of the human race, living for the human race, and dying for the human race." Tanvu looked at Phaifam and asked, "Is this the will of the Holy Heart Temple?" He replied, "Not only the Holy Heart Temple, but even the experts from the Extreme Sun sect have already arrived." He remained silent, thinking to himself, "Indeed, it is as I thought." The Fu family stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Watch your mouth!" She appears with a serious look, standing between two subordinates. Deep Dong speaks up, "Bak Fi Pham, Tanvu is not that kind of person. I absolutely do not believe you when you say he betrayed the human race." The Fu family says, "I also believe in young Master Tan's character." Tian Xiang speaks up, "Bak senior brother, I remember our master said very clearly that everything must be thoroughly investigated by Tuong Tan first. Tanvu is already a member of our Holy Heart sect, so what right do you have to speak to him in that tone?" Phaifam said, "The evidence of Tanvu's betrayal is clear as day, and I am doing this to protect our Holy Heart sect. Otherwise, people will think Tanvu is just a pawn of Master Fu Jiao." The corner of his mouth curled up as he spoke. "Master, could it be you?" Fu Jiao looked surprised and stared ahead. Then asked him, "Phaifam, do you know what you're saying?" "Look, most of this is your fault, Fu Jiao." Bright streaks of gold shoot down from the sky, dazzling like thunder. He stood in the middle of the grass. Suddenly, 3 others appeared beside him, one with a blazing red-orange halo erupting fiercely as if to swallow everything. So Lam's lips curled into a cold, meaningful smile, the air trembling with each of Yen Nuok's steps as if crushing the ground beneath her feet. Fan Xio smiled and said, "I didn't expect the Holy Heart Temple to collude with the demon clan's sect master, Kuk Nyat Tong." Standing beside him was the calm-looking woman with a radiant aura around her, the #1 divine daughter, Yen Nuok Bang. Next is Suo Lin with a cold gaze and a sly smile. Fan Xio said, "Fu Jiao, you betrayed the human race of the Sacred Heart Temple? I hope you can give me a perfect answer." He suddenly kicked off the ground. The person on the left shot forward like an arrow, while the one on the right swept their robes across, landing neatly with a foot touching the ground in a single step, both facing each other across the open space, the light stretching into long beams and the atmosphere tense as a taut string. A man spoke. I really thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he's just a foot-licking dog of the demon race. The person next to him said, at 1 year old, he possessed the 9-grade sacred fire and even killed the peerless genius of the Chi immortal ancestor. That damn traitor, the one I hate most in my life, is a betrayer of the human race. Mrs. Fu tilted her head, her cold and suspicious eyes fixed on the gossip. She turned to ask Tanvu, if you have joined my Sacred Heart Temple, then I will naturally trust you. But now you need to tell me where you have been during this short period. You said that 3 days ago you secretly ambushed the location of the demon race's strategist general and even killed him. Tanvu continued, I was also seriously injured because of that and just woke up not long ago. Phi Pham looked at his hand in surprise, a faint smile playing on his lips with a hint of meaning. Phi Pham said, Tanvu, do you think we're fools, relying only on you to kill the demon race's chief strategist? He continued, looks like you haven't seen a coffin yet. If that's the case, bring Trin Huyen here. The subordinate answered clearly. Trin Huyen appeared bound and exhausted, bent over panting, his clothes covered in dust, while behind him the head of the thug pointed and shouted harshly to come out. Phi Pham turned back and said, you'd better tell the truth honestly. If you do, I can definitely spare your life. Then he reached behind his back and continued, speak, Trin Huyen, tell everything you know. Trin Huyen felt something was wrong and slowly approached Tanvu, speaking as if he were being controlled. I truly have betrayed the human race. Trin Huyen must apologize to everyone. Tanvu. He continued, Tanvu is actually just like me, secretly relying on the demon race. He stared intently at Trin Huyen with wide eyes. Someone spoke up, saying, Tanvu, Trin Huyen has already admitted it. What more can you lie about? Second Prince Huang added, this Tanvu is truly despicable, a real troublemaker. Better to keep a dog than to raise him. It only fuels the hatred in people's hearts. Tanvu clenched his fists in anger, remaining silent. He thought to himself, I've been schemed against. It seems I can only play the villain role well, and a bloodshed is unavoidable. Deepdong shouted, her words sharp and cunning. Tanvu absolutely did not betray the human race. There must be some scheme behind it. She angrily pointed at him and said, Bak Phi Pham, I've had a feeling for a long time that something was off about you. Now I finally understand. You are indeed a member of the Extreme Sun sect. All of this was your plan, wasn't it? He said coldly. Sister, you were just deceived by that Tanvu to say such foolish things. Bak Phi Pham spoke. Master, Tanvu's betrayal of the human race is obvious. I hope you will make a decision. Fu Jiao remained silent, lost in thought. What else are you planning to decide? I think the Holy Heart sect won't be free from involvement in this. The old man continued. Fu Jiao, today I will take Tanvu away, and in a few days I will summon all sects to judge him. Fan Su frowned and added, your Sacred Heart sect must also undergo investigation. The elder said, all resources managed by the Holy Heart Temple must be handed over during this period. Fan Siu said, if the Holy Heart Temple is proven innocent, they will be returned. Solam says, Tanvu, you brought this on yourself and it's hard to survive. If you knew this day would come, why did you start everything? He then asks, Solam, was it all your plan? I have to admit your calculations are pretty accurate. But do you really think you can catch me, Tanvu? Do you truly believe you can make me leave this place? A foot steps forward, then suddenly stops right in front of the opponent. Ruobang says, Tanvu, I am Yen Nuoc Bang, the #1 divine assassin of the extreme nihilism sect. Crossing my arms and enduring the pain, I will help you bear a little more suffering. A man said, so it's the #1 divine envoy of the extreme poison sect, known as the heavenly male Yang body, with a 7th grade sacred fire, and at just over 20 years old, he has already broken through to the 3rd level of the breaking illusion stage. Others said, when the #1 divine envoy fights, even a single strike from Tanvu might not be able to withstand it. The person next to him said, in front of the #1 divine envoy, Tanvu is no more than a tiny ant. Fu Jiao shouted angrily. Enough, she said. At this point, Tanvu has joined our Holy Heart Palace, and of course, this matter will be our Holy Heart Palace's responsibility. I will take Tanvu back to investigate thoroughly. If he truly betrays the human race, I will definitely not cover for him. Fan Siu asked, Holy Lord of the Palace, you are indeed beautiful, but if you insist on bringing Tanvu back, it won't be clear and transparent, will it? Old man continued.
Even if I agree, can all the martial artists here also agree? Everyone responded unanimously, absolutely not. Fu Jiao asked, if I insist on bringing Tanvu back today, what then? Fan Xiu replied, then we will see if your Sacred Heart sect can block the Kuknit sect and the other factions here. Tanvu said, Chairman Fu Jiao, I truly appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for the Holy Heart Palace to intervene. I'll handle this battle myself. He thought to himself, Chairman Fu Jiao must be under great pressure, yet still speaks up for me. Looks like I made the right choice. Tanvu then swung his spear at Nuok Bang and said, if you can withstand my strike, then your fate will be decided by you. She replied, Tanvu, you're quite bold. Fan Xiu shouted, Tanvu, you really don't know your place, and look down on Kuk Nuit sect. Tanvu angrily shouted back, shut your damn mouth, it'll be your turn next. Nu Bang said, you dare to be rude to the sect master. I will make you pay for your arrogance. She gathered her strength. The golden ring burst into flames, rushing swiftly toward him. Nu Bang unleashes her spear, a wave of gold-like flames sweeping away the earth and rocks as she charges forward. Tanvu swiftly launches his staff, a purple flash striking horizontally at his opponent. She frowns angrily and shouts, damn it! Like Bang roars loudly, the great sun illusion. She pulls out her great sword, and an orange light erupts, sweeping around her as you thrust your spear from the ground, fighting hard to resist her. It pierced through the yellow light barrier, shattering it. Tanvu swung his spear tip, shooting a streak of purple light straight ahead. She coughed violently, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she staggered back. The deafening explosion roared. Golden flames surged up, consuming the entire corner of the forest. Fan Xiu stared in horror, eyes wide open, mouth agape, shouting, what? Solam froze, sweat pouring down, glaring fiercely as dust and sand billowed around. Tanvu calmly landed, taking control of the rhythm while Nuok Bang was a step too slow and was knocked back. You lost, she said. Only one spear. I haven't even had a chance to show my full strength, and I've already lost? Fan Xiu secretly wondered, is it possible for the demon race to possess such terrifying power? This Tanvu before, to kill the Qi immortal ancestor, would have had to risk his life. How long has it been since then? Does the demon race have any tricks up their sleeve? Is it so easy for Yen Nuok Bang to lose? Useless. Tian Shuang looked at you in shock and thought to himself, young Master Tan, Yu Deep Dong cheered happily. Tanvu fought beautifully. Fu Jiao silently thought to himself, Tanvu, it turns out you're this powerful now. Zuo Lin and Fan Xiu, along with everyone else, stood in shock looking ahead. He loudly declared, I, Tanvu, am here today. Bring it on everyone. What is there to fear? The crowd, pale-faced and clutching their weapons with wide eyes, remained silent. Solam spoke up. Tanvu betrayed the human race and still dares to challenge us like this. Can we really tolerate it? Everyone, seize that Tanvu. After this battle, his name will be recorded in history. The fool with his eyes rolled back screams righteousness, while the other side narrows his eyes and furrows his brows, showing fierce agreement. Everyone rushed towards Tanvu, shouting, kill, and Solam said, even if you're stronger, you're still just a flesh and blood body. I don't believe that at that moment your strength wasn't exhausted. Fan Xiu said, I want to see with my own eyes how long you can hold on, relying on that body's spiritual energy. Tanvu brandished his spear, unleashing purple spiritual energy to sweep away the enemies. The two Western warriors charged at him with their weapons. Tanvu channels his energy and releases a white aura towards them. They all shout and set up their formation, then simultaneously unleash their spiritual powers directly at him. Tanvu, with a cold, steely gaze, summoned a spirit beast. Without hesitation, it immediately appeared and drove them back, scattering them away. The spear in his hand erupts with spiritual power, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Tanvu shouts loudly. Ku Tutan draws his sword, glowing pink, standing amidst the chaos, sending figures flying in the blaze of fire. Fan Xiu clenched his sleeve tightly, groaning as a purple streak brushed past, causing Deng's dirty shoulder to jerk. The old man frowned, eyes focused intently ahead. You stand silently among the defeated, looking ahead. Tanvu asks, is this all you can do? Everyone was terrified, running and shouting, he's not human, he's a demon, he's an evil spirit, I won't fight a person. Fan Xiu thought to himself, this guy is full of spiritual energy, I can't see his full strength right now. The old man grits his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that he's not using spiritual energy at all, relying solely on his muscular body to fight. Fan Xiu speaks up, Tanvu, brutal and fierce, I have lost all face for the human race.
I will face you myself. Pu Jiao looked intently at the old man and spoke. You turn to her and speak, Pu Jiao sect leader. I have already said it. I alone will take responsibility for this battle. Fan Xiu shouted loudly, Tanvu, no matter how strong you are, in front of the sect master of Kuk Nguyet sect, you are just an ant. So Lam also roared, Tanvu, you are not even worth a beast. As soon as sect master Fan makes a move, it will be your day to die. He cast a cold glance at them and smiled arrogantly. Fan Xiu clenched his fists, golden flames roaring and swirling around him like an awakened volcano. The old man shouted loudly, Tanvu, die! The golden flames rose high, lightning writhing around him, and crimson clouds rolled across the sky like blood. Fan Xiu turned toward you as if ready to attack. Tanvu remained calm, sitting among the defeated, while the old man stared with murderous intent. Tanvu furrowed his brows and stared cautiously at the enemy when Tai suddenly appeared beside him with overwhelming presence. Listen, do you want me to run faster? A white orb bursts into the red clouds, falling glittering sparks as if the sky itself is on fire. The people below look up, wondering what it is. Suddenly, their vitality was drawn toward the blood moon, the shadowy demon figures above continuously draining the life force of those below. Tanvu looked up with a worried expression. Min smiled eerily, raising her sharp claws to her mouth, then looked down and sighed. What a lively reunion. A class gathering, huh? You the demon race are so bold, how dare you come all the way here? In the blink of an eye, Min teleported behind the old man. I whispered into Fan Xiu's ear, You're so mean. I don't like it. I can only send you to your death. With that, Min swung her hand, unleashing a fierce and powerful force. A purple energy circle full of enchantment appeared around her, while Fan Xiu had already turned into a pile of flesh. Suolam and Fifam hurriedly retreated in fear as the black and red aura approached. Fu Jiao looked on in astonishment, silently thinking about the toy Hu Chi Thuong. Tanvu pondered, This is the four heavenly demon general. Why is she here? Min sneered and stared at him, saying, Little brother, your aura is very familiar. Did you kill Thien Hu? Tanvu thought to himself that the number 1 Tu Thien Yu Tuong was called Min Huet Book of the Dark Night Lord, and just her gaze could make his whole body freeze. He pondered that, with his current cultivation level, he might have already reached the Kui Nut realm, and even if he used his final trump card, he probably couldn't withstand a single move from her. It seems I can only bet once. Min's flames flare red as he stomps down, raising a purple light barrier to face him. What now? You have the guts to kill, but not the guts to admit it? Tanvu clenched his spear, his eyes turning cold gold, ready to strike. Min continued, Your sister prefers honest humans, and your behavior definitely doesn't sit well with her. Tanvu said, I'm not afraid. I just think you look really ugly, which makes me feel nauseous and unable to speak for a moment. She continued, You say my sister looks ugly, but she actually finds you very handsome. Min frowned and said, This fresh must be very delicious. The cold gaze quickly swept over, but Tanvu remained fearless and spoke. You despicable demon race. Tanvu, even if I die, I will not let you take my blood. You are not worthy. He roared loudly. The ground shattered, and a wave of golden energy crashed into her. Tanvu roared, hugging the beam of light to his chest, gathering his strength to launch a powerful attack. She snaps her fingers, and a golden beam shoots forward, piercing straight into your forehead, with a blazing circle flashing intensely. Tanvu stood motionless, the dry branch falling to the ground, her mouth wide open, revealing sharp white teeth, tears streaming down her chin. Min tilted his head, leaning close to his shoulder, his fangs deep as if satisfying a bloodthirst. She bites down hard, her red hair covering her face, her lips pressed tightly against Tanvu's neck as she sucks fiercely. Tanvu screams, trembling all over as his strength is drained away. Min licks her lips, blood still on them, a satisfied smile on her face. Ah Hailong says, Amazing, and Tanvu then collapsed to the ground unconscious. He woke up with a pale face, his skin visibly wrinkled, and shallow breathing. Tanvu seemed confused about what was happening. Deep Dong shouted, I told you so. Tanvu did not betray the human race. Tian Suang anxiously calls out, Young Master Tan! Fu Jiao sat down on the ground and laughed maniacally. Everything is ultimately our own people's fault for bringing this upon ourselves. Phi Fam was stunned as he noticed something strange about So Lam, who suddenly transformed, with cracked skin, yellow streaks revealed, and a lifeless appearance. He looked at him in horror and shouted, So, Lam, a man spoke, It's over, everything is lost, blame you all. Just say,
Tanvu betrayed the human race. Otherwise, why did I come here?
Everyone else shouted in horror. It's all because of Tanvu, that damn comet-like bastard. It's all because of him. Umin said, the others don't excite me at all. She simply said to keep going and kill them all. Umin turned his back, his large black wings spreading wide amidst the blazing red light, emanating a fierce power that made the space tremble. Yi turned back and said, goodbye. Zheng Huiyan stood in silence, watching the disappearing figure of Ru and pondering. He said, so this is the 4 heavenly demon generals of the demon race, but is the demon race really this powerful? My choice was not wrong. Fu Jiao and her subordinates sit silently in the empty land, their eyes heavy with sorrow as they witness the devastation before them, nothing left to save. Deep Dong remembered Tanwu bowing his head, tears silently falling down his cheeks. Fu Dao sat quietly beside him. Yu Min suddenly turned around in a panic. When she sensed something was wrong, she froze midair, blood bursting from her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Exhausted, she fell straight down like a falling leaf, unable to hold on to the wind. A beam of light pierced downward, shattering the ground, and the pressure spread out as if to sweep everything around away. Amidst the thick white smoke, Umin sat heavily on the ground, clutching her bloody chest and softly groaning in pain. She fell hard, the earth cracking beneath her, the pressure still reverberating, startling everyone. Tianshuang frowns and looks into the fog, asking, what's going on? Trin Huiyan rushes toward her and says, yes, Your Excellency. He looked at Yu Min with concern and asked, are you okay? Angrily shouting so loudly that Trin Huiyan was thrown into the air. Cut! Tanvu appeared in front of Yu Min with a triumphant smile. She frowned and asked, what have you done to me? Tanvu didn't answer, but asked again. Does the blood of the Wild Clan taste good? Min asked in horror. Are you from the Wild Clan? He smiled and said, the Love Tribe and the Wild Tribe are mutually generating and overcoming each other. Do you have so much blood from the Wild Tribe? Your 6 internal organs and your bones and soul are burning right now. Isn't that flavor good? A angrily asked again, do you dare to break your word, the royal family? Aren't you afraid the Mountain Tribe will take action? Have the royal clan ever broken their word before? Because I am a human, does all of this have anything to do with the demon race? But sorry, you won't have the chance to find out. Tanvu clenched his hand tightly around her neck, her skin tightening visibly, and her breath gradually grew weaker. Yu Min transformed and said, I never expected that I, the 4th heavenly general, would fall for the dirty trick of a coward like you. I roar in anger, but even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. I am willing to use my final curse to curse everyone here. As long as humanity exists, they will all die in my wrath. Kid, these people are dying because of you. I will make you live with regret. A blazing red aura erupts from your hand, tearing the ground apart, forcing the opponent to retreat unprepared, the pressure exploding into a fiery red sphere that devours everything inside, rocks flying everywhere, with a cold gaze looking straight ahead, Tanvu's voice lowering as he asks himself, endless regret. He raised his hand, his face as cold as ice, eyes half closed but all his strength focused ahead. Tanvu laughed loudly, his eyes blazing. I will not regret. Ew. A blazing red whirlwind spreads everywhere, tearing apart the ground and sweeping up everything around it, as many people scream in panic and dark shadows swirl nearby. A man is screaming in pain as his soul is being pulled out, a dark purple-pink aura escaping from his mouth. Fu Jiao looks at you and calls out Tanvu. Then continues, this matter today has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Go quickly and leave here. Tianshuang closed her eyes and said, Tinker, farewell. Deep Dong forced a smile and said, Tanvu, go quickly. Don't worry about us. He was surprised and said, but it's just resentment. You don't need to be like this. Tanvu raised his fiery arm and shouted loudly, 9 heavens! Mystical destruction, unleash! As he hurled his orange spiritual energy towards the group of Fu Jiao. Deep Dong was thrown back, eyes wide with surprise as he was engulfed in the fierce flames of the sudden attack. Tanvu turned around and smiled, saying, now we can leave together. Everyone shouted loudly when they saw him. Tanvu, save us, quickly save us. Someone said, Tanvu, I was wrong, but I was also deceived. If you are not of the demon race, please don't abandon us. Someone else said, Tanvu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, I am in pain. He replied, they are all humans, so of course I won't let you be buried under these dark weapons. They happily said, Tanvu, what are you waiting for? Quickly get rid of this resentment for us. Tanvu tiếp tục nói, các vị, tôi nghĩ các ngôi gia hiểu lầm ý tới rồi. Câu hỏi,
Hoặc là các ngụy thật sự nghĩ rằng Tanvu tôi sẽ ra tay cứu các ngụy.
They looked at Tanvu in surprise with wide eyes. He continued, I still remember your expressions. No need to
Differentiate, thinking I am a demon race, wanting to kill me, wanting to trample on my body, step up to the heights. Tanvu angrily said, Don't joke anymore. Do you really want me to save you now? Are you serious?
Everyone exclaimed in horror. Tanvu, what do you mean? Tanvu, there are so many lives here. Are you just going to watch us die?
He laughed loudly and said, Tanvu can overcome any challenge for you. Tanvu frowned and said, But people without principles like you only care about themselves. Dying would lighten the burden.
Tanvu, I will not hold back at all. The monk, screaming in pain with blood pouring from his mouth, called out.
Tanvu said, I originally wanted to let you have a moment of relief and suffer less pain, but now it seems even that you don't deserve. Tanvu turned to the lady and said, Leader of the Fuhuo sect, take Yen Nuok Bang with us, let's go.
She lies motionless on the ground, her body covered in wounds and looking exhausted. The group leaves, leaving behind the resentment of those remaining.
They said, Tanvu, I have told the juniors of the sects everything about today. Soon you will surely join me in the underworld.
The other continued, Tanvu, I can't accept this. He stands and looks at Trin Huyen lying on the ground amidst swirling dust, his eyes vacant as he watches Tanvu approach. You speak up, almost forgetting about you. A fierce, fiery attack shoots out from the tip of your finger toward Trin Huyen. The flames engulf his entire body, burning everything around him with destructive power. Tanvu coldly turns away and leaves behind him a blazing red fire. You turn back to urge everyone forward and ask, So what now? Do you think I went a bit overboard with the fire? Tian Duong replied. They brought it on themselves. I was just reflecting that I didn't expect the previous warriors to so easily break their faith. Deep Dong angrily said, I don't think it's too much these guys deserve to die. Let's go. He opened his eyes wide, surprised to notice something unusual in his body. Tanvu, stunned, held his head and sat down on the ground. Young Swang hurried over worriedly and asked, Are you okay, young Master Tan? He held his head and grimaced, saying, That demon creature drained too much blood and energy, just a bit exhausted. Let's leave quickly. Tanvu looked carefully, his eyes showing clear suspicion. He said this. Despite Thien Swang's screams, Tanvu's eyes slowly closed. Master Tan, Tanvu. At the same time, the great wilderness was shaking violently with strange lights and thunder, while the Dragon King lay curled up as if sleeping inside the cave. A dark shadow flies across the sky as Lin Ha rides the giant dragon down to the ground. She stepped down from the beast into the bright light. Lin Ha gradually appeared and entered the cave. Mother, I'm back. My father said, My daughter has finally returned. My daughter truly has a noble bloodline of high-level beastkin, Long Vuong said, moved. I won't hold back, father. And then he opened his mouth wide, ready to bite the girl. What are you thinking, Dad? This isn't for you to eat, father. You bring it back so you can transfuse blood and change its bloodline to become one of us. He pushed Lin Ha away and asked coldly, What did you say? The monsters stared in shock when they heard her speak, all of them standing frozen and bewildered, unable to believe their ears. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ha and Nuok Yu. The girl, frightened, clung tightly to Lin Ha's side. Lin Ha frowned angrily, staring intently at them, and shouted, Stop bothering her and go to sleep. You're scaring my little sister. Is it so easy for this Dragon King to change the blood and marrow of the demon race? This girl just got back and caused trouble for me. I'm not negotiating with you, old man. I'm informing you. That's right. There's one more thing I want to tell you. I met a very interesting human in the mortal world this time. He asked, How interesting could it be? She replied, He has the body of a wild clan. Long Vuong opened his eyes in shock and asked, What did you say? His blue eyes shone brightly in the darkness, with a cold and furious gaze. The Dragon King unleashes his power and fury, causing the surrounding monsters to flee in terror. A mighty creature radiates a blue aura full of dominance, clearly showing an extraordinary transformation. The entire creature glows, with a sturdy armor covering it, signaling a great power about to be unleashed. Long Vuong appears, muscular and emanating a strong aura with a brilliant purple-blue light behind him. He asked, Do the humans possess the body of our demon race? Lin Ha replied, This person is named Tan Yu. He possesses the 9-tier sacred fire, and although young, he has unlimited strength. I once invited him to join my great wilderness, but unfortunately he refused. I continued, But this kid is definitely a valuable ally for our clan when we return to the outside world, so I formed a symbiotic contract with him. Long Vuong angrily shouted, Lam Khan, can the symbiotic contract be signed casually? And angrily clenched his fist and said to Lin Ha, Let me see. The man raised his hand to her forehead to scan her memories. Long Vuong was surprised to see the image of Nai Ti appear, his eyes wide and brows furrowed as he exclaimed, "Big brother!" "Old man, what is my father talking about?" Long Vuong replied. "Nothing. I have thought it through. Our Huang clan values the contract the most. It's already signed, so let's proceed." Yun Yuak was startled when he pointed at the girl and said, "Follow me." Lin Ha turned back to reassure Yun Yuak. "Don't worry," that old man agreed. "Let's go quickly." He silently turned away and walked into the sunset, followed by Yun Yuak. Tears streamed down the face of the silent Dragon King as they fell quietly, reflecting the last rays of sunlight and revealing the pain swelling in his heart. "Big brother, is that human your final hope? Rest assured, little black dragon will definitely take good care of him. From now on, Tanvu is officially the son of the younger brother." He wiped his tears with his hand, hiding his inner sorrow. Yun Yuak was startled when she heard the Dragon King speak. "Next month is the Hoang Thien Cat Nyat," he happily continued. "Just choose that day for the wedding." The girl was terrified, her eyes wide open, as she said, "Getting married at the Demon Realm's palace, the fire rages fiercely, engulfing the entire palace." The female demon queen sat calmly on her throne, her cold gaze sweeping over the kneeling subordinates below. She is the queen of the demon race, with sharp beauty and crimson eyes shining with confidence and authority. From Thien said, "Your Highness the Queen, I have said it before, Huyet Buk is just a lowly demon with a petty bloodline. How could she become one of my 4 heavenly demon generals?" They are truly a bunch of trash, not only failing to complete their mission, but also dying at the hands of humans. San Niu spoke. "Your Highness the Queen, according to my evidence, there is a general who was originally a Thantong Huan Gu, fully qualified to become one of the 4 heavenly demon generals." Second brother said, "That reckless and stupid Thantong Huan Gu is probably not even a fraction of Huyet Buk." The queen smiled coldly, her eyes full of scheming. She said, "Bloodbeer just died, and your minds are already in turmoil, huh?" The 3 subordinates could only remain silent, their eyes showing clear anxiety. The queen asks, "I have already considered the new 4 heavenly beast generals. Now I want to know who exactly killed the blood wall." She continues, "Although the blood wall is a bit weak, it is still at the peak of the realm of the first, responsible for the human territory, and even the strongest humans are not better than the 7th layer of the realm of the first. Even if she cannot fight, she definitely has enough ability to escape. Maybe a hidden powerhouse from the human race has appeared, and Bloodwall was too arrogant, leading to their defeat." The queen said, "I remember. That place is the Heavenly River Kingdom, right? If that's the case, the 3 of you go there yourselves and see if you can bring that expert back here. If not, just kill him." Tiantu said, "It's just a small Heavenly River Kingdom. Do we really need all 3 of us to go? I can go ahead alone." The queen narrowed her eyes, tilting her head to look ahead with suspicion and caution. "This one." Her blazing red eyes reveal her growing anger. The queen orders, "You are to retreat for now." Her subordinates responded in unison. She sat, watching their shadows fade away, lost in thought. A dazzling ring of light suddenly appears, tearing through the quiet space. The golden glow floods the grand hall, making everything look mystical and tense. A man shining brightly appears with a serious and commanding presence. The queen respectfully bows to the high immortals. Feng Tang said, "From today on, the treasures of the demon race offered to the heavenly race must be doubled." She opened her bright red eyes, her cold gaze clearly showing surprise and concern. "Doubled. This matter. You speak up. I am informing you, not negotiating with you." Feng Tang continued, "My master said, this is your own doing, you talk. Tanvu is not someone you can provoke." After he left, the queen could only watch helplessly as the golden light gradually disappeared. She angrily clenched her teeth and asked, "Tanvu? Who's this Tanvu?" "The fairy realm, a clear blue sky with flocks of white birds flying amidst a gentle light-filled scene." Her small feet gently touched the clear surface of the lake, creating gentle ripples that spread out evenly. Huyen Yi, with her long green hair swaying leisurely on the vine swing, appears in midair, surrounded by golden light that makes everything around seem to pause. He asked softly, "Miss, is this too much of an overreach?" She replied coldly, "Daring to bully my fiancé Tru Huyen Yi, I'm just giving a warning." Huyen Yi excitedly said, "But Tanvu is becoming more and more interesting." Feng Tang continued, "Miss, Tanvu has a very close relationship with the Great Wilderness. This cannot be ignored. If the Heavenly Lord finds out..." Huyen Yi frowns with a stern face in anger. She says,
I already possess the supreme divine inscription. The next ruler of the immortal clan must be me, who dares to whisper behind my back.
Huyen Yi said, "The fairy race and the great wilderness have been rivals for a long time. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. If we can use Tanvu to make the wild tribe submit to our fairy race, that would be a good thing." Feng Shen sighed softly, a serious expression on his face as he was deeply worried. She continued, "Don't worry too much. That's right. From today on, you go to the lower realm to test yourself and quietly protect Tanvu," Huyen Yi said with a smile. Tanvu was lucky this time, but it won't be like that next time. He was stunned and froze completely after receiving the order, his mind shattered by the thunderclap. In the secret chamber of the Sacred Heart Hall, amidst the roaring tower, Tanvu sat in meditation like a statue, his mind calm and free of any malice. Pu Zhao quietly watched him from afar, worriedly exclaiming that 10 days had passed and Tanvu still hadn't woken up. Tianzhuang respectfully approached and bowed. "Master," she asked. "Young Master Tan still hasn't woken up," and then inquired, "It seems we still have to wait. Has everything inside been settled?" "I've investigated everything. It turns out Bak Phi Pham was a pawn manipulated by Kuknyat Tong into the Holy Heart Palace. His true identity is the second prince of Kuknyat Tong. Now both of them have returned to Kuknyat Tong, and Bak Phi Pham is temporarily holding the position of sect leader," Fu Jiao said. "The extreme sun sect. This traitor's end is death." Tian Shuang continued. "After the extreme sun sect returned, they stirred up trouble, claiming that the flood of the demon race was a conspiracy by our Holy Heart Palace to eliminate opposing forces, and many powers believed what the extreme sun sect said." She continued, "The Kuk Nyat Tong has allied with the Ngok Nu Tong and many smaller sects, preparing to overthrow our Than Tam Dien while the Votin sword sect refuses to help." She spoke up, shifting blame and acting wickedly. "If they want to come, our Than Tam Dien is not afraid." Master Fu Jiao issued the order. Tian Shuang immediately summoned all the elders and main disciples of the Holy Heart sect, contacting surrounding forces to deal with the Extreme Moon sect. She looked at Fu Jiao and replied, "Master, I understand." She continued, "This might also be a good thing for our Holy Heart sect. The 4 great sects have been on equal footing for many years. It's time for a change." 5 days later, at the Sacred Heart Pond, Tanvu sat quietly meditating in the cool water, focusing on recovery after the fierce battle. His eyes opened with determination, and his power erupted fiercely as he entered a trance amid the swirling water. A mysterious ancient artifact appears, surrounded by brilliant light, helping Tanvu heal and boost his strength. As his power erupts, water splashes violently, his body is restored, and his aura soars. Tanvu said, "No wonder the Holy Heart Temple is renowned. Its training benefits my bones more than anything." He threw the ring-shaped artifact into the air and said, "This body can withstand greater power. I will break through to the 5th level of the breaking illusion stage, with top-grade elixirs and this bone demon tiger beast." "Enough!" Tanvu calmly channels his power, unlocking the magical artifact as mysterious streams of energy surge and fill the space. The 9 heavens, mysterious flame erupts in a blazing fire, transforming into a power capable of shaking heaven and earth. The boy clenches his fist, absorbing each surge of fierce flames pouring into his body. Tanvu's entire body blazes like a fire, surging with unstoppable momentum, and a bright light shatters the calm surface of the lake. He closes his eyes in deep thought, his expression serious, pouring all his inner energy into the flow within his body. Inside the space, Tanvu stands observing luminous crystals floating in the air, each hiding a unique power, waiting for him to explore and awaken their potential. It's as if he's transforming his power, with strands of energy swirling around his body and gathering at his chest. In a flash, his eyes suddenly open. Tanvu shouted loudly, causing the entire space to seem to tremble before the power he had just awakened. Amidst the mist and lingering debris, Tanvu appeared as a testament to the fierce battle that had just taken place. He excitedly said, "Breaking through to the 6th level of the illusion realm." Then, the vortex appears, soaring into the sky, emitting a golden light that envelops Tanvu. He touched the illusion and said, "The 5th wild beast." The azure dragon appeared with majestic power, emanating a stream of blue spiritual energy. Tanvu looked up to meet it. Yinglong stood opposite him, mouth wide open as if channeling spiritual power. Tanvu closed his eyes, allowing the mysterious blue energy to swirl around him. He remained calm with his eyes half closed as greenish-blue rays of light coiled around his body. Tanvu said,
My cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Void Realm. Combined with the power of 5 wild beasts, I am now as strong as a 3rd-level Tearing Void expert. Next is to strengthen my cultivation and break through to the peak of the Void Realm as soon as possible, awakening the Tiaoshi. As long as I have the Thao Thiet, my next speed of cultivation advancement will be as fast as an arrow shot. Tanvu stretched and cracked his joints after a long meditation, looking around in confusion, surprised by the scene before him. Tanvu nervously said, "What should I say to Master Fu Jiao about this?" She appeared and asked, "What's going on?" "Tanvu, you're awake now." He still stood there, but the bottom of the lake was dry with no water left. Tanvu forced a smile to hide his embarrassment, then scratched his head silently. She screamed in horror, "My Sacred Heart talk." In the great hall of the Sacred Heart Temple, Fu Jiao watched the rising undercurrents, her face changing color, her eyes vacant, helplessly sitting there speechless as she watched the boy. Deep Dong asked anxiously, "Tanvu, are you really fully recovered?" Tian Shuang asked, "Master Tan, do you need to rest a little longer? Why don't you care at all about our Holy Heart talk?" Tanvu replied, "I have fully recovered and even increased my cultivation level, but I do feel a bit guilty towards the Holy Heart Temple. It turns out you knew too. I didn't want this to happen, but I will absolutely not let the Holy Heart Palace suffer great loss, so the scrolls spinning in the air leave white streaks of light around me." He gently raised his hand and pulled the scrolls together. Tanvu said, "These 3 volumes are low-grade heavenly martial techniques, considered as my compensation." Pu Jiao opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in amazement at the lower-tier heaven grade. Tian Shuang said, "Even if the Holy Heart Pill is precious, it can't compare to this." Deep Dong said, "Tanvu, you are too polite." Fu Jiao caught the small glowing ring among the clouds and said, "Tanvu, you are really too polite. I can't help but respect you." Well, I guess I'll reluctantly accept that now. The Fu family is embarrassed and shy about their actions in front of their 2 subordinates' helplessness. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, "This Fu Jiao sect leader is quite adorable." Suddenly, footsteps approached slowly, and Ngung Pa appeared with his hair neatly tied back, his gaze fixed ahead. He looked at you and asked, "Tanvu, are you awake now?" Ngung Fa continued, "Yes, it seems your recovery is not bad." "Thank you, Senior, for your concern," the elder respectfully replied. "The sect leader, everything has been prepared, and we can fight to the death with the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect at any moment." But Ngung Pa continued to say, "I don't know what tricks the Extreme Sun sect used to get the help of the old demon of the Dark Mountain." Fu Jiao asked, "The old demon of Yama has been hidden for decades and has never left Yama Mountain. It's said he's a strange character who focuses on cultivation in seclusion, so how could the Kuk Nut Tong manage to summon him?" Tian Shuang then asked, "Who is this old demon of Yama?" She replied, "The old demon of Yin Mountain is a wandering cultivator. No one knows his origins. 40 years ago, he emerged from Yin Mountain cultivating within the Qintian cave. At that time, his cultivation was at the 1st level of the Broken Void stage. Although I was still young back then, I had already met him once with my master. That time, the old ghost of the Shadow Mountain defeated my master with just one move." Fu Jiao continued, "He not only did that, but also provoked our 4 great sects, defeating the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect, the Vo-Teen Sword sect, and the Jade Maiden sect, all with a single move. So that's how it is." So Chairman Fu Jiao is already over 50 years old. Fu Jiao explained, "I am only in my early 40s. After that battle, the old demon of the Dark Mountain entered the Great Empire alone. Inside the cave, the water reflects purple and pink hues, with a small figure immersed in a halo of light." Fujia continued, "Even though he returned covered in injuries, it seems he also encountered some great opportunities. Then the demon old man of Yin Mountain kept challenging the sects within the Heavenly River Empire and never lost. In the end, our Holy Heart Temple had to invite the Supreme Elder to defeat him." Fu Jiao spoke. "After that battle, the old devil of Yin Mountain returned to Yin Mountain and dedicated himself to cultivation, not leaving the mountain for 40 years. Tanvu thought that in his previous life he had heard the story of the old demon of Yin Mountain. She said he was a model warrior. In his world there was no black or white, no good or evil, only a relentless pursuit of increasing his cultivation, willing to pay any price." He spoke up, sure that the Extreme Sun sect had probably made a condition he couldn't refuse. Ningpo said, "If that's the case, shouldn't we also invite the Grand Supreme Elder again?" "The Supreme Elder has been closed-door cultivating for decades and cannot be awakened now." Outside, there is a voice saying, "Sect Leader, the Iron Eagle respectfully requests to see you. Someone from the Void Fist sect has arrived." Fu Jiao looked at him and gave the order.
Invite that person in. The Iron Eagle, with a cold gaze, respectfully spoke. Understood. Han Yi appears, silently observing everyone from outside. Tianshuang saw her speak and said, So Han Wai, you have spoken, Tianshuang girl. Long time no see. I have officially joined the Wuyan Sword sect. Han Wai respectfully saluted the sect leader and the elders. Miss Tan, it's been a long time. Han Yi speaks. Today I am here to show the stance of the Unfeeling Sword sect. The Unintentional Sword sect is willing to help the Sacred Heart Temple fight against the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. Fu Jiao looked at Han Yi and asked, The condition is for Han Yi to agree, and after the matter is settled, I hope to borrow young Master Tan for a little while. Tanvu looked surprised, standing with his arms crossed and watching her, confused. Fu Jia asked as if in question, Can I borrow Tan Kong Tu for a moment? Or duh? Han Wai replied, Yes, the Unintentional Sword sect needs to borrow Tan Kong Tu's 9-tier sacred fire for a moment. This is also the condition for us to help. She said, Tanvu, although you have entered my Sacred Heart Temple to cultivate, I do not have the authority to decide this. Whether you agree or not depends entirely on you. He happily looked at her and said, All right, I agree. Thank you very much, young Master Tan. Lord Fujiao, if Tanvu has agreed, then from now on we are allies. Whenever they fight, they always follow the orders of the Lord of the Guild Hall. She replied, with a major battle approaching and the support of the Void Sword sect. Even if the Extreme Sun sect summoned the old devil of Yama Mountain, they might still not win. Thank you, Tanvu. Tonight I will wait for you at Thantam City. I have something to discuss. He was surprised and looked silently at Han Yi without replying. Tuanvu smiled to himself, thinking, This girl, as the sky darkens, thin clouds quietly drift across the deep blue sky. In the city, the stalls have been set up, and lanterns are beginning to glow brightly. Tanvu walks through the street with a cold gaze shining under the purple lights. He was surprised to see Han Yi hidden behind the large tree, standing there with her eyes closed, nervously waiting. It seems like you're waiting for something important. Tanvu asked, Go ahead, what do you want to negotiate? Han Wai turned to look at him and said, Follow me. He stood there blankly, scratching his head in confusion as he listened. On the second floor, in the quiet guest area, a faint purple light shrouds the closed wooden door, and a decisive step breaks the initial silence. Han Ai stopped in front of the door and slowly said, Go in. Tanvu looked at her in surprise and said, You, Han Wei, explain. The person who arranged to meet you is not me, but rest assured, this person will not hurt you. He crossed his arms, pondering, Who could it be? Tanvu reached out to push the door open and step inside. The door just opened, and he stood attentively watching the person sitting in front of him. When Tioha saw Tanvu, she looked up and said, You're here? You hesitated, with a doubtful look in your eyes, and asked, Mother Tiu? Moved. Hang Lei looked at you with shining eyes and said, Tan Ni, you and he are exactly the same. She felt a pang of nostalgia as the image of the old person suddenly appeared in her mind when she saw Tanvu. You respectfully entered the palace to greet Elder Tanvu. Tioha placed her hand on Tanvu's shoulder affectionately and said, all right, you still recognize me. She spoke up, saying, I and your father also grew up together, but unfortunately, fate has torn us apart. The Tan family shouldn't have suffered such a tragedy. Auntie Tiu continues, Tan Ni, your stepmother knows everything about you and your father, and surely your father in the afterlife would feel proud and satisfied. Tanvu clenched the teacup in his hand and said, Don't worry, Auntie Tiu, I will not shame or disappoint the Tan family. Good. Very courageous, Tioha said seriously. Today I came to see you because there is an important matter I want to tell you. He looked at her in surprise and asked what was going on. Tioha looked at Tanvu and said, Don't trust the Unfeeling Sword sect. His eyes turned cold and shifted aside with a hint of suspicion as he heard the unusual news. So, continue. Outside, the Innocent Sword sect claims to support the Holy Heart Temple in opposing the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. But in reality, this is their conspiracy. The Unintentional Sword sect had already made an agreement with the other two sects, all part of the same group, planning to betray the Holy Heart Temple at the critical moment. Tanvu said, That fits perfectly with the style of the Unintentional Sword sect. Unexpectedly, they thought this was a perfect plan, but I saw through it all. The ring was presented, shining brightly as if holding memories and faith. Take the ring in her hand and say, But Tan Yi, rest assured, our Bang Fach sect may be small, but Bang also possesses some mysterious powers, and when the time comes, I will help you hold back the Votin Kiem Phai. Tanvu reached out to accept it,
And Tioha continued, Tan Yi, this is also a part of your mother's heartfelt wish. Inside, it is a 9 revolutions heart pill, which might help you a little.
She frowned and added, but more importantly, the soul of the war god blade. The boy, startled, asked again, the soul of the war god blade? Actually, the Tan family faced a major crisis. Handing over the war spirit of the war god might not be entirely a good thing. If it weren't for what you've accomplished in such a short time, I wouldn't have given it to you. She smiled with satisfaction, but now I believe you have enough strength to control it. Tanvu thought to himself, so the war god's soul was in Tioha's hands all along. After returning from the great wilderness in my previous life, I found nothing. The images of him and your father appear alongside the flashback, leading me to believe that the war spirit god was long gone with the passing of your father and grandfather. The image of Tioha in his previous life also emerges accordingly.
After I returned from the great wilderness, Aunt Xiao died in the battle against the Crimson Beast. Returning to the present, she sorrowfully continued, Tan Nai, the world is full of dangers and treachery. Even someone as noble as your father, who stood with his head held high and feet on the ground, ultimately had to die due to treacherous schemes.
Tioha cautiously reminds him that although he has gained great opportunities, he must not let down his guard. The Tan family now only has his bloodline left. Tanvu smiled and replied, D2, please rest assured, I will definitely not let anything happen. Not only that, one day I will surely make the Tan family's name resound throughout the land. She listened and smiled with satisfaction. Very good. With such determination from Tan Yi, the matriarch also feels very pleased and at ease. Don't let anyone know about today's matter. Focus on quickly refining the war god spirit blade so it will be highly effective in the next battle. After hearing this, he immediately stood up and clasped his hands in front of his chest as a salute. Yes, Tan Yi will take my leave now. Auntie Tiu, please take care of your health. A minor injury from the accidental sword cut is nothing. Safety is the most important. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize protecting yourself first. Tiu Ha chuckled softly. Don't worry, your stepmother won't easily get into trouble. Go back now. Tanvu opened the door and left without forgetting to greet, Auntie Xiao, I'm leaving now. Outside, Han Yi was waiting and immediately spoke up. You should go back to the Sacred Heart Temple on your own. I won't see you off anymore. All right, I'll head out first then. After saying that, he turned and walked away, waving his hand in front of her surprise. Han Yi was stunned, blushing and sighing softly, muttering, he really just keeps going straight like that fool. The scene shifts to the Holy Heart Hall, where the Holy Heart Pill has been exhausted and night has fallen. Tanvu stands there, gazing at the stone in front of him, engraved with mysterious symbols, as the glowing ring radiates brightly and the space gradually becomes hazy within the aura. Tanvu threw the ring into the air without saying a word and asked, the sword demon of the war god sword? His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he ordered to open in a deep voice. A pillar of blazing light erupts, shaking the entire space with its powerful aura. The bright beam shoots straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds and creating enormous spirals in the sky. Tanvu said, the fighting spirit is so strong, the killing intent so fierce, no wonder they call you the demon sword of the Tan family. Yes, the swirling vortex turns into a tornado, and the sound echoes as if to swallow the entire sky. The swirling light shattered, revealing a figure blazing like fire. The sword's soul awakened, and the spirit of the sword moved toward Tanvu amidst his astonishment. Tanvu silently thought that everything has a soul, including weapons and magical artifacts. The so-called spirit demon is actually the willpower of oneself created through the mutual understanding between the weapon and its owner. On this mortal world, the number of weapons that can produce spirit energy is already rare, and spirit swords that can merge into the continent are even fewer, not exceeding 100. When I was young, I only heard my father say that the war god sword has a sword ghost, and that I only saw it a few times in my previous life. The sword soul asked, how did the descendants of the Tan family create the heaven and earth? Tanvu replied, with a body full of vigor and passion. He continued, how did the Tan family establish heaven and earth? He speaks out. The Tan family descendants have integrity, spirit, unafraid of bloodshed, with burning will. Tanvu continues, we, the descendants of the Tan family, are willing to die for our cause, die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demon race and protect the purity of this world. Soul Sword chuckled and said, all right, the descendants of the Tan family speak well. A beam of light condensed in his hand, forming the shape of a sword, and the Soul Sword said, but to wield me, you'll have to see what you're capable of. Tanvu says, I know capturing your demon sword is no easy task. He grips the spear tightly, channeling power that roars like thunder. The spear in Tanvu's hand blazed with light, swirling purple energy spiraling around him. He said, "If that's the case, then let's go now." Then, Tanvu rushed swiftly toward the soul sword. The two sources of spiritual power clashed, unleashing a fierce burst of light accompanied by a circular shockwave that rippled through the space. He clenched his spear tightly, his eyes cold and sharp. He faced the attack from the sword spirit head-on, their powers colliding fiercely, each spear slicing through the wind with blazing trails of light behind them. Tanvu charged straight at him without hesitation, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. He squinted and said, "This is interesting." Tanvu swung his spear and shouted, "First sword of the 9 flames, divine thunder sword." The spirit sword on the other side also followed suit. The first sword of the 9 flames, divine thunder sword. Tanvu shouted, the demonic energy, two opposing forces clashing in midair, tearing the sky apart, the collision erupting into a fierce blaze of blue and white light, sweeping everything away. From the core of the energy mass, Tanvu shot up like lightning tearing across the sky. The second 9-tailed divine thunder sword descends from the sky in a flash of purple light like a meteor, while the sword spirit below looks up with alertness as Tanvu rushes toward him like a whirlwind. Soul sword, wielding spear, struggles to hold on, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he's witnessing as he swiftly charges toward the soul sword with overwhelming power. Its huge hand clenched around him, squeezing him tightly in its palm, causing his whole body to tremble from the pressure. He shouted loudly, "Third 9 flames, divine thunder sword!" Tanvu brandished his spear and shouted, "God and demon!" A deafening explosion echoed as a purple lightning net spread around the swirling light, dazzling thunderclaps tearing through the space. He froze, surprise flashing in his eyes as the opponent launched a deadly move beyond expectations. Spirit Sword shouted, "Demon God!" a strike rushing straight at him like a blazing spear slicing across Tanvu. He frowns, sniffs disdainfully, and looks ahead, surprised to see him suddenly appear behind Tanvu. Soul Slayer shouted loudly, while the second sword thrusts a spear toward him. Tanvu's eyes widened with surprise and vigilance as he realized the danger approaching. Tanvu braced himself tightly with his weapon, resisting the powerful beam of light rushing down like thunder. His body was forcefully thrown back, swept along by a blazing purple light crashing straight into the ground like a lightning bolt. Tanvu rushed forward like an arrow, facing Kim Han standing ahead. He said, "This kid, do you always refuse to admit defeat?" He replied, "I am Sword Spirit. I can see through all your sword techniques with just a glance." Sword Spirit continued, "If you want to suppress me, I advise you to give up early. You are not worthy of having me. Don't worry, I was just testing the waters earlier. The real game is only just beginning." Tanvu stomped his foot hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful force forward. He charged into the midst of the purple lightning rain, surrounded by shimmering crystal-like spears flying chaotically. The Sword Spirit spoke, showing no sign of progress at all. He charged forward, shouting angrily. A series of lightning-fast strikes tear through the air, clashing fiercely amidst the blazing yellow light, as Tanvu throws a powerful punch in line with Kim Han's spear. You rushed in like a whirlwind, throwing a powerful punch at the soul sword. He was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" A straight punch to the face of the soul blade catches him off guard. He is knocked back, his weapon slipping from his hand and spinning in the air. From above, Tanvu delivers a powerful downward strike, causing a massive explosion with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. His shining foot stomps down hard, leaving a long streak of light behind. The spirit sword angrily shouted at Tanvu, "You're bluffing!" He then said, "Why do you have so many excuses? If you think I don't deserve to win, then keep going." Tanvu's lips curl slightly, a knowing smile on his face. "You are a spirit sword, but your rank is limited. Are you afraid you won't be able to learn this move?" The sword spirit laughed loudly in the darkness, his eyes full of arrogance and his voice echoing everywhere. He said, all right, descendant of the Tan family, I bow to you. From now on, I vow to serve as your beast of burden." His soul spun brilliantly, golden light blazing, divine scars shining brightly as they absorbed the sword spirit and became more perfect than ever, each scar glowing as if blessed with divine power, a testament to the official union of his soul. Tanvu said, "The war god sword with a spirit sword also means unlimited potential. I have the 9 golden legs, can freely refine immortal weapons, strengthen the war god sword, and with the spirit sword it can easily rival level 9 immortal weapons." Tanvu carefully looked at the pill on the ring and said, "The 9 transmitted heart pill may only be a 5th grade elixir, but it possesses extraordinary power." The pill flew directly into his body, merging into him as one. Tanvu silently thought that the 9 transmission heart pill could cling to the practitioner's heartbeat, protecting them at critical moments and helping them return from death. The divine golden spear materialized in the sky, majestic and full of power. You said everything was prepared, and the Kuk Nyat Tong and Ngok Nu Tong should have been destroyed by now. Inside the Thianha kingdom, at night, the magnificent palaces fall asleep. Only the main hall still lit. Inside the main hall, a man kneeling said, "I really don't know what happened that day at Nuak Tam Lam." Toothian angrily looked at him and shouted, "Useless! Kuk Nyat Tong! In that case, I will go there myself." The old man looked at him helplessly and said, Then Toothian, with a sinister glint in his eyes, said, "You useless trash are of no use to me." In an instant, Toothian transformed into a fierce beast, exuding overwhelming dominance as it charged forward, eyes wide as it unleashed a powerful energy beam from its mouth, piercing through the space with a blinding white light. Everyone was stunned as a giant glowing energy sphere appeared in the sky. The beast charged straight down from above, accompanied by a blazing red energy that seemed to burn the entire sky. He roared angrily, his eyes blazing and sharp claws ready, shouting loudly, "Let's go!" Tamenkiu, with a cold face and curved horns, exudes deadly aura, responding with 3 beams of different colored light tearing through the wind. At night, in the main hall of the sect master, the Kuk Nat sect, a person holding a steaming cup of tea remained silent, lost in thought. He said, "Tantam Dian, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your corpse, how could I temporarily take over as sect leader?" He was slightly startled to see 3 beams of light appear, then looked ahead sharply and shouted loudly, "Are you the sect leader of Kuk Nuyet Tong?" He thought to himself, the power is too overwhelming. What level has this demon beast truly reached? No, running away is the best option. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had just discovered something very wrong. Phi Pham suddenly sank to the ground, trembling from the pressure, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. "Are your cultivation levels really that low? Who was it that killed our 4 heavenly beast generals during the day of suffering?" Phi Pham quickly said, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." He widened his eyes and said, "Nonsense. With someone of your low cultivation level, do you think you're worthy? Be honest and tell everything that happened that day." He said, "I don't really know exactly what happened, but everything is related to Tanvu. It's all caused by Tanvu." Tam and Ngu spoke up. "Tanvu has never heard of this name," Nikui said. "I didn't expect a top-tier expert to appear in the Heavenly River Empire." Phi Pham stammered, "Tanvu only has the ability to break dreams." All 3 demon generals stared in shock and asked, "What did you say?" "Are you joking with me, human?" He panicked and jumped back, his face pale and bloodless, as shards of earth and stone flew everywhere with a fierce aura of spiritual energy. 4 heavenly beasts roared in fury, their eyes blazing with rage, golden light gathering in their mouths as they shouted, "Kill!" Phi Pham said, "Hey, everything I said is true, that Tanvu really just broke through the illusion." He continued, "That day, because the great demon lord came to slaughter everyone at the suffering forest, but suddenly experienced extreme pain, and then his whole body burst into flames. I also don't know what trick Tanvu finally used. Even though they remained cautious inside, neither of the 2 demon generals sensed any deception." Second Kui spoke, "Look at his expression. It seems he's not lying." Third Niu said, "But even if he still has the ability to break the illusion and possesses divine powers, he still cannot kill our 4 heavenly demon generals." Toothian speaks, "Maybe that Tanvu is just a puppet. There is another elder behind him, but no matter what, just find that Tanvu and ask him, and you'll know." His golden eyes shone brightly in the darkness, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and he coldly declared, "And you, Phi Pham, trembling and begging for mercy just to stay alive, I am willing to serve my clan faithfully until death." Toothian asked, "If your human race remains obedient like this, what worries would my clan have about our future success?" Nikui Vu stroked his beard and said, "Keep him alive. He might still be useful." Toothian snorted coldly, raised his finger, and immediately a blinding green light appeared before his fingertip, then enveloped Phi Pham's entire body, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, his eyes turned black, and a pale blue flower appeared with veins bulging. Toothian looked at him and said, "From now on, you are one of our demon clan." Then, a blazing circle of light appeared in front of it. Toothian's voice grew serious as he spoke to the remaining demon generals. "Let's go." They disappeared in an instant, leaving Phi Pham sitting there, gazing at the remaining specks of light, his face now extremely eerie, with glowing, dull purple eyes. Phi Pham looked at his hand, his hoarse voice filled with amazement. "I finally broke through. Turns out gaining power is so easy." He stood up, a thick blue energy enveloping his body, and laughed triumphantly. "Is it really this simple?"
Fifam sneered, not knowing what trick Tanvu used to kill the demon general. But this time, no matter how formidable your methods are, I don't believe you can face 3 demon generals. He confidently calculated that once that Tanvu dies, the Holy Heart Temple won't be able to resist me.
The Holy Heart Temple was already destined to be in my hands. Fifam raised his hand and shouted loudly.
"Where is everyone?" The subordinates quickly rushed over without daring to delay.
A trembling subordinate stammered.
"Greetings, clan leader," he ordered. "Carry out my command, gather everyone on horseback, surround the Holy Heart Temple, send word to our allies, and set out immediately."
The subordinate, sweating profusely, hurriedly replied, yes, yes. At the Sacred Heart Temple training ground, Tanvu is practicing with a divine spear in hand. Tianzhuang, having just endured a harsh training session, is panting from exhaustion. Both Deepdong and Thinsung are sweating profusely, exhausted but still trying to keep their spirits up. "So, have you given up yet?" Deepdong replied. "Tanvu, I really don't understand how you're so strong. It seems like you can always break through after each battle."
Thinsung said, "Phew, it looks like I can't keep up with young Master Tan this life."
Tanvu said, "Your talents are not bad. As long as you work hard, you will surely improve in the future." Diepdong continued, "Sometimes I think you're not a young man. Your youthful appearance and way of preaching resemble more an old man." He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, clearly confused and unsure of what to say next. There are urgent voices outside. Young Master Tan, the Saintess, Sister Diep, the 3 inside are still discussing.
"Is it because of the actions of the extreme nasty sect?"
He looked at you intently and replied seriously,
"Yes." Tanvu said, "The moment has finally arrived, let's go."
At the Holy Heart Palace, the clear water reflects a gentle light, with a stone pathway leading to the majestic throne, creating a space that is both ancient and solemn. Thietngung stands solemnly in front of the main door inside the palace. Longfang and Thanfang both look ahead in silence. In the main hall, Fujiao sits on a high throne, surrounded below by loyal subordinates. Tanvu respectfully entered to pay his respects, and he said, "It seems everyone has arrived." Fujiao frowned and continued, "Our scouts report that the extreme Sun sect has already set out and will arrive at this holy temple in, at most, 3 days. She announced 3 days from now will be our final battle." Fujiao asked the chief elder,
"Where are the arrangements at?" And Ngung Fa replied, "We won't lose. Our allies have already set out." He cheerfully said, "This time we must make Kukngyet Tong go and not come back." "Yes, and there's also Nok Nu Tong." Lamfang said, "All right, I will wipe out the Jade Maiden sect forever here."
Someone outside hurriedly ran in to report. Something's wrong, he knelt down to report, "Lord, something's wrong. What's going on that's so terrifying?" He continued, "We are sending messages to the major sects in the alliance to withdraw from it." The 3 elders all widened their eyes in shock and asked aloud, "What?" Ngungpa said, "Those petty factions are always changing sides. They must have been threatened by the extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect." Tai Ning spoke up, "Sect leader, even if the alliance is gone, I am determined to fight to the death." He continued, "You speak well. We may fall and blood may flow, but that doesn't mean we can't win." The priest responded, "That's right. Our holy temple will definitely not be afraid, elders. Thank you all." The elders respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes." In the Sacred Heart Temple courtyard during the practice session, Tanvu and the 2 young ladies walked silently, lost in thought. Outside, the guards stood straight with serious expressions. Tianyang looked worried, exhaling softly as he gazed at him. Tanvu said, "No need to be so tense. We're definitely going to win this battle." Tianyang asked, "Young Master Tan, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?"
Tanvu replied, "Nothing much. Probably only the extreme Sun sect will arrive first in 3 days. As for the Jade Maiden sect, don't worry, they won't make it." He shot a beam of light tearing through the sky and sped straight ahead. The 2 young ladies looked on angrily. Diepdong shouted in anger, "Sure enough, he's hiding something from us." On the night of the Mo Mountain, 3 brilliant beams of light collided fiercely into the heart of Mo Mountain, causing a space-shaking explosion. A demon clan foot appeared amidst billowing dust and smoke. Tuthin from afar said, "This is the Holy Heart Palace." He smiled proudly, but it seemed there were no powerful human experts present. Nikwi urged, "Let's go! Once we meet Tanvu, everything will become clear," and then a giant whirl of yellow and green light swept everything around. Fengsheng suddenly appears and asks, "What are you trying to do?" Nikwi is terrified to see him and stammers, "The top historian." The demon generals kneel and bow to the sovereign. Feng Thang continues, "The Holy Heart Palace is off limits for you to touch." "Get out!"
Tuthin said, "Please clarify, Your Excellency." He frowns in anger and shouts, "You're not even worthy." Fong Thang raises his hand and slaps him with the force of the sky. Tuthin was terrified and said, "Your Excellency, you didn't deliver another blow to him," and Tuthin couldn't dodge, stumbling and unsteady on his feet. Fong Thang spoke, "I don't hope to say this a second time." He trembled, bowed his head, and softly replied, "Yes. Don't just stand silently and watch them leave, leaving behind streaks of colorful light." Fengsheng looked down at the Holy Heart Temple from above and anxiously called out, "Miss, Miss." 3 days later, not far from the Holy Heart Temple, a crowd appeared with ill intentions. From afar, Phi Pham sitting on the back of the beast slowly advances forward, silently thinking that after today, the Holy Heart Temple will be mine. For a moment he anxiously mutters, unable to sense the aura of the 3 great masters, or maybe they haven't arrived yet. Then he chuckled triumphantly and said, "Good. Once I capture that Tanvu and hand him over to the Great One, it'll save you all some trouble." From atop the beast, Phi Pham called down, "Why haven't the other allies arrived yet?" My subordinates immediately reported that the Jade Maiden sect was attacked by a mysterious force and had to delay temporarily. The other sects are on their way and will join us soon. He continued loudly calling out, "Where are the disciples of the Extreme Sun sect?" As soon as he finished, a series of shadows appeared below, right in front of Phi Pham, the disciples of the sect showing up. Dongthan spoke. "I pay my respects to the sect master. Tell the head of the Fuguo Hall that I give them 1 day to abandon the confrontation. Or else a day later, the Holy Heart Hall will be blood flowing like rivers and corpses piling up like mountains." At this moment, a disturbance occurs above. A vortex appears. A shadow emerges from inside. Reaching out and grabbing the cloud wall, a faint spell also appears nearby. The old demon appears with a bewitching voice. Why bother with such trouble? "I'll go ahead first." Phi Pham clasped his hands in a gesture of request, "So I will rely on my senior to take action." He charged forward, leaving a warning behind. "Facing the Holy Heart sect alone is enough for me." The evil spirit stood firm, determined that he did not want to create more karma. Today, the fate of the Holy Heart sect is sealed. He gave a warning, hoping you would recognize the situation and not risk your lives needlessly. As he finished speaking, the skills of the experts from the Holy Heart Temple also appeared. They stood there in formation, with a large number of people, looking up at the old devil standing in the sky, where dark clouds gathered and emitted a sinister aura. Fu Jiao spoke. "The senior really knows how to joke. How could the Holy Heart Temple be handed over to others? If blood must be shed, my Holy Heart Temple will not back down." The old demon said, "Girl, I met you 40 years ago." He continued, "We are also considered to have some fate. Listen to the advice of the senior. Don't be foolish and refuse to wake up. Moreover, with my current cultivation level, even if your Holy Heart Temple manages to summon Elder Diep Li Tai Thuong, it would be useless." Ning Pa coldly said, "If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of all this talk?" The old demon continued, "Your cultivation is not bad, but unfortunately my current strength is no longer something you can challenge." He unleashed his killing intent, his entire body shrouded in a blazing purple energy that made the entire space tremble. A strike that shook the ground with a violent explosion of purple light spread across the sky. Fu Dao and Diep Dong landed heavily amidst the chaos, their bodies trembling from the pressure just now. Ngung Fa looks furious, his face grim, eyes full of murderous intent as he gazes ahead. Fu Jiao thinks to himself, this pressure at least reaches the 6th level of the breaking and destroying stage. The old demon smugly said, unable to withstand even a single blow. He widened his eyes, sensing that something unusual was happening. Tanvu appears amidst a purple light, with the shadow of Nai Ti behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura. He calmly faces the surrounding pressure, his sharp gaze making even enemies feel intimidated. The old demon stared with wide eyes and said in surprise, "Well done, very impressive. It seems the Holy Heart Temple has gained another prodigy." The old demon asked, "What is your name, little one?" The spear tore through the wind, but Tanvu stood still amidst the blazing fire aura, his gaze unwavering. "I have no habit of sharing my feelings on the gallows." The old devil chuckled and said, "This kid is really interesting." Tanvu calmly faces the enemy, his aura blazing fiercely, making the surrounding air feel stifling. He looks at the other and says, "I'll give you some face." You carefully watch the demon as he clearly states his name. Tanvu. He spoke, breaking through the 6th floor, and was able to resist my pressure. "That's impressive." The demon asks, "Today the Holy Heart Temple will surely be destroyed. Do you want to join my sect? With your talent, wasting it here would be a shame." "Oh,
You ask the old demon of the Dark Mountain what conditions the Extreme Sun sect has set for him to act. He replies, I like you, so I don't mind telling you that the Extreme Sun sect has agreed with me that after the matter is done, they will find me a disciple to inherit my mantle. But since I have already met you, the old devil continued, I don't need any other disciples. If you join my sect, I will take you away and ensure your safety.
Damn it, this damn Yin Mountain old devil. A man approached and asked, Sect leader, what should we do next? Pai Pham clenched his teeth in anger and didn't answer. The old demon looked at Tanvu as if waiting, then says, So what? The boy clenched the spear's handle, flames blazing as if to burn the surrounding space. With a cold and challenging gaze, Tanvu curled his lips into a smile and said, You tell me? The old devil looked at Tanvu in surprise and exclaimed, The war god's spear. He asked in surprise, Do you recognize the war god's blade? He continued to ask, Are you the descendant of the Tan family divine sword king dynasty? Very good. The old demon charged straight at Tanvu, shouting, You will die. Tanvu, with his divine spear in hand, replied, I doubt you have the strength for that. The purple and gold spiritual energy waves clash, causing a blazing explosion in the sky. Tanvu leaps forward, the divine spear in his hand tearing through the wind as it strikes directly at the old demon, its fiery tip blazing fiercely, shooting forward with terrifying power. He swung his staff powerfully, knocking you back, but the divine spear in his hand still blazed fiercely. Tanvu thought to himself, His strength is truly formidable, even surpassing mine by a part. The old devil pondered, This young brat's cultivation is only at the breaking illusion stage. Yet he can withstand one of my strikes without dying. It seems he might be born with divine power. He spoke, If you can take my punch, you are considered talented among the young. But it's a pity you were reincarnated in the wrong place. The old demon raised his staff and roared, unleashing a surge of dark energy to summon a monstrous creature with destructive aura, which then roared and swung its fist toward you. Tanvu shouted loudly, his eyes determined as he faced the terrifying power before Nit. The two forces collided, and He roared as he charged straight at the monster. A deafening explosion, red and purple light swirling and engulfing the sky. The two forces clash, neither willing to give way. The old demon staggered back, trembling slightly as if struck, his eyes flashing with surprise and anger. He thought to himself, What is going on? How can this kid possibly break the opportunity I gained in the great wilderness? Could it be that he, too? Tanvu thought that the opportunity he gained in the great wilderness was actually the power of a wild beast. The old devil said, Kid, it seems your father and grandfather treated you very well, yet they still sent you into the great wilderness to seize the opportunity. He continued speaking. Surely that damned Tan Han also gained a great opportunity. The old devil sneered. After I kill you today, it's his turn next. Fu Jiao nervously watched the battle from behind, pondering that indeed he still didn't know what had happened inside Tanvu's body. He gathers his strength in his legs, ready to explode in the next moment. Tanvu speaks, relying only on him. Unworthy to mention the name of my father and my family, take my next strike. The old demon grits his teeth and growls, his eyes blazing with murderous rage. He's up to his tricks. Without hesitation, he immediately concentrates all his dark energy into his palm, creating a raging, surging, demonic force. The boy plunges down from the sky, gripping his divine spear tightly, carving out a dazzling beam of light. Tanvu, while launching his attack, asked, What about this move? He braced himself and unleashed a blazing energy wave, with a fierce explosion of light. Thick streams of golden light rushed down like distant stars, causing the ground to shake. The old demon didn't have time to react before the light sliced across his face, with fiery anger burning in his blazing eyes. He shouted angrily and then went all out. The old demon launched a powerful counterattack at Tanvu, sending him flying away. He spun around, sweeping his spear sideways, purple energy exploding into a vortex that swept away everything in its path, causing the roof to shake violently. The lanterns sway in the blazing purple light as a powerful strike crashes to the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. The old demon with his hand on his sword said, Yet the Tan family has a dragon horse. Tanvu stands tall on the roof, clutching the divine spear, exuding an overwhelming aura. You say, a top-tier sword technique with a second-grade immortal weapon. This old man is quite impressive. As the sword swings down, a surge of demonic energy bursts out, swirling around as if about to devour everything. The beast's eyes blazing as if to burn its opponent to ashes, the old devil confidently declared, But you're only this good, kid. This move will send you to your grave. Tanvu looked at him with a faint dismissive smile. Don't talk so big. Are you bluffing? Someone like you is the one who should be bluffing. He swung his sword and shouted, Youngster, let's see how you handle this blade. Then, a giant hand struck directly at Tanvu. You also grip the divine spear tightly, ready to fight. Tanvu shouts, Use the 9 heavens, divine thunder spear, the 4th spear. A green dragon appears, blocking the old demon's claw attack. He shouts, Kid, even if you have martial arts to fight me, it's only because of your divine weapon. Before the demon could finish speaking, Tanvu and his figure charged forward, and the demon's fear and screams of despair flashed in his eyes. What is this? A powerful slash with a flash of light piercing straight through the demon's chest. He only had time to look down and gasp, How is this possible? The explosion roared across the area, with a blazing red light tearing everything apart and flinging everything around. Thick white smoke billowed after the explosion, obscuring the entire scene. Tanvu took a running start and charged forward like an arrow. After coughing a few times at the old demon, he collapsed, also staggering from exhaustion. He said, How could you break my 2nd-grade celestial weapon? Tanvu coldly said, It's just a 2nd-grade immortal weapon. The old demon roared, How can this be? How can this be? I won't accept this. He continued, In this past, I was defeated by Tan Hong. Today, I am defeated by his descendant. Lao Tu asked, Why is the Tan family the destined calamity of my life? God's will is hard to escape. He tremblingly raised his hand towards you, his eyes wide with despair, as if unwilling to accept the outcome before him. That hand fell heavily onto the stone ground, and all sound ceased as if everything had ended. Tanvu spoke strangely, recalling that the old demon of Yin Mountain had once been defeated by his grandfather, but his grandfather's cultivation level, he thought, could it be that in just a few decades, the old demon's cultivation had risen so much? Tanvu looked ahead lost in thought, but wondered why the yin-yang old devil had left the great wilderness years ago and never came to the Tan family for revenge. What was all this really about? One hand clenched tightly in anger. Fifam angrily said, Even the old demon of yin and yang is no match for the Tan family. A subordinate spoke up. Tanvu is too strong. Maybe we should retreat for now. He didn't answer, suddenly throwing a punch that sent the other person flying quite far. Fifam asked, When did it become your turn to speak here? He continued, Tanvu, even if you defeat the old devil of Yama Mountain, so what? I will absolutely not lose to you now. Fifam roared loudly, a blue lightning bolt erupting fiercely around him. He said, Tanvu, from now on, I will be the one to face you. It seems you've also allied with the demon race. Stop talking and accept your death quietly. You clench your jaw, your eyes turning cold as your body suddenly lunges forward. Tanvu throws a punch into his back, causing his body to arch and spurt a lot of blood. His face contorted in pain, eyes wide with panic, blood streaming out but his breathing choked. The clash echoed like thunder as Fifam's body slammed onto the stone ground, dust billowing wildly. Before he could recover, he was struck with a straight kick to the face, causing his head to snap back and his cheek to deform from the force. Tanvu said, A guy like you who relies on the demon race has greatly diminished willpower, to the point that you can't even judge the proper distance between me and you. You frown with a cold face and say, I can kill you like crushing an ant. As Tanvu stomps on his face, making him lie flat on the ground, he screams for help. 3 great masters, save me! Quickly save me! Tanvu wondered to himself, There are other demon clans nearby recently, but why can't I sense their presence anymore? Could it be the 4 heavenly demon generals? Fifam still lay there, his voice hoarse, but the surroundings remained silent, with no one coming to save him. Fifam disappointedly asked, Why didn't you come to save me? Tanvu smiled cryptically, and the beast spoke, Everything is over. Tanvu sighed in relief and said, I didn't expect this battle to be easier than I thought. Fu Jiao spoke up, I fear things are not that simple. None of the elders of Kuknyat Tong are left. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from above, covering the entire hall, and a voice echoed in the sky saying, The people of Kuknuet Tong, do not panic, do not fear. This battle has been destined for Kuknuet Tong to win. Everyone looked up, as if searching for something. 2 figures emerged from the dazzling light, exuding an overwhelming aura, as Sodai and So-Ni appear, turning to radiate a blinding glow. Sodai said, I thought the young ones would play among themselves, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. So-Ni said, In critical moments, our 2 brothers must step in. So Lam appears, quietly observing from behind. He quickly bows to greet the two elders. He thought to himself, "These are the great elder and the second elder. And now they are personally taking action." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched into a faint, knowing smile, as if he had foreseen everything that would happen. So Dai spoke, already aware that the young man Bak Fifam hadn't cultivated thoroughly. His talent was not bad, but he only knew how to scheme and neglect the essential strength a martial artist must rely on to win.
Second, So said, but still we lost in momentum. This was originally a fight among juniors. Now it has turned into a family feud with elders. He continued, according to So Lam's words, Tanvu might be weakened, but from this battle it's clear that his strength doesn't come from weakening. It all comes from the great wilderness, just like the old ghost of Yin Mountain.
Master Sua wondered why an unremarkable worm could have such incredible opportunities. It seems the battle among the young geniuses is about to end. The respectful descendant offers the unfilial elder the green talisman and invites the senior elder. A blue light spreads out, and a sharp aura sweeps away everything around. A series of green lights bend and sweep fiercely, someone's white hair flying, their cloak billowing with each movement, light gathering around their feet as if about to descend. Deep Lai suddenly appears, lightning flashing fiercely, and the old man looks at Tanvu and says, "You're not bad, kid." You humbly replied, "Senior, you're too kind." Deep Lai stepped forward, followed by the two elders with radiant auras. Deep Li said, "It seems our agreement today will be broken. If it weren't a matter of life and death, even if the sect is destroyed, we wouldn't interfere. I didn't expect it to carry so little weight." So Dai responded, "That's right. Our agreement has lasted for many years, but it must be broken now." Second Master.
So continued, this matter is because our extreme sun sect is a bit weaker, so after today we will not conquer your Sacred Heart Hall. We only need Tanvu alone, one-on-one. I will fight you. If I lose, our sect will give up 9/10 of our assets.
If you lose, I will take Tanvu away." The old man calmly replied with his eyes closed.
All right, I agree.
So Lam shouted loudly, "You two should not set the tiger free. The consequences would be disastrous." You speak up and say, "It really shouldn't be." Tanvu continues, "Because the Kuknyat Tong must be destroyed today." So Lam angrily shouted, "Do you have a place to talk here?"
Tanvu, you also want to destroy my Kuknyat Tong.
He continued, "You are indeed much stronger than me. Even among the young, you can be considered the top, but in front of the two ruthless evil sect masters, you are like an ant." Tanvu asked, "Comparing yourself to me only makes me feel sick, not happy. So you think you're safe because of your tricks. But your methods of self-preservation are indeed many. So I will learn from this lesson and make sure you don't leave alive today." So Dai confidently chuckled and said, "Young people's pride is good, but you also need to see the reality." So Nai looked at him and said, "Based on a little kid like you, you can't even handle one move from me." Deep Li spoke, "Tiu Tanvu, from now on, leave it to me." He didn't answer, immediately launching his divine spear forward, planting it into the ground right in front of the two seniors as a declaration of war. "Tanvu Noi, no need. Today is my fight. I will personally destroy the extreme moon sect." So Dai shouted angrily, "You little brat." Second brother Su frowned and said loudly, "I have lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to seek death." Diep Li looked at him anxiously and said, "Tanvu, having pride is a good thing, but this is not something you should get involved in." Tanvu turned back to reassure the old man and said, "Senior, just trust me." The old man looked at him anxiously and said helplessly. Deep Li reluctantly said, "If that's the case, then fine. I'll leave this battle to you." Pugyao, with a worried face and sweating, reminded him that Tanvu is still young and inexperienced, so why let him do whatever he wants, leaving only the two senior elders of Kuknyat Tong? Master Diep Li was not at all flustered and confidently told him to handle it himself. "The young man's cultivation is not weaker than mine." She was startled and couldn't believe it, emphasizing again, "What did you say? This is not the time for jokes." "So you think I was just lying to you?" Deep Li had already seen through and explained clearly that it's not just that she is weaker than me. The inner strength of that young boy is like an endless abyss. From the sky, Tanvu descends with his spear. He firmly grabbed it with his hand, and Tanvu confidently challenged the two of them. "You two can make your move now. Let me see how skilled you really are." So Nai turned and signaled, his face darkening. "Not quite right. There's a point to it." So Dai frowned this time, trying to find the reason. "That bastard Diep Li is so relaxed. There must be a big secret on this kid. Are they following old rules?" He starts scheming and commenting aloud. "Fine, but this place isn't suitable for fighting. If you want to fight, follow me." You still keep smiling, showing no sign of fear. Then Tanvu follows them to a more suitable place. Finally, the three of them landed on a mountain, amidst vast mountain ranges, gradually descending from the sky. So Ni's eyes gleamed with cunning as he chuckled, immediately preparing to attack, while Tanvu also readied himself to defend. The two of them try to attack him simultaneously, then retreat and stand back at a distance. Tanvu calmly just gives a slight smile, and So Ni summons a blue dragon and shouts, "Heavenly martial skill, Xuanwu decision, crimson fire decision." So Dai also summoned a red dragon. Tanvu raised his spear to block the two rushing dragons, executing the fourth spear technique to destroy them. Tanvu saw them approaching and quickly retreated, leaping back to avoid the attack. He was not hit at all, but still praised their skills. This move is quite impressive too. So Dai was also surprised by Tanvu's strength, even though he's only at the 5th level of the Breaking Illusion realm. He can still withstand a combined attack from both of us. But young one, just now I only used Breaking the Illusion to fight you. So, Dai's eyes lit up as he shouted together with him. Next, So Ni also prepared to strike. The two of them soared into the air side by side, ready to attack together, to show you the terror of the shattering void realm. A vortex suddenly appeared beneath Tanvu, connecting to a strange formation in the sky. So Dai's eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted, chaos tearing space apart, destroying everything in its path. So Nei also roared in furious determination. They split into two groups, blue and red, focusing their strength. The first layer of the fragmented void can control space, while the third layer can create a false realm. So Dai reached out confidently. Inside the false realm, you are just an ant. A huge surge of power descended from above, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter into dust. He thought with great pride that you wouldn't be able to handle this time. Little brother, thinking that gaining a few lucky chances gives you the power to suppress opponents of your realm is too naive. Sori also chuckles mischievously after showing off, because in this world there are no martial artists, only illusions to break through, who can contend with the third layer of the void collapse realm. So Dai still had a few more comments to make. That old demon Am's son is truly pitiful. He died before reaching the void stage because of this young junior, but unexpectedly, a shoe spike appeared. That is Tanvu's voice. Are you okay? You two are having such a pleasant chat? Maybe I should join in and say a few words too. Tanvu's eyes gleamed as he stepped out of the dust cloud. Having changed his appearance, he asked, "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" Shonai couldn't believe it, her face turning pale. The desolate dunes are truly terrifying. How can a broken illusion withstand the power of the void realm? As he finished speaking, Tanvu threw a punch that nearly hit him. Luckily, So Ni reacted in time to create a shield, but Tanvu's punch was too powerful and sent him flying backward. So Dai, seeing this, was furious and tried to sneak attack from behind. "Don't be arrogant. I was quicker and kicked the old man away." So Ni coughs up blood in pain, while So Dai is unexpectedly thrown far away. "Can you stop it?" A glowing sphere appears in Tanvu's hand. He continued to strike them away, sending the two of them flying far away. So Dai couldn't believe he was being spun around so quickly. "What?" Tanvu's sharp red eyes shouted loudly. "War God's Spear. Your spear immediately follows the order and chases after the two people." A talisman with a yin-yang circle appeared. So Dai, face flushed, shouted loudly and urgently ordered, reversing the infinite chaos, then sealed the two inside for protection before So Ni jumped out again. Tanvu was amazed and surprised by this miracle. Is there really such a divine weapon? So Ni's face turned red with anger, trembling as he demanded an explanation. "Junior, you forced us to use a second-tier immortal weapon again." So Dai raged and refused to give up his greed. "But today, you must die." A Bagua circle appears beneath Tanvu's feet. He had already seen through their treacherous scheme. "You are using the terrain to nurture your realm of heaven and earth, which is why you brought me here. This must be where you are preparing to face the Elder of the Holy Heart Temple." Tanvu also knows this place's layout very well, but he just encountered a variable like me. I knew about this beforehand. Your eyes blaze with challenge. Come on, let me see how powerful the two experts are when breaking through the three-layer illusion. So, Yi doesn't believe his plan has been exposed. You saw through it from the beginning, so why are you? You smile cunningly, appearing to enjoy it, because I also want to see. Behind Tanvu, Nyati also appeared as a protector, and the power I can unleash now is incredible. The boy takes a deep breath, preparing himself. Tanvu calls the summoned beasts to gather. Nyeti, Kim, Dieu, Tuan, Unge, Tao Tit, Ung Lung. His eyes shine brightly, ready to break through the battle, seeking help. A flash of purple light burst from Tanvu, reaching the sky. A pair of long, thick horns grew from his head, and a layer of hard horns appeared on his arms for protection. He transformed into an entirely different form. Tanvu stomped the ground so hard it cracked open, unleashing a tremendous surge of power that shattered the illusion. Suoniha couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. Had he really broken the illusion? You are fighting now with a very relaxed attitude. You are still weaker than I imagined. That's right. Martial artists nowadays might be weaker than those I have faced before. Then Tanvu moved with incredible speed. But actually it was because I had become much stronger than before. He immediately appeared in front of the two of them. So Dai suddenly fell flat on his face, mouth wide open. Tanvu calmly raised a finger to the sky and said, "Let you see the true martial arts of Tanvu." A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Second brother looked up and saw the bewildered face as the ferocious beast emerged among the fluffy clouds. He softly gave a command to it, the ferocious beast. It immediately obeyed, baring its sharp teeth and rushing forward. So Daiha opened his mouth in shock and shouted loudly, "The Kang Kon seal." A token from the two of them quickly flew out, but it was of no help in protecting them. From the floating clouds, the ferocious beast appeared, and Tanvu also descended to the ground, witnessing the two of them. He sighed in relief, feeling very light now. It's over. Wild skills are innate abilities of some feral beasts. Although I haven't yet awakened the savage skill, I can still use 3 parts of the chaotic wild skill. Xiao Dai's eyes flickered with confusion, while Xiao Er cried out in pain and despair. Tanvu smiled smugly and explained, "Wild skill Tao Thiet can devour everything. Your souls have been devoured. You are now just empty shells and puppets." Then he took out the ring to store the magical treasure, and Tanvu soared into the sky, dragging the 2 soulless bodies with him. Everyone was still waiting in the usual crowded spot. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Holy Heart Palace, Solam suddenly changed his expression, narrowing his eyes. He was trembling all over, feeling that something bad was happening. What's going on? A strong sense of unease. What could it be at this point? Could it be that the Elder and Second Master have been defeated? But Solam still tried to reassure himself. No way. There's no way any martial artist who has broken through the void stage can defeat the 2 masters. That still didn't help him ease his worries. But suddenly, Solam's entire body emitted a strange aura, and he was still searching for an escape route for himself, just in case. Better to be prepared. On Tanvu's team side, everyone is still patiently waiting at the Holy Heart Palace. Deep Lee suddenly has a surprising realization, as if he has discovered something. The old man laughed out loud in satisfaction, while Fu Jiao, standing behind, looked anxious and questioned what was going on. Even in the midst of chaos, you still manage to smile. Deep Lee confidently strokes his beard and affirms, "Little one, get ready to go. Kuknyat Tong now belongs to our Then Tam Dien." Fu Jiao looked confused and broke out in a sweat, not understanding anything. "You mean suddenly a vague figure appeared in the middle of the arena, and Sonhai was thrown to the ground without mercy?" Tanvu's face shows clear disgust, while Solam, trembling and stammering, sinks to the ground. "It's over. It's all over." Everyone around the stands cheers with joy. "We won. We have won." Solam was trying to sneak away, but Tanvu quickly noticed and struck. He was lifted into the air in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Solam desperately begged him to spare his life. "Tanvu, listen to me." But all he does in response is stare at him with a cold gaze, and in an instant, he ends his life. Tanvu smiled smugly, feeling very satisfied. "Keep talking and I'll let you escape." He stood firmly on the podium and declared boldly that from today on, there would be no more extreme sun sect in this world. Then Tanvu turned his back and gave a few instructions for the remaining matters to you all. At that moment, he immediately soared into the sky. Pu Jiao looked on with a bewildered expression. "Tanvu, what kind of monster are you, really?" Tanvu flew deep into the forest at high speed. The token appeared from within and issued a report, confirming that Li Thanjiao had safely retreated. Xiao Ha, looking worried, carefully advised me to be cautious. "A mysterious, powerful expert has appeared at the Jade Maiden sect, so I have retreated immediately." "The Jade Maiden sect is heading towards the Sacred Heart Palace. Please be careful." Tanvu looks excited, preparing for the next target. "The Jade Maiden sect is coming to wipe you out. A group is moving toward another mountain, at the same time at the foot of a different mountain." Fifi, her face covered in dirt, panting heavily, feeling exhausted but grateful. "This is so frustrating. If it weren't for the 9th Prince helping this time, we might have been stopped for sure. Prince Jiu, Tran Huang, it's nothing. Is it true that passing this mountain will lead to the Holy Heart Palace?" Fifi smiled brightly, confirming with eager curiosity in her heart. "That's right. I just wonder if the Kuknet sect has been won over yet. Tran Huang remains very calm. If the Jade Maiden sect handles this, that would be even better. Fai Fai now feels more confident with him by her side. Relying only on the Jade Maiden sect isn't enough, but with his help, it will be easier. Suddenly, footsteps of another person approaching from afar. Bak Tuyen bows respectfully with clasped hands. Tổng chủ Ngọc Nữ Tống, cấm ổn cứu hoang tư, nếu lần này thành công thu phục thanh tam diện, Ngọc Nữ Tống nguyên lâm chầu ngũ của ngài. Trần Huống nghe vậy càng thèm thịt thù, nổi. Tốt lắm, chúng ta nên xuất Phật sớm, nếu cục Nhật Tống lấy mất phần trước thi chỉnh các ngùi sẽ thiết thôi. Knowing the meaning, she immediately turned back to urge everyone to speed up as they moved through the dense, misty forest. Tran Nui and Tran Huang were still quietly following the sect, when suddenly a flickering shadow appeared in the middle. Tran Hang quickly appeared, his face grim, bowing in greeting. What is going on here? It's just sects fighting each other, right? You come back acting like nothing's wrong. I came to the mortal world for entertainment when I was bored, and I just happened to encounter this. If I don't join in now, I won't have another chance once I return to the heavenly realm. So boring. He didn't know what to say to persuade him, so he could only sigh softly. What a display. Suddenly, Tran Huang opened his eyes wide in amazement. That's a really great power. Tran Hang also quickly sensed something was wrong. A surge of great power suddenly appeared before them, and the familiar sharp spear suddenly materialized. Tanvu stands majestically beside Nai Tai, while Fai Fi, trembling, stammers in fear. Tanvu Bak Twin was also amazed when he first met you. Is that little guy Tanvu? Breaking through the 5th level of the Vortex realm, how could his cultivation progress so rapidly in such a short time? Tanvu suddenly drew Than Tong and pointed it at their faces, smiling confidently as he declared, "The Jade Maiden sect will disappear from the world starting today." Then Tanvu stood firm and summoned a bolt of lightning. Ku Tiu Tun drew his sword, suddenly pausing in shock. Tanvu looked at Tran Huang in disbelief. Why him? He knows his future fate. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Sea Kingdom. The future emperor of the Heavenly Sea. Tran Huang Fifi now speaks with disdain, a long time since their last meeting. Tanvu, you've changed so much, but do you really think you can overthrow my Jade Queen alone? Dream on, Hao Huyen, but Bai Quan isn't underestimating your strength. This young guy dares to come here alone. He must have some scheme. Tanvu has been ignoring their words, his gaze fixed solely on Tran Huang, the powerful figure who conquered the entire royal family with his own strength. Tanvu has a deep understanding of the forces on both sides. The Heavenly Han dynasty was not the top kingdom. It was surrounded by dozens of other kingdoms, many of which were far stronger than it, both in terms of warriors and armies. You know every move he made in his previous life. In that past life, Tran Huang stayed hidden for many years, quietly strengthening himself, and finally seized the opportunity to become emperor. Then the legend about him begins. The start of that conspiracy. According to what Tanvu learned, he first allied with the Immortal Clan. Then he recalled Tran Huang's tactics, acquiring countless immortal runes and using them to nurture many powerful warriors. Tanvu understood the benefits he could gain, and also acquired many celestial auras. Using these celestial runes and auras to unify the Imperial court, he knew why Tran Huang could face such powerful armies and become the first galactic emperor in history. Tanvu also understands that the righteous path he pursues, and after becoming the ruler of the human race, leading them to oppose the demon race, Tran Huang helped the humans prosper, and even had the power to overthrow the demon race. He closed his eyes, contemplating with a mix of respect, recognizing him as a formidable and capable man. But Tanvu knew that bad things would happen, and unfortunately, the fairy race behind Tran Huang ultimately succumbed to the Zhaojia fairy race. In the end, he remembered that he had been destroyed, and Tran Huang was also killed for refusing to submit to Li Thanhua, and the legend faded away. Tanvu then let out a long, tense breath, and seeing his strange expression, Tran Huang asked, "Tanvu, I know you possess the 9-tier sacred fire. Young but with limitless cultivation, so why do you shake your head when you see me?" Fai Fi, feeling anxious, quickly wanted to speak up and remind him. "Tanvu, you must know who is in front of you. He is the one," but he shot a stern look and ordered, "Silence!" She immediately turned pale, her face sweating as she dared not utter another word. But at this moment, Tanvu calmly and tactfully replied, "Crown Prince 9, don't misunderstand. I mean no disrespect. I am just recalling some things that are painful to remember." Hearing this, Tran Huang also realized there was an issue. "He knows my true identity." He leaned on his hand and humorously reminded him, "That way of addressing each other feels a bit strange." I was born a few years before you, so if Brother Tan doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother. Tanvu also happily agreed with a condition. Of course, but Big Brother Tran, could you ask that old senior not to be so hostile with that murderous aura? Tran Hang's attitude was extremely displeased at this moment, his face looking very uncomfortable and guarded. He quietly sent a message about the anomaly he had noticed, saying, "Get rid of him, this guy is definitely not simple. I only accidentally revealed a hint of intent earlier, and he saw it, but now you seem very interested, and have thought it through carefully. Everyone says this person gained great opportunities upon entering the great wilderness, and it seems the rumors are true. With his help, I can realize my ambitions and take a step further." Tanvu no longer beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. "Big Brother Tron, I don't care what your relationship with the Jade Maiden sect is, but today I will definitely destroy him." At this moment, Tron Huang clearly showed he didn't want to interfere, and it was just an accidental encounter. "Brother Tan, if you have any grudges, just fight it out, because now it's only Tanvu and the Jade Maiden sect left." Fifi didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. This ninth prince is really something. Forget it. Maybe he's just testing me. She still maintained a domineering attitude as she talked to you. "Tanvu, even if he doesn't know what your scheme is." Suddenly, Fifi's face turned pale. A surge of energy rushed from behind her and struck, causing Fifi to collapse without time to defend herself. The more Tanvu fights, the more skillful he becomes, boldly declaring, "The next one will be you." Bak Tuin, furious, first creates a shield. "You shameless brat, I will definitely kill you today." But Tanvu's speed is too fast, piercing through in one shot. She can't resist and spits out blood. One of them saw this and worried up, "Master." But Tanvu turned back, his sharp and angry eyes, and told them to get lost immediately. They heard that and immediately panicked and ran away. Only then did he slowly lower the spear in his hand. "My job is done." At this moment, Tran Huang also had a different opinion about Tanvu, saying that if he must kill, then kill without hesitation, shedding as much blood as necessary. He chuckled softly, praising his decisiveness in execution, truly a real man. And this time, the Cooknut sect would also fall. The four great sects of the Heavenly Han Empire have fought for a long time, and in the end, the Sacred Heart Temple laughs until the last moment. After hearing that, you still stood silently for a while. Tanvu nodded, but clearly showed he did not want others to interfere. "Thank you, Brother Tran, but I will handle the Jade Maiden sect myself." You might as well guess what your next step will be. From now on, Brother Tan will have to head towards the Jade Maiden sect. Tanvu's face darkened as he emphasized each word, saying the grass must be eradicated completely. Tran Huang's interest grew, and he suggested, "Very well, I have nothing to do right now, so I might as well go with you. What do you think? Big Brother also has a few things he wants to ask you." Tanvu didn't refuse any longer and agreed, "There's nothing that can't be done." He didn't hesitate to put his arm around your shoulder and continue walking, as the bright sunlight shone down on the architecture of the Jade Glass sect. In a dark room, Bai Huang sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed, two flames flickering before her. Suddenly, Bai Huang's eyes widened. Dongtu shrank back. She frowned and in a low voice said, "Damn it." The door opens with a blinding light spilling into the room. Kuang Hong enters, voice filled with suspicion. "What happened, Elder?" Bak Huang's face darkened, her voice low. "Two of Bak Tuyen's daughters are already dead." That girl puffs out her hips, eyes half closed, speaking in a bored tone. It seems that this time the Jade Maiden sect has lost, completely defeated. Today, many geniuses emerge. Even someone like Tanvu from Than Tam Dien has tipped the balance against our major sects for years, so perhaps the Jade Maiden sect is truly nearing its end. Elder Kuang Hong raised an eyebrow with a cunning look, implying to her that we can. She smiled softly and said, "Even if I don't care about this sect, I still have to keep my promise to you. Get ready. Today we set out to take you to the Great Palace." The girl looked at her and happily squinted. "Thank you, Elder." Standing in front of the door, Bai Huang tilted her head in annoyance and huffed. A few days later, Tanvu and Tran Huang arrived in front of the main gate of the Jade Maiden sect. Tanvu's eyes were full of surprise. "Why is there no one from the Jade Maiden sect?" Tran Huang looked around but couldn't find anyone. It seems the Jade Maiden sect has given up. Tanvu's face darkened, his eyebrows knitting into a cross shape, and his voice gritted through clenched teeth. Jade Maiden sect. Franhang rushed over and anxiously said to the two people. And moreover, the entire sect had no spiritual energy at all. He lowered his head in frustration and said, "Maybe they took all the geniuses and treasures with them." A golden light appeared. Tanvu's face serious as he closed his eyes, and a blazing red beast with sharp teeth emerged behind him. Then a complex array appeared beneath Tanvu's feet. The light from the array gradually faded. He opened his eyes and smirked. Probably not. Tran Huang was startled, his face showing surprise as he exclaimed, "What?" Tanvu led the way forward, with Ta walking beside him. The three of them ascended the slope into the Jade Maiden sect. Tanvu, walking while thinking, recalled that the Jade Maiden sect secretly hides an ancient emperor's tomb deep underground containing a supreme immortal weapon. Queen Gu had just explored it and confirmed it was still there.
Brother Tianum, Brother Tran Huang, do you dare to go down and explore with me?
What's there to be afraid of? Tran Hang was startled and anxiously shouted, "Get out!" Tran Huang steps onto the well's edge and turns back to reassure him. Tan Huin Day, if I go down it must be for a reason. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Vu let go and jumped into the well, his feet touching the ground as a cloud of dust billowed up. Tran Huang's voice couldn't hide his surprise, not expecting there to be another flicker of energy within the Jade Maiden sect.
Tran Hang sensed it carefully and then said, "There's no spiritual energy here either. I can't feel anything myself."
Big brother, Tran, may I borrow the immortal script for a moment? He closed his eyes and smiled calmly. Sure, of course. Tanvu smiled as he placed the immortal script on the wall in front of him, and suddenly it shone with a dazzling light. Tran Hang was startled and horrified. This is the 7th level immortal script. Tran Huang smiles calmly and says, "The 7th level of the immortal script is also fine. No problem." The wall in front of Tanvu suddenly collapses, dust disperses, and a barrier blocking the light appears before him. He smiled and said, "Follow me." Tanvu and Tran Huang stepped through the curtain of light into the room, where a golden coffin stood before them, flanked by 2 fierce stone statues with fierce expressions. The three of them stood in the vast secret chamber, gazing at the coffin before them, with Tran Huang looking at the Tao Thiet and asking doubtfully, could it be that an ancient immortal exists inside this coffin? He then smirked and glanced at Tanvu. "Brother Tan, I knew you were right." Tanvu smiled and explained, "It's indeed an ancient human emperor inside this coffin, and he is also the human emperor of the fallen royal aura." Tran Huang startled and exclaimed, "Emperor's aura!" Tran Hang broke out in sweat, his face showing horror. "Is it real or fake?" Tanvu stepped onto the high platform, his voice calm. "Just try and you'll see." A purple light appeared on his hand. The eyes of the stone beast suddenly turned red, and countless cracks appeared on its body. The 2 stone golems turn into real beings and roar, approaching Tanvu from both sides of the coffin. Tran Huang was startled and horrified, quickly calling out, "Brother Tan!" Tanvu frowned, his expression gradually turning fierce. The 2 iron demons sweat profusely and look pale, stopping in fear and not daring to move. Tanvu's body emits a purple glow as he raises his hand to open the coffin lid without touching it. Inside the coffin, there is a scroll, a blue gem, and a sword. Tran Huang reached out and took the scroll and the blue gem thrown by Tanvu. "Big brother Tran, this is the inheritance of the human emperor's fate." I glanced at the sword and looked at Tran Huang calmly and said, "What about this immortal weapon?" Tran Huang, holding the scroll, smiled and said, "Of course this place was discovered by Brother Tan, so it all belongs to you, which is only natural." The scroll emitted a golden light, growing stronger and forming a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Theodore Huang Yin Vao Quang Tru Noi. Body of the Emperor's aura, Destiny's family. Well done. Within the light pillar, the figure of an old man gradually appears, dressed in dragon robes and wearing a golden crown, with a serious voice saying, "I am the human emperor guardian, young one. You have inherited my legacy." "Yes. I am the 9th prince of the Heavenly Galaxy dynasty. Greetings to the human emperor." The old man nodded with a satisfied expression and said, "Not bad, not bad. With strong Imperial aura, purple energy enveloping the body, and a top-tier destiny, you are qualified to inherit my legacy." He frowned slightly and said with a hint of regret, "Unfortunately, there is a major enemy in your fate that leads to a deadly end." At stared in shock, eyes wide open. Wait a moment. The old man tilted his head to look at Tran Huang, who was enveloped in a golden light, and spoke with a doubtful tone. "How strange is that?" The old man hurriedly turned around, realizing that Vayat was watching Tanvu's confident expression. He suddenly understood. So it was like this. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, his tone full of joy. Indeed, everything was destined by heaven. The scroll and the gem suddenly escaped from Tran Huang's palm, startling him. A fierce, savage head appeared in midair with a deep, hoarse voice saying, "Junior, accept my inheritance." A stream of golden light rushes into Tran Huang's body, with countless strands of golden light converging within him. He lowered his head, crossed his arms over his chest, and let out a soft groan. Tran Hang anxiously shouted, "Kura." Tanvu smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Tran Hang couldn't contain his worry any longer and finally asked, "Who exactly are you, Tan Kong Tu? Even though you hold the Jade Maiden sect in the palm of your hand and are the heir to the throne, you still easily abandon it like this." He frowned, his face darkening, and his voice low. "What is your true purpose in approaching the ninth family?" He calmly explained, "The aura of an emperor is not meant for me. Even if I am strong, I cannot keep it." Approaching the ninth prince was just a coincidence. The golden light on Tran Huang's body grew brighter and brighter as he threw back his head and howled as if enduring extreme pain. Suddenly, Tran Huang opened his eyes, descended to the ground in front of Tanvu and Tran Hang. Tran Hang broke out in sweat, his face tense as he asked, "Kujia, are you all right?" Tran Huang clenched his fist and confidently looked at him, replying, "No problem. The prestige of the ancient human emperor is well deserved. With this power, why should I fear failure in the great cause?" He clasped his hands and looked at Tanvu sincerely, saying, "Today I have gained a great opportunity. Tan Su Huin, this blessing is all thanks to you, and if you ever need my help in the future, I will never refuse. I hope Big Brother Tron can make good use of this power to protect our race. As long as I am alive, I will do my best to defend our people." Let's go out first." The three of them soared from the well onto the ground. Tran Huang smiled softly and said, "Brother Tan." Tran Huang was about to say something when suddenly a blue whirlpool appeared in the sky, emitting lightning that struck the ground. He widened his eyes in horror, and both his eyes and body radiated a golden light. Tran Huang opened his mouth and shouted, and Tanvu was startled as he looked at him, feeling terrified inside. "It's over. The Imperial aura is fighting for dominance." Tran Hong looked at Tran Huang, who was floating in the air, surrounded by golden light, and anxiously asked, "What's going on?" He frowned and looked at Tran Huang with concern. He explained, "Big Brother Tran possesses the ancient Imperial aura, and at the same time, the Heavenly River Dynasty also has a king. A mountain cannot have two tigers, so the two Imperial auras will naturally compete for dominance." A phantom of a dragon and a tiger appeared in the sky, growling at each other. He looked at the two beams of light in the sky, worry in his voice. "I overlooked this. I forgot about this. Now the new emperor has appeared, and the Heavenly River Kingdom is thrown into chaos again." The tiger beside Tron roared loudly, shaking the void. The blue dragon roared fiercely, while the tiger lunged to bite into the dragon's belly, causing the dragon to open its mouth and spew out a stream of yellow gas. It is badly wounded. It let out a painful cry as its illusion gradually faded. Its phantom disappears. The giant vortex gradually fades away. The golden light on Tran Huang's body vanishes. His face turns pale. He coughs repeatedly. His breathing is irregular, and sunlight shines on an ancient majestic building in the Heavenly Galaxy Kingdom. In the royal palace of the royal family, an old man sitting cross-legged in the main hall is from the Tianhe Empire, Ren Chao. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide and shouts. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyebrows furrowing and his face darkening. Emperor Ren's eyes widened with bloodshot veins, the corners of his eyes seeming to crack. His voice filled with anger and fear. "My imperial aura is gone. I am panicked and shouting. 'Master, master!' A man appears before the human emperor. The imperial master hurried over to support him, surprised and asking, 'Your Majesty, what's wrong?' He frowned and said seriously, 'Imperial master, my divine aura is gone.' 'How could that happen?' 'Your Majesty has the entire clan protecting you and profound imperial aura. How could it dissipate easily?' 'Please don't panic. Let me investigate and see.' A red eye appears. The emperor's eyes glow with a fierce red light, his brows furrowed and teeth clenched, as if resisting something, while his entire body emits a blazing red aura and his cloak flutters without wind. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out, cursed angrily, 'Damn it!' Emperor Ren was sweating nervously, his face pale, and he hurriedly asked, 'What exactly is going on, Imperial Master?' The Emperor's gaze was filled with shock and worry. He stammered, 'Your Majesty, maybe this time something truly has happened. Just now I used my divine power to investigate, and a new Imperial aura appeared in the Heavenly Galaxy Kingdom. Its power is extremely strong, far surpassing yours.' He helplessly said, 'Your Imperial aura has been devoured by it, and this ancient Imperial aura cannot even be sealed by me.' The human Emperor bowed his head, looking desperate. 'It's over. It's really over.' The Imperial Master looked at his dejected expression and softly reassured him.
Your Majesty, don't worry. The world is full of changes. Even if there's a human emperor with such potential, it still wouldn't be able to seize your throne. I still have a way.
The human king looked up in surprise, his voice urgent. Say it quickly. Say it quickly. The emperor-teacher raised both hands, and a phantom of a strong human appeared in his mind.
I will gather the strength of the fighters and forge the Imperial aura to serve you. The human king calmly asked, Please clarify, Master.
He raised his hand with a smile and explained, Your Majesty, all the chi in the world may differ, but they all converge into one, nourished by the way of heaven, sharing the same origin. By gathering powerful martial artists and commanding them to fight and share their luck, their fortune can be continuously strengthened. The Emperor's face showed a sinister expression as he thought of the image of someone's luck being extracted from their body, and he continued, Once a martial artist with superior luck is identified, I can use secret techniques to seize that luck and forge new Emperor's chi for your use. The Emperor Master raises his hand, sending a branch of the Oliu towards the human king, saying, Without breaking it, it cannot be established. Perhaps this break in the Imperial chi will be a good thing for you. Is that so? Then what should I do? The Heavenly Sea Kingdom has been isolated for many years and has taken this opportunity to grow significantly. Your Majesty, we can join forces with the surrounding kingdoms to hold a grand martial arts competition. The ancient emperor slightly bowed, placing his hand on his left chest with a confident tone. Only the martial artists of the Heavenly River Kingdom lack enough luck to gather a new imperial aura. But with the addition of those from other kingdoms, the great plan will surely succeed. At that moment, you will have a stronger imperial aura, and the luck of the martial artists from the surrounding kingdoms will have been completely seized. The map depicting the Heavenly River Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms appeared in his mind. Then, images of the armies on both sides fiercely fighting and slaughtering non-stop appear. His voice echoes, The Heavenly Sea Empire. I can seize that opportunity to start a war and make the other kingdoms submit.
Emperor Huang laughs loudly and commands loudly, all right, Emperor Teacher. I count on you to make this happen.
The Emperor Master politely smiled and replied, Leave everything to me.
Tran Huang from the Jade Maiden sect hesitated and asked Tanvu, Brother Tan, is it really not convenient to tour the Imperial City with Brother Vai?
Tanvu narrowed his eyes and softly explained, Tran Dai Ka. The Imperial capital is in decline. Leaving now only brings trouble. If everyone from the Jade Maiden sect runs away, I might as well prepare to return to the Sacred Heart Temple. Tanvu closed his eyes, carefully reminding with a slightly worried tone, Remember the secret technique to hide Imperial aura I just taught you. If it's not the final move, never reveal it. Tran Huang looked at him reassuringly and said, Don't worry, Big Brother has a plan. Tanvu stepped forward, tilted his head to look at him, and said, I have to go ahead now. Goodbye. He soared into the sky and then left. Tran Huang crossed his arms and laughed happily. This time we gained a lot. Tran Hang frowned, worriedly saying, Tanvu is truly unpredictable. Two gods will secretly act. He turned his head and smiled, waving his hand. No, if Tanvu finds out, there will be conflict between us. He nodded slightly and responded softly. Tran Huang smiled broadly and walked away, then ordered, Let's go. Cut to the main courtyard inside the Holy Heart Temple. The bustling atmosphere was filled with people coming and going, carrying and transporting precious jade and gems, while on another side, workers focused on repairing the structures, hammering away non-stop. On the steps of the main hall, a footstep approached, and as soon as everyone saw his figure, they all spoke in unison. Hello, Brother Tan. Tanvu nodded with a smile and responded to them, thinking to himself that it would be quite difficult to let these disciples inherit the assets of the Japan sect. After a moment, he reached the main hall, where two girls immediately ran out to greet him. Deep Dong cheerfully said, Tanvu, you're back. She pinched his body and asked, I see you're fine. Tanvu, you really single-handedly destroyed the Jade Maiden sect. Thien Duang blushed and smiled as he continued. Young Master Tan truly amazes everyone. He stepped forward, smiled at them, and Tian Yang added, But that's a bit dangerous. Let us help next time. Tuan Vu then entered the main hall, clasped his hands in a bow, and asked curiously, That's right, sect leader, Than said. Fu Jiao nodded and ordered, Diep Dong, take Tan Vu to meet Than Jiao. That's all you need to do. Then she immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Hurry and come with me. After Tanvu left, Fu Jiao said, Thien Suong, it seems that Tanvu's heart is only with Than Jiao. Hearing this, she blushed with sadness. In the end, I wasn't blessed with that. In a room, Than Jiao sat on the bed, sighing. Suddenly, a small gap opened in the door, and a figure appeared outside. Tanvu opened the door and stepped in. He sat down beside her, and she whispered, "Tanvu, is it really true that the Jade Maiden sect has been destroyed?" I closed my eyes and said firmly, "Then Jiao, the Jade Maiden sect isn't as pure as you think. I don't know how many dirty things they've done behind your back." I smiled and gently patted her head to comfort her. "From now on, stay by my side. I will protect you for a lifetime." Then Jiao shyly quickly moved aside and said, "Fine, I get it. Don't talk nonsense anymore." Tanvu let out a disappointed sigh. "It seems I have to rebuild our relationship again." 1 month later, inside the secret realm of the Sacred Heart Temple, Tanvu sat cross-legged, radiating a golden light. Tanvu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of energy, feeling his body filled with strength, and his hopeful voice finally breaking through. "Just one more step and I can reach the 9th level of the breaking through realm, and just one step more to awaken the evil beast." In Tanvu's mind, the image of the giant evil beast on the barren land appeared. Tanvu confidently said, "After the evil beast awakens, I can prepare to enter the great wilderness again." Diepdong suddenly jumped down and shouted, "Tanvu!" Diepdong excitedly looked at him and said, "Tanvu, there's something big." Tanvu looked at Diepdong with suspicion. "It's a huge event. The Heavenly Galaxy Empire has gathered all 7 kingdoms to hold a grand martial arts competition." The boy, stroking his chin with a puzzled look, mutters, "The martial arts tournament." Diepdong imagines the gathering of the 8 emperors and can't help but feel excited. This grand martial arts competition not only brings together the top forces from all 8 kingdoms, but also the imperial fate of the emperors themselves. Truly an unprecedented event. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. Martial artists from all 8 great kingdoms can participate, with no limit on numbers or sects, and the prizes are truly impressive. You said that. The top person on this list can win a level 2 immortal weapon and a level 1 immortal script. She remembered a majestic white armor and said, 50 top contenders will receive a level 3 immortal weapon, and finally a powerful sword with dragon, tiger, and lotus patterns. She said the top 30 would receive a level 4 immortal weapon. Tanvu stroked his chin, surprised. Is the 4-star immortal weapon that generous? With such a generous reward, it will surely attract many disciples from mysterious sects and powerful cultivators. That's nothing. In this competition, the top few will gain the right to use the national stabilizing treasure of the 8 great kingdoms and then enter the great wilderness to seize opportunities. He was surprised and amazed. Is that really possible? Tanvu thought about the scene of Mingok Tai's National Guardian merging with a human body, and he concluded that the National Guardian's treasure, gathering the nation's luck, could not only enhance a martial artist's aura, but also possess incredible mysterious power. You remember the barren great wilderness and the continuous thunder, feeling a bit of anticipation. If you could obtain the national treasure of the 8 great kingdoms, maybe you could enter the great wilderness earlier. Tanvu smiled and announced, "I will participate." Diepdong happily exclaimed, "That's great. I knew you would join. We can go together." Suddenly, she lowered her face, her voice sad, saying, "It's a pity that Sister Tianyang still has to deal with the sect's affairs and can't join us." Tanvu looked at her in surprise as she pushed him forward, softly saying, "All right, Tanvu, let's go." Diepdong happily squinted her eyes with a smile, her cheeks blushing. The grand competition will be held in 3 months. The main location is Haoyue City, 3,000 kilometers northwest. We can still rest and prepare before departing. He smiled and replied, "You're rushing too much, but fine. Let's say our goodbyes to the Fuhui sect leader and then set off immediately." Tanvu, Tenjiao, and Diepdong stand before the sect leader and other disciples. The sect leader gently looks at them, his tone full of hope. "Tanvu, you must be the one to lead the way. Tanvu, keep going." Diepdong softly sighs sadly. "Why is no one cheering for me?" Fu Jiao's head of the sect sternly instructed, "Diepdong, take good care of Tanvu on the way, understand?" She was a bit displeased and pouted softly. Tianxiong smiled at Kuvu and said, "Tan Kong Tu Cô Lên, câu tư tin trả lời, yên tâm, ta nhất định làm vuốt." Tanvu vừa dứt lời liền quay dấu buộc dị trong ánh mắt của mỗi người. The head of the Fu family watched his silhouette and whispered, "Tanvu, I am waiting for you to do that." The next day, a carriage sped down the road. Tanvu sat between the 2 girls with a dark face, his tone annoyed. "Diepdong, isn't there a bigger carriage?" Diepdong frowned, annoyed, and gritted her teeth as she said, "We should have sat there," but Tanvu suspiciously shouted, "Why is there another person here?" Chinvu then burst into loud laughter, wearing a cunning smile. "Isn't this just the right time to meet the right person?"
Since we all have to attend the gathering, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to travel together as friends?
Deep Dong, Tanvu, Tun Jiao, and Vo Tu Vo Nguit jostled together on a bench, everyone looking at him with displeasure, the suffocating atmosphere making him a bit tense. He let out a breath and shook his head lightly.
All right then, all right then.
Chinvu clenched his fist, excitedly saying, "The top spot in this year's tournament is mine." Deep Dong frowned and looked at him suspiciously, asking, "Why second place?" He slightly curled his lips and calmly replied, "The first place obviously belongs to Brother Tan." After hearing that, Deep Dong asked in frustration, "So I never said that. I mean, why do you think you can compete for second place?" He frowned deeply, his face dark as if he was holding something back. He stammered because Than Zhao, with a serious look on her small face, asked him curiously. Because Cheng Wu blushed and drooled heavily, he stood up and shouted, "Because he ranked second, he could marry 2 princesses of the Great Kingdom." Tanvu froze completely after hearing that, his face turning pale as he let out a terrified cry. Diep Dong, blushing, pointed at his lecherous face and shouted, "Fake goat!" Votu looked at him with disappointment and let out a soft sigh as the carriage sped towards the border of the Heavenly River Kingdom. Chinvu lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside, his voice cautious. "We have reached the border of the Heavenly River Kingdom. This journey is the most dangerous. Everyone must be careful." Votu frowned, his face serious, whispering, "Is it because of the demon race?" Tanvu closed his eyes and said calmly, "It's not just the demon race. The border of the Heavenly River Kingdom borders numerous small states, new cultivator forces, and their threats are even greater than those of the demon race." The image of a mysterious masked person watching passers-by appears in his mind. He calmly says, "These small states and new cultivators will hide in the shadows, preying on and killing passers-by to survive." Chinvu smiled brightly and patted your shoulder in praise. "Little brother, you're right. You know everything, huh?" Suddenly, both of their eyes widened as they looked in the same direction, and Dong Than shouted, "This is bad!" In an instant, the carriage was shattered to pieces. Tanvu and his group landed safely. A purple light cage appears where they are, just as the wreckage of the carriage surrounds them. Tanvu looked at this scene, a worried expression on his face as he said, "Looks like we'll have to walk the next part of the journey. Everyone, let's go." Night falls in the quiet forest. 6 people gather around a warm campfire. Chinvu looks seriously at the scroll in his hand. He pointed to a location on the map and said, "Tomorrow we must reach the country of Thanfang, where we can repair the carriage." He suddenly looked back with a low sound in his throat. Footsteps and the sound of a wooden staff hitting the ground echoed through the forest, as Homan led a group of ragged, injured people out from the woods. He furrowed his brow, his face fierce as he ordered, "Give up all your valuables. I won't kill you." Tanvu narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, his expression slightly angry. "The people behind him are blind. You are missing an arm. You, on the other hand, have flesh torn apart, and you have lost your ears. Vong Kan, I don't think it's easy for you to achieve this level of cultivation. Leave now, and I won't kill you. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." His wooden staff foot scrapes against the ground. He swooped down from above, swinging his staff straight at Tanvu's head, but the staff stopped just before his eyes. Homan frowns as if expecting something and grits his teeth, saying, "I'll give you one more chance, hand over all your valuables, and I won't kill you." Tanvu frowned, his eyes full of surprise. "Who are you that you know how to use the swordsmanship of my Tan family?" Homan was just as surprised, jumping back in shock, stammering, You, he shouted and ran away. For a moment, the scene turned cold as the street robbers had vanished without a trace. Tanvu frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't we chasing them anymore?" He stood up and looked toward the fleeing bandits, softly analyzing that the martial arts he just used was the unique sword technique created by Tan Jia Ta. Judging by his expression, he seemed very surprised to be exposed. "You frown, feeling curious. Let's follow and see what's going on." Meanwhile, in front of the city gate of Thanfang, inside a dilapidated fortress, a young boy offers a glass of water to Homan and softly says, "Old Ho, have some water." The boy looks at him with concern and asks, "Are you okay?" He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, his body trembling with each wave. He sobbed softly, his voice filled with shame. "They've recognized me. I've embarrassed the Tan family." The door suddenly swung open, and Tanvu appeared before them. "You? Who are you?" Tanvu calmly replied, "The divine sword of the Tan family of the Tan dynasty." Tanvu. Homan's disciple shrank back, fear clearly written on his wrinkled face as he opened his mouth and shouted, rushing forward like an arrow. Tanvu pointed at him. A golden beam of light shot out and struck his right chest. The young man from earlier turned pale and hurriedly shouted, "What do you want to do?" Homan's voice rang out.
Thaplang, you are not allowed to be disrespectful.
Bold Ho.
Homan calmly lowers his voice and orders, Thaplang, you guys go outside first.
He looked at him angrily and shouted, "I won't go." The man angrily ordered, "Get out." One by one, they stepped outside, and he turned back at the door with a snort of defiance. Only he and the old man remained in the room, and he snapped his fingers to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Homan closed his eyes, looking numb. Tanvu closed his eyes and said calmly, "Go. Who are you?" Homan lowered his head and whispered, "I am a descendant of Ho Liet Quan Tien Fong from the Batfong camp of the Tan Army." Tanvu was deeply surprised. Duan Bat Fong, I've never heard of this name before. Why are you from the Tan family, yet wandering here and acting so cowardly?"
He placed both hands on the cold ground, his face darkening, his voice filled with helplessness. I don't want to, but I have no other choice. No.
Frowning, he said seriously, "Speak clearly. I have time to listen to your story." Homan sat cross-legged on the ground, looking sad.
I will start from Hu Bat Fong camp. The image of my heroic father in his military uniform appears in my mind.
He whispered that 30 years ago, my father was Ho Liet, a bodyguard of Tan Hong, the head of the Tan family.
Back then, my father was assigned to lead the Batfong army to the border of Thanfong country to complete a mission.
You stay silent, secretly questioning in your heart, your grandfather's bodyguard. He told of a ruthless group that saw human lives as nothing and slaughtered freely. At that time, a powerful force appeared in Thanfong city.
These people are extremely cruel, but the ruler of Thanfong couldn't defend himself, so he asked us to help. Then they fell under the swords of the soldiers.
He continued to tell, "After arriving here, we easily dealt with those people." Homan was then happily celebrating the victory with his comrades. Homan recalls, "I thought we would achieve a glorious victory." He grits his teeth, his face filled with anger as he utters a single word, but then a stranger appears before them. He said that at that moment, a mysterious, powerful figure appeared, his phoenix eyes narrowing, killing intent radiating from him. He moved like a gust of wind, causing everyone he approached to fall, his voice trembling as he almost instantly wiped out the entire Batfong battalion. Holiet glared and shouted. While Holiet held him back, Homan hurriedly escaped. He recounts that his father risked everything to fight back and ultimately opened a path for him to escape.
He remembers running to a military camp and continues, "After escaping, I planned to lead the Batfong army back to the Divine Sword Kingdom, but unexpectedly, this mysterious person appeared."
Homan paused for a moment, the image of the young lord of Thanfong country appearing in his mind. He continued, "Yet there is a close connection with the young lord of Thanfong country." He remembers how he and his family had to hide under the floor, afraid to survive another day. His voice was sad as he said this enemy sent a large army to search everywhere for us, blocking all escape routes, leaving us helpless and desperate, so I could only lead the others to flee in different directions. Homan remembered the bodies of the generals and the letter from the young master of Thanfong country that brought Tanjia into endless darkness. He spoke with even more despair, saying that the young master of Thanfong country had announced that the entire Tanjia Batfong regiment had been destroyed and had even sent back the corpses of the Batfong soldiers. This action directly cut off all chances for Tanjia to come to our rescue. Homan bowed his head, his entire body exuding extreme exhaustion. He muttered, "At this moment, those kids are all descendants of Batfong Duan." Seeing his mummified hand, Homan's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. He said, "I have tried countless times over the past 30 years to find a breakthrough, but all have ended in failure. I have thought about death, but if I die, how will I hand over the Batfong Don heirs when I reach the afterlife?" Homan closed his eyes and said firmly, "Even if I change my face and disguise myself, fighting and stealing, I just hope these kids can continue to live." Mr. Kui sank to the ground, hopelessly saying, "I have tarnished the reputation of the Tan family. I deserve to die, but these children are innocent. I am willing to die to cleanse this stain for the Tan family." Homan cried out, trembling as he begged, "Please, please find a way for the Tan family to send someone first and bring these children back." Tanvu looked at him, about to say something. Thaplang rushed in, urgently announcing bad news, as many martial artists appeared outside. Homan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "What? You lied to me. You're not part of the Tan family. Let's go. It's the perfect time to find out who has been hunting my Tan family for the past 30 years, and make them pay with blood." The mysterious person from that day reappears outside the abandoned temple. The descendants of Batfong Enterprise all tremble with fear. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear,
her face displeased, and says, "A bunch of useless freaks, they could have chosen an easy death, but instead they waste my time, the unlucky one."
Tanvu and Homan step out the front door, a sly smile on her lips, murderous intent spilling over, her voice full of contempt.
"Homan, Homan, I finally found you." She sees Tanvu show a faint hint of amusement and adds a new expression.
Her finger gently brushed her lips, her eyes seductive as she whispered, "Do you look handsome? Do you want to come with me, big brother?" Tanvu stepped forward, standing in front of Batfong's descendants like a guardian, with their surprised eyes on him. He approached her and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the one who has been hunting them everywhere for the past few years?" The evil woman softly smiled and replied, "There are many who hunt them. I am just one of them. But today, it's my turn." She reached out to touch your face and whispered seductively, "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Since you look strong and handsome, perhaps it's better this way."
Tanvu's hand shot out like lightning. "Are you squeezing his neck?" "Did she spit blood?"
You chuckled softly, but your voice was like a rasping grind through your teeth. "Might as well die now, huh?" Her subordinates stared wide-eyed in shock, their faces filled with terror. She was trembling with extreme fear, her voice trembling with panic, breaking through the 8th layer of the illusion. "Who are you, really? What benefit has this reckless fool brought you? I'll double it. No, 10 times. Her eyes were bloodshot and full of veins. She tried to scream. "You cannot kill me! I am the hand of Tanvu!" He waved his hand, causing her subordinates of a Huang to scream in chaos.
"He has killed the crown princess. Run, now." His face darkening, he raises his hand, and a giant beast appears behind him.
Tanvu, furious and full of murderous intent, growled, "No one can escape." A giant beam of light erupted from the beast, creating a massive crater before Homan. He exclaimed with joy, a tear streaming down his eye. "He's dead. He's dead. So damn unlucky. So damn unlucky." Tanvu's anger still hasn't subsided. He glances at Homan and presses him further. "Homan, who are the ones who have been chasing and killing you all these years?" Homan nghe vậy giật mình kinh hãi. "Chẳng lẽ nguy nhỉ?" Ông lắc lắc dầu, vẻ mặt kinh hoàng. "It can't be like this. Even though Thanfong is just a small country, it still has many strong fighters. We killed those girls, and it will surely reveal you," pointing to the people behind him, begging, "I will stay here to keep watch on them. Please take these children back. From now on, follow me." The Tan family is gone forever. He was startled and asked again, "What do you mean?" Tanvu looked at him, his patience completely gone. He shouted, "Tell me who the others are first, and then I will tell you." The image of King Than appears in his mind, and he says they are all descendants of the young master of Thanfong Kingdom, at that time the ruler of Thanfong Kingdom. Tanvu smirked with a sinister look, confidently declaring that Thanfong Kingdom would be destroyed. A golden cage appeared behind him. Chinvu and everyone appear inside the golden light. Chinvu frowns, his voice filled with surprise, not expecting to find the last blind bloodline of the Tan family here. Homan looked in horror at the distant figures and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Tanvu waved his hand and said, "They are my people. Please hold them safe for a while. I will return after I go back to the Tan family to clarify the situation." Tan family is gone, just like we said. As he turned to leave, he said, "The Vo family sisters will explain the details to you." A voice suddenly sounded, causing Tanvu to startle and stop. Wait a moment. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed loudly. Thaplang knelt on the ground, crying out, "Please take me with you." His face full of hatred, his voice firm. "Even if I can't help, I will definitely block your way. I just want to see them die with my own eyes." Homan panicked and shouted desperately. Thaplang remained silent. Tanvu turned back and calmly said, "If you hinder me, I won't hesitate to leave you behind," he answered confidently. Tanvu takes the young man's hand, and they soar into the sky. He says, "Let's go." Homan stood there rooted to the ground watching their backs. Then the scene shifts to Thanfong Kingdom, a sturdy and impregnable city. While Thaplang was looking around, Tanvu spoke, "The Lord of Thanfong Kingdom has arrived." Thaplang was startled and pointed at the distant tower, shouting, "That's the place." He looked forward with murderous intent and said simply, "Let's go." Right now inside the tower, a burly man is soaking in a hot spring. A young maid enters to report that the sovereign still hasn't found Homok's group, and he is furious, shouting, "All useless, after so many years you can't even catch a few rats hiding to survive." Myungu briefly hesitated before explaining, "Homan is extremely cunning, but rest assured, Your Majesty." "I will definitely bring his head to you," Then Huang shouted, "What I want is not his head, but the lives of all of them." Understanding his mood, she didn't dare say anything more, only responding softly. Outside, Tanvu shouted, "Do you think you can take the Tan family's lives on your own?" His voice startled both of them inside, their brows furrowing in shock as they looked out together, puzzled. Who is he? As soon as he finished speaking, a shockwave erupted, destroying part of the roof in a cloud of dust, with bricks and tiles falling down. Tanvu leapt through the broken hole, carrying Thap Lang inside. Thap Lang looked at Than Huang bathing in the lake and shouted, "It's him! It's him!" Mayengu was startled and quickly said, "The Lord of the Nation? He's the young man who went with Homak." Than Huang smirked faintly, his eyes full of murderous intent. In a deep voice he said, "Oh, you refuse to go to heaven but still enter hell? Well then," he angrily shouted as a countless sword-wielding enemies from all directions charged at him. Tanvu, holding Ko Thap Lang, pulled him out and jumped onto the beam. Than Huang smirked, scoffing. "You came alone to assassinate me." "Nice plan, but you underestimate my vigilance," Tanvu said seriously, lowering his voice. "Nyati." A giant monster appears in the room, its overwhelming aura knocking back all the nearby assassins. Tanvu suddenly jumped to the ground, his face dark and disdainful as he looked at him. Than Huang turned pale, trembling with fear, and hurriedly said, "I don't know who you are, but no matter what price Homan offered, I can pay double." He was terrified to the extreme, his throat roaring as if afraid Tanvu wouldn't hear him. "No, faster." Tanvu looked at him calmly and said, "I am from the Tan family." Than Huang exclaimed in horror, "Are you from the Tan family?" You kneel down and look directly at Than Huang, asking in a stern voice, "Are you trembling out of fear? But did I ever consider that day would come when you hurt someone from the Tan family?" The fear in his eyes had reached its peak. Than Huang tremblingly raised both hands in a weak plea. "I have my reasons. I was forced. Just spare me and I will tell you the truth." Tanvu's face darkened as he said firmly, "You have no right to negotiate with me." Then Huang nervously said, "If you kill me, you will never be able to know the truth. The one truly behind everything. You will never find out in your lifetime." He stood up calmly and said, "Fine. As long as you reveal the truth, I won't kill you." Than Huang smiled, looking as if he had survived a disaster. Shilong was startled, his face angry and voice urgent. "No, he must die." Tanvu glanced at him, he clenched his teeth and trembled all over. Than Huang pointed at him and said firmly, "If you swear an oath, I will tell the whole truth." You, Tanvu, release a purple light, suppressing your anger as you growl. "Fine, I swear, as long as you tell the truth, I won't kill you." The purple light soared into the sky as the oath was made. Then Huang smirked slyly and began to speak. "Kid, you know this too. Our Thanfang kingdom is just a small state. Without someone pulling the strings, how dare I attack the Tan family with the reputation of the Divine Sword Empire?" Tanvu angrily shouted, "I don't want to hear any nonsense." Than Huang, frightened, hurriedly replied, "Someone ordered me to plan the destruction of the Batfang army of the Tan family." Than Huang remembered the temptation of the throne and said, "At that time I was just the crown prince. He promised me that if I did that, he would make me king." Tanvu angrily asked, "Who?" He trembled in fear and spat out a sentence that darkened your face and ignited your anger again. "I don't know." Tanvu immediately grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground, growling, "It seems you don't care much about your life either, huh?" Then Huang, trembling with fear, hurriedly explained, "That person never revealed his true face from start to finish. I only know his cultivation level is astonishing, and I think I have a rough idea of who he is. Although his movements are very secretive, I won't just sit around and wait to die. Based on his behavior and clothing, I have a few suspicions. This person might be someone from the royal family of Haoyue Kingdom." Tanvu was startled, looking surprised as he whispered, "Why are you suspicious and pondering about Hao Nui Kwuk? In my previous life, I never heard that Hao Nui Kwuk had any connection to my Tan family." Tanvu snorted, threw him aside, then turned to glance at him and said, "I won't kill you." Than Huang, sweaty and exhausted, let out a sigh. Tanvu's face dark with determination, he cast a spell making a light beam shoot up and blind him, causing Than Huang to fall flat on his face in surprise. "What?" Tanvu turned away and left without forgetting to remind him. "Thap Lang, what are you waiting for?" Thap Lang shouted in furious rage, punching with all his strength to declare that this was for old Hu. Then Thap Lang relentlessly punched to avenge everyone. "This is for Tam Lang, this is for that Lang." Those punches made Than Huang's face swell up. "This is for Xiao Wu, this is for that." In the end, he defeated him with the final blow that caused the ground to collapse and shatter, "And this is for myself." Then Huang lies on the ground, dizzy and dazed, now with a swollen face, blaming himself. I was so stupid.
I should have realized long ago that you would never spare me.
But do you really think you've won? No, you never did. He pointed at them confidently and declared, I am still alive. He will avenge me. He will kill all of you.
Then Huang burst into a wild, triumphant laugh, and Thap Lang, hearing that, angrily struck him again.
Then Huang was painfully thrown into the water and sank beneath the surface, tears welling up in his heart.
Everyone, I have avenged you all.
Tanvu stepped forward, hurriedly urging him. Let's go. Jungvu is sitting on a rock telling everyone a story.
Musu Sonlam, that's how it is?
Homan clenched his fists in anger, tears streaming down his face. Homan felt deeply regretful. It turns out that our Tan family faced such a great disaster. But luckily we had the young master. At that moment, Thap Lang and Tanvu appeared together. Homan saw this and was overjoyed, loudly calling out, Young Master Thap Lang! He bowed his head respectfully and paid his respects to the two of them. Homan saluted the young master. Thap Lang happily approached to help him up and boast about his achievement. Old Ho, you have killed the king of Thanfong. You personally killed him. Tanvu also stepped forward to gently help him up. Stand up. Thank you, young master. I am deeply grateful, and I slowly stand up. Thank you. This major matter has finally been resolved, but Tanvu's face grew serious as he emphasized, No, the true mastermind behind everything has not yet appeared.
According to Lord Thanfong, this matter is closely linked to the royal family of Hao Yue Kingdom, and Vu's face turned pale as he stammered.
Hao Yue Kingdom, isn't that right? He nodded in confirmation, filled with determination. That's right. Very soon we will uncover the truth. Homan now stands up and volunteers to go with Tanvu. Young master, please let me go with you. But he shook his head and explained, I have more important matters that require your help. Mr. Hohoi is ready to take on the mission. Please, young master, give your orders. The boy glanced up at the sky with a look of regret. If my Tan family still has a bloodline surviving, then the Divine Sword Kingdom will not disappear. At this moment, Tanvu stands with his legs apart and commands, Fengba army, obey the order. Your determined face emphasizes each word. I order you to return to the Divine Sword Dynasty and rebuild the Tan family. Everyone below shouted loudly in unison after hearing the order. Homan punched his chest fiercely and declared that he would not back down even if he died. He looked up at the sky, silently determined in his heart that Father Homan and I would definitely restore the glory of the Fongbat Company from those days. Time passes quickly in front of the city gate. 2 months later, at Hao Yue City, soldiers stand guard outside while inside the wheels are gradually turning. A carriage is slowly coming to a stop inside the city, and someone is stepping down from it. Tanvu gently steps down to observe his surroundings as Deep Dong runs over with bright, eager eyes. Haonguit City is so big, with intense prosperity, you seem a bit embarrassed and awkward. Can you all calm down a bit? Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs in the sky. Tanvu saw that and suddenly looked up. A dragon suddenly descended from the clouds. Someone quickly recognized her and shouted, That's Haonguit Kwainu. A beautiful young woman, Haonguit Tuokta, appeared from atop the dragon, approaching gracefully. Hien Vien Haonguit. She walks gracefully towards them, then the dragon leaves, and Hao Yue enters with soldiers. At this moment,
Tan Yu watches thoughtfully Hao Yu, the strange woman of Hao Yue Palace.
Suddenly, someone from behind chuckled and boasted, Brother, Haonguit the strange woman is actually the second most beautiful woman in our Haonguit city. He looked a bit proud and then reminded everyone, as countless warriors longed to approach her, Old senior, I advise you to give up. Deng Engim nodded a few times, then looked down on him with disdain. Judging by his appearance, he must be from a small country, and his cultivation isn't bad, but he's still in the void-breaking realm. However, the power behind him is probably far from that. Tanvu just heard this and felt extremely surprised. Old brother, how do you know I come from the small nation? He put on a completely calm expression and, pointing elsewhere with a serious look, seemed to suggest that the one truly coming from a great nation was actually that person. Chinvu suddenly appeared, blushing, and interrupted. So you're saying that Hao Nguyen, the strange woman, is only the second boss? He leaned in close and chuckled. So who is the number one boss then? Acting serious like meeting a close friend, he suddenly starts joking around. Come here, follow me into the city. I'll tell you everything. Chinvu, hearing that, happily put his arm around him and went inside. Big matters shouldn't be delayed. Let's go, let's go. The three of them entered the small inn together, and the young waiter cheerfully greeted them with a bright smile. Master Dan has arrived again. Ngim nodded knowingly in a subtle way. Old rules, bring the good wine and delicious food. The young waiter immediately understood and hurried off to prepare. Yes, sir. Thus, they were assigned to a private room. In the private room, Chinvu, just sitting down, enthusiastically introduced himself without waiting for an introduction. I am Tudu Zhengwu from the Heavenly River Dynasty. Dan Ngim, after hearing this, looked a bit curious and repeated, the Tudo family. He understood and quickly shook his head, appearing modest. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. He understood and also praised him. Looks like I was blind. The Tianhe kingdom may not be big, but Tudidao and your people, right now Zhengwu wants to focus on the main issue. Get to the point, tell me quickly about the 4 beauties of Haoyu City. Deng Ngim also grins happily. All right, now he's starting to get to the main point. The 4 great beauties of Haoyu City, starting from the rankings. Deng Ngim begins to introduce from the bottom up, starting with the sect master of the Divine Refinement sect, known as the #1 genius in medicine of the ancient refining realm. As Chinvu hears this, his eyes light up brightly. The genius alchemist then moved on to the 3rd place, the fallen beauty of Hao Yue Lang Ding. Bat Viem Viem Tower, this Thakbat Viem Viem, is quite a strange woman. He then eagerly asked for more details. The waiter opened the door and brought in the dishes. The food has arrived, and right behind is Yuan Ruo. Deng Ngim immediately turned back and realized it. His attitude suddenly changed to friendly. Isn't this the 3rd prince? He looked around with a scowl and criticized, your family's modest fortune will be broken apart sooner or later. Yuan Yu said with an implied meaning, suggesting that even if everyone is sitting here pretending to invite a banquet, they should at least invite those with some influence backing them up. Then we don't have to do it, right? Dan Ngim turned around and asked directly about the main issue. Do you have any orders for me today, 3rd prince? Yuan Duqi simply threw a ring, then turned away and reminded them, my eldest sister has returned. I want to honor your divine mechanism of endless change and give it to my eldest sister as a gift. Yuan Duqi turned back, his sharp gaze adding a request. And also, I remember you still have a wild beast left. I want it too. Tomorrow is Yan Yan's birthday. I want to give it to her as a gift. He sighed nervously, wanting to refuse. 3rd prince, the divine mechanism can of course be done, but the king beast Deng Ngin emphasizes its temper. It's too wild and powerful. It's been kept in my house for nearly 100 years. No one can tame it. Duke turned around coldly and reminded him, you only need to prepare. Nothing else concerns you. Then he turned and left, only reminding, Deng Ngiem, I want to see them before tomorrow. When Vu heard the name, he was very surprised. He is Deng Ngiem. You are digging through your memories from your previous life. In that life, the one who burned Hao Nguit to the ground, known as the Hao Nguit Calamity, was Dan Ngim. Qin Vu then asked curiously, the one earlier was Crown Prince Hao Yue. Du Nian nodded several times and introduced. The 3rd prince of Hao Yue, with extraordinary talent in cultivation, just turned 25 this year and has already reached the 5th level of breaking through the illusion. He poured wine while estimating his age, thinking he might break through to the void-breaking stage before 30 and reach the fragmentation stage. Deng and Him spoke with a tone of admiration. Not only that, Xian Yuanye has also entered the Great Wilderness and seems to have gained some special opportunities. He recounts those magnificent feats. Last year, I only broke through to the 4th level of the Breaking Void realm and could already defeat a 7th level expert. Now even reaching the 9th level seems difficult. Hearing this, Qin Vu raised his cup in praise. With such talent, if he were in Haoyue City, he would probably be outstanding. But in front of the whole world, that's as far as he can go, right, Brother Tan? But you didn't answer, which made him a bit embarrassed. Qin Vu laughed out loud while drinking. Elder Dan, then who is the one standing first? Ngim, proudly holding his wine, standing at the top, is my younger sister. After hearing that, he spat out all his wine and, with a wet face, questioned back. Hey. What do you mean? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Ngim, not willing, points forward and demands, I know you don't believe me, so from today on, stay at my house and see for yourselves. Qinvu eagerly raises his hand in agreement. Then I have no choice but to humbly obey the order. They followed him to the Dan family grand residence. Zheng Nian opened the door excitedly and introduced everyone. This is my house, everyone. Please come in. The house looked very dilapidated and worn out. Zheng Wu was so surprised that he stammered, Elder Dan, here, he still shows his generous explanation. Datrok hasn't been renovated for a long time. It's okay, you won't laugh at us, right? He can't be disrespectful either, so he had to agree. And of course, he wouldn't. Suddenly, a loud scream came from inside the house.
Dan Ngim quickly explained nervously. It's that wild beast. Please don't be afraid. Elder Dan, could you let me see this wild beast? Dan Ngim is very excited as the guide. Why not? There is a fenced backyard behind the house, and a pair of glowing red eyes are staring out from the darkness. Jungwoo looked inside with some concern, his aura truly fierce and aggressive. His face was thoughtful as he examined the interior carefully. Indeed, mighty and violent. The two girls standing outside look confused. Tanvu turns to them carefully and warns, "The aura of this wild beast is very fierce. Your cultivation levels are not enough. The spiritual energy in your bodies will cause chaos. Leave now." Dong Inyan hit his head a few times, realizing it was because he hadn't thought it through. Then he immediately called his subordinate, "Little Chu-Tzu, suddenly appear and follow the order." "Yes." Immediately, Dang Ngim ordered carefully, "Take them outside and settle them properly, and serve them well." Chu-Tu immediately nodded in response to the order. Then a few girls left following the instructions while carefully drawing some spells above. Then a formation appeared right there. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred inside the cave. It suddenly burst out from the cave in a fierce manner. Vu, who saw it, was extremely terrified. This kid is really fierce. Dang Ngim is trying to keep him in check and explain clearly. This wild beast has been held and devoured here by my ancestors for hundreds of years. He has tried everything, but still hasn't succeeded. For the past few years, we've tried various methods to suppress its violent aura, but all have failed. Ngim is recounting the difficulties faced during the capture. Not only that, but over 5 years of accumulation, the strength of this wild beast has continued to grow, and only a master alchemist skilled in talisman sealing and confinement techniques can keep it here. Seeing you approach, Dan Him turned with surprise. "Brother Tan." It bares its teeth and roars loudly in Tanvu's face, but he steps closer with a look of deep understanding, knowing that as a wild beast being confined like this fills it with anger, helplessness, and hatred. I can understand its feeling, but its attitude remains extremely fierce. Tanvu smiled and made his request. "Elder Dan, can this wild beast be given to me?" Neon was hesitant and scratching his head, struggling to refuse. This might not be very convenient. Zhenwu put his hand behind his back and suggested a solution. "Brother Dan, if it's a matter of money, there's no need to worry, just name your price." He sighed and explained his difficulty. It's not about money, but about the item the third prince desires. "If I give it to you, I'm afraid I won't survive the consequences from the third prince's side." He then took the initiative to find a solution on behalf of Dan Nian. "Tan Elder, Dan said it's not wrong if you really want it. You can only talk to the third prince." Tanvu nodded in agreement, thinking of a way. "Well then, I'll see if I can talk to the third prince." Then the Vu family head continued to ask about the matter. "That's right, Elder Dan. I wonder about Ling Mu." Dan Ngim immediately enjoyed recalling that story, almost forgetting about this one. VM arrived and looked around. This is the place where the Dan family kept the wild beasts. King is excitedly confident. VM, you will definitely like this wild beast." Dan Ngim immediately recognized the voice and turned around to call out loudly. Tuyet Ung looked a bit surprised and asked curiously, "Ga, brother has returned. These two are good friends he just recently made acquaintances with." Dan Ngim points to Zheng Vu, who is enjoying himself, and says this is Tu Do Chin Vu. Then he points to Tan Vu, who is deep in thought, and says, "This is Tan Vu." Finally, he introduced the two girls to this side. "This is my younger sister, Dan Tuyet Ung. And this one here, I already introduced her to you. Earlier, I didn't expect we'd meet so soon. She is Thak Bat Viem. Chinvu is now praising her continuously. "Not bad, not bad. A peerless beauty. Really not bad at all." Viem then tilted her chin, showing her displeasure. "Nonsense." Hearing that, he immediately unbuttoned his shirt to show off his chest. Whether it's nonsense or not, it doesn't mean it's a compliment. Viem, do you want to stay with me tonight? I'll let her know that I'm not nonsense." Seeing that, she got very annoyed and slapped Zheng Wu, telling him to shut up. Viem pulled his collar and threatened angrily, "If you dare to speak disrespectful words to me again, I will kill you," but that actually suits his taste. "She's a strong girl, I like her." Dan Ngim, seeing the tense situation, had to step in to stop it. Come on, Brother Tudo is definitely not the kind of reckless person." "That's right, Miss Viem. I don't know if you came here today to remind Tuyet Ung at this moment. Tomorrow is Viem's birthday." She pointed to the beast and made a request, "So I want to give her our wild beast as a birthday gift." Hearing this, he turned pale. Seeing Dan Ngim's attitude, she immediately pouted. What do you mean by that? She immediately spoke up to clear the atmosphere. Brother Dan, if it's inconvenient, VM will absolutely not insist.
He sighed heavily and made a difficult decision. What's so inconvenient about it? Indeed, this wild beast has become a tasty piece of cake. Zheng Nian also straightforwardly recounted the issue. I won't hide it from you either. I just met the third prince, and he specifically mentioned this wild beast, saying he wanted to make it a gift for you. Wiem narrowed her eyes in annoyance and said straightforwardly, Dan, don't sell him to that guy. Just sell him directly to me. Name your price. At this moment, Tanvu stepped forward and bowed to her, asking, Miss Thakbat, can this wild beast be handed over to me? Wiem agreed immediately without hesitation. Of course I can. Seeing her decide so quickly, I was also stunned. Even Zhengwu and Dan and Kim don't understand. Huh? Wiem doesn't agree easily and has a condition. If you can beat me, I will hand over this wild beast to you. Tanvu also eagerly agreed and curiously asked about the method. All right. I wonder how you want to compete. She thought for a moment and then asked for your opinion. Since our goal is the wild beast anyway, why not see who can subdue it better? Tanvu nodded in agreement and accepted the challenge. Then he said, Let's do as you suggested. Tweet Ung quickly burst out laughing confidently. Brother Tan, you're definitely going to lose this match. When it comes to taming wild beasts, only a few people in the world can surpass Yan Yan, but Tanvu also skillfully responded to those words. If it can be counted on your fingers, then there is still a chance. Perhaps the only one who can defeat her is me. She still happily continues to encourage you. I really admire your confidence, but VM definitely won't lose her head. VM has mastered numerous traditional beast taming techniques. When it comes to talent, perhaps no one has been able to match her in the past 100,000 years. Ying smiled, but she wanted to continue her opinion, and she also remembered how confident she was, emphasizing that VM was raised by a wild beast. At this moment, Zheng Wu was a bit surprised to hear about the divine beast. VM also nodded in confirmation. Snow Eagle is right, I was raised by a wild beast. She was very confident and let you go first, to be fair, so Brother Tan let you go ahead. But Tanvu instead gave way to VM to grow up with the domesticated beast. It really makes me a bit curious. How will you tame this fierce creature? Go ahead and go first. She also agreed, happily stepping forward and emphasizing, if I succeed, you won't have any chance left. It growled a few times when it saw someone approaching, then opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. VM had to admit that this guy was really fierce. She spoke softly and offered assent. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It took a few deep sniffs, and its attitude completely changed. Its eyes softened strangely, and it slowly lay down quietly in the cave. VM gently stroked and comforted it for a while. I know you're being held captive like this. Your heart must be full of resentment and anger. She softly whispered to it, Absolutely. Trust me. I will save you. VM's words gradually made the beast also become happier. I was raised by a beast since I was a child, so I believe you can sense the aura on me, right? Tuyet Ung, who was outside, eagerly watched. It looks like VM has succeeded. Chin Vu, standing behind, hesitantly tries to dissuade him. Brother Tan, it seems this beast already belongs to someone else. But Tanvu confidently turns back to insist it's not true. VM turns her face away and smiles smugly. You're definitely going to lose. Then VM gently rubbed and asked for its opinion. Do you agree to follow me? A strange bright red object was taken out by her. VM held out that strange red object and emphasized, From now on, our lives will be one. It opened its mouth wide, showing its agreement. Tweet Ung is now very satisfied with the result. It seems it's over. Vu looked at the scene with great disappointment. Nothing was enjoyable. But at this moment, Tanvu suddenly smiled strangely and confidently summoned his beast. Why hasn't Nyati acted yet? As soon as it heard the command, Nyati appeared immediately. You nod a few times, feeling very confident. Thanks to you. Nyatai takes a deep breath, preparing itself, then boldly unleashes its power and charges forward. The wild beast was so startled that it fell flat on the ground, looking up with eyes that immediately flashed with fear. His face darkened, trembling all over, as if the shadow of fate had fallen upon him. Right in front of him stood Tanvu, emanating a vast aura, ready to fight and glaring at him. Dang Yim saw Tanvu and hurriedly explained this. VM, seeing him, froze in surprise before hesitantly asking, Tanvu, what have you done? Tanvu didn't answer anyone, only approaching with a murderous aura, making it tremble even more in fear as the deadly gaze locked onto it. He curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, like a dagger slicing into his opponent's heart, his voice echoing low and commanding, as if a decree from the heavens. "Will you follow me or not?" he said as he moved. Just then a wild beast appeared, grabbing its head with blazing red eyes and baring its teeth in front of it. It let out a cry and knelt down before Tanvu, showing a submissive and defeated expression in front of his overwhelming power. "It seems this wild beast now belongs to me." Tuyet-ung was surprised to see the beast from Dan Ngim subdued by Tanvu and immediately exclaimed, "VM. So you actually lost to the path of taming beasts?" Dan Ngim stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this Tanvu is not so simple." Vu laughed happily, patting Tanvu on the shoulder and praising him endlessly. "My little brother. Impressive indeed." At this moment, VM raised his hand in front of his chest to surrender, marveling at Tanvu's incredible strength. "I give up. I didn't expect the beast-taming technique I was proud of to be defeated by you. But I'm very curious, what method did you use? How did I not notice even a hint of suspicion?" Tanvu patted the beast on the suspicious spot, then turned to VM and spoke in a mysterious tone, concealing the secret. Tuyet-ung looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked curiously in a mysterious tone. VM nodded repeatedly, admitting defeat to Tanvu's talent, and said, "Brother Tanvu, I surrender." VM then invited Tanvu to attend her birthday tomorrow, and Tanvu, confident that VM had extended the invitation, had no reason to refuse. "That's perfect then. I'll be waiting for young Master Tan at the estate tomorrow." Tanhun Toizidai. Jungwoo's car is enchanted by her. He tries to follow and says, "You haven't even said goodbye to me yet." But the only thing he gets is her furious, blazing eyes and a cold, "Get lost." He isn't afraid of being shunned by her. Instead, he becomes even more infatuated with VM. "You thought that was love. Was it really that kind of love at first sight?" Tanvu feels helpless in front of Chinvu. Ning smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Tan. It's getting late today. Rest early, because tomorrow there will surely be a fierce battle to watch." Hearing this, Tanvu was surprised and asked about the fierce battle. He didn't answer, always smiling mysteriously and telling you'll find out tomorrow. The next day, in Thakbat VM's residence, before VM appeared, a loud voice was heard inside, and it was already unbearable. When Tanvu and the others arrived, they saw Kan VM holding a wine jar, trying to persuade a guy lying unconscious on the table, saying, "Why are you acting so weak? Drink quickly. Is this what you mean by a fierce battle with Tanvu and everyone?" VM, now holding the wine jar, notices Tanvu's voice and asks, "Brother Tan, why are you only arriving now?" Immediately, VM took the wine bottle and placed it in Tanvu's hand, smiling brightly as he said, "Don't hesitate to come closer, I toast you with a bottle." As soon as VM finished speaking, he immediately raised the bottle and drank in front of Tanvu. Seeing VM like that, Tanvu picked up the wine bottle and said, "All right, today I will drink with you to the end." Vienduk, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Who dares to take a sip?" Vienduk's gaze fixed on Tanvu as he gritted his teeth and said, "I will make sure you never return." VM and Tanvu, who were about to raise their wine bottles to drink, both froze upon hearing Vienduk speak. Seeing that both of them remained calm, he grabbed Tanvu's wine jar and smashed it to the ground, spilling water and shards everywhere. After smashing it, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Give me back my wild beast." Tanvu remained still, not moving, only hesitating at Vienduk's actions. VM, seeing this, was even angrier as she raised the wine jar towards Vienduk and said, "Hien Viendiek Tanvu is my honored guest. Are you trying to ruin everything?" Hearing VM stand up for Tanvu, he hurriedly said, "No, VM, this young man dares to look down on me. I originally wanted to make this wild beast a birthday gift for you, but in the end, it was taken by him." Hearing this, VM angrily pointed at Vienduk and loudly said that the wild beast was something Tanvu had the skill to take. "Hien Yuan, if there's nothing else, you can leave now and don't disturb my drinking." Yuan Diqiang held out a small black box, speaking kindly and smiling at VM. "This is a token of my appreciation. I don't know if you like it or not." VM said that, showing no interest in the gift in the box that Vienduk brought her. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hearing VM say that, he still held out the gift in front of her, slightly embarrassed by her words but still trying to persuade VM to accept it. "This is the royal beast scent that the emperor kept in the treasury for years, which is extremely important for the path of summoning beasts." Hearing Vienduk say that, she showed no interest and angrily shouted, "Go away quickly, you're such a nuisance."
Seeing VM walking ahead, Duke trailing behind like a tail, Tanvu thought to himself, that kid. At this moment, a carriage arrived, and Nguyen stepped out, the one everyone called Nguyen Thannu. When Duke heard someone calling Nguyen Saint Lady, his face turned pale, and his expression darkened as if he had seen a ghost. Nguyen just got off the carriage and approached VM, smiling brightly and saying, VM, it's been a long time since we last met. You're becoming more and more heroic. Hearing what Nguyen's sister said, VM happily hugged her and her sister, praising Nguyen's sister for being so eloquent and saying, I arrived too hastily and didn't prepare a proper gift. Please don't blame me. At this moment, VM, feeling happy about her visit, spoke to Nguyen but also didn't forget to introduce someone she had just met. Nguyen's sister, I am overjoyed that you could come. There's no need for any gifts. By the way, let me introduce you to my new friend. VM turned to gesture towards Tanvu and introduced him. This is Tanvu, Tan Kong Tu from the Thien Ha Royal Court. Seeing Tanvu, Nguyen widened her eyes in surprise. How you tremblingly greets, Hello Tan Kong Tu. Hearing that, Tanvu's face darkened as he looked at Nguyen with a cold gaze, suspecting that Nguyen had issues. At this moment, VM continued to introduce the people accompanying Tanvu. This is Tu-do Chin-vu of the Tu-do family, and this is a member of the Sacred Heart Temple. VM's introduction made Nguyen bite her lip and think intensely. The Tianha Empire, the Tans, what a coincidence. Tanvu smiled warmly and bowed before Nguyen, saying, I have heard of the saintess Nguyen for a long time. Indeed, her reputation is well-deserved, but then with a subtle tone, placing his hand on his chest, his eyes like a gaze and a sarcastic tone, he said, Let me introduce myself properly. I am Tanvu of the Tan family of the Divine Sword Kingdom and also a member of the Batfong Company. After hearing that, Nguyen's eyes widened with excitement as she listened to Tanvu's introduction. After Tanvu finished introducing himself, Nguyen hesitated and said, I really think Tanvu is also quite talented, but I have something to do today, so I must take my leave. What could be more important than VM's birthday? But all I got in response was a hateful glare and a teeth-gnashing look from VM. VM saw the visitor leave in a hurry and quickly said, Nguyen's sister, no matter how busy your work is, please take care of your health. Nguyen, who was about to leave in a hurry, turned back and said, VM little sister is the same. After saying that, Nguyen quickly got on the carriage and left. Everyone looked towards the carriage as the person hurriedly arrived and then left. At this moment, Zheng Wu glanced at Tuan Wu's face, seeing that he had no expression, and the atmosphere was quiet when Yuan Duke suddenly asked Tuan Wu, Are you from the Tuan family of the Divine Sword Kingdom or from Bat Fong Company? Without hesitation, Tanvu replied to the third prince, That's right. Before he could prepare, Vien Duke suddenly slung his arm around Tanvu's shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, So we're really like fish in water. If we don't fight, how can we get to know each other better since Bat Fong Company is quite close? Hearing what Yuan Duke said, Zheng Wu and Di Dong were startled, but Tuan Vu seemed to have anticipated what Yuan Duke would say and responded calmly, not showing any surprise, as if he knew how close Bat Fong Don really was. Vien Duke, unconcerned with everyone's strange expressions, slung his arm around Tanvu and said casually, Today is VM's birthday, let's get drunk together and tomorrow I'll show you how much I like you. VM, seeing Vien Duke like that, was speechless, and at this moment, they headed to the arena amid cheers and shouts of encouragement. Vien Duke quickly grabbed a jar and took a sip, then asked Tanvu, So you also came here to participate in that match? Tanvu immediately responded to Yuan Duke and said yes. Hearing Tanvu say that, Vien Duke's mood sank and he said, Able to compete with the strong of the 8 great kingdoms. I admire that and want to go too, but unfortunately only my eldest sister and 9th brother are qualified in the Imperial clan Hao Yue. But not long after, Vien Duke suddenly thought of something, turned to Chin Vu with a smile and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you want to participate in the competition, I happen to have some intelligence about the other kingdoms, so I might as well tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Wu suddenly chuckled happily and said to him, which was a good thing. At this moment, Yuan Duke spoke seriously, and if his words were harsh, he then sighed and continued with a hesitant tone. Based on your cultivation level, even if you know this intelligence, it probably won't help much. Diệp Dông nghe vậy, giờ Nam dầm lên mắt, tức giận nổi. Này, ngồi dụng cổ mà xem thuông bọn ta. Trình Vũ nghe vậy lại không gian dịu mà lại lấy nội nhu một lời cảm tạ mà hai tay chấp truốc ngực nổi. Cứ xem như là danh gia truốc thiên kiều chi tử của các giai vuông triệu gì. Hearing that,
Duke spoke again with a very serious tone about participation, and especially warned, "The beauties of the 8 great kingdoms are endless, but 3 people need special attention. These 3 are probably already the top 3 in this competition." The more he spoke, the more his expression darkened.
Maybe everyone knows that although my older sister's talent is considered top tier, she probably can't surpass these 3 in 100 moves.
Zhengwu listened seriously to Yuan Dui's warning and responded with a very worried tone.
"I've heard of Kuang Fi Diep before. They say she is a once-in-a-century beauty of the 4-Water Kingdom," but before finishing his sentence, Zhengwu turned around and proudly praised himself, claiming that both talent and appearance are truly peerless.
Tanvu simply turned to ask Duke, not knowing the cultivation levels of these 3 people. At this moment,
Duke described the first person. Huyen Tui Kuang Fi Diep, who is over 20 years old, has long surpassed the peak and possesses numerous 3rd-level immortal energies supported by the great immortal clan.
He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I heard that he was accepted as a disciple by a senior immortal, and he is probably the most cunning of the 3, wielding the most secretive magic tools. The second person is also the most treacherous. As for Chu Diolam, he is ruthless and will use any means to achieve his goals." Hearing this, Diepdong felt a bit apprehensive and worried, but he did not stop Yuan Duke from continuing to talk about this person. At 35, he has yet to break through to the nascent soul stage. Chu Diolam, despite lacking support from the immortal clan, possesses extraordinary talent and has created his own combined cultivation technique, making him stronger against powerful opponents. At this point, the more he thought about this person with so many hidden facets, the more sinister he became as he recounted that no one yet knew his true strength. It can be said that Chu Diolam is the most terrifying of the 3, and the last one is not much inferior to the second, but even more mysterious.
As for Tron Thiep, this person is extremely mysterious. He rose to prominence years ago, defeating all the major sects of the Heavenly Bridge with no rivals, and moreover, Tron Thiep's personality is very good. The more he thought about Tron Thiep, the more he recounted his story. Those sects he defeated not only held no resentment, but instead wholeheartedly passed down their ultimate skills. After listening to Yuan Duke, Tanvu concluded seriously that Tron Thiep's cultivation level was also at the peak of breaking through the void. In fact, in my opinion, this person is definitely not simple, and perhaps he is the ultimate trump card. If you have the chance to meet these 3 people, I will give you a type of magic weapon to help increase your chances of winning.
Tanvu picked up a bottle of wine and handed it to Yuan Duke. The 2 happily clinked their bottles and said, "Let's not go home until we're drunk." Wiem saw Tanvu and Yuan Duke laughing and talking from afar as they drank wine and couldn't help but wonder whose birthday it was. Tanvu asked Yuan Duke what the true relationship between you and Bat Fong Duan was. Hearing this, Yuan Duke said that over 20 years ago, the Hao Nuit Huang dynasty once sent an army to Thanfong City to help it suppress the nearby demon tribe. Yuan Duke imagined that the people in his mind were also part of this process, and that we always fought alongside Bat Fong Duan's troops. Hearing this, Tanvu's expression darkened, and he thought this didn't sound like what the Lord of Thanfong had said, nor had Homan ever mentioned this before. Tanvu glanced at Yuan Duke again, thinking about what Homan said. When he and Yuan Duke arrived at Thanfong City, Bat Fong Duan had probably already been destroyed. At this moment, Yuan Duke thought to himself and continued, "I was still young then, impulsive in my actions, and was surrounded by demonic beasts. He also remembered the person who helped me, and all the praise was thanks to your Bat Fong company saving me. Otherwise, I would have died there long ago." Yuan Duke praised them for saving him in difficult times, and in such a situation he could say, "Bat Fong Duan saved my life." Tanvu listened, his face growing even more grim as he wondered what exactly is going on here. But strangely, after I returned to the Hao Yue Empire, everyone seemed to avoid mentioning the past. I also sent messages many times hoping to repay this kindness, but I never received a reply. He smiled happily and said, "But meeting someone from Bat Fong Duan today might be fate." Tanvu also forced a polite smile and replied, "Perhaps this was fate." In front of Yuan Duke, he pretended to smile happily, but deep down he was full of suspicion, wondering who was really lying. "Brother, we just met and have become close. Tonight I will stay here so we can talk about old times, and tomorrow I will take you to walk around the palace and introduce you to the princess and prince. My eldest sister also came with me then, but she might be busy today. I will take you to meet her tomorrow. She has always remembered the kindness of Bat Fong Duan over the years." Hearing that, Tanvu's face darkened as he thought to himself, tomorrow he would see what Haunguit was hiding. It was now early morning in Haunguit Imperial City. "Brother Ten, how are the guards of the Haunguit royal court?" Yuan Duke smiled and continued to introduce his royal court. "That's right.
These are all Imperial gods of the Imperial court, and I won't hide it from you. They have all slain demon clans.
He didn't chat much anymore and went straight to Hao Nguyen's door. Let's go. The eldest sister is waiting for us. Vienduk and Tanvu just reached the door when they heard Hao Nguyen's loud shout, causing both of them to freeze. You can't even handle something this small.
What else do I need you to do?
Hao Nguyen snapped at her servants with an angry tone, calling them useless. Yuan Yi saw? His sister was angry and hurriedly asked Princess Huang what happened. Hearing his question, Hao Yue stopped scolding and ordered her servants to step back. Yes. The two servants stepped back and passed by. Tanvu glanced at them and hurriedly went downstairs. Hao Nguyen, seeing Tanvu accompanying Vienduk, awkwardly spoke, causing the young master to laugh. At this moment, Hao Yue conjured up 2 chairs and invited Tanvu and the young master to sit. As Tanvu prepared to sit down, he didn't hesitate to praise Hao Yue. Hao Nguyen of the royal family is indeed impressive, a first-level immortal weapon, and now turned into a piece of furniture. Hearing Tanvu praise her, Hao Nguyen responded politely in return. Master Tan, please don't take it seriously. She was just busy with some errands yesterday and hasn't had a chance to show her gratitude to Bat Fongdon yet. Hearing my sister say that, Yuan Duke smiled and said, I'll answer for him. Brother Tan isn't narrow-minded, he doesn't take it to heart. Hearing this, Hao Yue also politely said, Well then, young Master Tan, I have prepared the ceremony. Before she could finish speaking, the guard rushed in to report to the prince. Hearing that the guard had news for him, Hao Yue's face darkened as she asked, What is it? The guard said with a serious and fearful tone that an important person was about to arrive. Tran Thiep, Lord Tran, has come. Hearing that, Hao Nguyen's face and tone slightly annoyed, he said, What is he here for? Invite him in. Tanvu, upon hearing the report, thought that after hearing Xian Yuandi mention Tran Thiep, he didn't expect him to arrive. Though he hadn't seen the person enter, he already saw one foot stepping inside by Thap That. At this moment, Shiki entered with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile, accompanied by Tran Huang beside him, not just Tran Thiep. 13 bows his hand to his chest and says to Hao Yue, I, Tran Thiep of the Laknyut Kingdom, humbly greet you all. Tanvu, seeing the person next to 13 is someone he knows, waves and calls out loudly, Big brother! Hearing a familiar voice calling me, Tran Huang looked towards Tanvu and was happy to greet him. Brother Tan? He walked over to Tanvu, smiled casually, and said, I didn't expect you to be here. But before long, both of them had cold, sinister looks, both thinking about Tran Thiep. Tran Huang, seeing the two brothers meet and talk as if they knew each other. Hao Nguyen asked Brother Tran Thiep if he knew this person, who, upon hearing his name mentioned, introduced himself to Hao Nguyen during his visit to Haku Huang Tu of the Thien Ha Kingdom. Hearing that, she politely smiled and said, So, it's the Thien Ha royal family. Please sit down. 13 is now seated and has something to discuss with Hao Nguyen. Scientess Hao Nguyen, today I have come to make a request. Upon hearing that, she immediately asked what exactly Lord Tran wanted to request. Thap That continued, The ancient demon mountain that the Hao Nguyen royal family has been suppressing, has it been peaceful lately? Hearing that, Hao Yue cast a cold look at him and frowned as she looked on. Seeing her change her expression after hearing him speak, he immediately replied, I have no other intentions. I only need the heart of a certain demon race, and according to my information, this demon race is suppressed within the ancient demon mountain. But he didn't stop there and continued with a grim tone and expression. So I am willing to help the Hao Nguyen royal family resolve the chaos in the demon mountain. As for the reward, I only need a single demon beast. Tanvu saw Thap That's words and thought no wonder Hao Nguyen was so angry earlier. It turns out it was because of this. Thap That didn't stop and even made another request to Hao Nguyen to suppress the ancient demon mountain. It will cost a high price but with poor results. I have a foolproof plan. Saintess Hao Nguyen, what do you think? Hearing the request, Hao Nguyen agreed immediately to Thap That's terms with a very generous tone. All right, it's just a beast. It doesn't mean much to our Hao Nguyen royal family. If young Master Tran has a plan, then this will depend on him. Hearing Hao Yu agree to the conditions he proposed, Thap That happily said, Thank you, Saintess Hao Yue. Tran Huang then thought of something and said, That's right. At this moment, he looked at Tanvu and said, Brother Tan, could you lend us a hand? Big Brother Tran has spoken, so of course we can't refuse. Hearing the answer he wanted, Tran Huang happily laughed loudly, worried he might change his mind. Understood. Hearing that, he immediately got up from his seat and said that there is no time to delay. We should depart as soon as possible. Seeing Tran Huang ready to leave, Vien Duc hurriedly asked if he was in such a rush. Hao Nuiet ignored his words and spoke to everyone. We cannot delay. It's best to depart immediately. I will send someone to escort you to the ancient demon mountain. It's been hard work. Hearing that, both Thap That and Tran Huang politely took their leave first.
Thank you. Scientist Hao Yue. Right now, outside the main hall, Tran Huang is slapping Tanvu on the shoulder, smiling and saying, Brother Tan, we truly are destined to meet here. Hearing that, I didn't feel any joy, and asked seriously about what I was curious about regarding Brother Tran. I also had a suspicion I wanted to ask. Hearing Tanvu ask that, as Tran Huang had guessed, he immediately responded, and my suspicion was confirmed. I understand, once we get to the upper ancient monster mountain, I will explain everything to you. You two have always been inseparable. I'll take my leave now and not disturb you anymore. Seeing him turn away, Tran Huang then spoke to the Tudo family members. Advance or retreat. That's how great achievements are made.
The sky was gloomy and foggy, but a group of people could be seen on the ancient demonic mountain, with some frightened and retreating upon seeing the mountain. This is our ancient Yao mountain of the clan. My cultivation is weak. I have brought you here for the next path. I hope everyone will be careful. Tanvu saw this, his face grim and unreadable, and asked, Big Brother Tran, can you finally tell me what's really going on now?
Tran Huang smiled and explained, Tran Thep Lak of the Nyat dynasty is a wandering cultivator. His true identity is a prince of our heavenly galaxy dynasty, the 17th son, and also the youngest.
Thap That saw his brother reply like that and quickly said, Big Brother.
Hearing their exchange, Tanvu no longer had any questions and simply responded softly.
I see. Since Thap That has been in the Lak Nyet kingdom since birth, only a few people know its true identity. And over the years, thanks to its intelligence, it has gained some reputation there. Now he no longer looked at Tanvu but turned to Thap That and said, Thap That Tanvu is a brother in our family, so you can rest assured about his purpose. Upon hearing the certainty about his relationship with Tanvu, Thap That then introduced himself. Big Brother Tan. The cultivation technique I practice is called Tenyat Thon Thien Quit, which can swallow everything to enhance my cultivation. Thap That thought about the huge monster it would tell Tanvu, saying that swallowing living beings could grant the bloodline of either a beast or a demon, and with a serious face, it said that if it swallowed humans, but then it suddenly smiled mischievously and said, the biggest limitation of Tenyat Thon Thien Quiet is this, it cannot eat humans. Hearing Thap That say that, Tran Huang said, You're already so big but still not grown up. Speak properly. But hearing that, Tanvu didn't relax and looked grim, thinking about how powerful the cultivation technique really is. It seems that this is why the anonymous genius from my previous life died young. Thap That then sighed and said sadly, Recently, my cultivation has hit a bottleneck, so I need some strong demon or wild beasts to break through it. He thought about his past self and continued to tell Tanvu that he had devoured many common demon beasts before, but it was useless, so he guessed that to break the knot, he would need extremely high-grade demon or feral beasts. But unfortunately, high-level magical beasts and feral beasts are very hard to find. I was about to give up, but Ninth Brother told me that chaos had broken out in the ancient sacred mountain of the Hao Yue royal family, so we came here. Tanvu, upon hearing Thap That say that, thought for a moment and then asked him, Big Brother Tran, isn't this chaos caused by you? Hearing this, Thap That hurriedly turned back and asked Tran Huang, Eighth young master, surely not. Hearing that, Tran Huang replied vaguely, Whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter now. Tran Huang didn't bother to chat anymore, just walked and waved to those behind him, saying, Go on with the main task. Immediately afterward, the three of them prepared themselves mentally and stepped into the ancient demonic mountain. Instead of seeing the terrifying thing inside the mountain, streams of energy appeared beneath each of their feet. Tran Huang immediately saw in front of him a towering scene and said, Do you see? That is the heart of the ancient demon mountain, forged by the combined efforts of hundreds of the strongest formation masters of the Hao Yue royal family. It's just that for some reason, this magic array has developed issues, causing the seal to weaken and some of the demon clans to continuously awaken. He saw the monsters moving within the flames, but he kept listening to the continuation of his story. If enough time passes and the array collapses, all the demon clans of Ngo Yu Mountain will awaken, and then the suffering will begin. At this point, Tran Huang spoke seriously, saying that to repair this great formation, even the Hao Nuit royal family would need a large amount of manpower, resources, and time, and it would also harm the cultivation of the Hao Nuit royal members. He then smiled and, turning back after the suggestion, said, "So, it's best if we handle this ourselves." Tanvu helplessly chuckled and said, "Just admit it, you did it." Shiki smiled brightly and said, "Eighth brother is truly deep and unpredictable." In front of them is a large purple pill surrounded by the tail of a dragon. Tran Huang transforms into a golden fly, with the formation slightly damaged. "If that's all, the sealed Great Beast clan still won't awaken, so let me add a bit of fire." He threw it up and then ordered, "Go." The golden fly bares its sharp teeth and bites the soul fragment, shattering it into pieces that scatter across the sky. Suddenly a strong gust of wind blows, forcing Thapthat to brace himself to stay upright as the great demon rises from the cracked earth. Thapthat sneered contemptuously. "The great demon has broken through the peak of the illusion. I've been looking for you for a long time." He ignited a purple flame and turned around. "The other demon clans are bothering Ninth Brother and Brother Tan to help me suppress them." Thapthat transforms into two axes in each hand, gripping the weapons eagerly as he raises them. "I will go and return." Tanvu was startled and puzzled. Fourth level immortal energy. One hand of Thapthat holds a hammer emitting golden flames, the other a purple flame. He leaps into the air, shouting loudly, "Why wander the world if you don't have a weapon in hand?" "I came up here." 13 slashed a chain mark into the body of the great demon. Tanvu calmly transformed into the divine spear, the war god spear, unleashing a tornado of power called the Nine Flames Divine Thunder Spear. Seeing this, Tran Huang couldn't help but rejoice and praise. "Brother Tan, your cultivation is much stronger now. Just one move was enough to deal with the demon race." He glanced over at the other demon, probably finished too. Thapthat slammed the golden hammer down, but the demon's body didn't budge at all. You grit your teeth and mutter, "My body is too tough." Thapthat decides to slam the two hammers together to try this move. The two hammers strike together to form a giant hammer, the sun and moon thunder technique. His eyes glow red, causing the great beast to retreat. The great beast roared and tried to turn and run, but Thapthat's eyes shone with golden light as he smirked confidently. It's too late to escape now. He strikes down a blazing golden beam with a swirl of purple energy surrounding it. The whirlwind forces Tanvu to step back, acknowledging that this technique is terrifying, at least a top-grade Voki Thien level. "Brother Tan, does this technique have any flaws?" Tanvu then continued, "If I'm not mistaken, this technique must be used in conjunction with another, and each use will cause some injuries to oneself. Though the recovery time is short, repeated use can leave symptoms." He smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, I can see through this technique and, of course, I have ways to improve it." "Then I'll rely on Brother Tan." A heart surrounded by purple energy falls to the ground. 13 uses his hand to control the purple power and smirks. "I will definitely break through with this beloved heart." As soon as he places his hand on the heart, a lightning bolt strikes from the sky, causing 13 to cry out in pain. Seeing that, Tanvu Tran opened his eyes in shock and shouted, "What?" He anxiously stepped forward to watch the dragon's tail strike the heart forcefully, shouting in confusion. "How is that possible? I only damaged a small part, so why is the entire formation broken?" Long Kui swooped down from the sky, threateningly warning, "You all must die. We're being plotted against." "You mean?" "I'll explain. In the 8 Great Dynasties tournament, the one who benefits the most is Tran Thep, if Tran Thep dies here." Hearing that, Tran Huang was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my god, the Haongwiat royal family is truly sinister." Long Kui, with eyes full of hatred and sharp fangs bared, fiercely charged towards Tanvu. He clenched his teeth, a worried sweat rolling down his face. Such pressure was not only from the void-breaking realm, it seemed to be from the demonic convergence realm, even exuding a sense of oppression that matched the blood rain of Min he had encountered before. Tanvu quickly turned to give an order. "Draw your sword!" Another group of monsters appeared to surround them, with Black Shadow and its allies blocking the way, all with glowing, blood-red eyes and wicked grins revealing sharp fangs. Tanvu gritted his teeth and confirmed that it was probably too late. Thapthat firmly held the spear in his hand and shouted, "Death to the damned demon race!" Tran's face darkened as he looked up with wide eyes, a huge foot stomping down from somewhere, causing the ground to shatter. Tran Huang shouted helplessly. Just as he was about to run up, a beast stood in his way, blocking the path. Tanvu reached out to pull Tran Huang back carefully. Right in the middle of the wet ground, an explosion erupted, with Ajin Ningjin causing a shockwave that sent them flying along a long streak. The great beast paused in confusion at the sight, while Tanvu and Tran Huang Uox looked up at the faint purple lights shining through the thick clouds. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. If you are still a pawn, you'd better leave quickly and don't let us drag you into this. The dark figure sneered with a threatening smile. Today, all of you must be buried here. Don't mess it up. It firmly grasped the large spear in its hand, ready to charge at the two of them to attack. Tanvu also transformed into the nine-tailed divine thunder spear. As Hakan slammed his hammer down, he immediately used all his strength to raise the divine spear to block the attack, and Tanvu's gaze flickered slightly as he looked up. Black Shadow grinned and said, "Humans are so small but so strong," then ordered his allies behind him to stand down. He let out a disdainful breath and said, "I want to see how far this human can go." Tanvu's face was tense and serious. Long thought that the power of this great demon wasn't very strong, and since he hadn't transformed yet, he was only slightly weaker. Long Kui looked down from above, suddenly realizing there were still 4 other great demons, and the one highest in the sky was the biggest trouble. The Black Shadow ruthlessly swings the axe in a fierce strike. Dead! Tanvu immediately managed to block the attack, leaving it stunned. What? The Black Shadow was pushed back several meters by your strike. Flames erupted around it. Teeth gritted so hard, veins bulged on its head, and its eyes shone with a fierce red glow. Then, with a human, he flexed his muscles, pulled out his axe, and charged forward. This axe. Let's see how you handle it. Tanvu gritted his teeth and glared at Long Tem, thinking, "This is a deadly move. It seems I have to go all out." The Black Shadow's bloodshot eye widened as if seeing something very strange. It froze when it saw Tanvu erupt with greater power. He froze in place and shouted, "What?" At the same time, 2 other beasts appeared. Long Kui appears and shouts, "Master 4, Heavenly General." The dragon beast suddenly emerges from the gate, appearing right behind Tanvu. Seeing that, he stepped back, and as it emerged, a strong gust of wind blew up. Tanvu looked around with wide eyes, thinking to himself, 4 heavenly demonic beasts. Although he shows no sign of power, there is an overwhelming aura that surpasses even the great demons here. Even the initial blood beast is not as formidable as a fraction of it. The mighty beast dragon stomps its foot on the ground, its massive muscular body passing by Tran Huang, and that power makes him involuntarily startle. The dragon beast reaches out to touch Tanvu and places its hand on his shoulder, causing him to look up in surprise. It smiles broadly and speaks. "Tanvu, I've finally found you." Hearing that, Tran Huang was startled and turned around in shock. What? The Black Shadow and its allied monsters suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear, while Long Kui happily and excitedly soared through the sky. Yutuang Jianyun, the dragon beast nodded and smiled, saying, "Follow me." Tanvu, still confused, stood there for a long time, his mind in turmoil. The 4 heavenly demon generals realize who he is, and judging by his appearance, he seems to want to befriend them. What on earth is going on? His eyes lit up at the thought of Huyen Yi, wondering, could it be because of her? Tanvu, standing behind the dragon beast, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go with you," you turn to point at Tran Huang and suggest, "but you must take this person along," and he immediately agrees. "All right, Long Kui, stay with them and call to stop." 4 heavenly generals, wait a moment. The dragon beast was startled and turned around, shouting loudly, "This human killed the one I love most. I can't let him go like that." Hearing this, the dragon beast struck fiercely, tearing the sky apart, and a crimson blood-red gate opened. Long Kui roared in pain as the Dark Shadow and its allies gasped in shock, its head severed from its neck. Tanvu stared in surprise at Ngi, who was stronger than he thought. You and Tran Huang follow the beast to the cliff. It reaches out and opens a mysterious gate, then turns back to say the queen is waiting for you. The beast looks at Tran Huang and asks, "And you?" "Wait here." Although he didn't say anything, Tanvu's glance at him seemed to say a lot. As soon as they stepped through the gate, a powerful energy radiated out, causing Tran Huang to flinch back. He was filled with questions in his heart. Queen of the demon race. Could Brother Tan be of the demon race? From inside the gate, the beast's foot steps out, followed by Tanvu, who slowly moves forward. As they enter the house, a beautiful woman stands neatly on either side. The bull beast growled fiercely a few times, while the duck beast standing opposite bowed its head silently. The queen sat majestically on her throne as the dragon beast knelt respectfully to deliver the message. "Your Majesty, the queen has brought Tanvu here." "Tanvu, come here." The queen tilted her head and looked at Tanvu for a long time before commenting, "Indeed, a handsome human. No wonder." She placed her hand on the throne seat beside her to indicate, "Sit here." As soon as he sat on the throne and closed his eyes without saying a word, a layer of bones suddenly appeared. The queen placed her hand on Tanvu's chest, showing affection. You really make it hard for me to find you. Let me introduce myself a bit. I am the queen of this demon race. My true form is a black-blooded phoenix. Tanvu smirked and continued. I am honored that the demon queen would seek out a human like me. She immediately waved her hand and ordered the servants to bring the items here. The servants quickly obeyed and carried the boxes over. You open your eyes wide as you see the vessels filled with countless sparkling items, and the gentle voice of the queen recounts.
All of these gifts were carefully selected by me personally. Do the countless 9 great elixirs, demon cores of great demons, and many magic tools from the demon race satisfy you? Hearing that, Tanvu couldn't help but suspect and asked curiously what exactly she wanted him to do after all the effort she took to find him and giving him such generous gifts. The queen slightly lowered her head and slowly explained, What I want you to help with is actually very simple. Something others might never accomplish in their lifetime. Suddenly, her voice faltered for a moment before she confirmed, But you are not like them. As she spoke, the queen remembered Zhao Huanni, realizing you not only have ties to the Zhao immortal clan, but also have Lin Ha in your thoughts and are on good terms with the Black Dragon King's daughter. So she leaned close to Tanvu's face and softly asked, I want you to deliver a message to the Black Dragon King. You are an elf queen, wanting to say a few words to the Black Dragon King. You could have approached him directly, so why ask me for help? Her eyes darkened as she stared and said sharply, Do you not know?
What do you mean? The queen replied. The core of the great wilderness, neither the demon race nor the fairy race can step into it. Seeing this, she wondered why would he be so valued by Zhao Huanni and still not know? The young man chuckled faintly with an implication, then asked the queen clearly, Tell me plainly. The queen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, suspicion rising in her heart. Does he really not know, or is he just lying to me? But what purpose would there be in deceiving me about something like this? For a moment, her facial muscles relaxed, and she softly admitted, So I will tell you why the celestial and demon races can never set foot in the core of the great kingdom. After a moment, the queen gently strokes her hair and asks, Do you understand now? Tanvu remained silent, causing her to stare in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes widened brightly, and he shouted loudly,
So that's how it is, so that's how it is.
Tanvu rung dậy, tuyển bộ. Ta sẽ đáp ứng yêu cầu của nguội. Nguội muốn truyền dắt thế nào? Nữ vương nhanh chóng liếc mắt nhìn quanh, trước mặt có là nhiều ngọn lửa tím lô lưng dụi mắt giật. The queen did not forget to instruct Hak Long Vuong that I am willing to unite with the wild clan against the celestial clan. Suddenly, Tanvu realized and asked, Do you mean to join the wild clan? Aren't you afraid I will tell Trio Huyen Ni about this? She replied softly, You wouldn't if you really told Zhao Ni that. The queen's eyes flicked with a hint of meaning. Just consider it my wrong judgment. Hearing that, Tanvu laughed out loud. This is interesting, truly very interesting. Queen, I will help you pass on the message. She continued, I know you will participate in the competition held by humans. I can help you eliminate all your opponents. He hurriedly turned and walked away. No need for that. I don't care about those guys. A golden ring shines amidst the fiery red smoke, swirling with 3 mysterious glowing orbs. Tanyu stood silently, eyes closed, quietly channeling the power from the ring. He slowly stepped into the swirling blue light gate, emanating a strong, mysterious energy. The queen gasped for breath, kneeling and shouting, Old ancestor, I have completed your request. A purple magic portal spins in the air before her. The mysterious dragon-shaped silk unraveling reveals itself, and a voice of praise echoes from within the swirling circle. Well done. The glowing scroll radiated dazzling purple energy, sparks swirling fiercely in the air. The queen watched as the gate grew larger and larger, her brows furrowing with visible wrinkles on her forehead. A bead of sweat of worry secretly trickling down. The scene shifts, and Tanvu steps out from the blue gate. Tran Huang, seeing this, suddenly pauses and hurriedly approaches, calling out, Brother Tan! Your steady voice echoes as you urge us on. Big brother, let's go. Tanvu, consider this as my gift for you. It gently lowered Thap That to the ground. Tran Huang quickly ran over, briefly happy as he helped Thap That up and called out loudly. Thap That just pointed at Tanvu, emphasizing that he was a personal gift of his. Then it gradually stepped back through the magic gate before leaving, saying, See you again next time. Tanvu quickly turned around and headed back, his footsteps carrying an inexplicable tone as he intended to ask, Brother Tan, who exactly are you? Seeing your attitude, He lowered his eyes and continued with a faint smile.
I won't ask anymore. I won't ask anymore.
Ask. Tanvu gently bowed his head and softly reminded him, Big Brother Tron, you only need to know that no matter what, I will remain loyal and protect the human race. That is enough. Tran Huang struggled to stand up, supporting Thap That to continue. I believe in you. Suddenly, his face darkened with anger, and he shouted fiercely, I won't let the Hao Nuiet royal family go.
Tanvu solemnly suggested, Of course, but Big Brother Tron, why not wait until the competition is over and settle everything together with them?
You place your hand under your chin, lost in thought for a long time. Scientist Hao Yui is deep and inscrutable. It's hard to extract any information from her these days. Tran Huang said, Vi Elder knows already, since it's like this. Vi Elder can endure. The scene shifts to the Imperial Hall of the Hao Nuiet royal family, where Hao Nuiet sits majestically on the throne as Tanvu and Tran Huang slowly enter to pay their respects. She smiled, and Xian Tu softly said, Thank you both for helping me resolve the chaos at Ancient Demon Mountain this time. Tran Huang replied with a gentle smile. I should be thanking Scientist Hao Nguyen. Hao Yu said as someone from behind brought over a box. I prepared a small gift for you both. Showing a bit of thoughtfulness, Tran Huang's eyes sharpened, and he smirked. Then I won't be polite anymore. She sat quietly on the chair watching Tanvu and Tran Huang leave. Hao Nguyen smirked slyly, her entire body emanating a murderous aura. Next to her, a mysterious black cloak suddenly appeared. He announced, The Holy Maiden, Tran Thiep, is seriously injured and can no longer participate in the competition. Your plan was very successful. How? Nguyen's face turned serious as she warned in a stern voice, Don't be careless. We still need to monitor more closely. That cloak immediately obeyed. The scene shifts to the next day. Tanvu stands amidst the raging waterfall, the divine spear planted right before him. Jiu Tu Kim De, Tanvu's eyes shining with gold, emanates a red aura, shouting loudly, Great wilderness collapse! He gently waved his hand, and the starry night-colored cloth surrounded by power appeared, gradually wrapping around him under Tanvu's command. The shimmering roll of fabric erupts in a blaze of golden light, tearing through the sky and illuminating the space as Tanvu radiates a powerful energy, his body shining amidst surrounding sparks of gold. His teeth clenched in pain, eyes wide with determination, sweat streaming down as he broke through the peak. Just as Tanvu bent forward, the cloth surged upward, releasing countless streams of energy everywhere.
Different layers of energy create various spiritual beasts, which are gradually absorbed into Tanvu's body.
He gently raises his finger, trying to whisper an order. Come out, Thao Tiet. As soon as the activation button was pressed, Thao Tiet's energy appeared. That spirit beast bares its sharp teeth and growls in Tanvu's face. Suddenly, he recoils in fear, sweating with worry. Suddenly, the soul of Thao Tiet gradually cracked and disappeared. Tanvu lowered his head and slammed his hand down on the ground, unleashing destructive energy to shatter its soul. He stood up with a blank face and muttered, I failed. It seems that to break through the peak of the void, I just need a little more time, and eventually I will succeed. Tanvu looked at the blue cloth scroll, secretly saying to himself, Thao Tiet, trust me, I won't keep you waiting too long. From afar, Diep Dong called out to Tanvu repeatedly, The competition date has been set. Feeling helpless, he turned back to remind him, But if you're going to do it, just do it. Can you keep a low profile? What are you talking about? Do you think you're some old man? Immediately after, Deep Dong's face relaxed into a smile as he revealed, No more jokes, the competition starts in 20 days, and in 20 days there will be a grand banquet. All the martial artists participating in the competition will gather in one place. Tanvu, do you want to go? Tanvu closed his eyes and lowered his face in disappointment, refusing. I'm not interested in these things.
If you want to join the lively event, just go ahead, just be careful and stay safe. Diet Dong said irritably, not bothering, I'm leaving now.
She immediately turned and left, leaving him standing alone. Tanvu closed his eyes, his face darkening as he seriously worried, thinking that the day was getting closer and closer. The scene shifts to 20 days later. Hao Nguyen City appears under the blazing, bright sun, with a clear blue sky. People are bustling to participate, and the lively scene is full of activity. Deep Dong pulls Tanvu's hand and hurriedly runs ahead, excitedly urging him on. It seems the Wu family has gathered everyone for the competition. It's so lively. Zhao looked around with a bright, radiant smile and said, That's right. Soon we'll be competing with geniuses from all over. How can that not excite people?
Diep Dong chuckled in agreement immediately.
Exactly right. Tanvu looked around, puzzled. Where is Brother Tudo? She frowns and replies, she's probably off teasing the young girl again. Don't mind him, Deep Dong points ahead and asks, Tanvu, look at that, what is it? She tries to squeeze into the crowd, making way a little. Jiet Hao happily introduces his stall. These items I obtained after passing the 9 deaths. If you like anything, we can negotiate the price. Tanvu glared and silently assessed, finding nothing useful. Jie Hao started the conversation. Is this brother interested in these items? Come here, I have something even better. He pulls out a large purple gem. What do you think of this? Tanvu hesitated slightly and drew back, asking curiously. This is a surprise. Someone suddenly jumps up and claims, I want this item. Suddenly, Phi Diep appears with sharp eyes, her beauty dazzling, holding a sword tightly, and someone exclaims, she is Kuang Phi Diep. Someone stomped their foot sarcastically and said, Miss Kuang, your words are quite bold. Do you really think this is the Four Seas kingdom of yours? Do whatever you want. The person standing beside her was surprised and exclaimed, Chu Diep Lam is Chu Diu Lam. Diu Lam and Phi Diep faced each other, with the onlookers eagerly watching, as 2 top-tier geniuses gathered. Something exciting was about to happen. She taunted, this place is not the Four Seas kingdom, but it's also not the great Chu dynasty. Chu Diu Lam, this is the item I have chosen. His face darkened and he said irritably, well then, let's see if you have the ability. The 2 of them, with different sources of power, faced each other as if ready to tear each other apart. Tanvu stepped closer, his brows furrowed, secretly wondering if this was the destructive power of a 3rd-rank spirit weapon. You step forward and snatch the jade orb from Jie Hao's hand, asserting that whoever goes first gets it. And this belongs to me. Phi Deep is surprised and asks, do you want it? Shulam Han looked stunned and shouted loudly, do you not know who we are? But it seemed Tanvu paid no attention to them and simply said to Kiet Hao, make your offer. This brother here, I am Kuang Phi Deep. Surely you have heard my name before. Chu Dio Lam also steps forward, saying, I am Chu Dio Lam. I have my eye on this item. Could you please give it to me? Still, Tanvu remained cold and indifferent, wondering if he could get a price. Kiet Hao, caught in the middle and confused, suggested, how about the 3 of you negotiate first? Everyone around watched and whispered anxiously, who is that young man? Daring to compete with those 2 fierce guys, but I'm not so sure about him. This person has an extraordinary aura, probably some remarkable figure or a martial artist from a minor kingdom, though I haven't heard of them before. Tanvu casually stuffs the gem into his shirt pocket. Whoever arrives first gets it. Isn't that just common sense? If I arrived first, there's no need to negotiate with these 2. Phi Deep angrily shouted, are you deliberately provoking me, little brat? Her gaze darkened as she stared fiercely and said coldly, I understand now. Phi Deep smirked and said, do you want to use my reputation as Kuang Phi Deep to become famous? Kid, if that's your plan, let me tell you, you've chosen the wrong person. Diu Lum shouted loudly and sternly, if you want to succeed in martial arts, you need strength. If you try to do it this way, I will only look down on you more. I say one last time, this belongs to me. Get out now. Tanvu sneered disdainfully. You're the only one, and you think you can tell me to get lost. Phi Diep angrily stomped her foot. Everyone get out of the way. Then Zhao nervously turned and asked, are you sure? Tanvu replied calmly, of course. Deep Dong kept cheering. Come on, Tanvu, make her cry. Hearing that, Phi Deep shivered and shouted, do you want to make me cry? Tanvu's calm voice responded, I will do my best. She decided to put down her weapon and said, I won't use divine energy to fight you, so you can't accuse me of bullying you. You better use it quickly or you'll end up crying even more. A row of swords arranged in a line, powered by energy reaching up to the sky. Phi Diep flies straight at those swords from afar, aiming directly at Tanvu. If you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. The boy outside said, the power is incredible. Is this the might of a celestial weapon? Deep Lam observed this and thought to himself, Kuang Phi Diep's cultivation level has improved again. Tanvu only needs to raise a finger to split the swords in half. You standing there still can block those blades. Tanvu then shows his disdain. Is that all? As soon as Phi Deep ran over, he immediately leapt into the air. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, causing a long crack to form in the earth. Phi Diep solemnly brandished her sword, unleashing a new move, an earth-grade martial technique. As she finished speaking, bright orange flowers burst forth fiercely from the bloodflower sword. Onlookers couldn't help but scream in shock. This is Kuang Phi Diep's famous ultimate move, the Snow Lotus Sword, and it seems she has decided to end the fight with a fatal blow. Ignoring the crowd's gossip, Diaolam quietly stepped back able to withstand one of Quang Fi Diep's moves. This young man isn't bad, it's just a pity he's about to fall. His face turned pale, his expression darkening, teeth clenched as he silently wondered, who exactly is this young man? He also came to participate in the competition, huh? And to think he could be so enchanting. No, I need to report to my master immediately. The sword points its energy straight at Tanvu. You only standing still is enough to make those petals fall. Phi Diep used a split-stance technique to run around Tanvu at high speed, then stomped hard on the ground before delivering a sharp slap to her face. Phi Diep couldn't react in time and collapsed to the ground, clutching her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Tanvu approaches and asks coldly, "So you ended up crying from the beating?" She sat there in a daze, disbelief in her eyes, muttering to herself, I lost so simply and thoroughly. How could it be like this? I am a genius. A genius. He glances quietly behind, thinking to himself, no wonder I never heard of this person before in my previous life as a martial artist, unable to handle even minor failures like this, destined not to go far. Someone from the crowd ran out shouting, Quang Fi Diep has been beaten into a fool. What is the background of this young man? Another person added, he defeated Quang Fi Diep in an instant. It seems that in this competition, this person will definitely be at the top of the list. Diep Dong thumbs up and praises Tanvu enthusiastically. Tanvu did well. It's important for these people to realize that there are always more talented people, and the universe is bigger than they think. He ran over to Ji Hao and asked, can we now get an estimate? He forced a smile, his face pale for some reason, stammering, it's a gift for you. Tanvu threw back a golden pill. The value of this pill is neither high nor low. Kiet Hao watched as Deep Dong, Then Zhao, and Tanvu walked away. The small girl's mouth, hit 9 times, loudly called out, Master, Master, Hin Tuit is with Hakan, and her voice echoed, indicating that this competition is quite full of hidden talents. Hakan firmly stated that the world is vast, and the greatest taboo is to sit at the bottom of a well and gaze at the moon. Quang Fi Diep considers herself a genius, but she just hasn't seen the outside world yet. In my opinion, she's just another frog sitting at the bottom of the well. His brows furrowed, revealing wrinkles on his forehead as he stared ahead with a steady voice. As for that young man, I find him a bit hard to read. Girl, maybe he will be a very good whetstone. His snow-like eyes lit up, then he continued, do you have the sword sharpened? I hope he can bring you some happiness. After finishing, the two of them stepped forward together. Let's go. Tanvu, Tenjiao, and Deep Dong were walking together when suddenly a hand reached out from behind and a voice called out, Brother, please stop! Tanvu turned around confused. Brother, I finally caught up with you. I am Feng Thuong Lang, a wandering cultivator. He wondered, does Brother Fong know me? He immediately clarified, we've never met before. Brother, are you Dung Thuong? I also wield a spear. Actually, I had been to Hao Yue City long ago and had clashed with many martial artists, but they all disappointed me. Thuong Lang recalled at that moment, remembering the appearance of the man bowing his head and trembling. Their love is like flowers in a glass case, beautiful to look at but useless. No one has ever sparked my interest or desire to fight. Suddenly his eyes widened and looked serious, but you are not like that. Thuong Lang pointed at Tanvu and shouted loudly, I saw the will to fight in your body, and Thuong Yi hidden deep within your eyes just now. You will definitely be a very strong opponent. He made a proposal. So please clash with me. Tanvu was left speechless and helpless as he asked back. So you just want to fight me? You straightforwardly refuse and turn to leave. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wait! The wind blows as if piercing Thuong Lang's disappointed mood, leaving him standing there in despair. He really is someone hard to approach. As soon as Thuong Lang called out, Hak Lang! Hak Lang then appeared from behind. He bowed his head politely and asked, Young master, is there any instruction? He gently turned his head and ordered, Go investigate. Who is this person? Hak Lang looked up worriedly and advised, Please, young master, can you stay calm for a moment? You have to find someone to spar with. Your cultivation level. You have no idea at all who could possibly fight back against him. Thuong Lang angrily shouted that confrontation is about attitude, about faith. What does high cultivation mean? I don't use my cultivation to suppress others. He sighed quickly and obeyed. Yes, you are right. I will go right away. Suddenly he raised his hand to stop him. Wait, prepare a gift for me. After investigating this person's news, deliver it to him on my behalf. Shang Lang smiled and ordered, Give him a level 4 celestial weapon, and move the scene to the back of Hao Yu City to a quiet courtyard under the blazing sun, where the bustling crowd begins to chatter excitedly.
The young man hurried inside, shouting loudly to get attention. "Everyone, the top news has arrived." He was panting as he revealed that just now, Kwang Fi Diep was beaten so badly she was crying.
Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their ears. How could that be? Someone widened their eyes and shouted to stop, saying, "You can eat your rice freely, but you can't speak carelessly. Who is Kwang Fi Diep?" One of the 4 great geniuses, and also the one most likely to top the rankings in this competition. Did she also get beaten until she cried? That guy immediately explained himself. "That's right. I think you're probably pretty foolish." Someone even claimed that if Kwang Fi Diep was beaten to tears, I would accept him as my father. While everyone else was engrossed in lively discussion, only Tanvu and his group sat quietly in a corner. Then Zhao and Deep Dong giggled. Then he turned to say, "The news spread so quickly, huh? Do you really have to get involved in this gossip? It might lead to a lot of trouble." Suddenly, footsteps approached right in front of Tanvu. Kwang Lei confidently asked her question. "You must be Tanvu." I will calmly continue. "What is the matter, Miss?" The young lady Kwang Lei gently smiled and said, "Hello, young Master Tan." Deep Dong was startled and shouted in panic, "Kwang Lei, you don't have any relation to Kwang Fi Diep, do you?" Kwang Lei placed her hand on her chest and calmly replied, "Kwang Fi Diep is my senior sister." Deep Dong quickly pulled Then Zhao away to another place. "Tanvu, Then Zhao and I are just wandering around." "Are you here to take revenge for your senior sister?" Kwang Lei slowly bowed, placing her sword on the table, her voice steady and calm. "According to reason, it was my senior sister who was wrong first, but no matter what, she is still my senior sister. If you provoke her, you are provoking our Huyan Tui sect." So, Kwang Lei gently revealed that my senior sister has been proud and unaware that there are always people more talented than her since she was young. Today I was humiliated by you, but it was also my sister who brought it upon herself. Perhaps for her, this is a good thing, so I thank young Master Tan first. As she raised her sword and unleashed a powerful burst of energy, Kwang Lei's face turned serious, her words hinting at a challenge, but then she continued, "I, the young lady, cannot help but defend my senior sister's honor. I can only defeat you here in front of everyone to wash away the shame that Huyan Tui sect has endured." Tanvu was startled, standing up as the table she shattered into pieces. Kwang Lei provocatively asks, "Tanvu, young Master Tan, do you dare accept my challenge?" Someone outside, seeing this, exclaims in surprise, "Who would have thought that Tanvu not only defeated Kwang Fi Diep until she cried, but also dared to walk around as if no one was there? Truly a real man." Tanvu calmly gathered his strength and said sternly, "I only have one request. Don't cry." Kwang Lei angrily retorted, "Tan should worry about himself. Your swordsmanship is indeed stronger than Kwang Fi Diep's, but to deal with me, I'm afraid it still won't be enough." He then creates a shield to protect himself from her attacks. Tanvu's whole body ignited with a blazing fire of power, his eyes shining with murderous intent. He suddenly surged up, showing disdain, and said, "Your swordsmanship and cultivation are indeed stronger than Kwang Fi Diep's, but I'm afraid it's still not enough to deal with me." Tanvu jumped up, swinging both hands strongly to create a wave of power. Seeing this, Kwang Lei quickly retreated a long distance and immediately launched a new attack in response. "Watch this sword move carefully." Kwang Lei's entire body erupts with a powerful force as if to tear everything apart. Her sharp eyes glare fiercely, revealing her determination. "No Loinyat Kim, today is the grand banquet. Please stop fighting." She unleashes a long sword strike straight ahead. That burst of power clashed with Tanvu's protective barrier, releasing a surge of energy around them, and suddenly, someone's 2 fingers pinched the sword tightly. Kwang Lei was stunned, frozen, eyes wide with surprise. Tanvu still stood calmly watching as Emperor Tianhe spoke to stop the fight, saying, "Today is the grand banquet. I hope you will cease." Outsiders couldn't help but be surprised. When he heard that he often stayed close to the human emperor and rarely appeared or acted easily, he was surprised by his strength. Hearing that, Kwang Lei had no choice but to sheath her sword and agree. "The guest is the master of the house, so then follow the words of the grand preceptor. I suggest Tanvu, we will meet again on the day of the competition." Tanvu didn't hesitate to accept immediately. "I have nothing to lose. Anyway, I want to be number 1. You can go all the way to the end, just say so." Master Thian Ha turned to advise him. "You have decent talent, but on the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo is arrogance." He glared and shouted loudly to warn, unaware that the world outside is vast and there are always people more talented than you. Tanvu smirked and turned away. "If you truly believe that, you probably wouldn't be so casual in teaching others, so look carefully at your own position." Someone outside watching this scene praised him, saying he's impressive for a young kid. Even the Emperor doesn't look down on him. He turned his back and walked away, emanating a powerful aura, heavenly see. Emperor watched his back intently, thinking that there seemed to be some secret on this person, but he couldn't see through him. Suddenly, his eyes widened and looked seriously, but winning the top spot in the competition was definitely impossible. Under the clear sky of Haoyue City, gentle breezes blew, and a voice announced, "The Great Yen has begun. I heard that today the city's chefs will showcase their skills, and I just couldn't hold back anymore." Tanvu calmly stepped in, and Deep Dong ran over to ask, "Tanvu, have you finished your business?"
You say the Emperor's master can't fight when he appears? Besides, with all these mundane foods gathered together, what's worth eating here?
Each bird with vibrant, colorful feathers spreads its wings and soars high in the sky. A voice echoes, "The estate is too crowded," and the Emperor Master has specially set up a banquet at the City Lord's mansion, leaving the guests amazed as they look up. The flock of birds soars into the sky, accompanied by joyful calls inviting martial artists with colorful feathers to join the feast and enjoy the wild beast meat, as some people cheer and praise excitedly. It's impressive. Wild beasts with many legendary wonders are also served at the feast. With wild beast meat, who would still eat this? Despite the delicious dishes on the table, they crazily rush to chase after the birds. Wild beast meat, I am here. Tanvu sat quietly, smirking with contempt. Realizing so it was, he had wondered how the martial artists from the 8 nations would finally compete. So the first test has already begun. Diepdong also leapt up, and in the blink of an eye caught a flying bird. "Watch me!" She descends arrogantly. This test is too easy. As soon as Diepdong raised his hand, everything turned to nothingness. She stepped back, muttering, "It's gone." What just happened?
Tanvu stepped forward to explain. These birds are formed from spiritual energy, and will disappear if they come into contact with other spiritual energies. Tenjiao placed his hand on his chin, pondering, and suddenly added, "I remember now. This is the national sacred artifact of the Haoyue dynasty, the 100 Birds Phoenix chart," she said while imagining a scene where just a roll of cloth could produce a flock of flying birds, capable of transforming into thousands or even tens of thousands of birds. Very mystical, and she didn't expect it to be used as a prop for the competition. The people who just caught the birds were all panic-stricken and shouting loudly. "What is going on? Where are my colored feathers? Did you steal it or not? Are your eyes growing out of your backside? You can't see my colored feathers have disappeared too?"
Daidong sighed helplessly, feeling resigned.
"I can't use my spiritual power, so how am I supposed to catch this?"
It's not even as good as the food from the chef at the villa. Suddenly, a flying creature approaches where Tanvu is standing.
You jump up and catch the bird, but surprisingly, Tanvu manages to grab it with his own hands.
Tanvu closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Being a martial artist and losing confidence means you'll inevitably be eliminated." All those returning to the villa probably lost their qualification to compete. The sunlight reflecting in Tanvu's cold eyes makes his aura even more imposing, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the iron bird soars into the sky. "Go!" Deep Dong, standing behind, looked puzzled and asked why the bird he caught hadn't disappeared. "It's simple because I don't use spiritual power," Tanvu said with a proud smile, then subtly rotated his wrist, unleashing powerful, beautifully swirling strikes and kicks. He landed, clutching several feathers of the flying bird in his hand. She was stunned, took a deep breath, and whispered in amazement, "This monster can walk through the void using only its physical strength." Meanwhile, elsewhere, atop a distant city wall, a flock of flying creatures circles in the sky, their calls echoing in all directions. Venom. Venom leaned back against the railing, looking relaxed with lazy eyes that still held a hint of mischief. Inside, Shanglang sat at the table, his gaze filled with thoughts as a drop of bright red blood fell into the clear water, spreading out into delicate ripples like silk. The dark crimson spiritual energy emanating from the bowl of water swirled like a smoky blood mist, forming mesmerizing spirals. The scent of blood suddenly made it halt, then all of them tilted their wings and swooped down. As expected, even a spiritual being cannot resist the allure of my blood. At the same time, sunlight streams through the clouds outside the City Lord's mansion, casting gentle rays of light. Haoyu slowly speaks, with a calm expression. The 100 Birds and triumphant Phoenix map is the sacred weapon
Of the Haoyue royal family, so of course I am familiar with it. I must be the first to arrive at the Lord's mansion for the feast, right?
She suddenly paused, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Tanvu sat calmly at the lavish banquet table. "How?" Nguyen gently pursed her lips, approached the neighboring table, her tone calm but with a hint of sarcasm. Young Master Tan was also very quick. Her eyes darkened as she secretly thought that even if he was a bit faster than her, his number of colorful feathers couldn't be greater than hers. Suddenly, a deafening roar like thunder erupted in the clear sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Nyati appears behind Deep Dong and Thandao, her body covered in dark red scales, eyes like burning coals. She stands nearby with wide eyes and an instantly pale face. Just then, two figures appeared silently from afar, and he sneered, "You truly live up to being Brother Tan, treating the test like nothing. How refined." And she laughs happily. "I know my beast control skills are not as good as yours." While Phi Diep looked extremely angry, Kwang Lei beside him sighed and said, "I really want to fight you, Tanvu." At this moment, a voice echoed from the city gate, saying, "No, this person cannot enter without 10 multicolored feathers." Zheng Wu was stunned by the obstacle and pointed at his face, asking the guard, "Are you talking about me? Are you blind? Don't you see us going together? Your feather is considered mine." He nodded in agreement and advised him to be more careful in the future and not to look down on others like that. The guard scratched his head nervously. Then they entered the party. Qinvu stands in front of Tanvu and laughs loudly, saying, "I'm here." Seeing him, he hesitates, rubbing his chin. "Big brother." "Tudo, we haven't seen each other lately. You've been with her." She leaned in, smiling happily, confidently asserting that old, ugly women are fine as long as they have talent. Thenjiao widened her eyes and asked, "Are you really hungry, Tudo Daika?" Deep Dong looked disappointed and continued, "I think you just want to take others' food and use the 5-colored feathers for nothing." He smiled to himself, finding it somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, Dieu Lam, upon seeing her, was startled to recognize her as the princess of the Thenmok kingdom, the ambitious grandmother. She practices the divine technique Tian Gai, but due to the missing Kovin Than Kong, she appears old. In reality, she is only in her early 20s. I didn't expect she would also come. Thamhua glanced at the next table and said, "The Tournament of the 8 Nations is the most grand event, and your victory means you can also borrow the sacred weapons of the 8 Nations." While Hin Tuyet was still dozing, she continued, "Even the usual hidden demons and monsters have come. How can I not attend?" Thuong La sat cross-legged with a calm demeanor, attentively listening, when suddenly a round of applause broke out, dispelling the tense atmosphere. "Emperor Tianhe steps forward to congratulate you. The elite warriors of the 8 Nations gathered here truly make a shit feel honored. Congratulations on passing the first round of the trial." Lak Khan was furious, stood up abruptly, and slammed his palm down on the table. "The officials are just full of schemes." "I don't care about these things. If you say there's wild beast meat here and I find out you're lying, I'll tear this place apart." The Emperor's gaze flickered with cleverness, a graceful smile on his face, but hiding a scheme. Of course, he truly brought wild beast meat for the warriors. As soon as the words finished, 2 groups of servants hurriedly brought steaming plates of fragrant meat forward. The plates were set down, and the aroma of spices mixed with the scent of wild meat made him momentarily stunned before opening his mouth in amazement. "Please enjoy it." Lak Khan didn't hesitate, laughing heartily before digging in. The loud chewing sounds echo throughout the hall. "Not bad. This time it was worth coming here. After eating, I'll consider it a done deal." Tan Yu just glanced briefly, but her eyes immediately turned cold. A faint aura of dark purple spiritual energy emanated from each slice of meat. "This isn't right. This type of meat isn't simple. At first glance, it shows no spiritual energy, but emits an enchanting aura. Strange, a hint of spiritual power flows through my palm, and her gaze drops with a cold, killing intent. A strange aura flows into each fiber of the meat on the plate, causing the thin steam to rise as if it has consciousness, swirling hypnotically. A faint smile appears on her lips, as if she has just completed a clever scheme. Wiem curiously reached out to touch the piece of meat, his face flickering with surprise before instantly becoming alert. His eyes sharpened, exuding a deadly intent. Nyetai suddenly appears. A fierce figure emerges behind Tanvu, eyes bloodshot, mouth clenched, holding the piece of meat, then lunging forward with a triumphant expression. Nyati gradually disappears like an illusion, as if it doesn't exist. Real, but empty. Appearing when meeting water, and vanishing when meeting fire. This is the meat of the Thai, too. On this side, Lak Khan was still devouring greedily, looking satisfied and happy. Before he could enjoy it for long, his eyes suddenly widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and his face turned pale. Lak Khan tried to swallow, clutching his neck with his hand, his mouth making hoarse, panicked sounds. He quickly panicked, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" But in an instant, his body suddenly swelled up, slimy fluids splattering everywhere, causing everyone to recoil in horror. The filthy, chaotic scene, combined with the stench of blood and strange spiritual energy, thickened the air. Here, in the midst of chaos, a mocking laugh echoed from him. A hero who doesn't know his limits.
For the second match, Ike, I invite everyone to enjoy the meat of this mysterious wild beast.
I happened to encounter this wild beast on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Ordinary people can explode if they eat even a small piece, but if it can be successfully refined, your cultivation will increase rapidly.
At the end of the speech, he waved his hand.
A stick of incense flew out, and with a determined voice he ordered,
within the duration of one incense stick, finish eating the meat on the plate to pass.
Ask me 3 questions as quickly as you can. The incense stick is stuck straight down, its smoke curling like a snake.
A cautious monk sitting in the middle row glanced at the remaining meat and spoke carefully. If that reckless one who just ate so much exploded and died with my ability, eating a bit more slowly now definitely won't be a problem. He carefully tore the meat into thin strips and slowly brought them to his mouth.
As it touched his tongue, his face suddenly twitched, his eyes widened, and he gagged violently. His whole body trembled before suddenly biting down and channeling his energy. The great Chu heavenly technique circulated with full force, and after a moment, spiritual energy dispersed steadily, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, another person sneered triumphantly. Indeed, eating slowly would prevent any issues. But before he could swallow it down, his face suddenly changed drastically. His eyes widened, his throat convulsed, mucus splattered everywhere on the table, and a foul smell filled the air. He then slightly curled his lips, his gaze full of contempt, as if even a lowly creature dared to challenge him. He stepped forward, standing proudly on the platform with a slight flick of his sleeve.
Gentlemen, forgive me for speaking frankly, but those who cultivate earth grade or lower techniques should better withdraw themselves.
This exam is meant to assess the level of the cultivation technique. Even a slight delay in absorption could be fatal. A helpless casual cultivator shook his head and turned away, his voice filled with bitterness.
This isn't fair, as cultivators like us. Where would we get earth-level techniques? Forget it, I have no chance in this competition.
But that guy just smirked arrogantly, his gaze teasingly flicking over Tanvu. So, in terms of agility, I might be a bit worse than you, but as for noble origins, I am the Prince of Great Chu. I don't believe you also possess a high-level cultivation technique. You slightly raise your eyebrows and curl your lips into a faint smile. If the body can't digest it, then what about refining it externally and absorbing it? As soon as the words finished, a blazing golden spiritual energy erupted around them, with threads of golden light weaving into a fierce swirling circle. The others immediately followed suit, channeling their spiritual energy outward, trying to imitate. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The prince's face paled, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You!" Behind Deep Dung and Thanjiao, they lowered their heads, eyes filled with admiration.
Tanvu, you really do have a way. Luckily, I have you. May I ask the Emperor Master, you casually ate it and then mocked. Does that mean I am the top contender in this battle?
The 9th level of Holy Fire. How many secrets does this guy really have? It flashed by quickly and then disappeared, and he immediately changed his expression, forcing out a stiff smile. Young disciple, you won. Now you may ask me 3 questions. Tanvu sat down leisurely, leaning on the table with his elbows, his gaze cold and indifferent as if he didn't care about anyone. Do I really have to ask now? Hearing this, Fidiep couldn't hold back and suddenly stood up, shouting, Tanvu, what do you mean? Master Emperor, what is your cultivation level? Your status is extremely noble. Just a few words from you can resolve your doubts about cultivation, so don't be ignorant of what's good for you. You casually sneer and say with a sarcastic tone, so you're having a lot of trouble with your cultivation. No wonder you were beaten until you cried. I'm different from you. I have no issues with my cultivation at all. She was so angry her eyes widened in shock and she stammered, unable to speak. You! Suddenly the space fell silent. Huang Lei's gaze darkened slightly as he thought to himself, you are truly arrogant. Thuong Lung burst into hearty laughter, always having someone with skills in weaponry unlike any before. Should it be like that? Tanvu still maintained a calm demeanor. I don't want to ask these 3 questions today. Can I do it another time, Emperor Master? The Emperor Master forced a smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Of course, that's fine. The assessment ends here today. Everyone who passes through tomorrow should gather at the training arena. You respond briefly, with a cold-as-ice gaze, then turn and leave. Yes. His eyes flashed with a sinister gleam, his voice low and slithering like a snake through each word. Tanvu, tomorrow's battle will be your day of death. Tanvu merely glanced back, his gaze devoid of fear, only cold indifference and disdain. The scene shifts to a luxurious palace bathed in gold, with the emperor sitting on the throne, looking relaxed and half asleep, as steady footsteps echo throughout the hall. The emperor slowly approaches and bows respectfully to pay his respects. The competition among the 8-nation alliance has proceeded smoothly, and the weak have been eliminated. Tomorrow is the main event. Please, Your Majesty, make an appearance and give a speech to energize the crowd. He opened his eyes slightly, his voice calm. It's okay. Your greatest effort is still the master. How was the first round of selection? Are there many outstanding talents? The Grandmaster chuckled faintly. This competition has attracted many talented people, all of whom possess strong martial skills. Then his eyes gradually turned red, his voice lowered to a growl through clenched teeth, and at that moment, transforming into a dragon's might, it might help Your Majesty advance another rank. Emperor Ren suddenly sat upright, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes, and forced out a hoarse smile, saying, "You know I'm not asking about this." It took 80 years and drained the national treasury to recover the remaining sacred aura from the 7 nations. That was only an opportunity to appear. He was panic-stricken, his eyes wide with terror, hurriedly approaching, trembling as he said, "The rewards we promised to the leader are basically unattainable. Are there others who managed to take the top position that I didn't arrange?" A third eye opened in the middle of his forehead, radiating blazing spiritual energy. "Your Majesty, stay calm." The red spiritual energy swirling around the palace is light as mist, but gradually sinking into people's minds. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, his breath quickening before gradually calming down. Nan Huang released his grip, exhausted, and slumped onto the throne, his voice hoarse. "Longvan's fall has made my condition increasingly unstable." He firmly said, "If outsiders take the top spot, everything will be exposed. Even if I gather Longvan, under the judgment of the people, I fear Longvan will collapse once again." The emperor-teacher slightly curled his lips, a proud expression impossible to hide, leisurely stroking his beard, speaking slowly as if mocking. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have arranged the people and will definitely secure the top position. This time, except for one person named Tanvu, the others are not worth worrying about." His veins bulge, his eyes turn white with a cold, murderous intent, and his smile hides a savage desire. As for Tanvu, tomorrow's match will be his day of death. Everything has been arranged properly. King Rin's expression flickered slightly, his voice deepening with suspicion. "If the Emperor Master already has a plan in mind, then I can rest assured." The Grandmaster clasped his hands and withdrew silently. As his figure disappeared into the shadows, his eyes grew dark and contemplative. Tanvu? Could he be from the Tan family? As soon as the words left his mouth, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in Nan Huang's eyes. "The night is long and full of dreams. Tanvu, today will be your day to die." He roared like thunder and coldly ordered, "Where is the heavenly snake guard?" The serpent guard bows, surging with murderous intent with a divine aura. The Emperor's gaze carries a ruthless streak as he kills Tanvu. The scene shifts to late at night, with flickering oil lamps casting shadows on the wooden pillars, like claw marks from time. Lei Feng leans against a pillar, looking exhausted with narrowed eyes. Truly strict. Tomorrow is the main event, yet tonight we have to oversee this place. Chumai stands beside, arms crossed, sighing, half joking, half serious. "You should know your limits. Don't look back to see how grand this match is with the 8 great sacred treasures as the prize. If I could take the top spot, I would be willing to sleep in the horse pen too." Suddenly, a coil of rope spun through the air, tearing through the wind. Huyan Li swings the whip fiercely towards X. The sound of wind cutting sharply as if tearing through space. His eyes flash with a sinister gleam, and a mocking smile curves his lips. "You are so ugly that even a horse wouldn't be willing to share a bed with you. If you don't go to sleep, what are you making all this noise for?" Huyan Li coldly kicks him, forcing him to stagger and fall, wincing in pain, and then he looks at himself again, saying, "You don't even deserve the title of number 1. On the other side, Wiem was about to lift the wine jar when she froze, her movements stiffening. Tanvu's eyes immediately darkened with suspicion. He had never seen this person during the preliminary round, so why was there a new arrival now? She raised an eyebrow, a sneer curling at the corner of her mouth, and said contemptuously, "Him? His name is Tai Huyan Li." He slightly raised his lips, a cruel smile flashing in his cold eyes. "He is the son of Tai Thuong Thiokan from the Thienha Kingdom. It's normal not to have a preliminary round. He's directly participating in the competition without a qualifier." Deep Dong frowned, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Why is there even a free pass?" "Isn't this unfair?" Yan Yan takes a sip of wine, her eyes calm, as this competition is organized by the Tianha royal court out of their own interest. He wants to enter a team into the official competition, which is normal, and we can't really say anything about them.
His knees hit the ground hard, kicking up dust, and he struggled to stand up, eyes blazing with anger.
Tai Huyen Li,
This is not the Imperial court. You're just a contestant, so stop showing off here.
Huyen Li slightly frowns, sneering as he hisses at him to seek death. The whip in his hand lashes out like a spirit snake, twisting through the air before a piercing screech echoes. He cried out in pain, trembling all over, his eyes blazing red with veins bulging, looking more ferocious. Then the fragile body collapsed onto the cold ground, motionless. Loi Fong, seeing this scene, panicked and ran away, leaving behind an eerily silent atmosphere as if it had just been torn apart. Tanvu stands there calmly, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he observes the fascinating aura of the Imperial authority. Huyen Li raises her head high, retracting the rope in her hand, her aura bursting forth powerfully. The people behind immediately stepped forward to flatter him. Once again, Li Jia is impressive. His power can suppress this rebellious crowd. He chuckled smugly, a bunch of bugs in his mind, always wanting to take my Tiana's reward. Bugs should live up to their status. You should go back to your rotten place. Lian spoke sarcastically. Some people always think they are human. Tanvu sneered, unaware that he himself was the true parasite. Huyen Li blushed, his aura erupting in madness, and he growled, "Who dares to act arrogantly here with me? I have a humble background, just consider me a wandering cultivator." He immediately swung his whip, furious and raging. "So you're another damn bug, right? I beat them away and you're the only one left." Before he could rush forward, Tanvu decisively threw the wine jar at Huyen Li. It was too weak. The porcelain jar spun in the air, piercing through the coiled rope and splashing wine all over his face, making her burst into joyful laughter. He looked just like a chicken dipped in water. Huyen Li staggered back a few steps, veins bulging with anger, her eyes bloodshot. "Well then, it seems you don't want to participate in the competition tomorrow."
"Today, I will eliminate you all." VM angrily pointed at him and shouted, "How dare you!"
As soon as she finished speaking, Huyen Li's subordinate suddenly ambushed Tanvu. But before he could strike, Thuong Lang appeared and knocked away Huyen Li's subordinate with a single blow. But Shang Lang remains calm, slowly stands up with cold eyes. This is a fair competition. How can the integrity of the Heavenly Han Empire allow its own people to break the rules and suppress other opponents? He chuckled softly with a sarcastic tone and said, "Don't blame me. All my actions only represent myself. I was just trying to give some pointers to the contestants and nothing to do with the Heavenly Han dynasty." Hearing this, Tanvu couldn't hold back anymore and slammed his hand down on the table. You rush forward and deliver a powerful punch to Huyen Li's face, causing him to stumble back with half of his cheek swollen red. Tanvu sternly warns, "If you say that, then I am at ease because I am also teaching you a lesson." Huyen Li gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes bulging with veins, and shouted, "You!" But just then, a divine energy descended from the sky, illuminating the grand hall with a dazzling light. Xave declared solemnly, "Tomorrow there will still be competitions. Everyone should go back and rest." VM stood silently, his eyes flickering with hesitation. At the peak of his power, he turned to Tanvu, forced a polite smile, a false gentleness, this time because of the disrespect from the Tianha royal court, making the young hero mock him. Xave's gaze darkened slightly, and his voice became more suggestive. "To show sincerity, the young hero can follow me to Huanqi Pavilion to choose a treasure himself." The crowd immediately became noisy, filled with regret, dissatisfaction, and envy. Huanqi Pavilion is truly the place where the Heavenly Han Empire gathers many treasures from all over the world. Very generous. If I had known earlier, I would have rushed in to fight them too. Diepdong glanced behind, nodding cautiously to advise. "The governance of the Heavenly River Empire is always unusual. I feel there's more to it than meets the eye. Maybe I should just leave." He only turned his head back, his gaze calm as if nothing had happened. "What's the point of that? If you don't seize the benefits, you're not a hero." He turned and walked away, with a faint smile but a secretly ruthless gaze. Young Master Tan, indeed straightforward. Let's go with me. Behind Huyen Li, he was still slumped over, a smug smile curling on his lips. Tanvu. Tan Yu quietly followed the guards, their figures disappearing into the dark corridor. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Is Huanqi Tower really located in such a remote place? The red stone door appears in the darkness, flickering with the light from the ancient characters on its surface. In that moment, a faint, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You should know this is the royal treasure of the Heavenly
River Dynasty, and not many outsiders get to see it with their own eyes.
Then, Save slowly placed his hand on the stone door, which opened to reveal a blazing golden light flooding the space and illuminating the entire cave. Inside, rows of intricately carved treasures were filled with spirit stones, gold pearls, and a dense aura of spiritual energy. On the distant stone pedestal, ancient scrolls are neatly stacked, emitting a faint glow.
Tanvu slightly frowns, his gaze sweeping around the cavern, and he utters with a tone full of admiration.
"This is truly a treasure," he chuckled, his voice hoarse but tinged with sarcasm. "Of course that's the case. What do you think? Do you still believe I would deceive you?"
"I dare not indeed. I could tell at a glance that the senior is a person of high virtue. I only came here out of respect for you."
I can't put...
Save chuckled softly, his voice deep but with a hint of cunning.
"Then please, young Master Tan, start choosing. All of these treasures have remarkable origins, so feel free to pick."
Tanvu looked around, his gaze darkening. Then he no longer held back. As his finger touched the treasure, a sharp bolt of lightning shot through his arm, erupting with a violent aura that shook the entire space. Tanvu took a half-step back, his sharp eyes flashing with suspicion. If the Heavenly River Dynasty's formation was meant to give me a treasure, why not break the formation? Save was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. This was established by
The ancestors of the royal court to prevent future generations from wasting the family's assets.
Everyone was helpless to stop the operation of the formation. I am also out of options. You scoff softly, flicking your sleeve, your tone casual yet full of sarcasm. If the formation can't be solved, how can you obtain the treasure? If you don't want to give it willingly, why pretend to be on the verge of death? He immediately raised his hand to stop, his voice becoming urgent but still maintaining a calm, fake composure. "Young Master Tan, wait a moment. Only those who understand the array can obtain the treasure." Tanvu paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered. After finishing speaking, he calmly stepped forward in front of Treasure Lord and placed his hand again. "If that's the case, I will give it a try." The space trembles violently, spiritual energy surges, and a whirlwind rises from the void.
Ancient patterns on the ground glow brightly, intertwining into a complex formation, emanating a heavy spiritual aura.
From the void, the chain suddenly shot out like a furious serpent. This was the moment Tanvu's eyes immediately darkened as they coiled around him, tightening around his four limbs in an instant. Savi burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the space, eyes blazing red, face twisted with excitement. "You finally fell into the trap. Who are you really? Why have you gone to such lengths to kill me? Who sent you?" Zave laughed loudly and replied, "Bring your doubts to the King of Hell." With that, he quickly shot away from his position, jumped straight at Tanvu, and shouted, "Die!" He immediately stomped the ground to launch himself into the air, then Tanvu quickly broke free from the sheet's control and jumped back a distance. Zave was stunned and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Tanvu coldly replied, "I guessed it even if you didn't say so." After finishing, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Jave flying backward through a cloud of dust, his footsteps heavy as thunder crashing to the ground, echoing through the space as if to crush everything. Jave Thongtha rubbed his neck lazily and said, "Your Majesty, with so many affairs each day, why bother with a mere ant like you?" He smirked, his hoarse laugh full of smugness and malice. Immediately, the magic array beneath Tanvu's feet shone brightly. Ancient runes carved on the ground moved in unison, a spiraling spiritual force and shimmering silver chains shot out from the void, wrapping tightly around his arms. My ankles are also bound by thick magical chains, but I remain calm and say if I'm not mistaken, this formation is the security spell of the Heavenly Galaxy Empire. That's why you weren't affected, because you already have your token in the Imperial Palace. Chave hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. As expected of a talent capable of winning the championship among the 8 nations, as the Emperor said. Saying that, he took out a jade-embedded token from his chest and disappeared into the galaxy. A surge of divine power suddenly exploded like a flood breaking its dam, rushing straight at you. But in that moment, Tanvu's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement mixed with thrill. "Is that the token, right?" He broke through the formation's defenses. Tanvu spun around, his figure like a lightning bolt tearing through the wind, rushing straight ahead. "Naiti, come with me to get the token." A deep, guttural roar echoes from the void as a sharp talon suddenly appears, tearing through the air with fierce wind to snatch the talisman, while the iron chains within the formation scream and thrash. But Tanvu leaps into the air, stomping down with explosive spiritual power that makes the chains tremble before they are subdued and fall obediently.
Young master, such an important item shouldn't be handled so carelessly.
Dave clenched his fist and roared in anger. What do you want to do with the Imperial token? Tanvu smiled confidently, standing tall in the center of the formation, his hair billowing amidst the swirling spiritual aura.
I didn't do anything, I just do it my way. Once I bind you, I will naturally return it to you.
Then, the chains with purple lightning shoot straight at Zave. A deafening explosion like thunder roared as the suppressed chains suddenly vibrated violently, glowing links twisting back and coiling around him like living snakes awakening. Tanvu's eyes flickered with surprise, his voice trembling. What? He cackled cruelly, delighted. Tanvu, there was never any token here. This enchantment is just a fragment of a spell. You've fallen for the trap. Tanvu's eyes darkened with coldness, and he said, You truly are despicable. The chains immediately retracted, intertwining to form a huge iron sphere in midair, trapping him inside. But Tanvu remained calm, casually tightening his weapon as he walked heavily, making a sound. You do have some skill.
But Heavenly Snake Guard is the Emperor Bao Chao Dai's bodyguard, now willing to use any means to achieve their goal.
Someone like you, I've killed many times before. Chave raised his spear high, the tip emanating a cold, murderous aura, aiming straight at you. Don't worry, I will bury you. Go and die. Tanvu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Has no one ever taught you? High-level hunters often appear as prey, and his body trembled slightly before he suddenly surged forward with force. In an instant, the chains began to loosen and then coiled into a massive vortex. He roared in fury. Not good. A huge surge of energy from the central array swept out, knocking Jave back. In the middle of the formation, Tanvu stood firm amidst the raging wind, his eyes wide with rage, his voice trembling amid the howling wind.
What kind of spell is this?
Why is the formation losing its power? You slightly curl your lips, your gaze calm to the point of chilling. Thou Tiet, I offer the entire nation's treasures. If you don't appear now, how long do you plan to wait? Saveha opened his mouth in panic as the treasures and magic weapons from all directions automatically flew up, spinning around the center of the formation. What is this? Are they all being pulled into the formation? He shouted in panic. Number 10, Jave slammed both hands onto the ground, radiating an aura like a storm and a violent wind, determined to restore the formation.
Tianha's curse!
Tanvu's eyes turn icy, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he tries to reclaim the formation. Dream on, for waiting for you is the outcome of filling my emptiness with the full power of the formation. Jave was momentarily shocked, his mind in chaos. Something's wrong. His energy is holding the formation back and I can't retrieve it. I'm standing here, confident we're close. Soon I can release the phantom of Thao Thiet. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. Damn it, now that all the treasures are gone,
Even if I kill Tanvu, I will definitely be punished by His Majesty.
Suddenly, Jave's muscles bulged violently, tearing his clothes apart. Although using the blood sacrifice secret technique would shorten his lifespan, now the only way to uncover all of Tanvu's secrets and atone for his sins was through it. Jave suddenly paused, the space in front of him twisting as a blazing red vortex appeared, swirling with hot blood like molten lava erupting. Are you afraid and want to run away? Jave roared loudly, his eyes burning red like a madman, pointing his spear straight at Thothiet. Blood Demon Village. Mu, once it penetrates the body, it will devour the blood and secrets within you. Every time the sword strikes, it cracks and shatters as the giant metallic teeth bite down on the spear. He was in so much pain, his face turned purple, his arm trembling violently. The snake guard gritted his teeth and growled, blood filling his mouth. How can that be? My blood eye is a top-tier secret technique. That power forced him back, flung him dozens of meters, and slammed him onto the stone ground. From within the smoke, it raises its head high, eyes blazing like hellfire, its deep voice echoing. You want to taste my blood, so how about I make a little exchange now? I also want to taste your blood. Javeco forced himself to stand up, sweat and blood mingling, trembling as he said, How is that possible? This is a beast. And Tanvu is a beast. Thao Thiet slowly steps out of its mouth, looking calm, and says, Don't eat such dirty things. Then he slightly curled his lips, a smile half teasing, half contemptuous. He carried an aura of fierce momentum. The ferocious beast, the lord of the ancient wilderness, Thao Thiet, has returned. Tanvu's voice sounded cold and sarcastic. Is that the Heavenly Snake Guard? Please pass on my thanks to the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea. If he hadn't given me so many treasures, I might not have been able to break through to the peak of the void-breaking realm so quickly. His face changed color as he roared, "Tanvu, don't be arrogant. You've only broken through to the peak of breaking the void. Do you think you can escape from here?" From the void, countless blood-tipped spears protruded, so sharp they tore through space. I am the peak of the broken void. A storm of sword energy pours down like a typhoon as I lift my head and roar. Thunderous sounds echoing, and a raging wind rises to consume everything. You're joking. If you're so confident of winning, why bother luring me here before making your move? Tanvu gently raised his hand, a surge of spiritual energy sweeping like a fierce wind, causing Jave to stumble backward. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me by just one level. The spell you are casting must be draining a lot of your magic power. Jave's footsteps hit the ground, the force spreading in all directions, and a series of his clones appeared. Jave smiled smugly. I just need to buy some time. In the end, you will be the one to die. Heavenly River Clone Technique. The copies line up like an endless wall. All the spears rush forward. I will make you die here slowly. Tanvu raised an eyebrow, clearly blocking each of his attacks with terrifying strength. Jave's expressions turned to panic. How is that possible? You still have so much magic power left? And then, in the moment of calm before the storm, the pale eyes suddenly appeared, forgetting to tell you there are still 5 wild beasts like this. Jave spun around and darted out like the wind, breaking through the encirclement. Run! Tanvu smirked disdainfully, mockingly saying, It seems our new friend is a bit shy. Bring him here. As soon as he finished, it was like a storm rushing in. A giant figure with surging pressure, roaring loudly, charging forward, swinging its tail to kick up dust, and the golden condor soared high, its beak spewing flames that burned through the entire central area. Next, Long Ho uses his signature move, lightning bolts striking directly at him. Ying Long charges forward to attack, ending with a deadly punch. Savi screams, his cry echoing as Nai Ti's claws hang suspended above him in the air. This is real. It forcefully throws Save to the ground. Tanvu stands calmly amidst the chaos, his gaze steady. Do I look like I found the right one yet? He tried to lift his head, breathing heavily. As the #1 genius, I beg you not to kill me. Tanvu, are you really trying to make enemies with the Heavenly Han Empire? Just spare me, and I will help you plead with His Majesty, Ungdung said, placing his hand on his chin with a sarcastic tone. If others want to kill me, I have to humbly beg for their mercy. Tanvu's gaze flicked behind him. Do you think that's fair? The growl rumbled deep, voice as sharp as steel. If you dare to seek peace, don't blame me for looking down on you. Thao Tit said firmly like a declaration, We don't need to beg anyone. We've always been the ones others ask for mercy. He chuckled happily, crossing his arms. Sorry, it seems my friends don't want to seek peace. Before he could finish speaking, the ground below suddenly lit up. A blazing red array appeared, and screams of terror echoed throughout the space. No, the formation tightens. The blazing red spiritual energy pours in. Strands of energy intertwine and cover everything. Tanvu's eyes are cold, he sighs softly, and the red spiritual energy gradually retreats, merging into his body. The space trembled, rocks and debris falling like rain from the foot of the stone. Tanvu still stood tall, and the system immediately announced that the Guardian had died. Self-destruct devices activated, his expression briefly heavy. The Emperor of the Heavenly Sea thought that even if the Heavenly Snake Guard's assassination failed, they would bury me here. As soon as the words finished, his figure turned into a streak of light and vanished from the collapsing space. This opponent, sooner or later, I will settle the score with him. First, let's see the strength of the peak-breaking technique. The next morning, the schoolyard of the mountain valley, early sunlight filtering through the leaves. On the high platform, the Emperor stands majestically, his deep voice echoing through the space. This mountain hollow is the royal hunting ground of the Heavenly Han Empire, containing countless resources, but also many dangerous exotic beasts. Everyone looked excited and interested. Since the third match's arena is actually the royal hunting ground, it must also contain many treasures that the royal family desires. Yet they dared to let us in. Among the crowd, Huyen Li sneered, a bunch of country bumpkins, but you will serve as stepping stones for my victory. Over there! Deepdong Hot Hai pushed forward, worry in his eyes. Tanvu's voice was urgent. Have you seen Tanvu anywhere? Then Zhao approached with a heavy expression. Yesterday, Tanvu was taken away by the old eunuch of the Heavenly River Kingdom, claiming he was going to receive a reward. But he hasn't returned all night. Could it be? Viem calmly waved her hand and said,
Don't worry. The people of the Heavenly Han Empire took Tanvu in front of everyone. They won't dare do anything. The royal family still needs some face. Thuanglong smiled and nodded in agreement. Don't worry. Tanka is very smart and brave. Maybe he has some personal matters. I have left a letter for Tanka. He will definitely come on time after reading it. On the high platform, the Emperor Master remained silent, but a cold, sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Tanvu will not return. I never expected His Majesty to disregard the royal reputation and act directly. Unfortunately, with my plan, he basically won't be able to get the top spot. It seems we still need to figure out how to hide the truth and try to preserve the dignity of the royal family. As soon as that sentence finished, a clear and calm voice rang out across the square. That! Tanvu calmly said, when will the match actually start? We've been standing here for a long time now. Tanvu, when did you arrive? Why does the Emperor feel so terrified when he sees me competing? His face suddenly changes. His eyes turn cold and ruthless. No way, Your Majesty clearly took action. With the strength of the Heavenly Snake Guard, how could they have lost? Could he still have a secret technique to escape? Immediately, he forced a gentle smile and awkwardly said, I only care about the contestants. You are all talented martial artists from the 8 nations and the hope of the future. If you're all fine, that's great. I also replied calmly with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Kingdom of Tianha has a sage who always cares for the world. Truly a blessing for the 8 nations. The sage forced a stiff smile and lowered his voice. Brother Tan, you flatter me. Dedicating my whole heart to this world is my duty. At that moment, his eyes darkened. He gritted his teeth and growled, Don't think that escaping from the Heavenly Snake Guard means you can be arrogant. Entering the fight is also the moment you must die. The Grand Master extends his hand, a bright gold sigil appearing brilliantly. If all participants have arrived, I will now announce the rules of this battle. The surrounding space suddenly becomes dark and cold. The royal hunting grounds ahead are filled with extremely fierce magical beasts. Each of them has a badge on their body. Killing a monster will earn the corresponding badge. The man coldly waves his hand, looking imposing. Ahead lies a dark and endless forest. The royal hunt has begun. 3 hours later, the winner will be decided by the number of badges collected, and the Emperor loudly announced, I declare the final decisive battle officially begins. Everyone fight now. Everyone looked excited as they rushed forward. Then he quickly disappeared with a determined look in his eyes, saying, I will go first. The throne of the great Chu dynasty will definitely belong to the evil. Suddenly, a shadow cut through the wind, and a deep, arrogant laugh echoed. Today will be the day that Kyuan sect makes its name known across the world. Over here, Thuanglong glides calmly on the waves. Brother Tan, see you again in the arena. Deep Dong smiles excitedly. Tanvu, let's go inside quickly too. You can count on me, let's go. The Emperor's master secretly watched from behind, his eyes filled with displeasure. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent radiating as if he didn't care about heaven or earth. A hand slowly rises, adding 2 royal palace combat teams to the fight. Do you understand what I mean? Huyen Li's expression suddenly changed, veins bulging with fury. Understood. The Supreme Master quietly observes with a terrifyingly stern expression as suddenly, terrifying lightning bolts pour down from the sky. The giant foot stomping down causes the ground to shake violently. Bai Hu's gaze is filled with determination as it slowly advances into the dense bed area. On a nearby branch, a pair of eyes are quietly watching it. He is momentarily startled, deep in thought, and hearing the legend of the white tiger, which is said to be a sacred ancient beast of bloodline. But why is it here? The contestants here basically can't deal with it. He quietly hides among the dense branches. Fortunately, our secret art of invisibility from the Proud Shadow sect is mastered, allowing us to hide in the shadows and avoid sudden attacks. The white tiger's sharp teeth appeared behind him. Everything was engulfed in flames. The space exploded in a terrifying blast. Thanzhao stopped, momentarily stunned. No way. Someone already encountered trouble so quickly. Are the beasts in this hunting ground that ferocious? Her eyes flickered slightly as she hesitated before speaking. This aura is too strong. Something feels off. There are such powerful monsters inside this Imperial Palace hunting ground. Tanvu smirked, his voice unusually calm. No wonder that Emperor's face looked like he was going to die for sure. It seems this hunting ground is not so simple. Your eyes froze in suspicion as a giant eagle prepared to strike. Its fierce and savage gaze, and suddenly a furious roar made it retreat in terror. The eagle retreated, crashing into the tree trunk, a glowing golden mark gently falling down. Deep Dong happily ran over, excitedly saying, "Looks like this is what we were looking for." Suddenly, the eagle seemed to be empowered, soaring rapidly upward. Tanvu's face changed slightly.
panic-stricken as he shouted, "Watch out!" He immediately swung his hand and the wind roared like a storm, swallowing everything. Tanvu's eyes turned cold. Feng Shui was terrified as he was swept away by the force. Then the ground trembled and the eagle's aura fell to the ground. You stood calmly, with a composed expression as you watched the black smoke billowing into the sky. Tanvu was momentarily silent, his gaze slightly suspicious. This is the aura of the ancient wilderness. This beast somehow carries a hint of a savage bloodline, and even the royal hunting ground hosts such a dangerous beast. Deep Dong suddenly raised his voice upon hearing the suspicious sound. "Who is there?" He slowly stepped forward, dark red blood drops dripping down, Viem trembling as she clutched her wound, her voice trembling. Tan Yu was stunned for a moment before quickly approaching, his voice sharp. "What happened? Who could have beaten you to such a serious injury?" Viem's face was pale and bruised, her voice choked with emotion.
"This is a trap. The Tianha royal court wants to kill everyone. Be careful, Tai Huyenli."
Immediately, shadowy figures appeared, Huyenli's eyes turning cunning and mischievous, amused that such a petty assassin had encountered someone as formidable as you. Naiti immediately threw a deadly punch, causing him to fall backward. "Get out of here!" Before he could recover, Huyenli's eyes widened in horror as Tanvu suddenly charged forward. "What?" He gently touches a finger near the center of his forehead. Tanvu's voice carried a commanding tone as Kyung and No hissed, their souls trembling and their faces pale with lifeless eyes standing tall and coldly threatening. "Go! What is your true purpose in mixing the army into the fight?" His body trembled and his voice hurriedly said, "Actually, this royal hunting ground is a branch of the Wild Beast mountain range. You have eaten the Tai Tu, which makes you very attractive to wild beasts, and my task is to lure the wild beasts to encircle you." Diệp Dong nghe vậy, thoáng kinh ngạc, lớn tiếng hỏi lại. "Thiên hạ triệu diễn rồi sao? Why do they want to kill us?" Huyen Li Vohon's eyes darkened slightly, trembling voice.
"The Grand Master Emperor wants to sacrifice the most talented martial artists from the 8 nations to gather the dragon fortune and break the chains for the people."
Tanvu then pondered deeply, his face serious. "So that's it. During the encounter at Mogu, Brother Tran Thuong obtained the inheritance of the ancient king, absorbing 8 parts of the dragon aura from the Heavenly River dynasty. And it's likely that the Emperor's dragon aura had already been compromised, which is why he took such a desperate risk." She immediately shouted, her face filled with righteous anger, yet calm. "Let's go out now and tell the world the truth and overthrow the Heavenly River dynasty together." He laughed heartily, full of pride. "There's no use." Hien Li stood up straight, her voice mocking and threatening. "This entire area is sealed off, and all the wild beasts in the forest are hunting you down. There's no way out anymore. The horde of ferocious beasts is charging at you from behind." Diu Dong looked a bit frightened, helpless, and asked, "Are we only able to wait for death?"
Nearby, the purple spiritual energy is gradually enveloping everything.
Tanvu calmly reassured, perhaps there is still a way to control the chaos of the wild beasts. He pondered briefly. It was the king of the beasts at the bottom of the Wild Beast mountain range. He clenched Viem's waist, and then the 3 of them rushed forward. As for Huyen Li, who was kneeling on the ground, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. "Tanvu, I am waiting for you on the ground." The beast's eyes are bloodshot, with sharp, pointed teeth. Tanvu gently smirked and said, "The Emperor of the Heavenly River won't be long. We'll be back soon."